When Anhwa returned to work, Sister Ma immediately came over, curious. "Where have you been lately?" Anhwa replied, "I went back to my family's home in the provincial city." After a pause, Anhwa asked Sister Ma, "I want to rent a house in the county, preferably an old-style home with a yard. Do you have any resources for that?" Sister Ma exclaimed, "Oh, why do you want to rent a house?" Anhwa smiled and said, "A relative wants to come and stay for a while." Sister Ma misunderstood. "Is it your husband's relatives who are coming to rely on you?" "Well, even though your husband has a high position, it's a bit troublesome that he comes from a rural background. There are too many relatives from the countryside wanting to depend on him." And Hua smiled and didn't correct her. "So, can you help with this?" Sister Ma thought for a moment and said, "Right now, no one has extra houses to rent out. I'll help you find out, but I can't guarantee anything." And Hua thanked Sister Ma while holding her hand. "Okay, please help me look into it. Before I leave, I heard your daughter is getting married? I have some leftover cotton from last winter. If you want it, I can trade it with you." Sister Ma got excited. "I want it. I want it." She planned to give 6 quilts as a dowry for her daughter, and her sister helped buy 2 quilts, but she was worried about the remaining ones. Sister Ma held Hua's hand back. "Don't worry about the housing. I'll take care of it." And Hua thanked her again. Sister Ma continued, "By the way, do you remember the cleaner I told you about? The one recommended by your unit? Feng Qi?" Yes, that's her. She transferred to the workshop and became a regular employee." And Hua asked, "How did that happen?" "It sounds like a scene from a play." "She was responsible for cleaning the logistics warehouse, and one day the old man Liu, who manages the warehouse, came to work after drinking a bit too much. He actually started smoking in the warehouse. Of course, that caused a fire. Old Liu was so shocked he just stood there frozen, but Fengqi quickly put out the fire, preventing a major disaster. Who would have thought that the factory manager happened to be inspecting at that moment?" Sister Ma sighed in amazement. "Doesn't that sound like a play? What a coincidence." And Hua wasn't too surprised. After all, Fengqi was the main character, so it was normal for her to have some good fortune. Sister Ma said, "Now that she's a regular employee, she can live in the dormitory and solve her household registration issue. Back then, she seemed so unfortunate, and now, in such a short time, she's turned her life around. Poor old Liu, though, he lost his position to Fengqi and had to go back to cleaning. But he brought it on himself by making a mistake at work." And Hua was happy to see Fengqi doing better. She hoped that the main character, who had strayed from the original storyline, could also have her own brilliant life. Yang Tianjiao came to find in Hua unusually shy and fidgety. And Hua quickly guessed what she wanted to talk about, but didn't say anything. Yang Tianjiao said, "I want to discuss something with you." And Hua held back a laugh and replied seriously, "What is it?" "Go ahead." Yang Tianjiao twisted her long braid and finally said in a soft voice, "Li Han Song played the era for me by the river yesterday." And Hua looked at her eagerly. "What happened yesterday? Did he confess? Hold hands? They couldn't have kissed already, could they?" Yang Tianjiao continued, "He played so beautifully that I cried, and he used a handkerchief to wipe my tears. By accident, his finger brushed my face." She quickly added, "He just lightly touched it, not in a way you might think." And Hua thought back to her own high school days and realized she had never been this innocent. Also, Li Han Song was tone-deaf. The tunes he played were never on pitch. How could Yang Tianjiao find them beautiful? Were they both tone-deaf together? "Do you think we are dating?" After asking this, Yang Tianjiao's face turned bright red. And Hua asked, "What did he say? Did he clearly define your relationship?" Yang Tianjiao thought for a moment and shook her head in disappointment. "Actually, we've only met 3 times. Just the 3rd meeting, and he already took her to the river to listen to him play arrow. Li Han Song was quite something." And Hua said, "It's clear he wants to pursue you, but he might be worried about moving too fast and scaring you off, so he hasn't confessed yet. If you like him, just wait." Yang Tianjiao felt a bit shy. "Am I being too impatient?" And Hua smiled. "No, you're just worried. It's a sign of someone who hasn't dated before." Yang Tianjiao indeed had never seriously dated anyone. It was always through blind dates, and they usually only met a couple of times without anything more. After hearing Anhua's words, Yang Tianjiao felt more at ease. Okay, she would just wait. But someone didn't want her to wait any longer. As soon as she got home, Sister Yang said to Yang Tianjiao, I found you another match. This one has good conditions. He's a leader at the power supply company. Yang Tianjiao ignored her and went straight into the house. Sister Yang complained to Mother Yang, Mom, you won't believe what she said. Mother Yang remained calm and replied, instead of worrying about this, why not go back to your family and bring some food? Sister Yang pouted. Her household registration was in the countryside, but she didn't work and didn't earn any points. The little food she received wasn't enough. With 4 people in the Yang family earning salaries, they still couldn't support her? How stingy. Mom, I'm just thinking of my sister-in-law. She's already 26, still not married, and the neighbors are laughing at her. Mother Yang said, the leader from the power supply company is named Xiao, right? Short guy, his wife passed away, and he has 3 kids? Sister Yang awkwardly laughed and then confidently said, he has a good situation. Tianjiao is already an old maid. What kind of man does she expect? It's not that I'm against my sister-in-law, but he might not even be interested in her. The door suddenly swung open, and Yang Tianjiao, hands on her hips, marched towards Sister Yang with a fierce look. Sister Yang instinctively took 2 steps back. What does my being single have to do with you? Why are you worrying about it? If that leader from the power supply company is so great, why don't you divorce my brother and marry him? Sister Yang was taken aback and then rushed to complain to Mother Yang. Mom, can you believe what she just said? What kind of sister-in-law encourages her brother and sister-in-law to divorce? Although Mother Yang loved her daughter, she felt Tianjiao was being too blunt. Tianjiao. Yang Tianjiao sneered. Sister-in-law, let me say this again. Whether I get married or not is my own business and has nothing to do with you. If you bring this up again, I will tell my brother about your secret savings. You. Sister Yang immediately felt defeated. Her husband usually didn't pay much attention to her, so she could argue with her mother-in-law and complain about her sister-in-law, but when it came to secret savings, she was very careful, fearing that she would use the money to support her family. Sister Yang glanced at her mother-in-law and sister-in-law, worried they would complain to her husband. She left feeling down, but once outside, she perked up and started gossiping about her sister-in-law with the neighbors. Inside, Mother Yang hesitated to speak to her daughter. Yang Tianjiao quickly said, Mom, I know what you want to say, I understand. Mother Yang sighed and said nothing more. Unexpectedly, a few days later, the leader from the power supply company that Sister Yang mentioned actually came to the Yang family, carrying a bag of apples. He started asking about the Yang family as soon as he entered the alley. When people asked what he was doing, he always said he was there to meet Yang Tianjiao for a date. The neighbors began to gossip. Tianjiao is a great girl. She has education and looks. Why is she meeting someone like him? That guy's head is shinier than a boiled egg, and he must be at least 40. He's not attractive either, short like an eggplant, and his eyes are almost closed. This guy might not be the best, but Tianjiao isn't young anymore. There aren't many guys her age left who are single, so she might have to look older. That's not fair to say. Times have changed. There are plenty of good guys in their late 20s who are still single. Hey, don't rush to set her up. Let's wait until she's 27 or 28.
Why do you talk like that?
Yang Tianjia was getting ready at home because she had made plans with Li Hansong to go see a local play at the county theater. Li Hansong would be waiting for her at a pavilion not far from her house. She wore a pink checkered coat with a big white collar, and her hair was styled in 2 small braids that fell to her shoulders, swaying as she turned her head. If you got close, you could still smell the floral lotion on her. Yang's mother looked her over. Yang Tianjiao's cheeks slowly turned red. Just as she hesitated about what excuse to give her mother, she saw her mother turn away without asking anything. Yang Tianjiao sighed in relief. Mainly, she hadn't confirmed her relationship with Li Hansong yet, and she was worried about any surprises, so she didn't want to tell her family for now. Oh, Tianjia, where are you all dressed up to go? Asked Sister Yang. Yang Tianjiao ignored her and turned to walk outside. Is this where the Yang family lives? Both Yang's mother and Yang Tianjiao looked at the newcomer in confusion. Sister Yang was momentarily stunned, then awkwardly approached to try to lead the visitor away. Deputy Director Chiao, I forgot to tell you, my sister. Well, just go home for now. The man was displeased. What do you mean? Didn't you say I could come to meet her today? I even took the day off for this. TSK. Sister Yang was also getting impatient. My sister isn't interested. What's the point of meeting? Deputy Director Chiao understood and became a bit angry. If she's not interested, why did you ask me to come? Are you playing with me? He had just forgotten to mention it. But Sister Yang always blamed others and never admitted her own mistakes. When someone with the last name Chiao shouted at her, she immediately switched to fight mode. Hey, what makes you so special? You're just the deputy director of a power station, almost 50 years old, bald, and your wife has passed away. You have 3 kids, and even a widow would struggle to be interested in you. My sister-in-law is a beautiful young woman. Why would she want you? Deputy Director Chiao's eyes narrowed in anger. You. The Yang family is going too far. I came here with good intentions, and you insult me like this. Sister Yang impatiently urged him to leave. Hurry up and go. This matter is over. Deputy Director Chiao tightened his grip on the apple, unwilling to leave after being humiliated. I'm not leaving. The Yang family must apologize to me. When Deputy Director Chiao arrived, he had already attracted a lot of attention, and more people gathered outside the Yang family's door. Sister Yang wanted to scold him, but Mother Yang pulled her back. Mother Yang gave her a warning look and stepped forward to explain, I'm really sorry. My daughter-in-law made a mistake. I apologize on her behalf. Please leave. The whispers from the crowd made Deputy Director Chiao blush. He felt that Mother Yang's apology couldn't restore his lost dignity. You all. Deputy Director Chiao pointed shakily. What makes you so great? You're just an old maid, being picky about me. I earn over 60 a month. I could find a young woman in the countryside, not just a beautiful girl, but even an 18-year-old. And you, Yang Tianjiao, I can't wait to see what kind of person you end up with. Some onlookers agreed with Deputy Director Chiao, advising, yeah, Mrs. Yang, your daughter is indeed a bit picky. She has good conditions, but she can't afford to wait too long. My daughter, who is the same age, already has 2 kids. Mother Yang, who usually got along well with the neighbors, couldn't hold back her displeasure. My daughter is different. She creates value for the country and society. Even if she never marries, she can stand confidently in this world. The man continued, I'm just trying to help you and you don't appreciate it? All right, we're all waiting to see what kind of person your daughter can find. Excuse me, is this Yang Tianjiao's home? Everyone turned to look, and they saw a well-dressed young man in a neat military uniform standing there, standing tall like a pine tree. Yang Tianjiao hurried over and said, I'm sorry, I got held up by something. Were you waiting long? Sister Yang's eyes scanned Li Hansong like a radar, and she pulled Yang Tianjiao aside, asking, Who is this? Yang Tianjiao shrugged off Sister Yang, saying, It's none of your business. She was already upset from being scolded by a stranger today, all because of this sister. Li Hansong approached Yang's mother and politely greeted her. I have a comrade relationship with Yang Tianjiao as we learn and grow together. I apologize for visiting without prior notice. Li Hansong hadn't planned to come, but since Yang Tianjiao hadn't visited in a while, he decided to check in. He couldn't help but speak up after hearing an older man say something rude. Sometimes, he felt unworthy of Yang Tianjiao. How could someone so arrogant look down on others? It was simply intolerable. Li Hansong smiled at Deputy Director Chiao and said, To be honest, I am pursuing Yang Tianjiao. I can't claim to have great qualities, but at least I have a full head of hair. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Li Hansong was not just winning with his hair, he was good-looking too. Anyone could see the difference when he stood next to Chiao. Plus, his military rank was something a deputy director of a power supply station couldn't compare to. Yang's daughter had indeed found someone good after all her searching, and Hua sighed when she heard that Yang Tianjiao and Li Hansong had confirmed their relationship, saying, "At least you two didn't wait until the new year." Yang Tianjiao replied, "He said he would take me back to his hometown for the new year." And Hua said, "I'm just waiting to enjoy the sweets from your celebration." Yang Tianjiao smiled shyly and nudged Hua. "We all agreed to thank you for being the matchmaker." And Hua joked, "Does that mean I should get a big red envelope?" Yang Tianjiao nodded seriously. "That's a must, and you can't forget shoes, socks, and clothes. Oh, and a big pork knuckle." And Hua laughed heartily. "Being a matchmaker has turned out to be quite a bargain for me." While the two were joking in the corridor outside the office, Sister Ma brought Hua a letter, saying, "I saw your letter in the mailroom and brought it for you." "Thank you, Sister Ma," and Hua replied, glancing at the envelope. It was from Zhou Jinhua of the General Political Department, and she thought to herself that the competition must have ended by now. However, she didn't open the letter just yet. Sister Ma didn't leave and said to Hua, "I have some news about the house. My second sister, the one you met who works at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, her mother-in-law passed away last year. This year, her father-in-law wants to return to his hometown, so the house will be empty. I asked, and they said you could rent it." And Hua asked, "What kind of house is it?" Sister Ma replied, "It's the kind of old house you often see in the county, single story, with its own yard. If you're interested, I can take you to see it after work today." And Hua was naturally happy about that. After work, Sister Ma brought along Sister Ma Er. Sister Ma Er greeted Hua with a smile. "I heard your husband got a promotion. Congratulations." And Hua wasn't surprised that Sister Ma Er was interested in military matters since the army was stationed nearby. It's normal for county leaders to pay attention to changes in leadership. "I'm bothering you again, Sister Ma Er." Sister Ma Er was even more enthusiastic than when she first met Hua. "What's the trouble?" "My father-in-law has already gone back to the countryside, so the house is empty anyway. Renting it out will bring some life to the place." Sister Ma asked, "Your father-in-law has already left?" Sister Ma Er nodded. "Yes, once he decided to return to the countryside, he was eager to go. He left some luggage behind for us to pack up and send later." Sister Ma Er's house was located in an old residential area on the east side of the county, with many houses close together. The streets were a bit messy due to the number of people and things, but the stone-paved roads were kept very clean. Even though it looks a bit chaotic, it's quite comfortable to live here. There's a state-run breakfast shop, a grocery store, and a grain and oil shop, all just a few steps away. Over there, under that big locust tree, they set up a stage where people often perform for fun, and it's free. And Hua nodded, knowing that Chiu Shushin would definitely like a place with such a lively atmosphere. As they entered the alley, the noise from the street faded away, creating a peaceful feeling inside. Sister Ma Er's house had 3 rooms, a small kitchen, a yard with a well, and even a persimmon tree, all kept very tidy. This house was bought by my father-in-law before the liberation. At that time, he worked as an accountant in the city and saved some money to buy this place. Although it's said to have been built in the mid-Qing dynasty, it's still quite sturdy, so you can feel safe living here. And Hua looked at the old-fashioned carvings on the windows and nodded in satisfaction, knowing that Bo Huai would surely like it. Almost immediately, Hua made a decision. "That's great. If you have no issues, I would like to rent the house." Sister Ma quickly shook her head. "I have no problems. When my sister told me, I asked my family, and they had no objections. As for the rent, Sister Ma didn't ask for much, just 5 yuan a month, and Hua rented it for a year. However, Bo Huai and Chiu Shushen hadn't come over for a while, and it was unclear if Nze was still settling in. And Hua wrote a letter to follow up. The temperature gradually rose. By June, Xiao Zheng and the others were set to change their uniforms. Changing uniforms wasn't just about putting on new clothes, it also meant the end of the rank system. The new uniform style was similar to the 55-style regular uniform, but the differences were removed. Now, whether officers or soldiers, men or women, everyone wore similar outfits, distinguishable only by the pockets. Officers had 4 pockets. The skirts for female soldiers were also eliminated, leading to fewer women in society wearing skirts until it became rare. Xiao Zheng also told Anhua that there would be several days each month when he couldn't stay at home. Anhua was surprised and asked, "Why? Where will you stay?" "I'll be at the grassroots units, living and eating with the soldiers." The message from above is that we leaders must not forget our roots. We come from the people and must return to them. Xiao Zheng supported this policy. He often stayed with the soldiers before. However, since his wife arrived, he had only wanted to be with her every day. Xiao Zheng felt it was necessary to reflect on himself and make changes. He couldn't just indulge in comfort all the time. He was a leader in the military and couldn't let distractions weaken his resolve. So, Xiao Zheng decided that taking a break from his wife for a while would be a good thing. But before he left, he needed to properly take care of her. No, he should take care of her twice. Forget it. He should take care of her several times. In July, Bo Huai and Qiu Shushan finally arrived. At first, Anhua naturally arranged for them to stay at her home. The two elders looked around and nodded in approval. Not bad. It looks like a good place to live. And Bo Huai was very interested in the vegetables growing in the yard, walking around the garden several times with his hands behind his back, sighing, returning to simplicity, enjoying the countryside. Very nice. If we could plant a few green peonies in the corner, it would be even more picturesque. Xiao Zheng accompanied his father-in-law and said, "There are no green peonies, but I saw some yellow peonies in the flower bed in front of the office building. Should I pick some for you?" And Bo Hai shook his head. And Hua explained to Xiao Zheng, "Green peonies are not peonies. They are a type of chrysanthemum." Xiao Zheng, "That why use the name of a peony for a chrysanthemum?" Qiu Shushan said, "Your vegetable patches are great. You can eat whatever you pick fresh. Unfortunately, we can't grow vegetables in our apartment." And Hua playfully hugged Qiu Shushan's arm and said, "Then you should stay here for a while." Qiu Shushan laughed. "I can only stay for 10 days or half a month at most. I can't stay too long at my son-in-law's place." Xiao Zheng quickly replied, "It's fine. You are always welcome. Whenever you want to plant peonies or chrysanthemums, feel free." And Bo Hai and Qiu Shushan were pleased to hear this. "Grandma, I want to sleep with Brother Dongdong tonight," and Tian ran over. "Brother Dongdong's bunk bed is so fun. He said I could sleep on top." Qiu Shushan smiled and said, "Okay, you kids can decide." And Tian happily ran off. And Hua asked, "Has Wu Xiaolin gotten married? She hasn't come looking for my brother, has she?" Qiu Shushan shook her head. "Your brother just returned last month. She got married a long time ago. I heard her husband is a department head at a state-owned factory, and it's his second marriage. Since it was a second marriage, she would likely focus on her new family and not pay much attention to her ex-husband." And Hua felt relieved and arranged for her parents to stay. Although Bo Hai and Qiu Shushan didn't plan to stay long, and Hua decided that since they were already there, they shouldn't go back. When her parents arrived, Zhou Meihua also brought a plate of her homemade sweet and sour pork. "This is a specialty dish from our hometown. I thought you two might not have tried it, so I made some to show my appreciation. It's not a fancy dish, just something to taste." Qiu Shushan seemed surprised by such neighborly generosity and looked at Anhua. And Hua accepted it as if it were normal, and after a while, when the meatballs were fried, she asked Dongdong to take some over to the neighbors. Wang Heping went out to take out the trash and saw Dongdong carrying fried meatballs to the Shijia family, looking a bit down as he returned home. Seeing Liao Sanmei busy in the kitchen, he scolded, "I told you to get to know Comrade Anhua better and strengthen our family's ties. Did you even do that?" Liao Sanmei paused, feeling guilty, and turned away. Wang Heping could tell what was going on and sighed in frustration. The appointment of the new political commissar has been announced. The new commissar is sent by the military region and will likely arrive soon. His dream of promotion has been shattered. The new commissar indeed arrived quickly, moving into the house that used to belong to Yu Baoshan. When Anhua returned from work, the first thing she saw was a large group of children chattering at the entrance. She counted 7 of them. The oldest looked about 15 or 16, and the youngest was even smaller than Dongdong. The lady of the house was a gentle and refined woman, dressed neatly, without a single wrinkle. All 7 children were also clean and tidy. And Hua approached and greeted them. The woman seemed a bit shy and replied, "Hello, I'm Zhou Qianling," but didn't dare to look Hua in the eye. And Hua didn't say much more, introduced herself briefly, and then went back. Zhou Qianling's husband, Shinjun, was in his 40s, wearing black-rimmed glasses and looking very friendly. He was more outgoing than Zhou Qianling and talked more. Just the second day after moving in, he was already playing chess with Bo Huai next door. They were chatting and laughing together. Xiaozheng felt a bit jealous, wondering who is really his son-in-law. And Hua found it amusing. "Don't you only like playing military chess? You're not interested in Go?" Xiaozheng thought about it and agreed. He would get dizzy just looking at a Go board. Plus, he had to thank Shinjun for drawing his father-in-law's attention away, as his father-in-law had been focused on him lately, making him practice writing and reading every day, just like with Dong Dong. While Shinjun played chess with Bo Huai, and Hua made 2 cups of tea and brought them over. Shinjun looked at Hua and suddenly asked, "May I ask, is Comrade Hua composer?" And Hua's works are signed with her real name, so she wasn't surprised by his question and admitted, "Yes." Shinjun clapped his hands. "I've heard about you. The song everyone is singing lately, 'The Red Star Shines on My Heart,' is written by you, right?" "The Red Star Shines on My Heart" is the song Hua wrote for Zhou Jinhua, who had recently written to say that it won an award at a military performance. Its popularity was only natural, and Hua had even heard Ma Dajia from the factory humming it. However, as the song gained fame, the focus was on the performer, Zhou Jinhua, and not many people paid attention to who composed the music and lyrics. But since Shinjun asked, and Hua graciously confirmed, "Yes, I composed and wrote the lyrics for that song." Amber looked at her daughter with some surprise and asked, "Are many people singing this song? I haven't heard you mention it before." Anhua smiled and replied, "Dad, if no one asks, I can't just bring it up myself. Please allow me to be a bit modest." Shinjun laughed heartily and said to Amber, "Your daughter is truly humorous and charming. Actually, I heard this name from my wife's cousin, Zhou Jinhua, who is the singer. Anhua should know him." Anhua was surprised and said, "Zhou Jinhua is Zhou's cousin. This world is so small, it feels like everyone is connected." After Anhua confirmed with Shinjun that she was the author of The Red Star Shines on My Heart, the news quickly spread throughout the neighborhood and even to her workplace. Everyone who saw Anhua looked at her with admiration, allowing her to experience what it feels like to be a star. The factory director even came personally to ask Anhua to write a factory song. "Don't worry, the factory will not only give you a bonus, but you'll also receive recognition this year." Anhua naturally had no reason to refuse. However, before she could start, an unfortunate message arrived from Xiaozheng's hometown. The telegram simply stated 3 words, "Father critically ill." Xiaozheng's mother had passed away long ago, and his sister had married far away, but he still had a father and 2 brothers, along with a sister in his hometown. Upon receiving the telegram, Xiaozheng's expression turned serious, and he immediately decided to return home. His hometown was in the southern mountainous region of the province, not too far away, but it would still take a day or 2 to travel. Xiaozheng hadn't been back in 2 years, and Anhua had never visited his hometown. Xiaozheng looked at Anhua several times, hesitating to speak. Anhua understood what he wanted to say and offered, "I'll go back with you." Xiaozheng was concerned about the poor conditions in his hometown and worried that Anhua might not want to go with him. However, since his roots were there, he really wanted to take his wife back, especially since his father was critically ill. To put it bluntly, if the elderly man didn't make it, he would want to see his daughter-in-law and grandchild one last time. Xiaozheng took Anhua's hand and said sincerely, "Thank you." Anhua squeezed his hand back and replied, "We are husband and wife." When Amber and Qiu Shushan learned about this, they fully supported Anhua going along and helped prepare many things for the trip. The Xiao family's hometown does not have direct train service. They first took an 8-hour train to a nearby city, stayed there for a night, then took a 5-hour bus to the county town and finally traveled by tractor to the commune and then by donkey cart to the production team. Even though Xiao Zheng carried many bags, and Hua only had to look after their son, she was already exhausted. Once they were on the bumpy donkey cart, the motion made her dizzy, and the smell of donkey manure made her unable to hold back, and she ended up throwing up. Xiao Zheng quickly patted her back, took out a water bottle to give her a drink, and finally put a mint candy in her mouth. "Are you feeling better?" And Hua weakly leaned against him and nodded. She then looked at their son. "Are you okay? Are you feeling dizzy?" Dong Dong was not dizzy, but he was tired and leaned against his mother. "Mom, I want to go home." And Hua comforted him. "We'll go home in a few days." Xiao Zheng said with concern, "This is the only time we will make you go through this hardship." And Hua thought to herself that she did not plan to come back again, and she was surprised that even without leaving the province, the journey was so difficult. At that moment, she missed the developed transportation network of the future. After nearly an hour on the bumpy donkey cart, they finally arrived at the production team. The three of them, carrying many bags, quickly attracted attention. Soon, someone recognized Xiao Zheng and ran off to inform the Xiao family. "Old Master Xiao, your son, who is an important official, has returned." The entire production team seemed to be in an uproar, and more people gathered around the family, making it hard for them to move. Xiao Zheng, experienced in such situations, tossed out the candies he had prepared to the crowd. Both adults and children rushed to grab the sweets, clearing a path for them. This production team was formerly called Li Wang Village, which indicated that most residents had the surnames Li and Wang, while the Xiao family was an outsider. However, the most successful person to come from Li Wang Village was actually the outsider with the surname Xiao. Since Xiao Zheng returned in glory, the Xiao family status in the production team rose sharply. For any major or minor matters, the team leader had to consult Xiao Zheng's father, Xiao Monsong. Of course, very few people called him Xiao Monsong anymore. Most referred to him as Old Master Xiao. Before they reached the Xiao family home, the team leader, Wang Jinshui, jogged over, extending his hand from a distance. Director Xiao, you are finally back. Ever since you left last time, we have all been hoping for your return." "Oh, is this your sister-in-law and my nephew? Look at this impressive place. No wonder it's where the city folks live." Xiao Zheng shook hands with Wang Jinshui, but kept walking. "Brother Jinshui, we've grown up together, so let's skip the formalities. How is my dad? What exactly is wrong with him?" Wang Jinshui sighed. "It's not an illness. He broke his leg while chopping wood 6 months ago. He went to a big hospital in the neighboring city, and the doctors said he damaged his nerves and can't walk properly anymore. He will need crutches." Xiao Zheng paused. "Why didn't you tell me at the time?" Wang Jinshui replied helplessly. "It was Uncle Xiao who didn't want to worry you. He said your work is important and didn't want to burden you with family matters." Xiao Zheng fell silent and continued walking. Xiao Monsong had already moved out with his 2 older sons, but his unmarried daughter was still living with him. When he heard his younger son was back, he immediately came out with his crutches to greet him. His daughter, Xiao Fongfong, followed and tried to help him, but he pushed her hand away. "I can walk by myself. You go ahead and greet your second brother." Xiao Fongfong nodded and hurried a few steps before bumping into Xiao Zheng and the others. She smiled brightly, gesturing with her hands and making cute sounds. And Ji noticed Xiao Fongfong right away. She couldn't speak. Wang Jinshui quickly explained to Anji in a low voice. Fongfong got very sick when she was little and lost her voice. Anji nodded and made eye contact with Xiao Fongfong. She smiled warmly, and Xiao Fongfong shyly hid behind Xiao Monsong but couldn't help peeking out to look at Anji with curiosity. Xiao Monsong was initially focused on Xiao Zheng, but when he saw Anji and Dong Dong, he became excited. "Is this my daughter-in-law? Is this my grandson?" Xiao Zheng nodded and made introductions. Anji stepped forward and said, "Dad, I'm sorry for coming back to see you only now." She encouraged Dong Dong to greet him. Dong Dong cheerfully called out, "Grandpa." Xiao Monsong was so happy that he responded several times and wanted to hug his grandson. Xiao Zheng stopped him. "Dad, please don't hug him yet. Let's go inside first." Reluctantly, Xiao Monsong lowered his hands. After Wang Jinshui helped carry the bags inside, he politely excused himself. Before leaving, he said, "You two should catch up today. Tomorrow, I'll have my wife prepare a feast, so we can celebrate together." Xiao Zheng agreed, and Wang Jinshui left satisfied. "Dad, why didn't you tell me 6 months ago that you broke your leg?" Xiao Montong was busy playing with his grandson and casually replied, "You're not a doctor, so why tell you?" Xiao Zheng said, "I can take you to the big hospital. Maybe your leg will get better." Xiao Montong shook his head. "A broken leg is broken. There's no magic way to fix it." Xiao Zheng paused for a moment and asked, "Then why did you call me back?" Xiao Montong put down his grandson for a moment, looking a bit hesitant. "I know you're a good kid. You send me money every month, and that's very filial of you. But Taizhu." Xiao Zheng quickly tried to stop his father from using his real name, but it was too late. The name Taizhu echoed in the quiet air. Xiao Zheng's real name is Xiao Taizhu. People can feel awkward and unsure at times. Xiao Zheng stood up in a hurry, stamping his feet and scratching his head. Oh dear. In his rush, he slipped back into his local dialect. And Hua tried not to laugh, but couldn't help it. She smiled sincerely at Xiao Zheng, showing she wasn't mocking him, just finding it amusing. Unfortunately, Xiao Zheng didn't understand and felt frustrated. He embarrassed himself in front of his wife. After finally cleaning the mud off his legs, returning home made him feel exposed. Xiao Montong had no idea why his son was suddenly so flustered, looking around in confusion. "Taizhu." Cough, cough. Xiao Zheng quickly interrupted, "Dad, just say what you need to say." Xiao Montong glanced at Xiao Fangfang, about to speak, when a crowd of people rushed in from outside, both men and women, young and old. One tall, thin woman dramatically slapped her thigh. "Oh my goodness, you're back. Why didn't you say anything? We thought you wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. If we had known, your older brother would have gone to the county to pick you up." Another round-faced woman chimed in, "Exactly. Your second brother just bought a big golden deer. If we had known, we would have had your older brother ride it to pick you up." She shot a glance at the tall woman, implying that the golden deer was much more impressive than an old cart. As the two women were about to start comparing, two men stepped forward. One was tall and strong, while the other was short and round, both resembling Xiao Zheng to some extent. The shorter man smiled at Anhua and Dong Dong, saying, "You must be the sister-in-law. I'm Taizhu's second brother, Xiao Taichue." He pointed to the tall man. "This is our older brother, Xiao Tainyo. We three brothers have always been very close." And Hua glanced at Xiao Zheng and noticed that after Xiao Dege and Xiao Ergo arrived, he maintained a calm expression, which didn't seem very friendly. And Hua smiled and nodded at everyone, then taught Dong Dong to call a few people over, and didn't say much more. Despite this, Xiao Taichue praised her for being polite, saying she was truly a well-mannered young lady. It was clear that Xiao Taichue knew how to handle situations well. Xiao De Saw and Xiao Er Saw gathered around Anhua, their eyes curious and chattering away. "I heard the third sister-in-law is a university student? Wow, our Xiao family must be lucky to have married a city girl who is a university graduate. Isn't that obvious? If our third brother didn't have a good position, how could he marry a university student?" "I meant the same thing. Why do you have to argue with me? Who wants to argue with you? Do you think you're so important just because I call you sister-in-law? Hey you." And Hua rubbed her sore ears and was about to step away when she felt a gentle tug on her clothing. Xiao Fangfang looked at her shyly and made a simple gesture, indicating for her to sit next to Xiao Zheng. And Hua smiled and nodded, carrying Dong Dong over. On the way, a child shouted, "Third aunt, give me candy," and tried to run towards Anhua, but was stopped by Xiao Fangfang. The mischievous kids weren't afraid of Xiao Fangfang, making faces and calling her mute aunt. Xiao Fangfang seemed used to it. Her expression showed no sadness. Instead, she maintained a serious face, put one hand on her hip, and picked up a broom, pretending to chase the kids away, which made them scatter. And Hua watched and quietly nodded. Although Xiao Fangfang had a physical challenge, Her mental state was good, and she hadn't developed a timid personality because of it. Noticing and while looking at her, Xiao Fangfang blushed, dropped the broom, made a gesture to Xiao Mansong, and went to the kitchen to cook. The arrival of Xiao Tainyo and Xiao Taichue made it difficult for Xiao Mansong to share his own news, so he gave his two older sons a stern look. "You've seen your brother. You can go home now. I didn't prepare meals for you." Xiao Taichue quickly replied, "Dad, you don't need to prepare anything. We brought our own." He then called out to Xiao Ersaw, "We're eating here today, so please bring our supplies back and also bring that big pork knuckle to stew." Xiao Ersaw was reluctant. The pork knuckle is too greasy. Dad's stomach might not handle it well. Xiao Mansong knew he couldn't chase away his two older sons, so he said irritably, "Go get it. I love eating what I'm used to." Xiao Tiechue urged him with a look. "Hurry up." Only then did Xiao Ersao slowly go back. Xiao Tinyu wasn't as good at handling things as Xiao Tiechue. He just sat there quietly, without saying anything. Xiao Mansong glared at him. "What about your family's food? Hurry up and bring it over. Do you want to eat for free? Also, bring a chicken." Xiao Tinyu mumbled, "Dad, the chicken lays eggs. You can't just kill it." Xiao Tiechue replied, "Just go. It's not every day that our third brother is back. As the older brother, you should show some hospitality. Don't be so stingy." Before Xiao Tinyu could respond, Xiao Deseo thought of something she needed from the third brother, so she quickly went back to get busy. When it was time to eat, and was shocked to find that women and children were not sitting at the table. They didn't have a separate table. Instead, some dishes were placed in the kitchen, and the women and children ate while squatting or sitting on small stools. She had only heard about this online, and even in the environment where the original owner lived, there was no such practice of women not eating at the table. But soon, Xiao Zheng pulled the stunned Manhwa to sit at the table, along with Dong Dong, who sat beside him. Before Xiao Mansong could say anything, Xiao Tinyu frowned first. "Third brother, it's a tradition that women don't eat at the table. You can't break the rules just because your sister-in-law is from the city." Xiao Tiechue quickly said, "What rules? We're in a new society, who still follows old customs. Sister-in-law, just sit comfortably. Don't be shy." Though he said that, Xiao Tiechue didn't call his wife over to sit at the table. However, and who didn't want to meddle, she wouldn't be here for long anyway. While she disapproved of this practice, she felt it wasn't necessary to intervene. She smiled warmly, "Second brother, you're worrying too much. I'm not shy at all." Xiao Tiechue chuckled awkwardly. He could tell his sister-in-law was strong-willed, and it would be tough for the third brother to handle her. Xiao Mansong thought his third daughter-in-law was different from the other two since she was from the city, so he said, "The third daughter-in-law is educated. She should be at the table. All right, stop talking and let's eat." Xiao Tinyu quickly reached for the meat, but then he noticed Xiao Deseo winking at him from a distance. He was confused for a moment before suddenly remembering. He didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Third brother, I need your help. My nephew is old enough and wants to join the army. Can you put in a good word for him? In the countryside, there are very few spots for joining the army, usually just one for each production team. Normally, it wouldn't be a big deal to help a nephew get a spot, even if Xiao Zheng and his brothers weren't very close. But this was not a normal situation. Xiao Zheng's face darkened when he heard this. "Brother, you mean Qingfeng, right? He has one leg shorter than the other. Do you really want him to join the army?" Xiao Tinyu was unhappy and downed a cup of wine. "You are a high-ranking officer in the army. Can't you handle this?" Xiao Zheng replied angrily, "I can't." Sister-in-law Xiao came over with a smile and said, "Third brother, you know Qingfeng's situation. He was born with a disability and struggles to work. I thought if he could join his uncle's unit, it would be a way for him to find a job. With his uncle there, he wouldn't have to worry about being bullied." Xiao Zheng said firmly, "You can't say that. The army belongs to the country, not to me. Joining the army means going to war. Can someone with a disability fight? This is ridiculous. Brother, sister-in-law, I absolutely cannot do this. It doesn't have to be about fighting." Xiao Tinyu said, "I heard there are cooks in the army. Why not let your nephew be a cook?" As long as he gets a meal from the army, that's enough. Cooks support the troops and are right behind the combat units. Xiao Zheng waved his hand. This matter ends here. Don't bring it up again. Xiao Tinia's face fell. He thought they were close brothers, but now that Xiao Zheng was an official, he seemed to have forgotten that. However, knowing Xiao Zheng's position, Xiao Tinia didn't dare to argue back. Sister-in-law Xiao also turned away, with a frown, and left. This made the atmosphere at the dinner table awkward. Xiao Tiechue laughed and said, "Let's eat." Third brother finally came back, and he brought his sister-in-law. Let's talk about something happy. So, Xiao Tiechue began sharing funny stories from the production team and reminiscing about their childhood. Unlike Xiao Tiniu, Xiao Tiechue was clearly more diplomatic, and Xiao Monsong nodded in approval, satisfied with his second son for lightening the mood. Xiao Tiechue glanced at Xiao Tiniu, a look of disdain in his eyes. What a fool, acting all high and mighty, while asking for help. Does he think he's the king? Even Dad didn't treat the third one like a favorite. And look at the things he's asking for, putting a disabled person in the army? Only he could think of that. According to Xiao Tiechue, since Qingfeng is like that, it would be better to save some money for him to get married. The real priority is to help the other normal kids. But Xiao Tiechue wouldn't give Xiao Tiniu any advice. Whether Xiao Tiniu listens or not is another matter. Even if he did listen and improved his life, he wouldn't be grateful to him at all. He just needs to take care of his own business. After Xiao Zheng refused Xiao Tiniu's request, Xiao Tiniu didn't say a word, as if he was waiting for Xiao Zheng to come to him to make peace. Unfortunately, Xiao Zheng ignored him completely, and after finishing his meal, Xiao Tiniu left angrily, taking all the leftover chicken with him. Sister-in-law Xiao said to Anhua, "The eldest couple is just like this, very petty." She tried to take Anhua's arm to show closeness, but Anhua subtly moved away. She could see that there wasn't much friendship between Xiao Zheng and this so-called second brother. Surprisingly, Xiao Tiechue didn't ask Xiao Zheng for anything. Seeing that it was getting late, he took his family and left. Xiao Zheng sat there in a daze after drinking a few cups of alcohol. Xiao Monsong watched him from the side, his eyes filled with guilt. Anhua approached and patted his shoulder. "Have you had too much to drink?" Xiao Zheng shook his head, no. He has a good tolerance for alcohol. A few cups wouldn't make him drunk. He must have something on his mind. Anhua didn't rush to ask him. Xiao Monsong and Xiao Fengfeng's house wasn't very nice, just 3 mud brick rooms, but they were kept very clean. Xiao Fengfeng even cleaned one room again, changing to fresh sheets and pillows. Xiao Fengfeng wrote a note on a piece of paper for Anhua to see. "Clean, no fleas." Anhua asked her, "You can write? Have you been to school?" Xiao Fengfeng wrote back, "Dad sent me to 2 years of elementary school. I can't speak, so I can't be a blind person anymore." Anhua gave Xiao Fengfeng a thumbs up. "Your handwriting is very neat, better than your third brother's." Xiao Fengfeng smiled and wrote, "I practice every day." Anhua praised, "That's very diligent, better than your third brother." Xiao Fengfeng couldn't hold back any longer, smiling widely and making a gesture before going out. After a while, Xiao Fengfeng prepared hot water and called them to wash their feet. Once they finished and lay on the bed, Anhua breathed a sigh of relief, smelling the sun-dried blankets. Dongdong was already so tired that he fell asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Xiao Zheng stared at the old wooden beam, lost in thought. Anhua snuggled up to him, and he naturally wrapped his arms around her. "What are you thinking about?" After a moment of silence, Xiao Zheng replied, "I was thinking about what my life would be like if I hadn't joined the army." Anhua said, "You'd probably have a bunch of kids with a girl named Suehua and live a simple life, working from sunrise to sunset." Xiao Zheng asked, "Who is Suehua?" Anhua replied, "Just think of her as a literary figure. It doesn't matter who she is. She could be your childhood friend or a girl from the neighboring village introduced by a matchmaker." Xiao Zheng said, "I don't have a childhood friend." Anhua responded, "That's not important." Suddenly, Xiao Zheng flipped over, hovering above Anhua with a passionate gaze. "I didn't realize it before, but now I'm really grateful I chose this path. Otherwise, I might never meet you in this life or the next. And Huan nodded in agreement. That's true. So, Xiaozhen kissed her lightly on the lips. I have to thank fate for bringing us together. And Hua was curious and asked, there must be a story behind why you joined the army. Normally, if a family is too poor, it would be the older children who go to the battlefield to earn a living, right? You were only 15 at the time. Xiaozhen fell silent and lay back down. Seeing he didn't want to talk, and Hua decided not to press further, but he suddenly spoke up. Yes, my father originally wanted my older brother or second brother to go, but in the end, it fell to me. The Xiao family was very poor back then. Although Xiao Montsong's name meant full warehouse, they faced hunger every year. They lived in an old area where land had been divided early, and most families could manage. However, Zhao's mother was weak and relied on medicine, while the three boys were at an age when they ate the most. Xiao Montsong borrowed from neighbors but could no longer support so many children. With no other choice, he had to send the kids out to find their own way. At first, he wanted Xiao Tiniu to join the army since he was the oldest, but Xiao Tiniu refused. Joining the army wasn't a fun adventure. It meant going to war, risking his life. Even if he returned, he could come back injured. Xiao Tiniu was adamant, so Xiao Montsong turned to his second son. The second brother was also unwilling, but he was a bit sly. He didn't say it directly, and the next day he fell ill and couldn't get up. Xiao Tiniu couldn't stand it anymore and bluntly told his father that he was biased. Although the two of them were a few years older than the third brother, they weren't that much older, and none of them were married yet. Xiao Montsong compromised and decided to let fate decide. He used the last bit of cornmeal at home to make 3 steamed buns, putting a yellow bean in one of them. The 3 of them would choose, and whoever picked the bun with the yellow bean would have to join the army. Anhua asked, so, did you end up picking the one with the yellow bean? Xiaozhen didn't answer directly, but said, the other 2 let me open the bun first to look for the yellow bean. If I found it, then it meant their buns didn't have any, and I should go to the army. But they didn't expect that Dad gave me the other 2 buns as well, so I could have a good meal before leaving. I found yellow beans in both of those buns. Anhua paused and said, if all 3 buns had yellow beans, then whoever reveals the answer first becomes the loser. The other 2 yellow beans were put in by your older brothers, right? They teamed up to trick you. Xiaozhen nodded. However, after realizing the truth, he didn't say anything. The family was already so poor, and the brothers weren't united, always scheming against each other. He felt there was no need to stay. It would be better to venture out, even if it meant dying outside, rather than wasting away at home. Anhua asked, do you hate your brothers? Xiaozhen replied without hesitation, it's not really about hate, but I think that when our father is gone one day, I will slowly lose contact with them. Xiaozhen rarely talked so much, rambling on until Anhua's eyelids could no longer hold up and she fell asleep. He held his wife tightly in that shabby little room where he had slept as a child and gradually drifted off to sleep as well. Anhua was awakened by the noise of the crowd. Xiaozhen was no longer beside her. Dongdong had messy hair, one eye open and one closed, yawning, Mom, I'm still sleepy. He was exhausted from the journey these past few days. Anhua said, then you can sleep a bit more. Dongdong shook his head, I can't sleep. It's too noisy. Anhua checked the time. It was 7 in the morning. The people outside were relatives coming to visit. The Xiao family was new to the area, with few relatives, but Xiao Montsong had always been well-liked. Now that Xiaozhen was doing well, everyone, regardless of how distant the relationship, wanted to come and take a look, enjoying the lively atmosphere. Anhua helped her son get dressed and get up. Xiao Fongfong brought them hot water and placed it on the washstand, and the towels were freshly taken out last night. And Hua twisted the towel and was about to wipe Dongdong's face when she noticed everyone in the yard staring at her intently. Men and women of all ages had bright eyes. Even someone as thick-skinned as Anhua felt uncomfortable continuing. She took the wash basin inside, washed up, and then came back out. Xiaozhen happened to come in from outside. You're up? When the people in the yard saw Xiaozhen return, they immediately surrounded him. Taizhu, is this your city wife? The city son she gave you? Wow, This is even prettier than the landlord's daughter from before. I heard she's a college student. Well educated? That's impressive. You really have done well, Taizhu. You have the skills to marry such a beautiful city wife. When Xiaozheng heard the name Taizhu, he was initially unhappy, but as everyone praised his wife, he couldn't help but smile, standing a bit taller. More and more people from the Xiao family came, and Xiaozheng's smile didn't fade. Finally, when things calmed down, Manhwa brought him a cup of water. You must be thirsty. Have some water, Taizhu. Xiaozheng almost choked on the water, mumbling. Why do you call me that too? And Hua held back a laugh. What's wrong with that? Who dislikes their own name? Xiaozheng replied, just don't call me that. Seeing no one around, and Hua playfully patted him on the back and walked away with a smile. As she rounded a pillar, she saw Xiao Fangfang standing there, wide-eyed. And Hua wasn't embarrassed and smiled at her. Xiao Fangfang watched her sister-in-law float by and felt like she was seeing something new. Her sister-in-law actually patted her brother's back in broad daylight. After being patted, her brother's face turned red as he fidgeted. Her sister-in-law was really impressive. Xiao Fangfang didn't have a deep relationship with Xiaozheng as she was still young when he left. Moreover, Xiaozheng carried an air of authority and Xiao Fangfang was somewhat afraid of him. But starting today, she wasn't afraid of Xiaozheng anymore. Instead, she admired Manhwa. Someone who could pat a tiger's back must be even more powerful than the tiger. In the afternoon, Xiaozheng took his wife and son around the production team to enjoy the countryside scenery. When they returned in the late afternoon, Xiao Montong was leaning on his cane at the door, watching for them. Upon seeing Xiaozheng come back, he seemed hesitant to speak. Yesterday, what he wanted to say was interrupted by the two brothers, Xiao Tiniu and Xiao Tiechue, and he hasn't found a chance to speak again. Actually, there's no need to say it. Xiaozheng probably guessed what it was about. Now, the only thing that keeps Xiao Montong worried is Xiao Fangfang. Sure enough, when Xiao Montong welcomed them into the house, his first words were, Taizhu, when you leave this time, please take Fangfang to the city. Xiao Fangfang is already 21 years old, and at her age in the countryside, she should have started looking for a match. However, because she cannot speak, finding a marriage partner is very difficult for her. There are those willing to marry her, like old bachelors in their 40s or 50s and some simple-minded individuals, but Xiao Montong does not want to push her into a tough situation. Xiao Fangfang is mute, but she wasn't born that way. She was a healthy baby. However, if she were to have children with someone simple-minded, they might end up with a child who has difficulties. Old bachelors are not suitable either. They are too old, and in a few years, not only would they stop earning, but Xiao Fangfang might also have to take care of them. Xiao Montong doesn't insist on finding a perfect partner for his daughter, but he at least wants her married life to be better than her single life. He has searched far and wide for matchmakers, but none have been able to secure a good future for Xiao Fangfang. Now that Xiao Montong is also limping, he feels even more helpless. To handle Xiao Fangfang's situation, he can only rely on Xiao Deseo and Xiao Erseo. But he knows their personalities. They are unlikely to genuinely consider what's best for Xiao Fangfang. It would be good enough if they don't sell her off. That's why Xiao Montong thought of Xiaozheng. Taizhu, I know this is a bit difficult for you, but I really can't think of another way. Your sister is hardworking and capable, and she is beautiful, but she is held back by her inability to speak. How can I bear to marry her off to someone like that? As he spoke, Xiao Montong looked at Xiaozheng with hope. You are an official and know many people. If you take Fangfang with you, she can help with household chores and take care of children. Then, you can slowly find a suitable match for her. It doesn't have to be someone perfect, just someone of a similar age who can live well with her. Taking Xiao Fangfang away, Xiaozheng thought this could work. He was about to agree when he paused to glance at Manhwa for her reaction. Xiao Montong noticed this and sighed. After all, his third son married a city girl, so he has to consider her feelings. Xiao Montong turned to Manhwa and earnestly said, Third daughter-in-law, Fangfang is really a good girl. She works hard and doesn't cause trouble.
Please help me with this.
Manhwa had a good impression of Xiao Fangfang and didn't mind living under the same roof with her. She didn't hesitate much and replied, "All right, let's take her with us. But if she leaves, who will take care of Dad?" Xiao Monsong quickly shook his head. "I can take care of myself. Besides, if I really can't move, I have 2 sons and 2 daughters-in-law.
They won't ignore me."
Xiao Monsong spoke confidently, not because his eldest and second sons were dutiful, but because he had money. Xiao Jing sent him 20 yuan every month, and he hardly had any expenses, so he saved most of it. Thinking of this, Xiao Monsong added, "By the way, don't send me so much money in the future. I can't spend it. I've saved what you sent before in a bank book. You can take it when you leave and use it to buy something for your sister when she gets married. The rest can be saved for my grandson." Xiao Jing frowned. "Dad, just spend the money I send you. Why save it? You don't need to worry about Fangfang. I'll take care of her." Xiao Monsong shook his head. He had no place to spend money. However, he didn't say more. Once they settled Fangfang's matter, Xiao Monsong felt a weight lift off his shoulders. He urged, "Hurry up and pack so you can go back, or your elder brother will come and bother you to help him with something." Xiao Monsong was right. Xiao Tiniu and his wife came again, this time bringing a girl around 15 or 16. "This is my eldest daughter, Chuer. Third, you should take her with you this time." Chuer had a shiny braid and shyly looked down, gently tapping her toes on the ground. She was one of the prettiest girls in the production team and had high hopes, believing that someone as beautiful as her should live in the city. After much pleading at home, her parents finally agreed to let her ask her uncle for help. Hearing that her uncle was a high-ranking officer in the army, she thought that going with him would surely offer a better future than staying at home. And who was not willing to take another girl like Chuer? Setting aside what kind of person Chuer was, she simply didn't want to establish a closer connection with Xiao Tiniu and his wife due to their way of doing things. Coincidentally, Xiao Jing shared her thoughts. Xiao Jing said, "Chuer can't join the army, so what do I need her for?" Xiao Deseo quickly said, "Let her wash clothes and cook at your house. She's very hardworking. When she gets a bit older, you can find her a military officer to marry. She's good-looking, so you won't have to worry about her marriage." Chuer tugged at Xiao Deseo's sleeve, saying she wouldn't cook or wash clothes. She wasn't going to her uncle's house to be a servant. Xiao Deseo gave her daughter a look to stop causing trouble and smiled. "Sandy, I heard Sandy May also has a job. It must be hard to have a hot meal at home, right? Let me tell you, Chuer cooks really well." Xiao Jing interrupted, "We eat at the cafeteria, so we don't need anyone to cook. Big sister-in-law, I'm busy with work and not a matchmaker. I probably can't help with Chuer's marriage." Xiao Tinia thought that since the third brother didn't help Qingfeng join the army, he would agree to let Chuer come to the city now. But unexpectedly, Xiao Jing didn't care about his big brother at all and rejected him twice. Xiao Tiniu was so angry that his body shook. "What are you so proud of, Xiao Taiju? Just because you became a leader? If I were the one joining the army and being a leader, I wouldn't treat my own brother so coldly." Xiao Deseo wanted to pull Xiao Tiniu back to avoid offending anyone. Xiao Tiniu shook off Xiao Deseo and pointed at Xiao Jing, shouting, "You won't find anyone as ungrateful as you in 10 miles. Who succeeds without thinking of helping their family. You just care about enjoying life in the city and won't even help your own nephew. I'm telling you, a person like you has a limited future." Xiao Monsong stood up with a cane and tapped it on Xiao Tiniu, causing him to reflexively want to hit back. Xiao Monsong glared at him. "What? You want to hit your own father?" Even though Xiao Tiniu was reckless, he didn't dare to hit his father, but his voice was louder than before.
"Dad.
You've always favored the third brother since we were kids. Do you care about me, your eldest son, at all?" Xiao Monsong shouted. "You ungrateful child. Do you even act like an eldest son? Like a big brother?" Xiao Tiniu protested. "What have I done wrong? Last time when you broke your leg, wasn't it me who carried you?" Xiao Monsong replied, "That was your duty. I raised you. So what if you carried me once? But how do you treat your brother? You always bullied him when you were young, and now that he's successful, you come to him for favors. acting like he owes you something. I've never seen anyone so shameless. Xiao Tiniu couldn't argue with his father, so he turned his head away, breathing heavily through his nose. Xiao Zheng stepped forward and stood in front of Xiao Tiniu, silently watching him. Xiao Tiniu awkwardly took 2 steps back. What's wrong? Do you want to hit me? At the same time, he was calculating that he was about the same height as the third brother but not as strong, so he probably couldn't win. Should he run? Before Xiao Tiniu could act on his thoughts, he heard Xiao Zheng's cold voice. It would have been great if you had joined the army back then. You became a leader, and your children benefited from it, so you wouldn't have to rely on others. What a pity. Why didn't you go? You had to push the chance to join the army onto me. Xiao Tinia's face turned pale. Back then, their father had given all the food to the third brother, and he and the second brother already knew that the third brother must have discovered the truth. But the third brother never said a word about it, and never brought it up again. He thought the third brother had forgotten about it. Why did he suddenly mention it again? Outside, Xiao Tiechue heard that the eldest brother's family had come to find the third brother, so he hurried over to see what was happening. However, before he could enter, he overheard the third brother's words and quickly pulled back his foot, sneaking away. Xiao Monsong had no idea what the eldest and second brothers had done. Hearing the third brother mention digging a pit, he immediately asked, "What do you mean? What pit?" Xiao Zheng looked at Xiao Tiniu, eldest brother. "Why don't you explain?" Xiao Tiniu's face turned from white to red as he grumbled, "Third brother, you don't need to be sarcastic. The second brother and I stuffed the 3 food items with soybeans and made you open them first so we wouldn't have to. The one who joined the army became you. So what? You should thank us. Without us, could you have what you have today? I'll kill you." Xiao Monsong shouted angrily and tried to lunge at Xiao Tiniu, but as soon as he moved, he fell to the ground. Xiao Fongfong was the first to rush to help Xiao Monsong. You. Xiao Monsong pointed his cane at Xiao Tiniu, closing his eyes and trembling, unable to speak. Seeing Xiao Monsong getting angry, Xiao Tiniu finally backed down and hurriedly grabbed his wife to leave. However, Chuer walked up to Xiao Zheng and asked, "Third uncle, when are you going back to the city? I need to pack my things so I can go with you." This girl really doesn't have any sense. Xiao Monsong was so angry that he slammed his cane on the ground. "A good girl like you is just like your father, foolish and troublesome." Stop. Your uncle won't take you to the city. Even if he wants to, I won't allow it." Chuer immediately shifted her dissatisfaction onto Xiao Monsong. "Sir, why won't you let my uncle take me to the city?" Her gaze fell on Xiao Monsong's supporter, Xiao Fongfong. "Oh, I get it. You want my uncle to take a mute to the city. Why are you so biased?" Xiao Monsong replied, "Mute? That's your aunt. You disrespectful child." In any case, Xiao Monsong refused to let Chuer go with Xiao Zheng, and the main family vented their frustration on him. In the end, Chuer could only stomp her foot, turn around and leave, declaring, "My father and I will never be filial to you again." Xiao Monsong watched the main family leave, feeling as if he had aged several years in an instant. He turned to Xiao Zheng, wanting to say something, but he opened his mouth and didn't know where to start. He always felt guilty towards the third son, sending such a young child to the battlefield, unsure if he would survive. In the years after the third son left, he often dreamed of a young man in military uniform standing in front of him, silent and still. He tried hard to see the young man's face, only to realize he had no head. Xiao Monsong's guilt towards Xiao Zheng stemmed from a father's inability to provide for his son. If it had been the eldest or the second son going to war, he would have felt the same guilt. But now, he understood the tricks the eldest and second sons played, and his guilt towards the third son grew even more, enough to make him feel ashamed. Ultimately, it was his failure as a father. Xiao Zheng seemed to sense Xiao Monsong's thoughts and simply said, "It's all in the past." Yes, for Xiao Zheng it was in the past, but for Xiao Monsong, it would likely never be over. Xiao Monsong waved his hand weakly and said, "Taiju, from now on, just take care of your own life. You don't need to worry about your older brothers. If one day I'm not around, You can choose to acknowledge them as brothers if you want, and if not, I won't blame you. After saying this, Xiao Monsong signaled for Xiao Fongfong to help him back inside. Xiao Zheng stood still, unsure of what to think. Anhua walked over and took his hand. Xiao Zheng came back to his senses and said, "Don't worry, I'm fine." Xiao Fongfong came out, gesturing to Xiao Zheng a few times before leaving. Anhua asked him, "What did Fongfong say?" Xiao Zheng replied, "She said my second brother came by earlier, saw that things weren't right, and left quietly." Anhua said, "It seems your second brother is more cunning." Xiao Zheng said, "Having a lot of tricks isn't scary. What's scary is having tricks but not knowing the situation." And Hua replied, "Since you returned, your second brother hasn't come to ask you for help." Xiao Zheng smiled. "He doesn't need to ask me for help. Just using my name, he can live well." And Hua asked, "What do you mean? Is your second brother using your name for profit?" Xiao Zheng explained, "Since I first came home, he became a formal employee at the grain station. Now, he is the director of the commune's grain station, and his eldest son is learning skills at the livestock station. Now, 2 people in the family have jobs. No wonder they can afford a big golden deer." And Hua looked at Xiao Zheng. "Don't you mind your second brother using your name for his work?" Xiao Zheng replied, "My second brother is cleverer than my eldest brother, but he knows how to recognize the situation and maximize his benefits. I don't care if he uses my name in our hometown because he hasn't caused me any trouble yet. Plus, I can't manage things with my father, so I need to rely on my 2 brothers. Since the eldest brother doesn't understand, I can only depend on the second brother." Xiao Mansong sent a fake telegram about a serious illness, just eager to entrust Xiao Fongfong to Xiao Zheng. Now that the problem is solved, Xiao Zheng and Anhua prepared to leave. But before they left, Xiao Zheng had one more thing to do. He took Anhua on a donkey cart to the neighboring team. On the way, Xiao Zheng held Anhua's hand and said, "Wife, thank you for always supporting me and helping my comrades." Although Xiao Zheng's salary was high, the fixed monthly expense of 30 yuan was still a significant amount. And Hua guessed, "Are you taking me to see the family of the comrade you support?" Xiao Zheng nodded. "I support 3 families in total, 2 in the city and 1 in the countryside. I'm taking you to see the one in the countryside." After getting off the donkey cart, they walked uphill for a while until they reached the neighboring team. Most of the houses there were made of mud, and the better ones were stone houses. The conditions were clearly worse than those in Xiao Zheng's production team. Xiao Zheng led Anhua through several turns until they arrived at a house with yellow mud walls and a thatched roof. "This is it. Why are there so many people?" Anhua asked, puzzled. The thatched house had no courtyard walls, just a broken fence. Through the broken fence, they could see several people standing inside. "Louis Wei, you sly fox. My son just left less than a year ago, and you're already flirting with a single man in the team. You can't stand being alone, so why not just remarry? I've already found someone for you. It's Li Laoqi from Li Wangzhuang. His family is well off, with 3 spacious and bright houses. Marrying him would be quite an upgrade for you." A frail woman scoffed. "Do you think I haven't heard of Li Laoqi? He has already lost 2 wives under mysterious circumstances. Are you hoping I would end up like them too? Stop talking nonsense. This is my family's house, and you, an outsider, will not take it."
"Get out,"
said a small, thin man. Louis Wei spat on the ground. "Your true intentions are showing. You and your mother just want to take the house my husband left me. Not a chance. My children all carry the Yang surname. They are the legacy of Yang Daong. Don't use the kids as a shield. Once you remarry, I will raise them. I and their grandmother. I won't treat them poorly. Not only will you treat them poorly, but you would also sell everything they have. Do you think I don't know your plans? My eldest daughter is 11. In a few years, you'll be marrying her off for a bride price, and you'll make a profit. As for my second son, he may be younger, but he is strong and hardworking. In a few years, he will be worth half a laborer. And my youngest daughter, are you trying to find someone to marry her off to? I'll tell you this. There's no way. As long as I'm here, you won't harm my children. The two girls hugged Lu Yue and started crying, while a 10-year-old boy charged at the old lady and the thin man like a little bull. Despite his small size, the thin man struggled to hold him back and nearly fell over, stepping back several times to regain his balance. However, there were others with the old lady who quickly restrained the boy. The boy, fierce, bit the nearest wrist. A loud scream echoed, and the bitten person instinctively tried to slap the boy, but a large hand stopped them just in time. Everyone fell silent and looked up at the newcomer. A tall, strong man stood like a tower, his expression serious and imposing, making people instinctively take a step back. What's going on here? No one knew Xiaozheng, but upon hearing his voice, they all trembled slightly and asked weakly, "Who are you? Why should I care about their family matters?" But she didn't have the courage to say the next part. Xiaozheng asked, "Where is Yang Daong?" Lu Yue suddenly burst into tears, took a few steps forward and trembled as she asked, "Are you Uncle Xiao, the one who sent them money?" Xiaozheng nodded. "That's me." Lu Yue wiped her tears and choked out, "Daong. He passed away last year." Earlier outside, Xiaozheng had already guessed something, but hearing it confirmed by Lu Yue made his heart sink. He had known Yang Daong since childhood. They served in the army together. Later, Yang Daong was injured in battle, and much of his face was burned, so he returned home, got married, and had children. Unfortunately, Yang Daong fell ill later, and life was never easy for him. Xiaozheng learned about his situation and sent him 10 yuan every month for medicine and to help the kids with school. But he never expected that Yang Daong had actually passed away last year. He didn't even know. Lu Yue wanted to write to tell Xiaozheng, but she couldn't read or write. She was afraid that if she asked someone else to write the letter, it would reveal Xiaozheng's address. What if Yang Daong's mother and brother said something in front of Xiaozheng, or if he tried to persuade her to remarry? Out of a bit of selfishness, Lu Yue chose not to tell Xiaozheng. Upon hearing Lu Yue's words, Yang Daong's mother realized who was in front of her. She stepped forward warmly and tried to take Xiaozheng's hand, but unfortunately, he was pulled back by Manhwa, so she missed. Yang Daong's mother didn't mind and cheerfully said, "So you're Iron Pillar. You used to come to our house to play when you were little. Wow, you've changed so much over the years. I heard you became an important official? That's great." I have to tell you, Yang Daong's mother suddenly changed her tone, glaring at Lu Yue. This wife of Daong's is not a good person. Less than a year after he passed, she was rolling around with a single man from the team. Lu Yue's eyes turned red with anxiety. "You're talking nonsense. When did I ever do that?" How can you explain such things? It's like trying to wash off something unpleasant that sticks no matter what. Yang Daong's mother relied on her words, and now people in the team looked at Lu Yue differently. Lu Yue was scared, afraid that Xiaozheng would believe Yang Daong's mother's words like everyone else and would urge her to remarry. Yang Daong's mother ignored Lu Yue and continued to speak to Xiaozheng Dao. "So, I thought, if it rains and she wants to remarry, I can't stop her. I might as well find her a husband and let her go. I'll take care of the few children Daong left behind." Yang Daong's brother eagerly said, Yes, Taizhu, don't send money to that woman anymore. She'll just spend it on some man. Just send it directly to me, her uncle." This was the true intention of the Yang family. The few broken houses left by Yang Daong were useless to them. What they wanted was the monthly $10. "That old woman, I will fight you." Lu Yue felt hopeless and thought about taking down that old woman with her. In a moment, others couldn't stop Lu Yue, and she actually knocked Yang Daong's mother to the ground. But soon, people brought by the old woman helped her up. "You little, how dare you hit my mother?" Yang's old lady shouted as she tried to kick Lu Yue. Lu Yue's son quickly stepped in front of her to protect his mother. "Enough!" Xiaozheng shouted. The chaotic scene immediately quieted down, and everyone turned to look at Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng took a deep breath and said with a serious face, "Since Yang Daong has passed away, I will no longer send money." Manhwa looked at Xiaozheng, and understanding his intention, she chose not to speak.
How can that be?
Yang Daong's brother was the first to protest. If you don't send money, how will my nephews survive? He then turned to the old lady. Mother, if there's no money coming in, I won't be the fool raising several nephews for free. The old lady also hesitated. She didn't plan to raise them for free. Louis Wei was right. They could keep one son as a worker, but the two daughters needed to be married off early. However, if they did that, they would inevitably face criticism from others. If they had money, it would be fine, but now that there was none, was there still a need to drive Louis Wei away? It might be better to let this woman stay and raise Dayong's children. With no benefits to gain, Yang's old lady and Yang Dayong's brother left. Louis Wei felt as if the sky had fallen. When Yang Dayong was alive, he often needed medicine, and the family had no savings. After he passed, they managed to save a little money, but it was not enough to raise 3 children. If Xiao Zheng stopped sending money, what would she do? However, Louis Wei's moment of despair was brief. She quickly pulled herself together. Xiao Zheng giving money is a kindness. He doesn't owe her anything. It's normal if he doesn't give in the future. She has hands and feet, so she won't starve. Louis Wei adjusted her mindset and tidied up the messy yard a bit. She moved a stool for Xiao Zheng and Anhwa to sit on. Let's have dinner together. I'll go kill a chicken now. Xiao Zheng raised his hand to stop her.
Don't worry about it.
We won't eat. We'll head back soon. Louis Wei said anxiously, that won't do. We must have a meal before leaving. If it weren't for you all these years, our family, we wouldn't have made it. Xiao Zheng asked, how did Yang Dayong suddenly pass away? Louis Wei paused for a moment, then tears streamed down her face. After a while, she steadied her emotions and said with difficulty, he took his own life. I know he thought he was a burden to me and the kids. He believed that if he was gone, we could have a better life. But he didn't think about it. Without him, how could this family still be called a family? The more Louis Wei spoke, the sadder she became, starting to criticize her late husband. That heartless man just left us. He may have found peace, but he left us, a mother and her children, to be bullied. Xiao Zheng felt shocked and helpless about Yang Dayong's choice. It's normal to think he was a burden to his family, but he didn't consider that in a rural area, a family without an adult man would face even more difficulties. If Yang Dayong were alive, Yang Laotai and his brother would never dare to touch that monthly 10 yuan. Xiao Zheng said, what I said about not sending money anymore was just to comfort Yang Laotai. I will continue sending money until the kids are grown. I hope you can raise them well and ensure they get an education. Louis Wei was taken aback. She continues sending money. Xiao Zheng nodded. Let me clarify again. This money is for the children. You must make sure they go to school as far as they can. Louis Wei quickly nodded. Yes, they will definitely go to school. She then called over the 3 children, making them kneel and bow to Xiao Zheng. He helped the children up and didn't say anything more before leaving. On the way back, he felt a heavy weight in his heart. After a long time, he finally spoke. Yang Dayong saved my life. It was when we just left home to join the army. I was knocked unconscious by a bomb in a battle, and everyone thought I was dead, leaving me on the battlefield. Only Yang Dayong, stubborn as he is, believed that even if I was just a body, he should carry me back home. Later, he earned a medal in the Korean War, but sadly, he was left with a disfigured face and had to return home. No one wanted to marry him, and he had to spend extra money to find a wife, only to fall ill again. Anhwa gently squeezed his hand. Xiao Zheng sighed, there are so many unfortunate people who have experienced war. I can't help everyone, so I can only choose a few to assist based on our closeness. Thank you for your understanding and support, my wife. Anhwa replied, don't say that. We are one as a couple. After staying at home for 4 days, they prepared to leave. Before departing, Xiao Zheng told Xiao Monsong, if you have any issues, just tell me directly. Don't use your health to trick me again. And if anything happens to your health, you must let me know.
No hiding.
Xiao Monsong's face turned a bit red as he nodded. I understand. By the way, please pay attention to your sister's marriage. Xiao Zheng replied, got it. Xiao Tietue, being perceptive, said, don't worry, third brother. Dad is in our care. Xiao Zheng responded, I'm counting on you, second brother. Xiao Tiechui waved his hand. What are you saying?
Dad is our dad too.
It's my duty to take care of him. Xiao Monsong wanted to give Xiao Zheng all the money he had saved over the years, but Xiao Zheng refused. In the end, Xiao Monsong took out of cash and handed it to Anjua, saying, This is 100 yuan for Fangfang's dowry. Please help as her sister-in-law. And Zhua glanced at Xiao Zheng, who helplessly said, Just accept it. And Zhua took the money and smiled, Don't worry, Dad. I will make sure Fangfang's dowry is well prepared. Xiao Monsong smiled, his eyes crinkling with joy, and then took out 2 red envelopes, one for Anjua and one for Dongdong. Here, this is a little something from Dad. It's a custom for a new daughter-in-law to receive red envelopes when she arrives at her in-law's home. And Zhua politely refused a few times before accepting. Dongdong cheerfully said, Thank you, Grandpa. We're leaving now. Please take care of yourself at home. The sincerity in his grandson's words brought tears to Xiao Monsong's eyes. He hugged Dongdong tightly for a while before letting them go. Using his cane, Xiao Monsong saw them off to the donkey cart. Xiao Fangfang watched her father's shrinking figure, feeling a lump in her throat. She quickly wiped her eyes with her sleeve and noticed warmth on the back of her hand when she lowered it. Dongdong looked up, gently patting Xiao Fangfang's hand like a little adult comforting her. Auntie, don't cry. We'll come back to see Grandpa when we have time. Xiao Fangfang smiled through her tears and hugged Dongdong. But after a moment, the smile turned bittersweet. She realized that she might not have many chances to return and wondered how many more times she would see her father. When Manhwa and the others were leaving, and Bohuai and Qiu Shushin initially planned to return to the provincial city, but Xiao Zheng unexpectedly brought in some pots of chrysanthemums. Since they had just been transplanted, they needed care to survive. And Bohuai couldn't bear to let the flowers die, so he decided to stay for a while. Upon seeing Xiao Fangfang, both elders greeted her warmly. When they learned that Xiao Fangfang couldn't speak, Qiu Shushin immediately felt sorry for her, holding her hand and sighing, What a good child, what a shame. Xiao Fangfang smiled softly, allowing Qiu Shushin to chatter on. Xiao Fangfang was very diligent. On the day she arrived, she eagerly helped with chores, cooking, cleaning, and tending to the garden. There was nothing she couldn't do, and she even gestured to ask if there were any dirty clothes to wash. Qiu Shushin stopped her, saying, Don't rush. Take it one task at a time. You're moving around like a little bee, but your body can't keep up. You may not feel it now, but when you get older, you'll notice the effects. With Qiu Shushin's advice, Xiao Fangfang finally paused. Meanwhile, in the study, Anhua was listening to Bohuai. Seeing his daughter and son-in-law back, he brought up the idea of returning to the provincial city again. I mainly worry about Mai. And Bohuai glanced outside, closed the study door, and said, I can't stop thinking about the antiques in that room. And Hua took the opportunity to say, Dad, about what I mentioned last time, you agreed, right? I promise the place I found is safe and reliable. Your treasures won't be damaged at all. And Bohuai replied, It's not that I don't trust my son-in-law, but I can't gamble with people's hearts. Those treasures were collected over the years, costing me at least $2 million. Many of them you won't even find in museums. No wonder Qiu Shushin said and Bohuai was wasteful. He didn't gamble or smoke, yet quietly lost everything. It turned out to be due to this. However, buying antiques shouldn't be seen as wasteful. In chaotic times, purchasing antiques can be a good investment. And Hua continued to persuade, That's why we need to move our things to a safe place. The situation is getting more unstable, and who knows if we might face something like a raid in the future. A raid? And Bohuai was taken aback and after a moment murmured, If a raid could happen without damaging our things, that would be fine. But I'm worried that if things get chaotic, they might break everything valuable. Exactly. In the past, and Bohuai could confidently say he had supported the authorities and donated artifacts, but now, with the increasingly tense social atmosphere, he felt uncertain. We can't take risks. And Bohuai suddenly looked at his daughter and asked seriously, How confident are you in protecting our things? And Hua replied earnestly, I am completely confident. His daughter was very different now. After the incident of rescuing Nze, and Bo Huai felt his daughter had become much more reliable. Her assurance filled him with trust. All right, I agree to let you take the antiques. However, there are too many, and they are very noticeable. How do you plan to transport them? And Hua said mysteriously, Dad, please trust me. I will move them to a safe place without anyone noticing. And Bo Huai stopped asking questions, okay, since we've decided, we'll go back tomorrow. Does this mean and Bo Huai wants to go with her? And Hua quickly said, Dad, I can handle it alone. If you go back, it might draw attention from the neighbors. And Bo Huai replied, well, looking into his daughter's determined eyes, and Bo Huai unexpectedly nodded. All right then. After agreeing, and Bo Huai suddenly felt that his daughter was becoming more commanding. It seemed like people were easily inclined to listen to her. But having already agreed, and Bo Huai wouldn't go back on his word. He said, since we're discussing this, I should tell you, while I'm here, there's no need to say much. If I'm not around, those antiques will be divided equally between you and Nze. And Hua frowned. Dad, why are you saying this now? It's not good luck. And Bo Huai waved his hand. I don't believe in that. It's better to discuss some things in advance. I also need to write a will, so you and your brother each get a copy. And Hua let him be, as long as he agreed to let her move the antiques. To be honest, and Hua didn't expect Bo Huai to agree so quickly. She thought it would take several discussions. Since Amber agreed, and Hua decided to act immediately to avoid overthinking and worrying. At Xiaozheng's place, she spoke half-truths, saying, Dad asked me to handle some things for him, so I need to go back to the provincial city. If he asks you anything after I leave, just tell him. To rest assured that I've arranged everything, and I will take care of it properly. And Hua told Amber that Xiaozheng found a safe place, and she needed to prepare him in case Amber asked Xiaozheng anything. Xiaozheng looked at her in confusion. What are you up to? And Hua played coy. You should focus on making money and taking care of your family. Why ask so many questions? Xiaozheng replied, Can I ask? And Hua said, You can ask, but I won't tell you. Xiaozheng picked up Hua and tossed her onto the bed, threateningly saying, Are you going to talk?
No. If you don't, then.
What will you do? I'll tickle your feet. Just tickle my feet? Shouldn't you be saying, I'll give you a good lesson? Xiaozheng's temper flared as he held her down. Are you disappointed? Fine, I'll meet your request. And Hua leaned up and gently blew in his ear. What can't be satisfied is a little puppy. Xiaozheng gritted his teeth and pushed her playfully. Don't cry later. In the end, Hua did cry. However, she managed to divert the conversation, and Xiaozheng didn't press further. As for any future questions, she would handle them later. She felt confident she could manage Xiaozheng. If needed, she could always act cute or throw a tantrum, and he wouldn't know how to respond. Amber mentioned that Nze had been acting strangely, requesting a single dorm room after returning, and he spent most of his time away from home. And Hua timed her visit for 9 p.m. and found the house dark, confirming that Nze was indeed not home. That made things easier. And Hua took out the key Amber had given her and opened the room that had been locked for many years. As the door opened, a musty smell mixed with the scent of wood rushed out. The room was small but filled with camphor wood boxes. Amber said there were a total of 48 boxes of various sizes. And Hua didn't hesitate and quickly stored them all away. Instantly, she felt a sense of relief. There were also a few antique paintings and Amber's treasured books outside, which Hua collected as well. Anhua was curious about the treasures in the boxes, so she entered the space and opened one of them. The box was made of camphor wood, which naturally repels insects, and inside was a paper package that smelled strongly of traditional Chinese medicine, likely for pest control as well. The box Anhua opened contained calligraphy and paintings. She carefully unrolled one and gasped. It was a piece by Huizong. She unrolled another. It was a landscape by Huang Gongwang. She opened another roll. It was a bird painting by Bada Shanren. Anhua then opened another larger box. As soon as she opened it, A dazzling golden Buddha statue caught her eye. Well, she didn't need to look at anything else. In short, and Baohai's 200,000 silver dollars were definitely well spent. Anhua didn't try to hide the fact that she had returned home. The next day, she confidently walked out of the house. The neighbors were surprised. When did Hua come back? Why was it so quiet? Anhua explained, the train arrived late yesterday and my parents are staying longer in Yun County. I came back to help them with some things. Anhua also visited Ans to briefly explain the situation, so he wouldn't worry if he found things missing at home. Ans wasn't too concerned about that. He simply replied, you all handle it as you see fit, and then started asking about in Tian. Anhua reassured him, don't worry, there are many kids in our family compound, and everyone has a yard. The kids have plenty of space to play, and Tian is very happy living there. And smiled. That's good, but let them stay for a while and then come back so they don't trouble your brother-in-law. Anhua replied, what trouble could they cause? It's lively at home every day. He must be so happy. Ans chuckled. That's true. Your brother-in-law loves a lively atmosphere. Anhua had a meal with Ans before returning to Yun County. It was only a matter of 2 days. When Anhua returned, everyone was busy in the yard. Mommy, Dong was the first to spot her and immediately ran over, his dirty hands hugging her leg. Anhua tried to stop him but was too late, leaving 2 gray handprints on her black pants. She picked up her son and pretended to be stern, saying, you got mommy's pants dirty. Are you going to wash them? Dong looked down, then smiled and kissed her cheek. I love mommy, Anhua. What else could she do? Just spoil him. And Hua walked over with her son and saw wood, racks, and various tools on the ground. She asked, what are you doing? And Bohai straightened up and pointed at Xiao Fong, saying, this child says she can build a grape trellis, so I thought it would be nice to have one to add some life to your yard. Your husband agrees, so you won't mind, right? And Hua smiled and replied, building a grape trellis sounds great. I don't mind. Dong licked his lips and said, we'll have grapes to eat. On the ground, and Tian and 2 other unfamiliar children clapped and cheered, grapes. One of the children even started a tongue twister, eating grapes without spitting out the skins, not eating grapes but spitting out the skins. And Bohai laughed heartily. It won't be that quick to eat grapes. After planting the grape seedlings, we'll have to wait at least 2 or 3 years for them to bear fruit. And Tian looked disappointed. Does it really take that long? Grandpa, can't you make the grapes grow faster? And Bohai laughed even louder. I can't control that. Grapes don't listen to me. And Tian shook her little fist and grinned. If they don't listen, then hit them. This was something Wu Xiaolin often told in Tian. Although Wu Xiaolin never actually hit the children, and Tian learned this phrase over time. Dong shook his head disapprovingly. Sister Tian, hitting is not right. You should talk to them nicely. And Tian replied confidently, I'm not hitting anyone. I'm hitting the grapes. Dong was momentarily speechless and looked confused at his mother. And Hua tried to hold back her laughter and said, all right, whether it's people or grapes, we shouldn't hit. If grapes get hit, they turn into grape juice. One of the unfamiliar children chimed in. And Hua asked, whose children are these 2 girls? And Bohai answered, they are the daughters of the neighbor, Commissioner Shin. The 2 little girls eagerly introduced themselves. I'm Shin Aigua. My dad is Shin Jun, my mom is Zhou Qianling, and I'm 5.5 years old. I'm Shin Aijia. My dad is Shin Jun, my mom is Zhou Qianling, and I'm 4 years old. And Hua quietly muttered, why would they name a girl Shin Aigua? And Bohai explained, it just happened that way. Their older siblings are named Shin Aish, Shin Aihui, Shin Aiju, and Shin Ai. So these 2 are Shin Aigua and Shin Aijia, and the youngest is named Shin Aihao. Hearing this, Shin Aigua immediately raised her hand and said, Shin Aihao is my little brother. He's only 1 year old and very cute. Do you want to see him? I can go get him. And Hua quickly waved her hand. No, he's only 1 year old. Let him stay at home and not disturb him. Shin Aigua seemed quite disappointed. And Tian said, I want to see. Shin Aigua became excited again. I'll go get him. And Hua hurriedly suggested, "How about this, Aigua? You take Tian Tian to your house to see the little brother?" Shun Aigua thought that was fine, and called for Tian Tian to follow him. And Hua put Dong Dong down, letting him play with the other kids, and then walked over to Xiao Fongfong. Xiao Fongfong looked like a thin little girl, but she was strong. She was the main worker for setting up the frame, while Bo Huai only helped. And Hua held Xiao Fongfong's hand and wrote in her palm, "Take it slow, don't tire yourself." Xiao Fongfong's hands were big and rough, the hands of someone who had worked since childhood. And Hua's hands were delicate and fair, well-proportioned. When Hua touched her hand, Xiao Fongfong felt a bit nervous and blushed, nodding her head. And Hua smiled and walked away. Regarding Xiao Fongfong, both Xiao Monsong and Xiao Zheng held traditional views, wanting her to get married. Actually, Hua wanted to see if she could help Xiao Fongfong find a job first. She was literate and smart, and having a job would give her more confidence, whether she married or not. However, there were very few jobs suitable for people with disabilities, so Hua hadn't shared her thoughts yet. Xiao Fongfong was capable and set up the grape frame in half a day. The next day, she got up early to go to the market to buy grape seedlings. And Hua took out 10 yuan to give her. Xiao Fongfong was startled and immediately threw the money away, then realized her reaction was too extreme. She quickly picked the money back up and stuffed it back into Hua's hands, shaking her head repeatedly to indicate she didn't want it. And Hua handed the money back to her. "Keep it. This is pocket money. Since you just arrived, I'll give you a little more. Buy whatever you need. I'll give you 5 yuan every month." Many families in the compound brought relatives from their hometowns to work, essentially as caregivers, providing food and shelter, but no salary. If they were kind, they might give a few yuan as pocket money each month. Giving Xiao Fongfong 5 yuan was not much. After some persuasion, Xiao Fongfong finally accepted the money, though her face was as red as a monkey's bottom, feeling she shouldn't take it. She made a silent vow to work even harder in the future. Then, Qiu Shushin realized she had nothing to do. If she cooked, Xiao Fongfong would take over. If she swept the floor, Xiao Fongfong would take over. As soon as the clothes were soaked, she turned around and saw Xiao Fongfong already squatting there, scrubbing hard. Qiu Shushin said to Hua, "You should advise your sister-in-law. It's good for a young lady to be diligent, but she shouldn't overwork herself. If she does, she'll be stuck in this situation for life and won't have any blessings to enjoy." But Xiao Fongfong was quite stubborn, so it was hard to persuade her. They could only let her be. That day, Hua had a day off and got up early to inform everyone. "Today we're going to the county town to shop." And Tian Tian was the first to cheer, "Shopping, shopping. I love shopping." Qiu Shushin laughed at her. "Little one, do you even know what shopping means?" "It's just buying things," and Tian Tian replied, shaking her head confidently. "I love shopping and buying dresses to wear." And Hua teased her, "Do you have any money?" And Tian Tian thought for a moment, "I saved a lot of lucky money, but I left it at home in the provincial city." Then she turned to Bo Huai, "Grandpa, can I borrow some money from you?" And Bo Huai pretended to think for a while, and then nodded, "Sure." And Tian Tian excitedly shook Dong Dong's shoulder. "Dong Dong, I have money now. I'll buy you some candy when we go out." Dong Dong smiled brightly. "Sister Tian Tian is so nice." And Tian Tian proudly lifted her head. "Of course." And Bo Huai and Qiu Shushin exchanged glances, both showing signs of relief. After what happened with Wu Xiaolin, and Tian Tian had been quiet for a while, but now she was finally back to her lively self. Originally, they planned to stay for just a few days, but now they felt it would be nice to stay a bit longer. Before Xiaozheng left for work, he told Hua, "When you go shopping, don't think about saving money. Spend what you need." And Hua laughed. "Do I seem like someone who saves money? Do you really need to remind me?" Xiaozheng touched his nose. He just wanted to show off a bit in front of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. But his goal was achieved. After he left, Qiu Shushin sighed to Hua, "I thought your husband would be frugal since he comes from the countryside, and you tend to be extravagant. I was worried you two might argue about spending money, but it seems I was overthinking." And Hua revealed, "All the money in our house is in my hands." I directly collect Xiao Zheng's salary and allowances. Qiu Shushan was surprised for a moment and then sighed. That shows he trusts you a lot. And Hua smiled. Let's go out. Then she said to Xiao Fongfong, who had just finished washing the dishes, Fongfong, you should tidy up too. Xiao Fongfong was taken aback. Me too? And Hua seemed to understand her doubts and nodded, saying, that's right, you should go too. Today is a family outing. Your brother can't go because of work, so you can't make excuses to avoid it. Xiao Fongfong was startled by Hua's words and quickly changed into new clothes. It was her habit to wear her best outfit when going to the city, even if her best clothes had 2 patches on them. After changing, Xiao Fongfong stepped out feeling a bit uneasy. It was fine to wear those clothes at home, but in the city, the patches felt very noticeable. And Hua noticed, and immediately guessed what was bothering her. Xiao Montong had always been poor, and even though Xiao Jing sent him 10 yuan every month, he was reluctant to spend much. He hadn't even renovated their house, let alone buy Xiao Fongfong new clothes. And Hua's main purpose for shopping today was to make clothes for Xiao Fongfong. Many military families in the neighborhood wore simple cloth outfits, but since the men's salaries were decent, few had patched clothes unless they were particularly frugal and didn't care about others' opinions. If Xiao Fongfong continued to wear patched old clothes in such an environment, she would inevitably attract strange looks and become self-conscious. People would also talk about her and Xiao Zheng as siblings-in-law. And Hua had a stack of fabric coupons. She had bought a few yards of fabric when she first arrived but hadn't purchased more since. However, she had taken some cotton fabric from her storage a couple of times, so she had quite a few coupons left. Still, she worried it might not be enough and exchanged some with Zhou Meihua. Zhou Meihua said regretfully, I was supposed to go to the river with Sanmei to catch fish today. Otherwise, I would have gone shopping with you. And Hua smiled. We'll go together next time. Zhou Meihua replied, that will have to do. As they passed by Xinjun's house, they saw Zhou Qianling finishing sweeping the dirt in front of her door. And Hua greeted her, Sister Qianling, busy as always. Zhou Qianling pursed her lips and nodded slightly, quickly slipping through the door. And Hua thought. Since the neighbors moved in, she realized she hadn't heard Zhou Qianling speak before. She had seen all kinds of military wives in the neighborhood, bold, timid, cunning, straightforward, and two-faced, but this was the first time she encountered someone so shy. The group headed into the city. It was August, and the sun was blazing, making their faces feel hot. Xiao Fongfong ran to the lotus pond and picked a few lotus leaves, placing one on each person's head. Everyone immediately felt a refreshing coolness. Qiu Shushan looked at Xiao Fongfong with increasing satisfaction, saying, this child is really thoughtful and caring. She sighed again. It's a pity she can't speak. Don Dong and Tian Tian, the 2 children, were impatiently holding up lotus leaves. They weren't afraid of the sun and were bouncing ahead, leading the way. And Bohai didn't want to go shopping. He said he wanted to see the ancient buildings in the city by himself. Qiu Shushan let him go. The others went directly to the supply and marketing building. And Hua now understood that the county had limited supplies. Many things that were common in the provincial city were hard to find in the county. If she wanted to buy something satisfactory today, she would have to find Sister Ma. And Hua asked Qiu Shushan to take Xiao Fongfong and the children around while she went to look for someone. Today, the supply and marketing building was a bit crowded. Qiu Shushan kept her eyes on the 2 children, following them around, and accidentally got separated from Xiao Fongfong. Xiao Fongfong turned around twice without seeing Qiu Shushan and immediately panicked. In this unfamiliar place, and unable to speak, she felt a wave of fear. However, Xiao Fongfong was not naturally timid. She quickly gathered her courage. It's okay, I'll wait here. My sister-in-law will come to find me. Once she calmed down, Xiao Fongfong's attention was drawn to the products around her. She happened to be in front of the ready-made clothing counter. Behind the counter hung rows of brand-new clothes, and Xiao Fongfong immediately spotted a red long-sleeve top. She didn't know what material it was, but it looked beautiful, so beautiful, with a color as soft as peach blossoms in March. Xiao Fongfong couldn't help but move closer, staring at the garment in a daze. Comrade, why not try it on? This is a new arrival, and it's selling fast. There's only this one left, the sales clerk said, taking the top down for Xiao Fongfong to see. Xiao Fongfong quickly waved her hands. The sales clerk smiled and said, "It's okay, just try it on. It won't cost you anything." The sales clerk didn't look down on Xiao Fongfong because, in her view, those who truly couldn't afford it wouldn't even come to her counter. Since Xiao Fongfong was there, it showed she wanted to buy something, perhaps saving up for a long time to get a nice piece of clothing. Young girls always like to dress up and are willing to spend money on themselves. The sales clerk's words acted like a spell, encouraging Xiao Fongfong to try on the top. Yes, trying it on doesn't cost anything. Wow, it really looks like it was made just for you. It's beautiful and fits perfectly. Xiao Fongfong looked in the mirror and was momentarily stunned by her reflection. Her dark braids and red dress made her look more vibrant. Comrade, you should buy it. This dress is not expensive, only 12 yuan. Xiao Fongfong snapped back to reality. No, it was too expensive. How could she afford such an expensive dress? She quickly took it off and returned it to the sales clerk. Unexpectedly, the clerk, who had been smiling moments ago, suddenly changed her expression and spoke sharply. "You're really not buying it? Then why did you try it on? You wasted my time." The clerk picked up the dress and sniffed it, wrinkling her nose in disgust.
How dirty are you?
"You've made the dress smell." Xiao Fongfong waved her hands in protest. She didn't smell bad. She was diligent about bathing and even used soap. But she couldn't speak to explain. The clerk realized she was mute and looked at her with even more disdain. Who lets a mute wander around like this? Doesn't anyone care? People gathered around to watch, and the clerk became more animated. "You don't have money but still come to our clothing section? Do you just want to wear our new clothes for free? This attitude needs to be stopped. If everyone acted like you, our clothes would smell poor and we wouldn't be able to sell them." Feeling humiliated and pointed at, Xiao Fongfong was close to tears. She was just a young girl who had recently come from the countryside and already felt a bit insecure. At that moment, she felt as if everyone around her was mocking her poverty. "Where's the poor smell? I can't smell anything. But I do smell something unpleasant." Hearing a familiar voice, Xiao Fongfong looked up. Oh no, it was her sister-in-law. And Jia walked up to the clerk, calmly took the dress from her hands, looked it over, and said, "I thought this was made of gold. It's just a polyester top. Who can't afford it? Why do you look down on people like this?" Seeing Jia's confident demeanor and well-dressed appearance, the clerk felt a bit intimidated. She could tell Jia was either an official or related to one. But with so many people watching, she didn't want to back down easily. She lifted her chin, trying to regain her composure. But this little mute really can't afford it. If she can't buy it, that's fine, but she shouldn't try it on. If everyone did that, our new clothes would end up looking old. And who would buy them? Besides, this doesn't seem to concern you, does it? Why are you meddling in other people's business? And Hua sneered, "Is there a rule at the supply and marketing cooperative that you can't try on clothes? Is there a rule that says you must buy them if you try them on? If not, then no matter how many times I want to try, you have to serve me. Can't you see the words, 'Serve the people' at the entrance of the building? Or, do you only want to serve the wealthy? Do you look down on poor people?" At that moment, looking down on the poor was politically incorrect. The salesperson turned pale, unsure of how to respond. And Hua pulled Xiao Fongfong closer. "Also, I'm not meddling. This is my sister." The salesperson never expected that the girl in patched clothes was related to the glamorous young woman in front of her. And Hua said, "Now, please apologize to my sister for your rude comments." "Why should I apologize to her? I didn't do anything wrong." The salesperson's confidence was no longer as strong. No matter the society, people always bully the weak. "What's going on?" Sister Ma approached and said to Hua, "How come I turned around and you disappeared?" And Hua replied, "It's nothing. I just saw my sister being bullied." Sister Ma asked, "Your sister? You have a sister?" And Hua briefly explained the situation. Sister Ma looked sharply at the salesperson. The salesperson was already trembling with fear. Emma, deputy director. Without needing anyone to say anything more, she quickly bowed to Xiao Fongfong. I'm sorry, comrade. I didn't do my job well. Please forgive me. Xiao Fongfong looked at Manhwa, unsure of what to do. What should I do? Manhwa said, Okay, my sister accepts your apology. Just as the salesperson breathed a sigh of relief, Sister Ma added, You looked down on the poor, had a bad attitude, and caused a negative impact on our cooperative. You won't receive your bonus this month. If it happens again, you'll be transferred from the clothing counter to the warehouse. Working at the counter was far better than being in the warehouse. The salesperson had gained a lot of respect from her relatives because of her job, and she definitely didn't want to be moved. So she repeatedly promised not to make the same mistake again. After today's lesson, she truly stopped looking down on poor people and treated everyone with enthusiasm, earning praise from all and being recognized as outstanding at the year's end. And Hua didn't rush to leave with Xiao Fongfong. Instead, she began to pick out clothes at the clothing counter. Bring me that white chiffon shirt for my sister to try on. The salesperson hurriedly fetched the items, smiling and showing a set of bright white teeth, helping Xiao Fongfong try on clothes. Xiao Fongfong felt very uncomfortable. She wasn't used to the salesperson's attitude and thought the clothes were too expensive. The fabric looked more luxurious than the red dress she had just tried on. It looked great when worn. And Jiao initially wanted to buy both the shirt and the red outerwear, but Xiao Fongfong shook her head, refusing to take them. In the end, Jiao compromised and only bought the red outerwear, planning to make 2 more outfits for Xiao Fongfong at home with some cotton fabric, gradually replacing her old patched clothes. After buying the clothes, Sister Ma led Jiao through a maze of turns to her room. I saved something special for you, she said, placing a basket on the table. And Jiao uncovered the cloth and her eyes lit up. Cherries. Sister Ma smiled. They were brought in from Haizhou. There weren't many. They put up a notice yesterday, and by early this morning, people were already lining up. They sold out in less than an hour. But I saved some just for you. I wanted to let you know in the camp, but I didn't expect you to arrive first. Whenever there was a scarce item at the supply and marketing cooperative, they would set some aside to ask the local leaders if they wanted any. Although the military and the local areas usually didn't interact, Sister Ma was good at making connections and had always wanted to befriend Jiao, so she always included her. Try one, they're so sweet, Sister Ma said, picking 2 cherries and handing one to Jiao and one to Xiao Fongfong. Xiao Fongfong looked at her sister-in-law before accepting and tasting it. In her hometown, there were cherry trees that produced small, pink fruits, but they were very sour. Eating them could make your teeth ache, yet every year, before they even ripened, people would pick them all. The cherries in front of her were different, large and bright red, looking delicious. Xiao Fongfong carefully put a cherry in her mouth, and as she bit down, sweet juice filled her mouth without a hint of sourness. It was her first time tasting such delicious fruit. And Jiao thanked Sister Ma. The cherries are amazing. Thank you for thinking of me. Sister Ma waved her hand. No need to be polite. The basket of cherries weighed about 4 pounds. Sister Ma covered it with a cloth before letting Jiao take it with her. Of course, she had to pay for it, but for special items like this, no ticket was needed. After going out, they found Qiu Shushin and the child, strolled around a bit, and bought some cookies and pastries before leaving the supply and marketing cooperative building. Since Xiao Fongfong arrived, she had been busy working at home and hadn't really talked much with Anhua. After spending half a day shopping, she finally got to spend time with Anhua. Anhua's way of scolding the salesperson left a strong impression on her, making her unknowingly feel a bit of admiration and dependence on Anhua. Her sister-in-law was so impressive and protective of her. She even bought her new clothes. It felt so nice, almost like having a mother. She promised herself to be very good to her sister-in-law in the future. Xiao Fongfong looked at Anhua and blinked. Anhua noticed her gaze and smiled back. Little did she know that the girl had already begun to see her as a mother figure. Hey, sister, I brought you some big fish. As soon as they got home, Zhou Meihua excitedly came over with a basin. Anhua smiled and said, Did you go fishing with Sister Liao today? It looks like you had a good catch. Of course. Zhou Meihua proudly lifted her chin. Anhua looked into the basin and paused, pointing at a few small carp. The biggest one is just over a pound, right? Is that really a good catch? Zhou Meihua replied, over a pound is big. Think about it, if there were really big fish in the river, they would have been caught long ago. How would we get any? That made sense. Theoretically, the fish in the river were public property and shouldn't be caught, but not many people were watching the river all the time, so it was often ignored. Don't underestimate small fish. They make delicious soup. Anhua took the fish and wrapped some cherries in newspaper for Zhou Meihua to take home. In the afternoon, Shi Xiaojun came looking for Anhua, pulling out some change. "Aunt, do you have any cherries left?"
I want to buy some.
"You still want to eat them?" "I think there are a few left. Let me get them for you," Anhua said as she turned to go inside. Cherries should be eaten fresh, so they disappeared quickly. Anhua gave the remaining ones to Shi Xiaojun, saying, "You don't need to pay. Just take them home." Shi Xiaojun carefully wrapped the cherries in newspaper, then stuffed the money into Anhua's hand and ran off.
Hey.
Anhua called after him, but she couldn't catch up with a boy like him, so she turned back to give the money to Zhou Meihua. However, Zhou Meihua's door was locked, and it was clear no one was home. In the evening, Zhou Meihua finally returned, chatting and laughing with Liao Sanmei while carrying a basket of wild vegetables. "Little Lin, I dug up a lot of shepherd's purse. You should take some." Anhua was not polite and shared some, then returned Shijun's money to Zhou Meihua. Zhou Meihua scolded, "What a greedy little thing. Why is he so gluttonous?" She pushed the money back to Anhua, saying since it's his money, you should keep it, so he doesn't get used to taking things for free. Anhua couldn't accept it, so she tossed the money into the wild vegetable basket and quickly left. Zhou Meihua continued to scold Shijun for being greedy, saying she would deal with him when he came back. Liao Sanmei asked, "Why haven't you seen your Shijun? It's almost mealtime. Where is he off to?" Zhou Meihua replied irritably, "Who knows? As soon as summer vacation starts, he acts like he's flying. I told him to go to the youth center to learn table tennis. He was going every day without fail, but this morning he woke up pretending to have a stomachache and refused to go." Liao Sanmei added, "Kids are like that, especially boys his age. They can be quite disobedient." Zhou Meihua sighed, "Exactly. Sometimes it's so frustrating you wish you could put him back in your belly." "Do you know what he said the other day?" Liao Sanmei asked. "What did he say?" Zhou Meihua slapped her thigh. "He said he wanted to see a swan and asked me to buy him a train ticket." Liao Sanmei questioned, "Where can you see a swan? Why would he need a train ticket to see one?" Zhou Meihua explained, "The swan is actually Qin Qingyin, the daughter of the former instructor Qin." Liao Sanmei remembered, that farm the Qin family went to is hundreds of miles away from here. Zhou Meihua said, "Exactly. How can I let him go that far alone? What if he gets kidnapped?" Liao Sanmei nodded in agreement. "Kids just say whatever comes to mind. Just ignore it." "I think so too," Zhou Meihua said, but suddenly felt a bad premonition. She looked around and then at the setting sun, murmuring, "Oh no, I hope Shijun doesn't cause any trouble." Liao Sanmei was startled. "Are you saying he went to find Qin Qingyin?" "No way. What about your Xiaoshan? Call her and ask." Zhou Meihua's door was still locked, so it was clear that Xiaoshan was not home either. Zhou Meihua quickly asked Anhua, "What did that boy say to you?" Anhua paused for a moment before realizing she was talking about Shijun. She replied, "He didn't say much, just that he wanted to buy some cherries." Zhou Meihua's face turned pale. "I hope it's not what I'm thinking." Anhua asked more questions and finally understood what was happening. "Don't worry, let's search the family compound first." Anhua got the family members to help, but they still couldn't find Shi Xiaojun and Shi Xiaoshan in the compound. As it got darker, Zhou Meihua's heart grew heavier. The kids were playing outside, but they knew to come home when it got dark. When the men returned from work, Anhua quickly approached them to explain the situation. Shi Weiguang's face darkened. "That little rascal," Xiao Zheng said to Shi Weiguang. "Don't get angry yet. Let's organize a search nearby, especially by the river. I'll send someone to the train station to ask around." Although the train station won't sell tickets to kids, you're sure Xiaojun is clever. If he really went to find Qin Qingyin, he wouldn't walk there. He probably sneaked onto a train. Hearing River made Sher Weiguang anxious, and he even prayed that Sher Xiaojun had gone to find Qin Qingyin. Fortunately, they didn't find any suspicious signs by the river, which meant Sher Xiaojun and Sher Xiaoshan hadn't fallen in. Sher Weiguang and Zhou Meihua felt a little relieved. The person sent to the train station returned with news. They said someone had seen two kids, a girl and a boy, who matched the descriptions of Sher Xiaojun and Sher Xiaoshan. Furious, Sher Weiguang rolled up his sleeves and headed out. Just wait until I catch them. I'll give them a good talking to. Zhou Meihua quickly followed. I'll go with you, we can talk to them together. Xiao Jing said, let's take my car, it will be faster. Sher Weiguang nodded and didn't hesitate. Sher Xiaoshan and Sher Xiaojun had indeed sneaked onto a train, hiding in the cargo car and safely reaching their destination. However, once they got off the train, they were a bit lost. How do we get from the train station to the farm? There were no cars for them to take, and it was dark. Sher Xiaojun said, oh no, what do we do now? Sher Xiaoshan thought for a moment and whispered something in her brother's ear. Sher Xiaojun nodded as he listened. Okay, let's do that. So, the siblings put on sad faces and walked into the nearby police station. Officer, we got separated from the adults. The police immediately took them seriously and asked for the kids' address to take them home. Sher Xiaoshan wiped her tears and gave the address of the farm. Once they got into the police car, the siblings exchanged a knowing glance. They were quite clever. The excited siblings were eagerly looking forward to meeting their good friend. Along the way, Sher Xiaojun checked several times to see if the cherries he brought for Qin Qingyin were okay. But little did they know, waiting for them at the farm was a harsh lesson. Wah wah wah. Stop crying. You've been whining all the way here. Wah wah wah. Didn't I just give you a little spanking? It's not like I've never done it before. Why are you crying so much this time? Wah wah wah. You ruined my cherries. Hearing the commotion outside, Anhua and Xiaozheng went to check. It was morning, and many people gathered around when they saw the Sher family had returned, asking what happened. When they learned that Sher Xiaoshan and Sher Xiaojun had run away for hundreds of miles to see Qin Qingyin and even tricked the police into taking them to the farm, everyone was shocked. Wow, lucky they didn't run into any trouble on the way. These kids are really bold. Commander Sher Meihua, you need to teach your kids a lesson. This is serious. There are many dangers outside. Even adults can get into trouble. Thinking back on it made Zhou Meihua feel scared. She raised the stick in her hand, and when Sher Xiaoshan saw it, she immediately started crying. Mom, I'm sorry. Please don't hit me again. Seeing this, Zhou Meihua's anger lessened, and she lowered her hand. At least she knew to apologize. Sher Xiaojun, on the other hand, stubbornly shouted, Go ahead, hit me. My cherries are ruined anyway, and Qingyin didn't get to eat any. Zhou Meihua thought, where did this kid come from? Sher Weiguang, frustrated, pulled out his belt. Unsurprisingly, Sher Xiaojun got another spanking. He was so stubborn and wouldn't admit his mistake. In the end, the onlookers were worried that Sher Weiguang would hurt the child and stepped in to stop him. And Hua helped Sher Xiaojun up from the ground and checked his injuries, saying helplessly, Do you know how worried your mom and dad were when you and Xiaoshan went missing? Xiaojun, you can't just do what you want. You need to think about things from your parents' perspective too. Sher Xiaojun looked at his dad with a pout and mumbled, I can admit my mistakes and take a beating, but he shouldn't have ruined my cherries. I carried them all the way, and in the end, it was all for nothing. All for nothing? So, you know how to use idioms now, huh? Sher Weiguang wanted to kick Sher Xiaojun, but Zhou Meihua pulled him back, so he missed. Zhou Meihua glared at Sher Xiaojun and advised Sher Weiguang, all right, enough fighting. As long as he admits his mistake, that's what matters. Sher Xiaojun, Sher Xiaoshan, promise me there won't be a next time. The siblings exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. Sher Xiaoshan was fine, having not been hurt much, but Sher Xiaojun was in bad shape, covered in bruises, though they were just surface injuries. Zhou Meihua applied some antiseptic, causing him to shout in pain. You deserve it. Let's see if you dare to do it again. Zhou Meihua said harshly, but her hands were gentle, and she secretly wiped her eyes. Dong Dong, carrying a bag of candy, came to visit Shi Xiaojun, who was resting in bed. He placed the candy under Shi Xiaojun's pillow and advised, if it hurts, eat a piece. Sweet things will make the pain go away. Shi Xiaojun quickly unwrapped a piece and popped it in his mouth, closing his eyes happily.
Sweet.
Dong Dong is the best. Then he sighed, it's a pity Qingyin didn't get to eat any cherries. Dong Dong replied, stop going on about it. You're starting to sound like Xianglin's wife. Shi Xiaojun asked, who is Xianglin's wife? Is she a relative of yours? Dong Dong shook his head. Not a relative. She's a character from a story. Her son was taken by a wolf, and she kept talking about it. At first, people felt sorry for her, but after a while, it became annoying. Shi Xiaojun blinked. How old are you? Dong Dong held up 5 fingers. Shi Xiaojun muttered, only 5. You're just a little kid, but you know a lot. Dong Dong asked, how old are you, Shi Xiaojun? Shi Xiaojun replied, I'm almost 9, so what? Dong Dong said, then you're just a big kid. Shi Xiaojun was speechless. Unable to win the argument with a 5-year-old, he started complaining again. Sigh, Qingyin didn't get to eat even 1 cherry. Dong Dong covered his ears and ran away. And Hua was also listening to Zhou Meihua talk about what happened last night. You wouldn't believe it. That kid protected the cherries like they were his own child. When his dad hit him, he just took it and kept holding onto the cherries. His dad got so mad that he snatched the cherries and threw them on the ground. And Hua laughed and joked, I didn't expect your family to have such a romantic kid. Zhou Meihua found it funny too. Even teacher Chen and Wen Xuemian were surprised by this kid. Chen Gang said he had never seen a boy who could charm girls like him. However, we shouldn't take children's matters too seriously. If he can still act this way when he grows up, I would actually admire him. And Hua asked, how are Xueman and Commander Chen doing? Zhou Meihua's smile faded a bit. They don't seem as spirited as they did before. That's normal. People who fall from high positions rarely maintain a positive attitude. Zhou Meihua leaned in closer and added, when Xueman's father and brother have both been sent away. And Hua was surprised for a moment, then thought this was something that could have been expected. With Wen family's uncle in politics, how could the Wen family have a good time? It seems that Chen Gang was only demoted, which is considered fortunate. That night, when Xiao Zheng returned and heard about Wen Xueman's family, he fell into deep thought. And Hua asked him, what are you thinking about? Xiao Zheng came back to reality, hesitated for a moment, and said, I was thinking about what commander he told me. And Hua knew that commander. He was Xiao Zheng's former leader and someone who had recognized his potential. And Hua pressed, what did he say? Sometimes, Xiao Zheng found work stressful and wished he could talk to someone who understood him. Right now, and Hua happened to be that person. He told me to always be prepared. Is that all? And Hua asked. Xiao Zheng nodded. Always be prepared. Prepared for what? Prepared for a struggle? And Hua thought that Xiao Zheng might be one of the players in the upcoming turmoil. But since the book didn't mention Xiao Zheng facing any hardships, he should be someone not affected by the situation, so there was no need to worry too much about safety. Which side is he on? The left or the right? Xiao Zheng glanced at Hua. The middle. And Hua shook her head. If he were truly in the middle, he wouldn't tell you to be prepared. Xiao Zheng smiled. He is indeed in the middle, but the current world doesn't allow for neutrality. I want to be in the middle too, but it's difficult. Commander, he had done so much for him. If the day came when he needed to act, could he be ungrateful? Xiao Zheng furrowed his brows, his gaze deep. And Hua said, I don't understand much, but I know that nothing lasts forever. Today the east wind is strong, but tomorrow the west wind might prevail. As someone lower down, why not adapt to the situation? I know this sounds harsh, and people have always looked down on such individuals, but in reality, those who adapt tend to survive longer, and living longer is the foundation for everything in life. Xiao Zheng looked at his wife in surprise. He never expected her to say something like that. He thought that Hua, being well-read, would have a certain pride, and often spoke of noble ideals. Meanwhile, he had come from a poor, illiterate background and believed in practical approaches in political struggles. However, Anhwa advised him to adapt to the situation. This was exactly in line with his own thoughts. Xiaozheng felt a deep connection with his wife and smiled happily. But adapting to the situation requires a good approach. You can't let others think you're just going with the flow. Take Commander He, for example. Even if you don't follow his lead later, you need a solid reason. Anhwa nodded in agreement, of course, and it should be a reason he genuinely believes is valid. They exchanged glances and both cleared their throats, feeling a bit like partners in mischief. Another national day had arrived. The activities were mostly the same each year, but this time the military added a movie screening. They were showing a newly released film that no one had seen yet. The venue was the auditorium, as usual. Anhwa had lost interest in movies, but she went along to keep her excited child company. Xiao Fangfang had only seen a few movies in her hometown and was the most excited, though she kept her enthusiasm in check. And Bo Huai and Qiu Shushan preferred quiet and decided not to join everyone in the crowded auditorium. What Anhwa didn't expect was for Xiaozheng to come along too. "You have time for this?" Xiaozheng whispered in her ear, "I'm busy lately, so I want to take this chance to spend time with you." Since Xiaozheng was promoted to a top position, he had indeed become busier, leaving little time for family matters, and their moments alone were limited to the evenings. Anhwa was naturally happy he could accompany her, and they walked together, each holding on to Dongdong. When they sat down, Xiaozheng wanted some privacy with his wife, so he quietly told their son, "Why don't you sit with your aunt?" Dongdong replied, "Why? I want to sit next to mommy." Xiaozheng said that a boy should be independent. "You can't always be saying mommy, mommy." Dongdong shot back, "Dad, you should be independent too. Stop saying wife, wife all the time." Xiaozheng felt a bit annoyed. He took a deep breath and said, "Go find your aunt, and in a few days, I'll take you rabbit hunting." Dongdong's eyes lit up. "Can I take the cute bunny home to raise it?" Xiaozheng nodded without hesitation. "Yes, go find your aunt quickly." Dongdong said goodbye to his mom and happily went to find his aunt. Xiaozheng quickly moved to his wife's side and let out a sigh of relief. And Hua asked him, "What did you say to Dongdong?"
He seems so happy.
Xiaozheng replied casually, "Nothing, just a secret between men." And Hua scoffed. Xiaozheng said, "The movie is starting." The chatter around them gradually faded, and everyone focused on the big screen. Suddenly, a familiar melody filled the air. "Isn't that the song Red Star Shines on My Heart written by Anhwa?" At the same time, Anhwa's name appeared on the big screen. Theme song lyrics, Anhwa. Theme song music, Anhwa. The crowd immediately buzzed with excitement. Anhwa is our leader's wife. Really? Is it just a coincidence?
No.
It's the same person. She's a top student from the music academy. Wow, who would have thought? The leader, a rough guy, ended up with such a talented wife. Exactly. No wonder she became a leader at such a young age. She's really impressive. People around them chatted freely, unaware that the leader and his wife were blending in with the crowd, hidden in the shadows. Xiaozheng wasn't angry. In fact, he wanted to stand up and let everyone praise his wife in front of him. If he weren't worried about scaring others, he would have done it. Xiaozheng chuckled softly and said, "Wife, give me your hand." And Hua teased, "Wow, with so many people around, you're not afraid to hold my hand? What if someone sees?" Xiaozheng looked around. "It's so dark, who can see us?" It doesn't matter. Even with his wife next to him, he couldn't see her face clearly. And Hua wanted to tease him, so she lightly scratched his palm before quickly pulling her hand back. Xiaozheng felt a tingle and gritted his teeth. "Hurry, give it to me, be good." The people nearby stayed silent, seemingly focused on the movie. After waiting for a while and unable to resist, Xiaozheng reached out to feel for her hand. Of course, to appear serious, he kept his eyes on the movie screen. Finally, he found a small hand. Xiaozheng grabbed it and squeezed. It felt a bit different. Had it only been a few days since he last held his wife's hand, and now it felt so rough? He squeezed again, and finally seemed to realize something. He turned his head to look beside him. Just then, the screen lit up, revealing Shi Xiaojun's dark face. Shi Xiaojun sniffed and innocently looked back. Uncle Xiao, why are you holding my hand? Xiaozheng was startled and quickly pulled his hand away. His forehead was tense. When did you sit next to me? Shi Xiaojun picked his nose and returned his gaze to the movie screen, still answering Xiaozheng. My mom thought I smelled bad, so she sent me over here and let Aunt Xiaoan sit next to her. Hearing this, Xiaozheng actually caught a whiff of something unpleasant. He complained, "Why do you smell like a chicken coop?" Shi Xiaojun replied, "Oh, I took a nap in the chicken coop this afternoon." Xiaozheng was speechless and didn't bother asking why he would sleep there. He stretched his neck to look in the direction of his wife, with Shi Xiaojun and Shi Xiaoshan sitting between them. Forget about holding hands. Even speaking would require shouting. Frustrated, Xiaozheng huffed and decided to leave. Shi Xiaojun watched Xiaozheng walk away, sniffed himself, and then happily crossed his legs, leaning back. I scared Uncle Xiao away. Now I get to take up 2 seats. When the movie ended, some people ran over to Manhwa and gave her a thumbs up. Amazing! Your name made it into the movie. Impressive! You're the most successful one in our family. The people complimenting Manhwa were familiar faces. She greeted them one by one before politely leaving. Manhwa called out to Xiao Fongfong in front of her. Have you seen your brother? Where did he go? Xiao Fongfong, holding a sleepy dong-dong, shook her head, not knowing where he was. Shi Xiaojun ran past and heard Manhwa's words, turning back to say, Aunt Xiao and Uncle Xiao left early. He got dizzy from the smell of chicken on me. Zhou Meihua scolded, You know you smell like chicken? Hurry back and wash up, or you can stand in the corner all night. Shi Xiaojun made a face and dashed away like the wind. Zhou Meihua felt a headache coming on, thinking she aged several years. Manhwa laughed. Luckily, my dong-dong isn't like him. Otherwise, she would feel older too. Zhou Meihua sighed enviously. How many kids are as well-behaved as your dong-dong? You're really lucky. However, Zhou Meihua then said, the first child is good, but the second one might be different. There's an old saying that a dragon has 9 sons, each unique, and the second one is likely to be the opposite of the first. Manhwa prayed, I hope my second baby is a girl. Zhou Meihua asked with a mischievous smile, when do you plan to have her? Manhwa's attitude towards having children was to go with the flow. Sometimes she used birth control, but other times, in the heat of the moment, she didn't bother. Whenever it happens, she said, Let's see when the heavens send me one. Once home, Manhwa met Xiaozheng's longing gaze. Qiu Shushin tried to hold back a laugh and quietly told Manhwa, Your dad is playing chess with your husband. You should go rescue him. Manhwa walked over, glanced at the chessboard, and moved a piece for Xiaozheng, saying, Check. And Bohuai was not pleased. Why are you helping him? Manhwa laughed. If I don't help him, how will he sleep tonight? Dad, if you want to play chess, don't choose Xiaozheng. He's terrible at it. Even if you win, it won't feel rewarding. Xiaozheng nodded vigorously in agreement. Honestly, if Comrade Shin from next door weren't away, I wouldn't even bother with him, and Bohuai huffed, waving them off. And Hua pulled Xiaozheng into the house. As soon as the door closed, Xiaozheng hugged his wife and kissed her, saying, I'd rather smell the awful smell from Shi Xiaojun's chickens than this. Xiaozheng didn't enjoy playing chess, and even though his father-in-law had switched to Chinese chess to accommodate him, it was still painful. Earlier, he had been jealous that his father-in-law always sought Shinjun, but now he wished Shinjun would come every day. Xiaozheng took the opportunity to complain about his father-in-law to Manhwa. Dad nags me every day to read and write, and he even checks. I'm so busy with work. When do I have time? This time, Manhwa didn't side with him. When do you not have time? If you spent less time thinking about other things at night, you'd have plenty of time. Xiaozheng cleared his throat and rubbed his nose. If I didn't think about it, you'd be the one crying. And Hua lightly pinched his thigh. Xiaozheng gasped and started to get playful. And Hua pushed him away, saying, Go wash up. Xiaozheng knew the rules and didn't argue. He quickly went to wash up. And Bohuai and Qiu Shushin once again suggested returning to the provincial city. And Hua usually said, don't go back. It's nice to stay here. Chiu Shushin replied with a smile. It is nice, but it's not proper for a father-in-law and mother-in-law to stay at their son-in-law's house all the time.
People will talk.
And Hua said, live your own life. Who cares what others say? Amber said, stop talking so much. We are already packing our things and will leave in a couple of days. Anhua became anxious. She didn't plan to let Amber and Chiu Shushin leave Yun County. Dad, don't you want to visit the nearby villages? By the way, there's a plaque at the Fong family's market for the top scholar. I can take you to see it another day. Amber thought for a moment. Anhua hugged his arm and said sweetly, oh, Dad, please stay a little longer. I don't want you to leave. It would be best if they stayed until next year's big event, and Amber would definitely not want to go back. From what she knew, Amber was a bit timid. If he got scared by the situation, he would probably hide away. Chiu Shushin also didn't want to part with her daughter and said, Olden, how about staying for another week? Amber nodded, all right then. Anhua, you can focus on your own things. You don't need to stay with me. I can just wander around. Anhua agreed.
Mom.
Dong Dong ran in with a sun-kissed, rosy face, excitedly saying, the grapevine has grown so many new leaves, and the vines are climbing up the trellis. He pulled Anhua to see. Mom, look. Last week, the vine was at this spot, and I marked it. Today, it's grown to this spot. It's so much taller. It didn't grow this fast before. Anhua listened carefully to her son's explanation and smiled. Do you know why it's growing so fast these days? Dong Dong shook his head. Anhua said, because last week, your aunt gave it fertilizer. Dong Dong asked, what's fertilizer? Anhua pointed to the location of the compost pit in the backyard. The liquid from the compost pit that your aunt scooped out is fertilizer. The vegetables, flowers, and your grapevine in our yard all grew so well because they got nutrients from the compost. Dong Dong seemed to understand a little. Why does fertilizer make things grow faster? Anhua explained, because fertilizer contains all the nutrients that plants need to grow. You'll learn about this when you go to middle school. Dong Dong said, Mom, can I go straight to middle school and skip elementary school? Anhua replied, no, you can't. No one skips straight to flying without learning to walk first. Dong Dong asked, then can I start elementary school tomorrow? Definitely not tomorrow, but... Anhua thought for a moment and said, next year is possible. At that time, there was no rule that you had to be 7 to start elementary school. Dong Dong would be 6 next year, and Anhua planned to send him to elementary school. Dong Dong was happy and said, I will tell Brother Xiaojun that I will be a primary school student next year, so he won't keep calling me a little kid. Anhua held him back and wiped the sweat from his forehead. All right, go ahead. Dong Dong ran to the door where Sir Xiaojun was lying with 2 friends, sighing, with no adults around. Brother Xiaojun, Dong Dong called out. Sir Xiaojun lazily lifted his eyelids and glanced at him. Dong Dong is here. My mom said I can go to primary school next year, Dong Dong said, looking eagerly at Sir Xiaojun. Sir Xiaojun nodded but didn't respond. Dong Dong repeated, next year, I will be a primary school student. I am growing up. One of Sir Xiaojun's friends said, all right, we know you'll be a primary school student. You can go play by yourself now. Brother Xiaojun is worried. Dong Dong asked with concern, what are you worried about? Worried? Friend A hesitated, and Friend B chimed in, worried about how to grow up quickly to meet his swan. Sir Xiaojun glanced at Dong Dong. Your swan sister wrote to me, telling me not to act impulsively and to wait until I grow up to find her. Dong Dong's innocent face showed confusion. What was a swan sister? Suddenly, Friend A slapped his thigh. I have a good idea. When Dong Dong becomes a primary school student, he can just say he is a student. Why not go straight to university? Then he would be a university student, and university students are adults. He can go find the swan. Friend B rolled his eyes at Friend A. Are you out of your mind? Haven't you heard that you need to take exams to get into university? Can Sir Xiaojun pass? Friend A nodded. True. Sir Xiaojun got upset. Who are you calling a pig brain?
Who do you look down on?
The 2 friends exchanged glances, holding back laughter, and stopped talking. Sir Xiaojun huffed. Dong Dong suddenly said, Brother Xiaojun, my mom said that eating fertilizer can help you grow faster. Sir Xiaojun asked, What fertilizer? Dong Dong replied, the stuff in our family's compost pit. It's fertilizer and very nutritious. Our vegetables, flowers, and grapevines grow well because they eat that fertilizer. Dong Dong, being young, only half understood what his mom said, but he instinctively added, but my mom didn't say if people can grow faster by eating it. And besides, people can't eat that. Everyone knows that, right? Xiao Jun, just like how grapevines grow quickly with fertilizer, you can also find something that suits you. Dong Dong was very logical, but some people only half listened, catching only part of what was said. Oh my goodness.
Wah.
Zhou Meihua was crying loudly at home. How could anyone be foolish enough to eat something like that? How could this happen? This silly boy is my son. I gave birth to him. Zhou Meihua was truly heartbroken, and who wanted to comfort her, but the thought of what to say made her want to laugh instead. Sure, Xiao Jun couldn't help but defend himself. I didn't eat it. I smelled it and threw up. Who would be silly enough to eat that? Zhou Meihua shot him a fierce look. Just tell me, did you ever think about eating it? Sure, Xiao Jun was at a loss for words. Zhou Meihua slapped her thigh and cried again. How did I end up with such a foolish child? He's almost 10 years old. Just growing taller but not smarter. No matter how sure Xiao Jun explained, the news about him eating something inappropriate spread throughout the neighborhood. Many people came to Zhou Meihua to ask about it and to laugh. For 3 days, Zhou Meihua didn't smile at all. Finally, she made up her mind and discussed it with Shi Weiguang. I feel something is wrong. Our Xiao Jun is already so grown up. How could he do something like that?
Could it be?
Zhou Meihua pointed to her head. Could there be a problem here? Are you saying he might be slow? Shi Weiguang asked, uncertain. Zhou Meihua nodded heavily. Shi Weiguang furrowed his brow and thought for a long time. Then let's take him to the military hospital in the provincial city for a checkup. Zhou Meihua sighed. Please arrange it quickly, or I won't be able to sleep well. Shi Weiguang quickly made the arrangements. Sure, Xiao Jun asked suspiciously. Where are you taking me? Why isn't my sister coming? Just thinking that there might be something wrong with her younger son's mind made Zhou Meihua feel heartbroken, so she unusually gave him a gentle smile. Your sister is staying home to take care of things. We're taking you to the provincial city for some fun. When Shi Xiao Jun heard fun, he was eager to go and happily followed along. Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang's worries grew even stronger. He's so easily persuaded. It seems there really is something wrong. At the hospital in the provincial city, Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang listened nervously to the doctor. Your child is fine. He might just have a simple personality. The doctor couldn't help but laugh a little. You don't need to worry too much. He is not mentally challenged. Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang both sighed in relief. No matter what, as long as he is not mentally challenged, that's good enough. After confirming several times, Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang left the clinic. They exchanged a knowing glance and found a quiet spot to cry together, but this time it was out of joy. And Hua learned that Zhou Meihua took her son to the provincial city for a checkup and couldn't help but chuckle. Speaking of which, I need to explain. Xiao Jun wanted to. Because Dong Dong said that grapevines grow faster with fertilizer, so he wants to grow faster too.
Hehe.
Zhou Meihua waved her hand. I don't want to deal with this silly thing anymore. As long as we confirm he is fine, that's what matters. His dad said he wants to bring the second child from our hometown. My second child is sensible. I hope Xiao Jun can be guided well by his older brother. Your second child is coming? When?
And Hua asked.
I just wrote a letter back about this. If he comes, it will at least be during the winter break. We can't transfer in the middle of the semester. Zhou Meihua chatted with Hua for a while before heading home. And Hua was also about to go inside when she turned around and saw Xiao Fongfong rushing toward her, pointing at the house where Bohuai and Qiu Shushan were staying. And Hua immediately understood what was happening. When she approached, she found that the two elders were packing their bags. And Hua wasn't too worried this time, because she had already thought of an excuse. There is a Tang Dynasty cave about 50 kilometers from Yun County that could keep Bohuai occupied for a while. However, just as she was about to speak, she suddenly felt nauseous. And Hua had a feeling something was off, Her relatives were usually very punctual, but this month was already 4 days late. She planned to take a test if nothing happened in a couple of days, but unexpectedly, she felt sick first. Chiu Shushin immediately reacted, excitedly asking her, "Is there something going on again?" And Bohuai was puzzled. "What's going on? Is Huahua sick?" Chiu Shushin shot him a look. "You're already a father of two, and you're asking such childish questions." And Bohuai was stunned for a moment before hesitantly saying, "Are you saying Huahua is pregnant again?" And Hua replied, "We need to check to be sure." Chiu Shushin quickly said, "Let's go now. The army has a medical room, right? I'll go with you." And Hua couldn't refuse Chiu Shushin, so she agreed to go. As expected, the outcome was just as she anticipated. Chiu Shushin clasped her hands together and said, "May the Buddha bless us, and ensure my daughter has a safe delivery this time." The doctor in the medical room corrected her, saying, "Comrade, there are no Buddhas in this world. If you want blessings, it should be from our great leader." Chiu Shushin was taken aback and didn't know how to respond. And Hua smiled and said, "Yes, we should seek blessings from our great leader." After saying this, she took Chiu Shushin away. "Hua, this." Chiu Shushin hesitated. And Hua replied, "Mom, talking about Buddhas and deities is outdated. Let's not use those terms anymore." Chiu Shushin didn't understand, but seeing her daughter's serious expression, she nodded obediently. Soon, Chiu Shushin's attention shifted back to Hua's belly. She smiled widely. "Dongdong is already 5 years old, so your second one is finally on the way." Chiu Shushin believed that having more children brings more blessings. "Is there anything you want to eat? I can make it for you." And Hua felt a stir in her heart, then pouted and said, "Aren't you going back to the provincial city?" Chiu Shushin thought for a moment. "We'll wait until your pregnancy is stable before we leave." And Hua clung to Chiu Shushin's arm and said sweetly, "Mom, I'm scared. Please stay with me until I give birth and finish my month of rest, okay?" Chiu Shushin chuckled, "You've already had Dongdong. Why are you scared?" And Hua replied, "I'm just scared." Chiu Shushin said, "But after you give birth and rest for a month, that's a whole year away. How about we go back first and come back when you're about to give birth?" "I don't care. You have to stay by my side, or I won't give birth." And Hua started to act stubborn. Chiu Shushin was really troubled by her daughter's antics and helplessly said, "If you roll around on the floor a few more times, you'll be just like when you were 3. And Hua replied, "Should I roll around a few times for you to see?" Chiu Shushin shot her a glare, then looked at her belly and finally sighed, "I'll discuss it with your father." Chiu Shushin and Bohin closed the door to discuss for a while. When they came out, Bohin said, "You can stay, but I can't stay here like your mom. You need to help me rent a place in the county." And Hua had already planned ahead and knew that Bohin would only stay at her in-laws for a maximum of 6 months, so she had rented a house early on. But she didn't say anything and just nodded. "Okay, I'll ask someone to help find a place for you." Chiu Shushin nodded and said, "It's fine for me to stay at home and take care of your daily needs, but if your dad is living here too, the neighbors might talk. You know, Xiaozheng also has a father at home, and his father has trouble moving, yet they haven't brought him over to take care of him." And Huan smiled and said, "I understand. I know you all care about me." And Bohuai added, "But I need to go back in a few days to handle some school matters and get a certificate from the school. Otherwise, I won't be able to buy supplies here. Supplies are rationed, and buying food and cooking oil requires a ration card. And Bohuai and Chiu Shushin's household registration is not here, so they can't buy supplies in Yun County with their ration card. It's said that in this era, people don't move around much. A household registration keeps a person tied to one place. To move even a little requires letters of introduction and certificates." And Huan said, "Okay, don't stay too long when you go back. Come back early." And Bohuai nodded while stroking his beard. At that moment, Xiao Fongfong came over, gesturing to ask Huan what she wanted to eat for lunch. And Huan didn't have anything specific in mind and told her to just make whatever. Chiu Shushin asked, "Don't you want something sour or spicy?" And Huan shook her head, not wanting that. Suddenly, Xiao Fongfong ran off and soon returned with a basin containing several lively fish. The fish were just bought by Xiao Fongfong from a farmer who was selling at the entrance of the family compound. Qiu Shushan exclaimed, "Oh, it's yellow catfish. It's not easy to find them this season. Huan loves braised fish, so I'll make it." And Huan couldn't help but swallow, saying, "Now that you mention it, I want to eat it." Xiao Fongfong smiled, feeling useful for buying something her sister-in-law wanted, and hurried off to prepare the fish. Qiu Shushan reminded her, "Even though you've had one child, I still need to remind you, during the first 3 months, don't let your husband get too close, okay?" And Huan understood, "I know." Qiu Shushan looked at her daughter for a moment, hesitating to speak. "Mom, just say it."
There's no need to feel shy with me.
Qiu Shushan cleared her throat and said, "I've heard some noises from your room at night a few times. I know you and your husband have a good relationship, and young couples like to be close. Just remember, if he gets too persistent, don't give in. If it gets too much, you can come sleep with me."
Mom, do you
"Wake up often at night?" And Huan was a bit taken aback. The soundproofing in the house isn't great, and she knows that. However, the house is big, and her bedroom is far from the others, so sometimes they get a bit carried away. Who would have thought it could be heard? Qiu Shushan thought to herself, it's not just her, but also her dad. But seeing her daughter's embarrassed face, she kindly swallowed her words and simply said, "It's okay, Mom understands. Just remember what I told you, don't let him get too close in the first 3 months. Even after 3 months, don't be too carefree." After saying this, Qiu Shushan turned and left. When Xiaozheng returned home, everyone was in a cheerful mood. He smiled and asked, "What delicious food are we having for lunch? Why is everyone so happy?" And Buohuai and Qiu Shushan exchanged glances and smiled without speaking. It wasn't their place to say. They intended for Anhua to tell her husband the good news herself, but unexpectedly, little Dong Dong jumped up and shouted, "I'm going to be a dad. I'm going to be a dad." Everyone was taken aback and then burst into laughter. And Buohuai gently flicked his grandson on the forehead, saying, "You got your lines wrong. Try again." Dong Dong quickly corrected himself. "I'm going to be a big brother. I'm going to be a big brother. I want a little sister, a sweet and soft little sister." Xiaozheng looked at Anhua in confusion. "What does that mean? Are you confused?" Anhua teased him, touching her flat stomach. "That's what it means." Xiaozheng replied, "I'm going to be a dad?" And Hua said, "You already are a dad. It means you're going to be a dad again." Xiaozheng took off his hat, scratched his head, and turned in circles like a big dog looking for its lost tail. And Hua looked at him, puzzled. What does this mean? Is he not happy? She thought he would be as excited as Dong Dong. And Buohuai and Qiu Shushan were also confused. Does the son-in-law not want another child? Suddenly, Xiaozheng took a few big steps toward Anhua. His nostrils flared slightly, and his reddened eyes fixed on her. After a few seconds, he picked her up and headed toward the bedroom. "Hey, no hitting. Even if you don't want another child, you can't hit your wife." And Buohuai quickly tried to follow, but was stopped by Qiu Shushan. Qiu Shushan shot him a glance. "Do you think your son-in-law looks like someone who would hit his wife?"
But he.
"Stay quiet, just don't say anything." In the bedroom, Xiaozheng carefully placed the person in his arms onto the edge of the bed, then kissed her forehead, followed by her cheeks, nose, lips, and chin. These kisses, filled with pure affection, made Anhua feel an unprecedented warmth and intensity of emotion. Anhua pinched his earlobe and said, "You just brought me into the bedroom like this. Aren't you worried about what others will think?" Xiaozheng rested his head on his wife's chest and shook his head. Someone who was about to have both a son and a daughter wouldn't care about others' opinions. Anhua replied, "Who says it has to be a daughter?" Xiaozheng said, "Let's just say it is for now. Who knows, maybe a daughter will really come along."
Wife.
Xiaozheng suddenly looked up at Anhua, his eyes shining brightly. "I want to shout it out loud in the broadcasting room, telling everyone that my wife is pregnant again, and we are one step closer to our goal of having a big family." What a crazy thought. Anhua quickly covered his mouth with her hand, her eyes firm. "No, you don't want to. Stop saying that. And what does having a big family even mean?" Who wants to have that many children? Come on, let's go eat. Xiao Zheng actually wanted to stay close a bit longer, but he was worried Anhua would get hungry, so he followed her out. As soon as they stepped out of the bedroom, he became serious again. Here, eat more fish. Qiu Shushin placed an entire fish into Anhua's bowl. The fish was stewed to perfection, fragrant and tender. Just looking at it made Anhua's mouth water. But as soon as she took a bite, a wave of nausea hit her. Xiao Fangfang was quick and brought a basin for Anhua. She turned away and gagged a few times but couldn't bring anything up. Qiu Shushin said, I added rice wine to remove the fishy smell. I tasted it after cooking, and it wasn't fishy at all.
Why?
Anhua waved her hand. I can't eat it. Xiao Fangfang offered Anhua some spicy stir-fried meat, but Anhua tried to eat it and couldn't. It's not about anything else. It's just that the smell of food makes me want to throw up. Xiao Zheng panicked. What should we do? You can't skip meals. Think of something you might want to eat. Anhua shook her head. And Bo Huai said, you have to eat something, even if it's just a little. Not to mention the baby. You can't starve yourself either. Qiu Shushin stood up. I'll make you some rice porridge. It doesn't have much flavor, so you should be able to eat it. Xiao Fangfang went to help her. The family paused their meal for Anhua's sake. Anhua felt guilty and said, you all eat first. After you're done, we can talk. I'm not really hungry anyway. It wasn't true. She was actually quite hungry, but she just couldn't eat. After the rice porridge was ready, Qiu Shushin served her a bowl. Anhua managed to drink half a bowl. Although it wasn't much, at least she didn't throw it up. For the next few days, she survived on that rice porridge. Xiao Zheng was so worried he started losing hair. He brought all kinds of food he could think of to Anhua, but she still ate very little, and her face visibly became thinner. Sour, sweet, spicy, or bitter, nothing could tempt her appetite. The usually tough Xiao Zheng cried quietly at night, holding Anhua. Wife, what do you want to eat? Anhua touched Xiao Zheng's stubble and thought it was her who couldn't eat, so why did he seem to suffer more? She looked at the ceiling and suddenly had a bright idea. I want to eat something stinky. Xiao Zheng replied, Stinky? Anhua nodded. Snail noodles, durian, stinky tofu. Especially snail noodles. Just thinking about it made her mouth water. She didn't have a strong preference for these smelly foods before, only eating them occasionally. But now, she craved them. Anhua sat up suddenly. Old Xiao, do you know about snail noodles? The original owner of her body didn't have any memory of snail noodles because it was a local specialty from a southern province, and in those times, information didn't travel far. Plus, she didn't know the history of snail noodles or if they even existed now. Xiao Zheng looked confused. What is snail? Anhua felt disappointed and flopped back onto the bed. Just as she thought. Xiao Zheng became anxious. Just tell me what it is, and I'll go find it for you. Anhua shook her head. Where could he find it? Would he really travel all the way to the south? Actually, she had snail noodles in her space, but they were just a few instant meals she bought to meet a minimum order. But right now, she really wanted to eat. Anhua swallowed hard. Let's sleep. I'm not hungry anymore. If she fell asleep, she wouldn't feel hungry. Xiao Zheng couldn't sleep, though. With his eyes closed, he thought about all the noodles he knew. After several days of hunger, how could Anhua possibly hold on? In the middle of the night, she quietly got up and went to the kitchen. She chose 2 in the morning, a time when people were deep in sleep and hard to wake up. She even locked the kitchen door, so if someone noticed, they wouldn't know what she was doing as long as she didn't open the door. As for the taste, it doesn't matter too much anymore. When the time comes, she will just deny it fiercely. She's pregnant. What can they do to her? With her family being so understanding and trusting, Anhua felt braver. She found a pack of snail noodles from her space, didn't turn on the light, poked the coal stove, tossed the torn packaging back into the space, and quietly started cooking. As soon as the aroma wafted out, her stomach let out a loud growl, and her mouth watered uncontrollably. After cooking, Anhua looked at the noodles like a hungry wolf, eager to devour them all at once. She couldn't eat in the space because it didn't provide a feeling of fullness. So, she sat on a small stool, listening carefully to the sounds outside while slurping the noodles. However, gradually, her focus was entirely on the noodles and she didn't even notice someone standing by the window. In the soft moonlight, Xiaozheng looked at his wife's small figure in the kitchen. He couldn't see what she was eating, but he caught a whiff of a strange smell. Xiaozheng was stunned, and He was very satisfied after eating. Once she finished and cleaned the pots and dishes in the kitchen, she opened the door. By morning, the smell should have faded. After brushing her teeth and washing her face, she quietly returned to the room, lifted a corner of the blanket, and lay down on the bed. She turned to look at Xiaozheng. Yes, he was sound asleep. And Hua snuggled closer, resting his arm under her head, finding a comfortable position, and gradually fell asleep. When the breathing beside her became deeper, Xiaozheng opened his eyes. For a brief moment, given the recent events involving Shi Xiaojun, he did think of his wife's actions, but quickly dismissed the thought. Pregnancy might change some preferences, but it shouldn't be that strange. And that smell. At first, it seemed like something unpleasant, but it wasn't exactly the same. Xiaozheng wondered what Hua was eating. Was it something from home? Why was she sneaking around at night like a thief? In fact, Xiaozheng had long felt an indescribable sensation. Since Hua joined the army, she seemed like a completely different person. An adult's views might change with books, but what about personality? Can a character shaped since childhood be completely transformed? He looked down, his eyes filled with complexity. The person lying in his arms, carrying his child, was so familiar, yet seemed to be shrouded in mystery, making it hard to see clearly. The next morning, Qiu Shushan entered the kitchen, sniffed, and mumbled, "Why does the kitchen smell strange?" And Hua remained calm and pretended to sniff, saying, "Really? I don't smell anything." Xiaozheng glanced at her, and Hua smiled and asked him, "Do you smell anything?" Xiaozheng paused and replied, "I think I smell something unpleasant." And Hua, "Dog's nose." Qiu Shushan quickly waved his hand. "What are you talking about?" And Hua, "Exactly, what are you talking about?" Xiaozheng laughed. "Okay, maybe I was just joking." Qiu Shushan asked Hua, "Is there anything you want to eat today?" And Hua had eaten a big bowl of snail noodles late at night and was still full. "Just some porridge for breakfast is fine." Qiu Shushan sighed and went to make porridge. Xiaozheng said, "The chef can make stinky tofu, which also has a strong smell. Do you want to try it?" And Hua, "How do you know I want to eat something smelly?" Xiaozheng, "You said it yourself last night." And Hua, "Oh, I forgot. But stinky tofu." And Hua nodded, "Sure, let's get some to try." Xiaozheng acted quickly and brought back stinky tofu that day. The chef made some for himself, and he had some leftovers, so he gave it to me. Qiu Shushan sniffed it. It had a slightly sour smell, but it wasn't overpowering or nauseating. Those who liked it found the taste unique. And Hua really liked it and took a bite right away. "Qiu Shushan, you like it?" And Hua enjoyed it and said, "Delicious." Xiaozheng laughed. "I'll ask the chef to make more." Stinky tofu can also be used as a seasoning for cooking, stir-frying, dipping, or steaming meat. Qiu Shushan said, "Shall we steam some meat for lunch?" And Hua hasn't had meat in a while. And Hua, "We can steam some, and I'll use the rest to mix with rice." Qiu Shushan was more than happy. As long as her daughter could eat, she was grateful. Soon, the news that Hua wanted to eat something smelly spread. In the family compound, people from all over came, and everyone brought their homemade delicacies. "This is stinky mandarin fish from my hometown. My mom pickled it herself. I just brought it back from my hometown. Try it and see if you like it. This is my homemade stinky tofu, pickled for over 40 days. My neighbors thought my toilet was broken. Have you tried stinky amaranth stems? My family just sent them. They're great for stir-frying with eggs or cooking tofu." The history of humans eating smelly food is quite long because the smell comes from fermentation, which is one of the oldest methods of preserving food. A few days later, a lot of smelly food gathered at Hua's home, with various odors mixing together, creating a very sour smell. Luckily, it was winter, so others' noses didn't suffer too much. Zhou Meihua also brought a type of soybean paste and offered a spoonful for Anhua to taste. How is it? I think it smells good, but many others say it stinks. Anhua nodded, it's tasty. Zhou Meihua smiled. You can use it in cooking or dip vegetables in it. I have plenty more, so come get some when you finish. Anhua thanked her with a smile and gently touched her flat belly, wondering what kind of baby she was carrying with such unique tastes. At the end of the year, the food factory was evaluating outstanding employees. Anhua had previously written a song for the factory, and the manager promised to recognize her, which he did. Anhua thought she wasn't very ambitious at work, so being recognized didn't matter much to her. However, after the evaluation, her salary was raised by 2 levels, allowing her to earn 57 yuan a month. This was also due to her previous experience in the band. Even though she had resigned, her work history still counted. The factory held a recognition ceremony where the leaders awarded outstanding individuals, model workers, and exemplary employees, including the March 8th Red Banner Award. Anhua received a flashlight as her prize, and her colleague Feng Qi received the same. Feng Qi was also recognized as an outstanding individual. Compared to when she first arrived at the housing complex, Feng Qi's skin had become fairer, her face fuller, and she looked radiant, almost like a different person. Their eyes met briefly, and Anhua smiled warmly, to which Feng Qi responded with a smile as well, but they did not speak. After work, Anhua took a stroll around the supply and marketing cooperative building and left with the honey tangerines that Sister Ma had saved for her. In their area, vegetables were scarce in winter, and fruits were even rarer. The honey tangerines were brought from another region, and a third of them spoiled during transport, making them limited and expensive, yet still in high demand. Anhua also took some apples from her storage and brought them home along with the tangerines. When she got home, she told Nbohuai, "Dad, I have already rented a house. You can move whenever you want." And Nbohuai was tending to the chrysanthemums and replied happily, "So soon?"
I thought it would take a while.
Anhua confidently said, "A colleague of mine has a sister who has a house for rent." And Nbohuai nodded, "Once I return from the provincial city, I'll move in. Your mom can stay here for now to take care of you." Anhua peeled an orange and shared half with Nbohuai. He put a piece in his mouth and immediately spat it out. "It's too sour. I'm getting old. My teeth can't handle it." Anhua tasted it and found the sweet and sour flavor delicious. Nbohuai looked at her. "A few days ago, you loved eating. Something smelly. How did you suddenly start liking sour?" Anhua kept feeding herself oranges. "I don't know. My taste buds just tell me this orange is tasty." "Like sour?" Qiu Shushan walked over and said, "Sour means a boy, right? Is this baby another boy?" Since they already had Dong Dong, everyone hoped Anhua's second child would be a girl. And Nbohuai countered, "There's no scientific basis for that. Don't be superstitious." Qiu Shushan replied, "You never know." Old Yang's daughter-in-law craved sour food during her pregnancy, and she ended up having a son. And Nbohuai shook his head and didn't argue further. However, Anhua's taste soon changed again. She started to love spicy food. Qiu Shushan made a big bowl of chili oil, and Anhua had to add it to everything she ate, even eating it plain. In the middle of the night, when she craved something, she would get up to eat chili. Xiaozhen watched Anhua munching on chili and swallowed hard. "Honey, can we just have steamed buns?" Anhua shook her head. "I don't want steamed buns. Please bring me some cookies. I want chocolate-flavored." Xiaozhen obediently went to get them. The sweet chocolate cookies were topped with a layer of bright red chili oil, a truly unusual combination. But Anhua thought it was delicious. Xiaozhen looked at her belly, puzzled. Why does she have such mixed tastes? But regardless of how strange it was, at least she was eating, which was better than not eating at all. And Nbohuai returned to the provincial city and came back to Yin County just before the new year. However, he looked unwell. Upon questioning, he said, Wu Xiaolin came to the house and said she wanted to see the child. Qiu Shushen asked, "Isn't she remarried?" And Hua replied, "Whether she is remarried or not, Tian Tian is her biological child. No matter how selfish she is, she must have some feelings for the child she gave birth to." Amber sighed. Family bonds are natural, and we shouldn't stop them from meeting. But I'm worried that Tianshan might be influenced in the wrong way. Qiu Shushan agreed. It's good we aren't in the provincial capital right now. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a valid reason to keep her from seeing the child. And Hua asked, will she bother my brother? Amber replied, not really, since she has a husband now, and he wouldn't want her to stay connected with her ex. That made sense. Wu Xiaolin didn't occupy the family's thoughts for long, and was soon set aside. As winter break began, Zhou Meihua's second son, Shi Shaojing, came from their hometown. Shi Shaojing was 15 years old, not very tall for his age, but quite sturdy. He had a square face and looked honest and solid, though he didn't talk much. And Hua wondered, Sister Meihua, if Shaojing is 15, how old is your eldest son? Zhou Meihua replied, my eldest, Xiaohai, is 20. He's been in the army for almost 3 years. And Hua was even more surprised. You can't be over 40, and your eldest is already 20? Zhou Meihua laughed, I'm 36. I got married at 15 and had my first child at 16. Then my husband went to war and didn't return for 5 years before our second child was born. That's quite early. Yes, it was a bit early. My parents had passed away and my brothers didn't want to support me, so I had to get married. Luckily, my husband and I come from neighboring villages, so we knew each other well. She smiled and added, if we were in the countryside, my eldest would probably already be married with kids. I might even be a grandmother by now. And Hua was taken aback at the thought of being a grandmother in her 30s. Mom, where's the shovel? I want to clean up the chicken coop and put the waste in the garden, Shi Shaojing said as he approached politely, but a bit awkwardly. Zhou Meihua quickly stood up, unsure how to treat her second son, and finally said, no need. I'll handle the chores. You can go play. Shi Shaojing paused for a moment and replied, I'm 15 now. I can't just think about playing all the time. For some reason, Zhou Meihua felt a lump in her throat. She pushed Shi Shaojing outside, saying, I told you not to worry about the chores. Go meet some people. There are several kids your age in the compound, and you'll be classmates when school starts. Get to know them. With Zhou Meihua's insistence, Shi Shaojing finally left, looking back several times. After he went out, he didn't know where to go. He returned to his hometown when he was 11 and used to live in this courtyard, but those memories felt very distant now. Facing the unfamiliar environment, Shi Shaojing felt lost. He didn't know who to look for and couldn't go home, or his mom would definitely make him come out again. So, he found a corner to sit alone, planning to go home when it got dark. After he left, Zhou Meihua wiped away her tears. And Hua said, Sister Meihua, I'm fine. Zhou Meihua waved her hand. I just feel like the second child has become distant from me. After being apart for 4 years, how could they not feel distant? In those 4 years, they could meet only once a year at most. Actually, I never agreed to send the second child back. It's all Shi Weiguang's fault. Zhou Meihua said angrily. He felt he owed his parents, so he sent the second child back to repay them. I tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. And Hua comforted her. Don't be sad. The good thing is that he is back now. I noticed that child is a bit shy. You might need to pay more attention to him. Zhou Meihua nodded. That's for sure. I won't let him do any chores at home. He just needs to focus on studying and playing. And Hua said actually having him do some tasks might help strengthen your bond. Think about it. With Xiao Jun and Xiao Shan, you give them tasks and never worry about whether they will hold a grudge against you. Zhou Meihua thought about it and realized it was true. In any case, treat Xiao Jun and Xiao Shan the same way you treat Xiao Jiang. Zhou Meihua agreed with Hua and secretly decided to follow her advice. In the evening, when Shi Shaojing returned, he immediately went to the kitchen to help her chop vegetables and meat. Zhou Meihua initially wanted him to do it, but seeing her second son working hard, she couldn't bear to let him. In the end, she said, Xiao Jiang, just help me with the fire. In winter, tending the fire also meant roasting food, which was a good task. Shi Shaojing shook his head and said, Mom, I'll cook. You can take care of the fire. At 15, he cooked quite well, showing he had done it often back in his hometown. Zhou Meihua asked, Do you often cook for your grandparents at home? Sure Xiaojing replied with a soft yes. Zhou Meihua said dryly, now that you're home, you don't have to cook. I'm here. At that moment, Sure Xiaojun came in from outside, and his cotton jacket had a noticeable hole with white cotton poking out. Zhou Meihua was furious. What happened? This is a new jacket. You little rascal, I will definitely deal with you today. Sure Xiaojun was used to it. While running in circles in the yard, he shouted, I didn't mean to break it. I accidentally bumped it while climbing the tree.
Mom, I'm sorry.
Please don't hit me. Suddenly, there was a flurry of activity. Sure Xiaojun looked on with envy as Sure Xiaojun was chased by Zhou Meihua. Out of nowhere, Sure Xiaojun ran over to Sure Xiaojun, hid behind him, and stuck his head out to make silly faces at Zhou Meihua, saying, You can't catch me. You can't catch me. Ha ha ha. Zhou Meihua was afraid of accidentally hitting Sure Xiaojun, so she didn't dare to strike. Sure Xiaojun jumped onto Sure Xiaojun's back, asking him to carry him outside. Sure Xiaojun, surprised, did as he was told. And just like that, Sure Xiaojun escaped right under Zhou Meihua's nose. Ha ha ha, cough, cough. Sure Xiaojun laughed a few times, but then started coughing. Once he stopped coughing, he patted Sure Xiaojun on the shoulder and said, Good second brother. From today on, you are my true second brother. We may not be born on the same day, but we will die on the same day.
Huh?
Sure Xiaojun was confused, forgetting about his earlier worries. After all, they were brothers. His younger brother seemed a bit silly. On the day of the Laba festival, snowflakes began to fall from the sky. Dong Dong stood in the yard for a while, returning with a head full of snow, smiling at his mom. Mom, my hair is white now. I look like an old man. Qiu Shushan quickly went over to brush the snow off her grandson's head, saying, You shouldn't play like that. What if the cold gets into your head and you catch a cold? Just then, and Tian came in, also covered in snow, saying, Haha, my hair is white too. Oh dear, you little troublemakers. Qiu Shushan hurried over to wipe the snow off and Tian as well. And Hua walked over, touching her son's face and hands. So cold? You can play in the snow, but you need to wear warmer clothes, gloves, a scarf, and a hat. Don't forget anything. As she spoke, she found the gear to dress Dong Dong. The soft cashmere scarf and hat were bought from a store. The gloves were hand-knitted by Hua, who had just learned to knit. They might look simple, but they were lined with wool and very warm. Once he put on a cotton jacket, Dong Dong was fully equipped. Qiu Shushan also added extra layers to Tian's outfit, and the two kids ran outside to play again. As the saying goes, little children, don't be greedy. After Laba, it's New Year. The Laba festival is also a very important holiday. Xiao Fongfong got up early to clean the house and make Laba porridge. According to tradition, today is also a day for honoring ancestors and spirits, but in the military family compound, this step is skipped. Another important task is to pickle Laba garlic. First, cut off both ends of the garlic to enhance the flavor, then place it in a clean jar. Add vinegar, rock sugar, and a little white wine, then seal it and set it aside. It will be ready to eat on New Year's Day. I'll make some more Laba porridge today, and once it's done, I'll bring some back for your dad, said Qiu Shushan. She has also moved to the rented courtyard within Bohuai, but she usually brings in Tian here during the day and returns home in the afternoon. And Hua suggested she stay here to avoid the hassle of back and forth, but she worried about An Bohuai. In fact, An Bohuai enjoys his freedom, wandering around every day. When he gets hungry, he uses food coupons to eat at the state-run restaurant and sometimes comes over to the family compound for meals. Mom, your Laba porridge smells amazing, and Hua said as she entered the kitchen, taking a deep breath. Qiu Shushan shot her a playful glance, of course. I used the best ingredients. On a cold morning, a bowl of fragrant, warm Laba porridge instantly warms you up. These are the Laba beans made by Fong Fong. You should try them. The Laba beans are made from yellow beans with added chili. Xiao Fong Fong pickled them on the day of the winter solstice, and now they are perfectly ready. The yellow beans are savory and soft, making them a great side dish. And Hua enjoyed a big bowl of Laba porridge with the Laba beans. She asked, did you make a lot of laba beans? I want to pack some to give away. Qiu Shushan replied, Fong Fong made 3 jars. How much do you want to give away? I can help you pack it. And Hua counted on her fingers, 1 for Sister Manhwa, 1 for Comrade Shin next door, and 1 for Yang Tianjiao and Sister Ma at work. Both Zhou Meihua and Zhou Qianling have given gifts in return, and many other families in the compound have also sent laba gifts to Anhua. And Hua reminded Xiao Fongfong and Qiu Shushan to return the favors to anyone who comes to give gifts. After breakfast, Anhua took 2 jars of laba beans to work. Since she became pregnant, she hasn't ridden her bike and walks slowly instead. At the factory gate, a liberation truck was parked. Just as Anhua reached the truck, she heard Yang Tianjiao calling her from behind. Anhua stopped and waited for her. The truck next to her started up, but Anhua didn't notice that the back panel was loose. As the truck drove past her, it hit a bump, and the cargo in the truck fell out with a loud crash. Yang Tianjiao saw it first and shouted in shock, "Get out of the way!" Although Anhua thought she reacted quickly enough, by the time she turned her head, she saw the cargo box rolling down. It was too late to dodge. If she weren't pregnant, it would have been fine. Protecting her head would mean getting hit on the body might not be fatal. But she was pregnant. In that moment, Anhua's mind went blank. Just as she was thinking, a tall figure stepped in front of her. 2 cargo boxes fell on that person. Anhua. Yang Tianjiao finally reached Anhua. Thank goodness you're okay. Anhua's hands trembled, and she was covered in cold sweat. She licked her dry lips and looked at the man blocking her. He was a strong man, but she couldn't see his face as he was looking down. Anhua hurried over. Are you okay? Did you get hurt? The truck had stopped, and the driver rushed down, panicking. Biaoge, are you alright? The man looked up and glared at the driver, cursing. What the were you loading? Is it worth hurting someone? Out of anger, the man swore several times. The driver, looking apologetic, said, I'm really sorry, it was my mistake. Biaoge, let me take you to the medical room. The man pointed at Anhua and said, the one who should be apologizing is her. Only then did the driver notice the shaken Anhua. I'm sorry, comrade. Thankfully, you're okay. Otherwise, fortunately, it was tough Biaoge who got hit. If it had been this delicate lady, he wouldn't have been able to handle the consequences. Yang Tianjia, looking serious, scolded, Your work is too careless. I will report this. You must reflect deeply. The driver kept his head down, knowing he had made a serious mistake that nearly caused a disaster. He couldn't even defend himself. Anhua approached the man called Biaoge. Thank you, comrade. May I ask which department you're from? I want to write you a letter of appreciation. The driver quickly interjected, Biaoge is the head of the security department. His name is Geng Biao. Geng Biao shot a glare at the driver and then said to Anhua, No need, it's just a small matter. Anhua replied, I definitely want to write a letter of appreciation, but for now, let's go to the medical room. Geng Biao waved his hand. It's not necessary. I'm not hurt. Despite her insistence, Geng Biao was reluctant to go to the medical room, but it seemed he really was okay. Anhua, feeling helpless, bowed to Geng Biao and forcefully handed him 2 jars of laba beans. Today is Laba Festival, and these are homemade laba beans from my family. They aren't expensive, but I want to show my gratitude. Geng Biao was about to refuse, but Anhua pulled Yang Tianjiao away. Geng Biao hesitated and brought the jar to his nose to smell it. It smells quite nice. The driver, Xiaoyu, called out Biaoge. Geng Biao seemed not to hear, so the driver remembered that Geng Biao couldn't hear from his right ear and raised his voice, Biaoge. Geng Biao's expression turned serious. What do you want? Xiaoyu mumbled, about today, can you not report it? If I get in trouble, I won't get my year-end bonus, and my wife is counting on that money to buy our child a new winter coat. Geng Biao paused and said, Even if I don't report it, those 2 ladies will. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and asked, If someone from above comes to ask about it, can you help me downplay the situation? Geng Biao glanced at him. This is a one-time deal. Xiaoyu immediately promised, absolutely. Xiaoyu leaned closer to Geng Biao and sniffed. What's in this jar? It smells amazing. Geng Biao replied, Didn't they just say it's lava beans? Xiaoyu looked at Geng Biao and chuckled. Geng Biao raised an eyebrow. Want to try some? Xiaoyu said, I'm curious. I want to taste it. Geng Biao opened the jar, and the aroma of soybeans and chili became even stronger. He waved the jar in front of Xiaoyu's nose, and then closed it again. Xiaoyu asked, Are you not going to share? Geng Biao replied, Share? Not a chance. Xiaoyu thought to himself, he's acting protective. It's not even made by his wife. But speaking of wives, Xiaoyu remembered, Biaoge, how did it go with that girl you met last time? Any progress? Geng Biao replied, What progress? It's already over. Xiaoyu almost choked on his own saliva. Already over? How many is that now? Geng Biao chuckled, I lost count, but in the past 2 years, the number of blind dates I've been on could fill both hands. Xiaoyu exclaimed, My wife and I are each other's first love. What first love? Sounds a bit cheesy. Geng Biao paused and added, I've just been on many blind dates. My first love is still around. Xiaoyu said, Seriously, that girl from last time. What was her name? Xiao Deng. She was really nice and pretty and... She was really pretty. Geng Biao scoffed. Is that all you can say? Xiaoyu smiled awkwardly. I've only seen her from a distance once, so I don't really know her. Geng Biao nodded. She's nice. She's pretty and healthy. Just the fact that she agreed to go on a blind date with me, someone with a disability, is something I should be grateful for. Geng Biao couldn't hear with one ear. Xiaoyu quickly said, But you shouldn't say that. Brother Biao, you're doing well. Not being able to hear with one ear doesn't affect much. You're still the head of security. But by the way, what happened between you two? Didn't you watch a movie together? How would I know? Geng Biao shook his head. After the movie, she told me it wasn't a good match, and I was left confused. However, Geng Biao didn't mind too much. If it worked out, great. If not, it just meant she wasn't meant to be his wife. But where was his destined wife? Is your stomach okay? Yang Tianjiao asked with concern. And Hua shook her head. I'm fine. But I just gave Geng's section chief 2 jars of fermented beans, which I originally planned to give to you and Sister Ma. Yang Tianjiao quickly waved her hand. It's no big deal. And Hua said, After work, come to my house, and I'll pack another jar for you. My sister-in-law made it, and it tastes really good. Yang Tianjiao didn't hold back anymore. By the way, I've already taken leave. I'm taking a train tomorrow to another city. Yang Tianjiao's round face was flushed. I'm going back to Li Hansong's hometown. And Hua smiled. Congratulations. It sounds like good news is coming? Yang Tianjiao smiled shyly. He's already preparing to propose. And Hua was surprised. Really? You two are quietly making big plans. But Yang Tianjiao's mood suddenly dropped. I'm a bit scared. What if his family doesn't like me? And Hua comforted her by patting the back of her hand. Just be yourself, and let things happen naturally. If his family really doesn't like you, it's not a big deal. You live far apart, so it's not easy to meet often. Thinking about it that way made sense. Yang Tianjiao then asked, What gifts should I bring to his family? My mom has already prepared some local specialties for me, but I feel like it's not enough. And Hua thought for a moment and said, Actually, you don't need to bring anything too expensive. First, the journey is long, so it's not convenient to carry too much or too valuable. Second, Li Hansong's family is well educated, so they might not place much importance on the value of gifts. Yang Tianjiao pondered this. And Hua said, if you really think the gift isn't suitable, you can prepare some good quality socks, gloves, and scarves to give to his family. These items are practical and of good quality, and everyone will have their own gift, which shows your thoughtfulness. Yang Tianjiao clapped her hands. That's a good idea. And Hua replied, You really don't need to worry. After all, your background speaks for itself. You are a vocational school graduate, working at a state-owned enterprise, and you are also quite attractive. You are a good match for Li Hansong, and I believe his family won't have any objections. Yang Tianjiao smiled shyly. You make me feel embarrassed with your compliments. I'm just speaking the truth. As they talked, they arrived at the office building. And Hua was still shaken by the earlier incident and felt dry in her throat, so she went to get some hot water as soon as she entered the office. Sister Ma called out to her. Wait for me, I'll go with you. Sister Ma looked at her belly and asked, have you been pregnant for about 2 months? About that, it's been 68 days. Is your appetite normal now? I can eat anything and I eat a lot. I'm always hungry very quickly. You need to be careful. If you eat too much, the baby will grow too big and it will be hard during delivery. My mom said the same thing, but it's really hard to control my appetite. It's tough to feel hungry. Just try to manage it. While they were talking, a middle-aged man bumped into them. Upon closer inspection, it was their publicity department's Director Kai. Director Kai took a sip from his thermos of hot water and smacked his lips. When he saw Sister Ma, he immediately called out, Sister Ma, I was just looking for you. Sister Ma thought for a moment. Oh, is it about Director Gung? Director Kai chuckled. Yes, it's about him. So, have you found anyone suitable?
My mom is really anxious for him.
Sister Ma's expression showed some hesitation. The girls in the city are quite picky. Last time, we found someone, but he didn't seize the opportunity. Just one question. Does he mind marrying a girl from the countryside? Director Kai replied, my mom said it's fine as long as she's not divorced, and she can manage the household. Other than that, there are no requirements. Sister Ma sighed in relief. That makes things much easier. Just wait for the good news. Director Kai smiled and thanked Sister Ma, then nodded at Manhwa before leaving. Manhwa asked, the Director Gung that Director Kai mentioned, is he from the security department? They all work at the same factory, so it's not surprising that Manhwa knows Gung Biao. Sister Ma nodded and said, yes, Section Chief Kai's mother is a distant cousin of Section Chief Gung. Section Chief Gung is still single at his age, so Kai's mother is worried about him. And Hua asked, shouldn't this be something Section Chief Gung's parents worry about? Why is a distant cousin so concerned? Sister Ma explained, after Section Chief Gung went to war, his parents passed away one after the other. There aren't any other relatives. He only has this cousin looking after him. Once Sister Ma started talking, she continued, actually Section Chief Gung is a good person. He became a section chief in his early 30s and is quite handsome, but he has one ear that can't hear. And Hua asked in surprise, how did he lose his hearing? Sister Ma replied, he fought in the Korean War and was a combat hero. Unfortunately, a shell blast damaged his hearing in one ear, so he had to leave the military and came to our factory. After returning, he found that his parents were gone and started living alone. No one helped him find a partner, and as time passed, he became older and single. With his hearing issue, it became even harder for him to find someone. Sister Ma sighed. If he were a few years younger, some of the female workers in our factory might consider marrying him, but the women his age are already married. The younger girls are all looking for someone better, so he seems to be in a tough spot. Hearing this, Hua felt a stir in her heart. She had just seen Gung Biao. She didn't remember his face well, but she recalled he was strong and fit, though he was a bit short, probably just over 170 centimeters, which isn't considered short in this era. Overall, his appearance was definitely acceptable. Plus, he had saved her and was a combat hero, so his character should be good too. Maybe she could consider him for Xiao Fongfong. And Hua couldn't help but ask Sister Ma, do you have anyone suitable in mind for him? Sister Ma smiled wryly, not really. Section Chief Gung is a good person and has a decent job, but he has a disability and is older. Without parents or siblings to support him, it's hard for him to attract a good partner. I once found a healthy girl who agreed to meet him, but after 2 meetings, she lost interest.
Why?
The girl thinks he is dull and says he doesn't talk much, like he can't even make a sound. Normally, she doesn't find him dull, so why can't he be a bit sweeter when he's around her? Now, I have to ask my sister's sister-in-law in the countryside to help him find someone. And Hua thought for a moment and asked, does he want to find someone healthy? Would someone with a disability be okay? Sister Ma replied, that depends on the type of disability. Didn't you hear what Director Kai just said? He needs someone who can manage the household with all limbs functioning. If it's someone who is bedridden or has a mental disability or can't take care of themselves, that wouldn't work at all. Sister Ma looked at Hua and asked, do you have someone suitable in mind? And Hua hesitated for a moment and decided not to give a definite answer yet. There is someone, but I'm not sure how she and her family feel about it. I need to go back and ask. Sister Ma was very interested. What kind of person?
How old is she?
And Hua briefly introduced. She is 9 years younger than Director Gung and is quite pretty. She couldn't speak when she was young due to a fever, but her limbs are fine, and she can manage both household and outside tasks well. After thinking for a moment, and Hua added, although she is from the countryside, her family can resolve the household registration issue, and she has a job. Overall, her conditions are good. Sister Ma thought seriously for a while and then slapped her thigh. I think she would be a good match. As long as she isn't born with a disability, not being able to speak isn't a big deal. After all, Director Gung doesn't say much in front of girls either. As for conditions, to be honest, Director Gung doesn't mind. The last person I introduced him to was healthy, but didn't even have a job and had a mother who needed medication all the time. And Hua, you really need to help me ask. And Hua agreed. Do you have a photo of Director Gung? Please give me one. Yes. Sister Ma went back to her desk and rummaged through her drawer. And Hua leaned in to take a look and was surprised to see a stack of photos of men. And Hua laughed. You really are busy with your matchmaking business. Sister Ma chuckled. What can I say? People say I know a lot of people and they love to ask me for help. But honestly, those I've successfully matched have all been quite happy after marriage. Sister Ma handed an Hua photo. It was a picture of him in military uniform, with strong brows and bright eyes, looking quite spirited. As the workday ended, Sister Ma reminded An Hua a few more times not to forget to ask. An Hua chuckled. Okay, I won't forget that. Sister Ma sighed. She felt helpless. Director Kai had asked her to introduce a partner for Gung Biao since a year ago. During that time, she had introduced 3 people. The first one had crossed eyes, and they didn't work out. The second had a leg issue that wasn't noticeable until he walked quickly, and they also didn't work out. The third one was lucky. She found a healthy and attractive person, but he was unemployed and had a heavy family burden. She agreed to meet him, hoping Gung Biao could help her family later, but that also didn't work out. Sister Ma understood that finding a partner for marriage is a lifelong commitment. You can't just pick anyone to get a marriage certificate. They need to be compatible. Because she understood this, she felt it was difficult to matchmake for Gung Biao since he naturally had fewer options than others. She hoped An Hua could bring her good news. When An Hua returned home, Xiao Fongfong was busy in the kitchen. An Hua took a quick look and then went to her bedroom to change clothes, casually placing Gung Biao's photo on the bedside table. Mom, come out and see. Come out and see. Dong Dong shouted from outside. An Hua left her bedroom, and Dong Dong proudly held up an ice stick, saying, Look at my ice sword. An Hua gave him an exasperated look. Isn't it cold?
Cold.
Dong Dong nodded, and then threw the ice stick away. An Hua touched his hand, which was even colder than the ice. She wrapped his hand in her own, breathing warmth into it and rubbing it to warm him up. Dong Dong felt so happy, looking at his mom with bright eyes. Suddenly, Dad came home and said, If your hands are cold, go warm them by the stove. Why do you need Mom to warm you? If she gives you her warmth, won't she get cold herself? As he spoke, he walked over and separated their hands. Dong Dong immediately felt disappointed. Why did Dad have to break him apart from Mom? And Hua playfully smiled and placed her hand on Xiao Zheng's neck, encouraging Dong Dong to do the same. Why don't you warm us up? You have enough heat like a furnace. Dong Dong listened to his mom and happily put his cold little hand on Dad's neck. Xiao Zheng gasped at the cold, but didn't pull away. He helplessly glanced at his wife and son, letting them have their fun. After a while, he said, Let's go inside. It's cold out here. With that, he took his wife with one hand and held his son with the other, leading them inside. In the kitchen, Xiao Fongfong watched the scene from the window, feeling envious. The relationship between Sangge and Sansa is really good, and their family is very happy. When will she have her own little happy home? Xiao Fongfong, like most girls from her hometown, started dreaming about getting married when she reached a certain age. However, her situation is special. After searching for a few years, She hasn't found the right person and has become somewhat disheartened about marriage. Even though she moved to the city with Sang-go, she didn't have high hopes and was prepared to be a single woman for life. Still, no matter how great Sang-go and Sansa are, this place is not her home. She worries that she can't stay here forever. Thinking about the future, her desire for her own little home seems even stronger than before. While cooking, Xiao Fangfang lost herself in these thoughts. On the other side, Anjua followed Xiao Zheng into the bedroom after entering the house. Xiao Zheng quickly noticed a photo on the bedside table, and his expression changed slightly. He looked at Anjua, who raised her eyebrows at him. "What do you think of this person? Who is this?" Xiao Zheng picked up the photo and examined it closely, then scoffed. "His forehead is too wide, his lips are too thick, and his ears are too big. Not great." Anjua replied, "A wide forehead, thick lips, and big ears are signs of good fortune." Xiao Zheng said, "That's just superstition." Anjua shot him an annoyed look. "So, you don't agree to introduce him to Fangfang?" "Introduce him to Fangfang?" Xiao Zheng was taken aback, then glanced at the photo again, and reluctantly said, looking closely, "He's not bad." Anjua huffed. Xiao Zheng awkwardly rubbed his nose, thinking this was just another new friend of his wife. Anjua didn't waste time and directly explained the situation. "His name is Gung Biao, the head of security at our factory. He's a war hero and lost hearing in one ear due to an injury on the battlefield." Upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng's expression became serious. Anjua continued, "Both of his parents have passed away, and he doesn't have many relatives. This has its pros and cons. The good part is that there's no need to deal with in-laws, but the downside is that if they have children in the future, there won't be anyone to help." Xiao Zheng replied, "That's not a big issue. Most people in our community don't have family support, and they manage just fine." Anjua added, "One more thing, I don't know if Fangfang will mind, but Gung Biao is 9 years older than her, which is quite a gap. Other than that, I think it's fine." Xiao Zheng said, "Then let's ask Fangfang." Anjua nodded. "That's what I was thinking. If Fangfang agrees, we can let them meet. But there's something I want you to take care of first." Xiao Zheng hugged his wife and gave her a kiss. "What can I do for you, leader?" And Hua said, "I want you to arrange a job for Fangfang at the service center." And Hua had long wanted to find a job for Xiao Fangfang. Having a job and income would give her more confidence, even in dating. However, finding a suitable job was challenging due to her communication difficulties. Today, while discussing Fangfang's blind date with Gung Biao, Anhua remembered the service center in the camp. As a sales assistant, her speaking issues might be a concern, but with Xiao Zheng's help, it wouldn't be a problem. "For your own sister, just use your position this once," Anhua said with a smile. Xiao Zheng didn't think for long. All right, if she has an income, she won't have to rely on a man after marriage. After dinner, once everything was tidied up, Anhua called Xiao Fangfang aside and took out a photo. "What do you think of him?" Hearing this, Xiao Fangfang understood her sister-in-law's intention. She was being introduced to someone. Her face turned red, and she nervously twisted her braid, avoiding looking at the photo. Anhua squeezed her hand. "Don't be shy. Take a good look. If you're interested, nod your head. If not, shake your head. Follow your heart." Then, Anhua introduced Gung Biao's background to Xiao Fangfang. When she heard he had some hearing issues, she felt a bit more at ease. She preferred not to date someone completely healthy, as she felt unequal to them. If both had challenges, it seemed better. "Brother Biao, are you there?" There were 2 knocks at the duty room door.
Zheng Biao replied, "Come in."
Driver Xiaoyu walked in with a smile, holding a lunchbox. "Brother Biao, are you eating?" He peeked at Gung Biao's lunchbox, which clearly contained food from the cafeteria. He placed his own lunchbox in front of Gung Biao and opened it. "Dumplings with cabbage and pork, made by my wife." Gung Biao looked at him. Xiaoyu continued, "The other day, I almost hit a female colleague, but thankfully you saved her. I didn't get into big trouble. I just had to write a reflection. My wife specifically asked me to come and thank you. No need for that. Just avoid it happening again." Gung Biao waved his hand and returned to his meal. Xiao Yu simply poured the dumplings into Geng Biao's lunchbox, saying, "You have to thank me. This is my wife's order." Geng Biao chuckled. "You really listen to your wife." Xiao Yu proudly lifted his head and replied, "People say that those who listen to their wives have good lives." Geng Biao took a dumpling and praised, "It tastes good." Xiao Yu grinned, "Delicious, right? My wife's cooking is top-notch." She also said that if you ever want to skip the cafeteria, just come to my house for a meal. Geng Biao felt a bit annoyed, even though he had one ear that didn't work well, hearing Xiao Yu constantly mention my wife. As if everyone had a wife. Well, he really didn't. Xiao Yu continued to poke at Geng Biao's feelings. "My wife said that since you're single and don't have anyone to care for you, if you need help with anything, just let me know. For example, if your clothes are torn and you need someone to fix them, I can take them home for my wife to mend." Geng Biao couldn't help but say, "I was in the army. I can sew." Xiao Yu added, "But you often have stomach aches, right? If your stomach hurts again, just tell me, and I'll have my wife make you some millet porridge. It's good for your stomach."
Xiao Yu.
Geng Biao hesitated.
What's wrong, Geng Biao?
Xiao Yu asked innocently. Geng Biao smacked his lips. "Nothing." Xiao Yu said, "Hee, Geng Biao, are you jealous that I have a good wife? Honestly, you should settle down too. You're already 30. In the countryside, someone like you is considered an old bachelor. I know you can find someone, you just need to be more proactive. Show some care and warmth to the girls." "What does being proactive mean?" "I don't know how to do that," Geng Biao replied, his voice a bit heavy. Xiao Yu thought for a moment and said, "How about this? Next time you go on a blind date, tell me, and I'll give you some tips." Unexpectedly, the blind date came up quickly. Geng Biao was very willing to get married and didn't have high standards. He just wanted a woman who could live well with him. But for some reason, after countless blind dates, none had been successful. This time, his cousin specifically advised him that the girl was younger and shy, so he should be patient with her. Geng Biao didn't mind if she could talk or not. Having one ear that didn't work well meant less talking for him. He was worried that the other person was only 21 and still a young lady. Would she dislike him for being older? When they finally met, Geng Biao's heart skipped a beat, and he felt even more anxious. His cousin hadn't mentioned that she was such a lovely young woman. Xiao Fangfang wore a green military uniform today. After moving to the city, she had kept her skin fair, and in the green outfit, she looked even more radiant. Her hair was styled in 2 braids, hanging down on either side of her shoulders, showcasing her pure and charming appearance. This look was styled by Manhwa, and military uniforms had become trendy. Even if one wasn't a soldier, they could still wear them. Xiao Fangfang was on a blind date, so she didn't want to overdo her makeup. Wearing a military uniform was both fashionable and unique, without being too flashy. Little did she know, this outfit made it hard for Geng Biao to look away. As a former soldier, he had a special connection to military uniforms, especially since Xiao Fangfang wore it so beautifully. Xiao Fangfang lowered her head, nervously twisting her fingers under the table, her heart racing. That person. His gaze felt like it could burn a hole through her. And why wasn't he speaking? He said he had a hearing issue, but he never mentioned being mute. Just as Xiao Fangfang's head nearly dropped to her chest, Geng Biao finally reacted and quickly looked away, saying, "Comrade Xiao Fangfang, hello, I'm Geng Biao." Xiao Fangfang nodded slightly. Geng Biao nervously clenched his fists. You should know my situation, right? Do you have any questions? You can ask." He realized Xiao Fangfang couldn't speak and swallowed his words. Xiao Fangfang took out a pen and paper she had prepared earlier and began to write. "You can write?" Geng Biao thought she might be illiterate. Xiao Fangfang nodded and showed him what she had written. "Do you mind that I'm mute?" Although Geng Biao being there meant he didn't mind, Xiao Fangfang still wanted to hear his thoughts. Geng Biao sat up straight and replied earnestly, "Comrade Xiao Fangfang, I also have one ear that is deaf. While it doesn't affect my daily life much, it is still a disability. Besides, I'm much older than you. I have no right to dislike you. I want to ask, with your youth and beauty, would you mind me?" Xiao Fangfang smiled slightly, satisfied with his answer. Her sister-in-law had said that if the other person answered this question with a condescending attitude, then there was no need to pursue the relationship further. To be fair, Gung Biao's personal qualities are better than hers. His hearing impairment doesn't affect him much. Most people wouldn't even notice if he doesn't speak. But it seems Gung Biao thinks he is lucky to have her. His sister-in-law also mentioned that for a couple to have a good life, both should have qualities that make the other look up to them. If one feels superior and expects the other to give and please them without balance, the relationship will eventually become unstable. Xiao Fangfang thought for a moment and wrote, "I think you are a really nice person." Gung Biao leaned over to see and couldn't help but laugh, his bright smile shining. "Comrade Xiao Fangfang, you are also very nice truly." On New Year's Eve, as soon as they woke up, Xiaojing took the two kids to put up spring couplets and set off firecrackers. Every household was celebrating, and the courtyard was lively, filled with the smell of gunpowder. And Zay came over, drawn by the sound of firecrackers. And Hua had sent him a message earlier inviting him to celebrate the New Year together, but he only arrived on New Year's Eve. "Brother, you just got here?" And Hua quickly greeted him. Xiaozhen carefully supported her from behind, saying, "Slow down, it's slippery." And Zay was confused. His sister was delicate, but not so fragile, right? Xiaozhen explained, "My wife is pregnant again." And Zay then understood and happily said, "I will have another nephew." He brought many gifts, including wool sweaters for their parents, leather shoes for Anhua, and a shirt for Xiaozhen. He didn't prepare anything special for Xiao Fangfang, but he shared some pearl powder he brought for Anhua with her. The kids also had new clothes. And Tian hadn't seen her dad for a long time and clung to him until she reluctantly went to try on her new outfit. "Excuse me, brother-in-law," and Zay said, extending his hand to Xiaozhen. Xiaozhen shook it, saying, "No need to be polite, brother-in-law. Your visit makes my place shine." And Zay raised an eyebrow, surprised at how much his brother-in-law had changed after not seeing him for a while. And Hua also glanced at Xiaozhen, wondering why he was using such formal language. It felt strange. Xiaozhen hid his hand behind his back, feeling proud. He had been studying some idioms recently to impress his brother-in-law. And Zay must be thinking that it's been a few days, and he should see him in a new light, haha. "Brother, you should stay longer." Facing Xiaozhen's enthusiasm, and Zay smiled back, "I have things to do at school. I need to go back on the 5th day." And Zhe felt disappointed and said, "I wanted to invite you to stay for the Lantern Festival." Qiu Shushin and Bohuai walked over. Hearing Zhe's words, Qiu Shushin also tried to persuade him. "What's the rush? Can't you delay your return for a few days?" After thinking for a moment, Zhe decided to share his plans with his parents. "You should all know about the third-line construction. Our province is going to build a large chemical factory in the mountainous area in the south, with support from the chemical factory in the provincial capital for equipment, funding, and workers. Our school can also volunteer to send technical advisors." He paused for a moment before continuing, "I have always focused on basic research, but now there is a need for people on the front lines. I think I can apply what I've learned in a different way." And Bohuai remained silent after hearing this. Isn't the third-line construction supposed to be in the western regions? Why is it in our province? Qiu Shushin didn't understand the policy well. And Zhou explained to her, the third-line construction is divided into large and small third lines. The large third line refers to the inland areas in the southwest and northwest, while the small third line involves construction in the central areas of first and second-tier cities and in rugged regions. Qiu Shushin nodded, indicating she understood, but she still opposed the idea. "You're old enough that I shouldn't interfere with your work decisions, but have you thought about Tian? Are you going to take her to the mountains? She's so young and has been raised with care. How will she manage in such a tough environment without anyone to look after her?" And Zhe felt guilty.
"Mom, I'm sorry.
"I have thought about this, and I've decided not to take her with me. She can stay and live with you." Qiu Shushin replied, "Of course we're willing to take care of her, but as her father, you can't completely miss out on her life. If you're working at the school, she can see you whenever she wants. But if you go to the mountains, it won't be as easy." And Zhe hesitated because he hadn't made a final decision, partly because of Tian. And Jia expressed her support for Anja. Xiaozheng's hometown is in the southern mountains. I visited with him last time. The transportation isn't convenient, but it's not as far as you might think. If you don't mind the journey, visiting once every year or so isn't too much trouble. Anja looked at Anja in surprise, not expecting his sister to agree with his plan. Anja wasn't concerned about anything else. She was worried about Anja's safety at school. She feared that the upcoming big sports event might affect him, and if he went to the factory in the mountains, the risks would be much lower. In comparison to their parent-child relationship, Anja's safety was definitely more important. Xiaozheng quietly stayed by the side, not expressing any opinions. The scene fell into a moment of silence. After a while, and Bohai spoke up, "Since you want to go, then go. Dad." And Bohai raised his hand. "You don't need to feel guilty. Tian is our granddaughter, and we will take good care of her. But don't act like she doesn't exist. You should write to her often and visit her at least once a year." And Zay quickly nodded. "Of course." And Bohai nodded. "Then it's up to you." Qiu Shushan saw that everyone agreed and stopped opposing, letting out a long sigh. Xiaozheng noticed the atmosphere was a bit low and wanted to change the topic, so he said, "Big brother, do you want to see the winter sweet Dad planted? It's in the backyard and blooming beautifully." And Zay was taken aback. "Blooming beautifully?" And Hua corrected him. "Blooming beautifully doesn't describe flowers. It describes good writing." And Bohai looked puzzled, thinking he had a certain status in the literary world, yet his son-in-law's education seemed lacking. Xiaozheng, however, was not embarrassed at all and laughed. "Is that so? I must have used the idiom wrong." And Zay, what was he so cheerful about? But with Xiaozheng's comment, the gloomy atmosphere disappeared. And Hua smiled at Xiaozheng. "It's okay. Using it wrong once will make it memorable, and you'll know how to use it correctly next time." Xiaozheng, my wife is right. And Hua praised him again. "But you used Peng Bai Shenghui very well just now." Xiaozheng wanted to be humble, but he couldn't help feeling proud when his wife praised him. And Hua added, "And your writing has improved recently. It's better than Dong Dong's." Xiaozheng was surprised. "Really?" And Hua nodded confidently. "You're smart. As long as you decide to learn something well, you will succeed." This wasn't just a compliment. Xiaozheng was clever but lacked interest in academics and needed encouragement. Xiaozheng felt a bit proud but said, "Dong Dong is just a child. I'm his father, so it's nothing to brag about." And Zay looked at Bohai, astonished. "So this is how the brother-in-law and sister interacted?" And Bohai nodded silently, thinking that was how it was. Otherwise, how could his daughter have such control over her husband? And Zay became interested in Xiaozheng's writing and wanted to see it. Without hesitation, Xiaozheng took him to the study. Anhua didn't go with them, but stayed in the kitchen to help Xia Fangfang and Qiu Shushan. Since this morning, Xia Fangfang has been preparing fried foods for the new year, including fried crispy meat, fried lotus root, fried radish, fried tofu, and fried hairtail fish. The stove was filled with golden, delicious-looking food that made everyone hungry. Anhua had already brought a lot of peanut oil from her space, claiming it was bought through connections, so there was plenty of oil at home. Their fried foods were the most complete in the neighborhood. For example, the neighbor, Zhou Meihua, only made fried radish and crispy meat. Anhua said she came to help in the kitchen, but when she saw the freshly fried hairtail fish, golden and crispy with a wonderful aroma, she couldn't resist eating some. She gave Xia Fangfang a thumbs up, saying, "It's delicious, even better than my mom's cooking." Then she handed a piece to each of Dong Dong and Tian, reminding them to watch out for bones. Xia Fangfang shyly waved her hand. She had just learned these recipes from Qiu's mom. Back in her hometown, she had only eaten fried radish and fried tofu. She had never even seen hairtail fish, let alone cooked it. Qiu Shushan smiled at Xia Fangfang, saying, "Fang Fang is skilled. She learns quickly and does it better than others." Anhua sighed. "It's a pity that it won't be easy to enjoy Fang Fang's cooking in the future." Xia Fangfang looked at Anhua in confusion, wondering why. Anhua laughed. "If you get married, to eat your cooking again, you'll have to go to your home." Xia Fangfang's face turned bright red, and she quickly turned away. Qiu Shushan remembered and asked, so, Fong Fong, how far have you and that section chief Gung gotten? Xia Fangfang turned to face Anhua and Qiu Shushan, shyly waving her hand. Anhua came to her rescue, saying, Mom, she just went on a blind date with Gung Biao a few days ago. They haven't even met a second time, so there's nothing to discuss. Anhua hadn't asked much when Xia Fangfang returned from the blind date, but she could tell from Xia Fangfang's expression that their first meeting must have gone well. Qiu Shushan said, Oh, I see. After a moment, she added, I heard Section Chief Gung's parents have passed away. Is he spending the new year alone? That seems quite lonely. Anhua nodded. Yes, he only has a cousin he's close to. I wonder if he'll go to his cousin's house for the new year. Xia Fangfang listened carefully to their conversation. Finding a moment, Xia Fangfang wrote a note to Anhua. Anhua took a look and smiled, nodding, Okay, you can pack some and send it over. Xiao Fangfang blushed and made a thank you gesture. That day, Xiao Fangfang learned from Gung Biao that he spent the new year alone every year, and this year would be no different. Qiu Shushan mentioned that spending the new year alone was lonely, which made Xiao Fangfang think. She wanted to send some food to Gung Biao. Xiao Fangfang decided to arrange a second meeting between them, and Anhua didn't mind. She didn't think it was a bad thing for a girl to take the initiative. On the contrary, she admired this approach, knowing what she wanted, analyzing if the other person was suitable, and then decisively making a move. Although Xiao Fangfang was not good with words, she was clear in her mind. Anhua thought it was time to start preparing Xiao Fangfang's dowry. Lunch wasn't very lavish. They had a simple meal before starting to make dumplings for the New Year's Eve dinner. The whole family participated in making dumplings. Xiao Zheng, with his strong hands, was in charge of kneading the dough and rolling out the dumpling skins, while Anhua, Anzai, and Bohuai filled the dumplings. Xiao Fangfang and Qiu Shushan were busy with other tasks in the kitchen but occasionally joined in. Dong Dong and Tian Tian were also eager to help, each holding a piece of dough and shaping it. Tian Tian made a little pig and proudly showed it to everyone, saying, Look, doesn't it look like one? And Hua found 2 red beans to use as eyes for the little pig. And Tian Tian clapped and laughed. It looks even more like one now. Dong Dong, moving slowly, shaped a small tank. It didn't have much detail, just a basic shape, but the proportions were good, making it look lively. And Zay praised, Dong Dong, that's great. Where did you see a tank? Dong Dong replied, Dad has an armored unit, and there are many tanks there. Last time, Mom took me to the armored unit to find Dad, and I saw the tanks. Tanks are amazing. They have great firepower, high defense, and good mobility. With tanks, many soldiers can stay safe during an attack. The country requires senior officials to eat and live with soldiers at the grassroots level. One time, Xiaozheng stayed at an armored unit for a few days, and as the weather turned cold, and Hua worried he might not have enough warm clothes, so she took Dong Dong to deliver some. Unexpectedly, Dong Dong remembered it so clearly. And Zay was surprised and asked, Dong Dong, how do you know so much? Who told you? Dong Dong pointed with his little hand and said, I heard Dad talk about it. Xiao Zheng was also surprised. He hadn't realized that his casual remarks had stuck with his son. He is a good candidate for the military. Xiao Zheng looked at his son Dong Dong, who was not yet 6 years old, with bright eyes and asked, Son, do you want to be a soldier when you grow up? Xiao Zheng had a special connection to the military, one that felt like it was in his genes, and he hoped his children would carry on that legacy. However, when Dong Dong heard this, he thought for a moment and shook his head, saying, I don't want to be a soldier. Xiao Zheng was taken aback. Why not? Dong Dong replied, just because I don't want to. If Dong Dong were a teenager, Xiao Zheng would have argued with him, but since Dong Dong was still so young, he just smiled and let it go. The child is still small, they can talk about it when he grows up. Anhua quietly listened to their conversation without saying a word. In the book, Dong Dong joined the army and inherited Xiao Zheng's military connections. The book didn't describe Dong Dong's thoughts, so it was unclear if he truly wanted to join, as if it was all natural. However, Anhua wouldn't let the story influence her. When Dong Dong grows up, she will let him choose his own path in life. By 4 in the afternoon, the New Year's dinner began to be served. Xiao Fongfong picked up some fried food, scooped some boiled dumplings, and packed meat jelly and smoked chicken. She put the 3 lunch boxes in a net bag and bundled up with a hat, scarf, and gloves before heading out. Xiao Jing asked her, "Where are you going?" Xiao Fongfong glanced back at her brother and sister-in-law. Anhua waved at her, signaling that it was okay to go, and Xiao Fongfong felt relieved to leave. As long as her sister-in-law agreed, her brother would listen to her. Xiao Jing frowned. Where is she really going? Who is she delivering food to? Anhua replied, to Section Chief Gung. Who else? Xiao Jing suddenly stood up, angry. What's going on between them? Why is she rushing to give food to a man? Anhua said if one side is interested and the other is not, that's rushing. If both sides are interested, that's seizing the opportunity. Since Fongfong likes Section Chief Gung, it's fine for her to show some care. Believe me, if she brings him something today, their relationship could change from nothing to something. Xiao Jing, seeing things from a brother's perspective, was still unhappy and complained, "Why hasn't she cared about me like this? She even gave away the meat jelly I made." Anhua replied, "What more do you want her to do for you? Since Fongfong came, hasn't she been taking care of everything at home? Think of how much work we've saved." After being scolded by his wife, Xiao Jing decided not to voice his opinions anymore. On the other side, Gung Biao did not know that Xiao Fongfong was on her way. He cooked 2 dishes and warmed up a pot of wine, making the New Year's Eve dinner ready. Outside, it was freezing cold, yet he didn't even lower the door curtain, letting the cold wind in and cool down the warm food and wine. The north wind blows, the snowflakes dance. Gung Biao hummed a little tune and took a sip of wine. He had spent many New Years like this. His cousin invited him every year to celebrate at her home, and so did his colleagues and neighbors, but he never wanted to go. No matter how lively other families were, it wasn't his home. It only made him feel more lonely. He tilted his head back and finished the drink in his cup, the strong liquor making him gasp. Suddenly, he heard a sound from the front door. Gung Biao listened closely, but heard nothing more. However, for some reason, he felt a strong sense of anticipation. Even though there was no further noise, he got up and walked over. The old wooden door creaked open, but there was nothing in sight. Soon, Gung Biao's gaze dropped. Next to the doorstep, there was a bag of food containers. His heart skipped a beat. As if sensing something, he looked toward the corner of the alley. A head quickly ducked back, like a curious rabbit suddenly spotted by a human. Gung Biao ran over. Turning the corner, he indeed saw a red figure. Comrade Xiao Fongfong. Xiao Fongfong stopped in her tracks, but didn't turn around. Gung Biao felt a rush of excitement, as if something was bouncing around inside him. "Did you come to bring me food?" Xiao Fongfong finally moved, turning to face Gung Biao and gesturing. "You should go back, it's cold." After saying this, she turned to leave. Gung Biao had learned some sign language in the past few days and could understand a bit. But he didn't go back. Instead, he followed Xiao Fongfong. Most people had already started their New Year's Eve dinners, and there weren't many people outside. Gung Biao worried about Xiao Fongfong's safety on the way and wanted her home. He kept his distance, following her quietly, and she probably didn't even know he was behind her. To outsiders, it would seem like they were 2 strangers. The sun had completely set, leaving only a faint light that stretched Xiao Fongfong's shadow. Gung Biao watched that slender figure, feeling warmth inside, as if he were holding a small furnace. It was only when he saw Xiao Fongfong enter the military family compound that he reluctantly turned to go back. The lunchbox was still sitting at the front door, and the food inside was surely cold. Gung Biao didn't reheat it. He just started eating. Although the food was cold, his heart was warm. The sky in the liberated area is bright, and the people there are so happy. Gung Biao happily sang while he ate. Next year, he probably wouldn't be spending the New Year alone. Xiao Fongfong returned with a big smile. And Ju noticed and curiously asked for details. Although Xiao Fongfong wasn't very talkative, she was eager to share, gesturing and writing to tell the whole story. After listening, and Ju laughed, "So you pretended not to know he was behind you, and he thought he was being sneaky?" Xiao Fongfong nodded. And Ju looked at Xiao Fangfang's rosy cheeks, bright like peach blossoms in March. Ah, the sweetness of a budding romance. It's so intoxicating. And Ju felt envious. She glanced at Xiaozheng. She and Xiaozheng had skipped that stage. They went straight to being an old married couple. What a pity. What's wrong, dear? Xiaozheng, about to leave, noticed in Ju's gaze and came over to ask with concern. And Ju hooked her pinky around his finger, her eyes sparkling, and said sweetly, I suddenly feel like I want to date you. Xiaozheng couldn't help but smile, holding her hand back. Sure. When do you want to date? How do you want to do it? Should I write a plan for you? If you think it's necessary, then go ahead. Have you really never dated anyone before? No. Xiaozheng shook his head. And Ju clicked her tongue and said, all right, since there are a lot of people at home now, we'll wait until it's quieter, and I'll teach you how to date. While saying this, she looked at him with a teasing gaze. Xiaozheng felt like there were ants crawling in his heart and said, why do I feel like your idea of dating isn't very serious? Of course, dating should be fun and carefree. Anhua glanced at Xiaozheng's outfit, which was a military uniform covered by an officer's coat. Are you going out? Xiaozheng's expression became serious as he nodded. Yes, many soldiers can't go home for the new year and will celebrate in the cafeteria. I need to participate. I won't be back for at least 3 hours, so you all eat without waiting for me. Anhua didn't expect him to miss the family dinner. Although she felt disappointed, she understood. She adjusted his uniform and smiled. Go ahead. Xiaozheng left the house. Qiu Shushan came to ask what was happening, and Anhua explained to everyone. The New Year's Eve dinner was slow, filled with drinking, chatting, and joking. However, by the time Xiaozheng returned, the meal was almost over. Qiu Shushan quickly said, I'll go heat up the food. Xiaozheng didn't stop her. Even though he had eaten a lot in the cafeteria, he still wanted some home-cooked food. And Bo Huai and Enze kept him company for a few more drinks. On New Year's Eve, it was customary to stay up late. In this era, there were no spring festival galas or other entertainment options. The only way to pass the time was to play card games. Anhua loved playing but wasn't very good, so she had Xiaozheng sit next to her. Whenever she lost, she would stick a note on his face. Soon, Xiaozheng's face was covered in notes, making Dong Dong and Tian Tian laugh out loud. Dad has so many white whiskers now. He looks like an old grandpa. Xiaozheng helplessly said, Wife, if you listen to me, you won't lose. People who are not very skilled often have strong opinions and don't like to follow others' instructions. Anhua shot him a glance. It's just sticking some notes. Why are you so unwilling? Xiaozheng quickly replied, It's not that I'm unwilling. Anhua said, Then why say so much? Be quiet. Xiaozheng closed his mouth. And Zay laughed. Brother-in-law is a bit different from before. Xiaozheng asked, Really? And Zay nodded seriously. Although he hadn't spent much time with Xiaozheng, he could tell that Xiaozheng had a strong personality. After all, he was used to commanding soldiers and couldn't always be soft-spoken, even if he was tolerant of his sister. However, now at home, Xiaozheng didn't seem to have any authority left. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say Anhua had him wrapped around her finger. As Anhua's family, Anze was pleased to see this, as it showed that his sister was living well. However, his previous disdain for Xiaozheng had faded significantly. He no longer saw his lower education level as a major issue. Brother-in-law, I have 2 packs of local cigarettes sent by a friend. They're strong. You should like them. I will send them to you later. Xiaozheng was happy to hear this. It was the first time his brother-in-law had shown him kindness. That's great. Thank you. And Hua shot a glance at her brother. Xiaozheng looked at Anhua's belly and quickly said, Don't worry, dear, I won't smoke in the house. And Hua reluctantly nodded. Since she became pregnant, Xiaozheng's smoking had increased again, even more than before. She knew it was because of his restrictions, so she let it be, as long as he didn't smoke in front of her. And Zay noticed his sister's expression and felt he might have done something wrong, giving a pleasing smile. I also just got a Rubinstein record. I'll send that to you too. And Hua shook her head. I don't even have a record player. Even if I did, it wouldn't be convenient to listen to that kind of music. You shouldn't send it. Xiao Jing said, "It's okay, send it anyway. We might have a chance to listen to it later." Then he asked, "Is this Rubinstein a singer? Is he good?" And Zay smiled and explained, "Rubinstein is a pianist who plays classical music. My sister loves his Chopin." He then asked Xiao Zheng, "You know Chopin, right? He's very famous." Xiao Zheng replied, "Oh, he's from our family, but I don't know him. I only know Xiao Yue." And Zay curiously asked, "Who is Xiao Yue?" Xiao Zheng answered, "My aunt." And Zay. Xiao Zheng continued, "My aunt plays the pipo really well. I loved listening to her when I was a kid, but unfortunately, she passed away early, and I can't hear her anymore." He sighed regretfully. The others. They were unsure whether to find him funny or to join him in remembering his aunt. On the first day of the new year, the children went around to wish everyone well. After visiting everyone, they returned with red envelopes. Not everyone gave red envelopes. Only close family members did, like Manhwa and Manhwa, and the amounts were small, just a few coins. The other children received only a few candies when they wished others well. However, Dong Dong had a thick stack of red envelopes in his hands. Seeing this, Xiao Zheng paused and opened one to look inside. The amounts were not small, 5 yuan, 10 yuan, and the highest was 50 yuan. And Hua leaned over to take a look and was surprised. Why are there so many? However, with a little thought, it becomes clear what is happening. The red envelopes for the children are just to please the adults. Each envelope that Dong Dong received had a name written on it, as if to make sure Xiao Zheng knew who gave the money. Xiao Zheng was very angry, saying, "Every day, it's just these strange things." Dong Dong thought his dad was upset with him and looked anxiously at his mom. Anhua patted his head and comforted him, saying, "It's okay. Dad isn't upset with you. But Dong Dong, in the future, if someone gives you something, you must be careful about accepting it, especially money, do you understand?" Dong Dong nodded quietly. Anhua continued, "Of course, it's not your fault for accepting these red envelopes. It's normal for kids to receive money during the new year, and you didn't know there was so much money inside, right?" Dong Dong smiled slightly and said, "Mom, in the future, I won't take things from strangers." Anhua praised him. "That's right. That's what I mean." Anhua took the envelopes back and returned them one by one according to the names. The largest one, which was 50 yuan, was from Wang Heping. To his surprise, Anhua returned the envelope, and he awkwardly said, "Comrade Anhua, you are too polite. This is just New Year money for the kids." Anhua smiled and replied, "Deputy Commissioner Wang, you are too generous. The amount is too much, and I worry it might spoil the child. At Dongdong's age, it's important to establish a good understanding of money. If he develops a habit of extravagance, that would be a problem." After saying this, Anhua didn't wait for Wang Heping to respond and took her leave. Wang Heping sighed in frustration, went back inside, and threw the envelope on the table. Liao Sanmei cautiously glanced at him, but didn't dare to speak. Wang Heping suddenly called out, Chunyan, come here." Chunyan skipped over. Wang Heping gently asked her, "Why haven't I seen you playing with Dong Dong lately?" Chunyan replied, "Dong Dong is playing with Tian and Shunaigua." Wang Heping said, "You can join them too. Kids shouldn't be left out." Chunyan thought for a moment and said, "Shunaigua said my sister looks like a quail, so I had a fight with her." Wang Heping was anxious. "Why did you argue with Comrade Shin's daughter? You should be making friends with them, especially with Dong Dong. Weren't you good friends before? You should invite him over to play more often." Wang Heping was also unhappy with Shinjun because Shinjun's rival had blocked his path to promotion, but he wouldn't openly oppose him. Instead, he needed to maintain a good relationship. After reminding his daughter, Wang Heping said to Liao Sanmei, "You should keep some snacks at home. Whenever Dong Dong and the others come over, bring them out to entertain them." Liao Sanmei just nodded in response, saying nothing. "Speak up. I understand." Wang Heping sighed again. Although Liao Sanmei managed the household well, she was too naive about social matters and couldn't help him at all. Meanwhile, Anhua had just returned home when she saw Shi Xiaojun suddenly run out of the house with a bald head, sprinting away while Zhou Meihua chased him with a stick. Anhua was amazed and called out to Zhou Meihua, "Sister-in-law, It's the first day of the new year. What did Xiaojun do to make you this upset? Zhou Meihua clutched her chest, pointing in the direction Sir Xiaojun had gone, her finger trembling. Did you see his head? He shaved all his hair off. I was just about to ask how he became bald. This naughty boy heard somewhere that cutting hair in the new year brings bad luck, so he secretly shaved his head. Not only did he shave his own hair, but he also did it to his brother. Luckily, his sister was able to stop him. Otherwise, she would have been in trouble too. And Hua asked, does he have a grudge against his uncle? Zhou Meihua sighed. You know my two brothers. When our parents passed away, they married me off right away, as if I were being kicked out of the house. Now that they see I'm doing well, they keep asking for money. But that's not the main issue. The real problem is that Xiao Jiang said his uncle is spreading rumors in the village that I want to marry my daughter to his uncle's son, Daong. Sure, Xiaojun already disliked his uncles, and hearing that made him even angrier. After venting his anger, he started shaving his head. And Hua was shocked. But close relatives can't marry. Zhou Meihua explained, Daong isn't his uncle's biological son. He was brought in by his second wife. His uncle mentioned a couple of years ago that he wanted to arrange a marriage between the two kids, and I scolded him for it. I thought that would be the end of it, but who knew he would start talking nonsense again in our hometown. As she spoke, Zhou Meihua felt some resentment and suddenly thought that Sir Xiaojun's decision to shave his head was justified. At that moment, Sir Xiaojiang came out of the house. Mom, where's Xiaojun? Don't be to him. Maybe let him come back and help me finish shaving my hair. Sir Xiaojiang, with half of his head shaved, looked quite comical, making Zhou Meihua both laugh and cry. Zhou Meihua shouted loudly, Sir Xiaojun, come back here and tidy up your brother's hair. Then she turned to Sir Xiaojiang and said, you're the older brother, so you should take charge. Don't always let him have his way. You need to speak up. Sir Xiaojiang scratched his head, feeling a bit shy, and replied, okay. Zhou Meihua felt a bit down, as she had hoped that Sir Xiaojiang would help manage Sir Xiaojun's wild behavior, but it seemed that wasn't happening.
Sigh.
The chaos at Zhou Meihua's home had become a daily routine, even during the new year. The second day of the new year was usually a day to visit the wife's family, but Anhua lived close to hers, so it wasn't a big deal this time. On the fifth day, people usually welcomed the god of wealth, but since such activities were not allowed in the military, no one was celebrating. However, Anhua secretly placed 2 apples in her room and put a drawing of the god of wealth between them, pretending to worship. Nowadays, people are just getting by, and it's impossible to get rich quickly. Anhua was praying for the future. She would only be 40 during the reform and opening up, which might bring opportunities. It wasn't good to wait until the last minute, so she decided to start praying now. Unexpectedly, Xiaozheng discovered her. Xiaozheng clicked his tongue and said, I didn't expect you to be so money-minded. Is that a problem? And Hua replied calmly as she put away the drawing and took a bite of an apple. Xiaozheng teased her. Aren't those apples for the god of wealth? Why are you eating them instead? And Hua shot him a glance, too lazy to respond. But Xiaozheng wouldn't let it go, following her. Hey, little money-minded person, where are you going? That drawing of the god of wealth was yours. It's quite abstract. You're really annoying. Don't be mad, I was just stating a fact. And Hua stopped and glared at him. She hadn't noticed before how irritating he could be. Xiao Taizhu. Xiaozheng immediately fell silent. And Zhe had planned to return to the provincial city on the 5th day, but Qiu Shushan persuaded him to stay another day, saying that the 6th day symbolizes smooth sailing and is a good day for travel. And Tian clung to her father, crying and not wanting to let go, wanting to go with him. And Zhe also felt reluctant to leave his daughter and was filled with guilt, making it hard for them to part. After a moment of hesitation, Qiu Shushan suggested, why don't you find someone to marry and start a new family? That way, Tian can live with you. Hearing this, and Zhe's expression darkened. Qiu Shushan noticed and asked, do you not want to remarry? Are you still thinking about Tian's mother? It was true that he didn't want to remarry, but it wasn't because he was still thinking about Wu Xiaolin. Through his marriage with Wu Xiaolin, he suddenly felt confused about the meaning of marriage. It's quite funny, really. a man in his 30s, well-educated, yet he hasn't grasped the significance of marriage and family at all. Ans kissed his daughter's cheek and left. And Tianshan cried loudly. And Hua came over to cheer her up. Let me see who has turned into a little crying cat. Auntie, I want daddy. I want mommy. And Hua exchanged a glance with Chiu Shushan. It had been a long time since Tianshan had asked for her mother. Sigh. The troubles created by adults ultimately fall hardest on the children. And Hua hugged Tianshan and comforted her. Tianshan, be good, don't cry. I'll take you to the Lantern Festival during the Lantern Festival. After a while, and Tianshan calmed down. She leaned on Hua's shoulder, sniffing, and asked in a muffled voice, Auntie, when can we see the Lantern Festival? And Hua chuckled, in a few more days. And Tianshan counted the days on her fingers, and finally, the Lantern Festival arrived. And Hua dressed the children in warm clothes, and Tianshan wore a red hat, scarf, and gloves, while Dong Dong wore gray. The two children looked like a pair of golden boys and jade girls wherever they went. Next, it was time to dress up Xiao Fangfang because she was going on a date with Geng Biao. 3 days earlier, Geng Biao had sent a letter inviting Xiao Fangfang to see the Lantern Festival on the 15th day of the first month. Here, wear this wool coat of mine, and Hua offered her own coat to Xiao Fangfang. Xiao Fangfang quickly shook her head, saying it was too expensive. And Hua teased, is it because it's my old coat? Are you rejecting me? Xiao Fangfang kept shaking her head. All right then, just put it on. Xiao Fangfang had no choice but to wear it. It's true that clothes can make a difference. Once Xiao Fangfang put on the coat, her plainness faded a bit, and she looked more elegant and stylish. And Hua styled her hair, braiding it into 2 plaits and then pinning them up, making her look energetic and graceful. There wasn't much to do with makeup, so, and Hua just filled in her eyebrows a little. Xiao Fangfang's eyebrows were light, making her look a bit older than she was. Today, with just a little definition, she looked much more youthful and spirited. Oh my, I'm sure this will charm that section chief Geng. And Hua smiled, admiring her work. Xiao Fangfang looked in the mirror and felt a bit uneasy. This was so different from her usual self. Once they were on the street, people kept looking at her, making her feel more embarrassed and doubt if something was wrong with her. And Jiao noticed her unease and said with a smile, they're looking at you, because you are pretty. Don't be shy, let them look. Chiu Shushan added, yes, Fangfang, girls should be confident. Let's hold our heads high and stand tall. With the encouragement from Jiao and Chiu Shushan, Xiao Fangfang began to feel more at ease. Unexpectedly, Geng Biao was waiting by the roadside after they crossed the bridge. When he saw Xiao Fangfang, his eyes lit up, and he walked over to stand in front of her. They exchanged shy smiles. And Jiao watched curiously, wondering if this was how young couples acted when they were in love. Chiu Shushan cleared her throat. Geng Biao looked over first, then tried to appear serious, saying, Auntie, this isn't Jiao. And Jiao introduced herself as the light bulb in the situation. I'm Fangfang's sister-in-law, and this is my mom. We are going to the Lantern Festival together, but don't worry, Geng. We will separate soon and won't disturb you and Fangfang. Geng Biao quickly replied, why separate? Let's go together. Xiao Fangfang nodded eagerly. Chiu Shushan shook her head with a smile. You two are just starting to date, so we won't be light bulbs. Besides, we have a child with us, and it might be noisy. Geng Biao's face turned a bit red because of what Chiu Shushan said about dating. Were he and Xiao Fangfang really a couple now? He looked at Xiao Fangfang, who felt equally shy. Their eyes met, and it felt electric. They quickly looked away, but couldn't help but steal glances at each other again. And Jiao thought it would be better to separate. Otherwise, she might be overwhelmed by their affection. Geng Biao was quite thoughtful. When they arrived at the Lantern Festival, he bought each child a cotton candy before leading Xiao Fangfang away. With only Geng Biao beside her, Xiao Fangfang's heart started racing again. She looked down and walked slowly. Suddenly, Geng Biao called out to her, Comrade Xiao Fangfang. She looked up at him. Geng Biao pulled out a cotton candy and handed it to her. I bought an extra one just for you. He placed the cotton candy in her hand, saying, enjoy it. Xiao Fongfong waved her hand to decline, thinking it was something for kids, and she was an adult now. Surprisingly, Geng Biao seemed to understand her feelings. He smiled. How old are you really? You're still a child. Go ahead and eat. Xiao Fongfong was momentarily stunned, a feeling flickering in her heart. She took the cotton candy from Geng Biao's hand and took a small bite. It was really sweet. Suddenly, a man and a woman approached, the woman holding cotton candy and tearing off a piece to feed the man, who naturally leaned down to take a bite. Xiao Fongfong and Geng Biao both saw the scene at the same time and exchanged a glance, then quickly looked away. Their hearts raced like drums, as if trying to drown out all the noise around them. The Lantern Festival was still very lively, with almost every child holding a lantern in various animal shapes and mythical figures. Qiu Shushan bought a Sun Wukong lantern for Dongdong, a little horse for Tian Tian, and a rabbit for Nhua. Thank you, Mom, and Hua said happily, then asked, what is Dad doing at home? Why, isn't he out with us? Qiu Shushan replied, an old friend from the provincial city came to see your dad. They've been locked in a room talking since last night. And Hua had only asked out of curiosity and didn't pursue the topic further. The festival featured various performances, including dragon and lion dances, and the sounds of drums filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. Such traditional cultural events wouldn't be seen next year. They arrived in the evening, and soon it got dark, making the Lantern Festival even more beautiful, with people going to the riverside to release lanterns. Geng Biao and Xiao Fongfong made their way over. Geng Biao asked, and do you all want to go to the riverside to release lanterns? Xiao Fongfong looked eagerly at Nhua, clearly wanting to go. Tian Tian also insisted on going. And Hua smiled and said, all right, let's go. Geng Biao bought each of them a lantern, and they all headed towards the riverside. As the lanterns floated away, everyone closed their eyes to make wishes. Tian Tian was the first to ask Dongdong, what did you wish for, brother? Tell me. Dongdong replied honestly, I hope Mom will give me a little sister, a sweet and soft little sister. Tian Tian asked, like you, sweet and soft? Dongdong. Tian Tian then asked Nhua, Aunt, what did you wish for? And Hua replied, I won't tell you, or it won't come true. Dongdong panicked, but I already said mine. Does that mean I won't get a sweet and soft little sister? Qiu Shushan smiled to reassure him. It will come true, especially since our Dongdong is so sincere. Dongdong felt relieved. Geng Biao looked at the person beside him, unsure of what wish Comrade Xiao Fongfong had made. Anyway, his wish was to have New Year's Eve dinner with Comrade Xiao Fongfong next year. Around 8 o'clock, a young man in military uniform arrived. Sister-in-law, the commander sent me to pick you up. And Hua recognized him. You're Zhang Jingshan, right? Zhang Jingshan replied happily, I can't believe you remember me. Yes, I'm Zhang Jingshan from a horse farm, but I'm not raising horses anymore. I've been transferred to the guard unit. And Hua was surprised. That's impressive. You've made it to the guard unit. The guard unit is responsible for protecting leaders, similar to the personal guards in ancient times. For example, Xiao Zhu was selected from the guard unit. Zhang Jingshan scratched his head shyly. My dad heard I was still raising livestock in the army and thought I wasn't doing well. So out of frustration, I asked a fellow villager to help me get transferred to the guard unit. This young man is still so honest, openly admitting to using connections. However, the guard unit has high standards for soldiers, so getting in means he passed all the assessments. By the way, didn't your commander go down to visit earlier? How could he send you here? And Hua asked. Xiao Zheng left in the morning. He is busiest during holidays, visiting various bases to comfort soldiers and ease their homesickness. Zhang Jingshan replied, the commander instructed me this morning that sister-in-law would take her family to the Lantern Festival. If it got dark and you hadn't returned, I was to come and get you. Qiu Shushan nodded with a smile. Your son-in-law is thoughtful. Thank you, young comrade. Zhang Jingshan chuckled. No trouble at all. And Hua considered the safety issue after dark and initially planned to take the kids home. However, since Zhang Jingshan had come and the kids hadn't finished enjoying themselves, she decided to let them play a bit longer, returning home at 9 o'clock. Gung Biao saw them to the entrance of the family quarters, his gaze fixed on Xiao Fangfang without moving. And Hua teased, nudging Xiao Fangfang's arm. Looks like things are heating up. His eyes are glued to you. Xiao Fangfang shyly glanced back at Gung Biao standing in the dark. She signaled for Gung Biao to wait a moment, then hurried inside and soon returned with a flashlight. The flashlight was handed to Gung Biao. When she returned, she noticed that her family was all staring at her. Dong Dong directly asked, "Aunt, is he my future uncle?" Xiao Fangfang blushed, looked down, and turned to hide away. Xiao Fangfang and Gung Biao's relationship developed faster than expected. Not long after the new year, Gung Biao came to visit with gifts. Xiao Zheng had heard of Gung Biao before, and often spoke highly of him. However, Xiao Zheng remained cautious. Anyone who could impress his wife must be extraordinary. So when he met Gung Biao, Xiao Zheng had a serious expression, carefully observing him. Though they were about the same age, Xiao Zheng held a high position and could be quite imposing when serious. Plus, he was Xiao Fangfang's brother, which made Gung Biao even more nervous. "Sit," Xiao Zheng finally said, taking a seat on the sofa first. Gung Biao felt anxious but managed to stay calm and sat down. "How did you get hurt in your ear?" Gung Biao answered. Xiao Zheng nodded. "Is life and work okay after transitioning?" "Everything is fine." Gung Biao paused and added, "Just missing a wife." Xiao Zheng replied, "Fangfang may not speak much, and your communication will definitely be different from ordinary people. It might not matter at first, but over time, it could affect your life. Have you thought about this?" Gung Biao sat up straighter. "I have thought about it, but I don't see it as a big issue. Language isn't the only way to communicate. Sometimes, connecting from the heart is more sincere and reliable." Xiao Zheng scoffed, "You seem honest, but you sure know how to say nice things." Gung Biao felt a bit confused. Was that a compliment? But that's how he truly felt. Fangfang's brother couldn't think he was just flattering her, could he? "Brother, I think." Xiao Zheng interrupted. "Who told you to call me brother? You two aren't even serious yet." Gung Biao quickly corrected himself. "Sir, I understand. Fangfang is kind, caring, and so young and beautiful. I feel lucky to be with her. I won't make empty promises about how good I'll treat her in the future. But I will say this. If Fangfang ever feels wronged because of me, you can come and hit me anytime, and I won't fight back." Xiao Zheng replied dismissively, "Even if I let you fight back, it wouldn't matter. Your skills might not be better than mine." Though he said that, Xiao Zheng's expression had softened. Gung Biao smiled and added, "That's true. You look like someone with exceptional skills." To be honest, Gung Biao is really great, and Xiao Zheng can't find any faults with him. However, he still feels a bit uneasy. After all, he received cold treatment from his brother-in-law for several years after getting married. Why does the whole family like Gung Biao right away? As this subtle feeling arose, the smile that Xiao Zheng was about to show faded again. Gung Biao noticed Xiao Zheng's changing expression and felt increasingly anxious. It's no wonder he got to such a high position at a young age. His emotions are unpredictable and hard to read. Overall, Gung Biao's first meeting with the family went smoothly. Even the neighbors knew that Fangfang had found a partner. Zhou Meihua came over to ask about it and, after hearing the news, looked disappointed. "Fangfang is a good girl. She deserves someone decent. Old Shi has a single advisor under him." And Zhuang laughed. Wasn't she previously liked by Go Hongying, who wanted to introduce her to her sister? So, she's still not married? Zhou Meihua recalled and smiled. There were 3 candidates before. 2 have found partners, and there's just 1 left. This advisor's surname is Gao, wears glasses, and is quite nice. And Zhuang replied, "Being nice doesn't mean he's right for Fangfang. This advisor Gao is probably well-educated, but while Fangfang can read, her education isn't high, and she has a speech issue. They don't have much in common." Zhou Meihua thought about it and agreed, "You're right. I was just focused on how nice advisor Gao is." Thankfully, she hadn't mentioned it to him first, or it might have put him in an awkward position. And Zhuang said, "Gung Biao's background is also good, but the most important thing is that he truly cares for Fangfang." Zhou Meihua nodded. It's hard to find someone who truly cares. Comrade Zhou Meihua, what does someone who truly cares mean? Sure Xiaojun suddenly popped his head out from behind the door, startling Zhou Meihua. Zhou Meihua scolded. You sneak around like a ghost. You scared me. Sure Xiaojun asked, what does it mean to truly care? And Zhuang answered him with a smile. If a boy likes a girl, then he is someone who truly cares. Sure Xiaojun pondered this and said, if I like Qingyin, does that mean I'm someone who truly cares too? Zhou Meihua gave him a light smack on the back of his head. How old are you? What do you know about love? Go back to your room and do your homework. Sure Xiaojun walked away, rubbing his head. Zhou Meihua and Zhuang didn't take his words seriously and continued chatting about Xiao Fongfong before heading home. In the blink of an eye, it was spring, and Bo Huai came to find Hua, looking lost. Daughter, the situation is changing, it really is. And Hua quickly asked what was wrong. Do you remember Uncle Chung, the editor at the newspaper? He published an editorial at the end of last year, criticizing an article in the Wenhui Daily about the historical drama, Hai Rui's dismissal. Recently, people have brought it up again, and someone even posted a criticism of him in the cafeteria. Now, he doesn't even dare to go outside. And Bo Huai sighed, just for a commentary, and it has caused such a strong backlash. I think public opinion is turning against him, and from now on, people will have to speak very carefully. And Hua nodded. The wheels of history were already turning towards them. And Bo Huai immediately said, no, I need to stay away from those people. I think Yun County is a good place. I'll just apply for a long-term research position there. He acted quickly, and soon his application was approved. And Hua was left speechless. She knew Bo Huai was timid, but she didn't expect him to be this cautious. Earlier, she had racked her brain trying to convince Bo Huai to come to Yun County. If she had known he would automatically seek safety when scared, she wouldn't have put in so much effort. But being timid is also a good thing. It means he is less likely to cause trouble. And Hua could ease her worries about Bo Huai and focus her energy on her own body. She realized that even though she was only 4 months pregnant, her appetite had greatly increased. Not just a little, but a lot. She needed at least 5 meals a day, and she snacked constantly in between. All the cookies, snacks, and canned goods at home were gone, and before bed, she had to have a late-night snack to sleep well. Yet, when she woke up the next morning, her stomach was empty again. To put it bluntly, it felt like she was starving. She got hungry after just an hour without food. Qiu Shu-shun expressed her concern. You can't keep eating like this. What if the baby grows too big and it becomes hard to give birth? And Hua sighed. I can't help it. Qiu Shu-shun touched her daughter's belly and sighed. I just feel like something isn't quite right. Xiaojun walked in and immediately panicked upon hearing this. What's wrong? What isn't right? Qiu Shu-shun replied, Hua is eating too much. I've never seen a pregnant woman eat like this. Xiaojun was confused. Isn't eating a lot a good thing? It means she's healthy. Anhua was so nauseous during her early pregnancy that she couldn't keep anything down, which was quite alarming. Qiu Shu-shun shook her head. You don't understand. If the nutrition is too good, the baby grows too big, making delivery harder for the mother. Xiaojun thought about it for a moment and agreed. So what should we do? If she's hungry, we can't let her go without food. Anhua suddenly asked, Mom, can I have a C-section? Qiu Shu-shun nodded. Yes, it's possible, but only if absolutely necessary. Who wants to have surgery on their belly? It should only be done if there are real complications, and there aren't many doctors who can perform that surgery. I'm not even sure if there are any in Yun County. At that time, C-sections existed, but they weren't very safe, and not just any doctor could perform the procedure. Hearing that a surgery would be needed to take the baby out, Xiaojing shook his head in fear. No way. That's too scary. There's no need for that surgery. Anhua had only asked out of concern for any unexpected situations, wanting to be prepared. In this time of limited medical knowledge, if she could give birth naturally, she would prefer that. Anhua began to consciously control her diet, trying to keep her stomach only partially full. At night, Xiaozheng would hold her and tell her various ghost stories from his childhood to help her fall asleep despite her cravings. Watching his wife finally drift off, Xiaozheng intended to kiss the corner of her mouth, but unexpectedly, a drop of drool slipped from her lips. The sleeping woman murmured, "Braised pork. Big pork knuckle. Sweet and sour ribs." Xiaozheng couldn't help but laugh and feel a wave of sympathy. It was all his fault. Starting tomorrow, he would join her in fasting. By the 5th month of her pregnancy, Anhua's belly was noticeably larger than that of most pregnant women. People in the family compound speculated that she might be carrying twins. Qiu Shushin suddenly realized, no wonder you eat so much. It's because there are 2 little ones inside you fighting for nutrients. Anhua thought it was possible, but without a professional checkup, she couldn't be sure. Zhou Meihua suggested, "Why don't you come with me to the Fong family market to see Dr. Fong? He can take a look at you." Anhua was surprised. Isn't Dr. Fong a men's doctor? Can he also check women's health? Zhou Meihua replied, "I've heard he can even tell if someone is male or female. Otherwise, how could he be called a miracle doctor? He's a versatile talent." Anhua agreed, okay. After all, it was just a pulse check, it wouldn't hurt to see. Xiao Zheng heard that Anhua was going to the Fong family's market, and he didn't care about using the public car for personal reasons. He insisted that Zhang Jingshan drive her there. Anhua was happy to ride in the car. Zhou Meihua looked at Zhang Jingshan and started chatting with him, asking about his hometown, how many people were in his family, and how old he was this year. She asked him everything. Finally, she said, "Little Zhang, do you have a girlfriend? If not, I can introduce you to someone." Zhang Jingshan was surprised but shook his head, saying, "Thank you for thinking of me, but I already have a girlfriend." And Hua was amazed. "You haven't been in the army for long, and you already have a girlfriend?" Zhang Jingshan smiled. "My girlfriend is back in my hometown. We grew up together, and she won't marry anyone but me. I plan to marry her when I finish my service." Zhou Meihua joked, "She won't marry anyone but you?"
You're just boasting.
Zhang Jingshan replied anxiously, "It's true. My future father-in-law is the leader of our production team. He didn't think highly of me at first, but my girlfriend insisted until he agreed." And Hua said, all right, we believe you. Just drive carefully." Zhang Jingshan replied, "Don't worry, sister-in-law. I'm a good driver. Otherwise, the commander wouldn't have sent me." They chatted all the way until they arrived at the Fong family's market. Dr. Fong was an old man with a white beard, sitting with his legs crossed, reading a Soviet novel. When he saw someone come in, he quickly hid the book behind him and sat up straight. After Anhua explained her purpose, he glanced at her belly and could guess without checking her pulse. However, to be sure, he still took her pulse. After a while, he nodded and said seriously, "Yes, it's twins." Zhou Meihua was overjoyed. "Oh my, you're having twins. I've never seen anyone expecting twins before. No wonder you can eat more than other pregnant women." And Hua was also very happy. She didn't expect that the typical character in a story would have twins, and it happened to her. And Hua asked Dr. Fong some precautions and wrote them down in a small notebook she had prepared. Dr. Fong looked at her and asked, "Don't you want to know if it's a boy or a girl?" And Hua shook her head. "Even though I really want a daughter, a boy is fine too. After all, it's my baby, so I'll leave it to fate." Dr. Fong clicked his tongue in regret, missing out on a chance to charge for another service. In the end, Zhou Meihua shyly glanced at Anhua and said to Dr. Fong, "Doctor, you should remember me. I came last time to get medicine for my husband." Dr. Fong understood immediately and laughed. "Of course. Do you want to get 2 more prescriptions today?" Zhou Meihua gently shook her head. "I'll take 4 more." Dr. Fong happily went to prepare the medicine for Zhou Meihua. It's easier to earn money from men. To be precise, it's the middle-aged men who have the desire but lack the ability. Zhou Meihua said to Anhua, "You're pregnant, so Captain Xiao probably won't be needed anymore." And Hua replied, "Not pregnant and Captain Xiao is still not needed. Today happens to be market day." After leaving Dr. Fong, Anhua and Zhou Meihua strolled around the market, bought some things, and then headed home. When Xiaozhen came home from work, he eagerly asked, "So, is it twins?" And Hua smiled at him and nodded slightly. Really? Xiao Zheng quickly walked over and picked Hua up in a princess hug. And Hua immediately held onto his neck tightly, saying, "Be careful." "Don't worry, I won't drop you," Xiao Zheng said, looking intently at her, and called out, "Wife." And Hua thought he was going to say something sweet, so she nestled in his arms, waiting. Instead, he said, "You're amazing." And Hua, "Really, I plant one seed, and you give me 2 fruits. Who else is more amazing than you?" And Hua replied, "Dr. Fong's words might not be accurate. What if I'm not having twins? Then I won't be amazing?" Xiao Zhen quickly said, "You're still amazing. In my heart, you're the best wife in the world. Marrying you is a blessing I earned over 8 lifetimes. I'm speaking from the heart." And Hua couldn't help but laugh. "This blessing fell on you. Lucky you." "Hee hee, I want to be lucky in the next life too." "Well, it depends on how you behave in this life." "Oh dear." Qiu Shushan walked in and saw her daughter and son-in-law hugging, quickly covering her eyes. "You two continue, I'll step out." At the same time, she thought to herself that her daughter and son-in-law were quite bold. Even if they wanted to hug during the day, they could do it in their own bedroom. Why be so affectionate in the living room? She was worried about her elderly eyes. The two were calm and unembarrassed. And Hua calmly stepped out of Xiao Zheng's embrace and said to Qiu Shushan, "Mom, Dr. Fong said I'm having twins." Qiu Shushan immediately dropped her hands from her eyes and joyfully said, "Really? Then I need to prepare another set of baby supplies." When Xiao Fong learned that Hua was having twins, her reaction was similar to Qiu Shushan's, and she immediately decided to prepare more sewing supplies for the babies. At the same time, Xiao Fong looked at Hua's belly with a strange sense of envy and longing. Fong, what are you thinking about?" And Hua walked up to her and waved her hand in front of her eyes. Xiao Fong suddenly snapped back to reality, her face turning red as she shook her head repeatedly and ran away. What was she thinking? She was still an unmarried girl, and here she was longing for children? Ugh, how embarrassing. That day, as soon as Xiao Zheng returned, he pulled Hua into the room with a serious expression and said, "Commander, he wants to transfer me to the military district as chief of staff." And Hua was taken aback. The chief of staff of the provincial military district is a deputy military rank. You just got promoted to a regular division, and now you're going to be a deputy general? Moreover, if the rank system is still in place, a deputy military rank should at least be a major general. There are only a limited number of major generals in the country, and most people get stuck at this level for their entire lives. Yet Xiao Zheng had the chance to make this leap in his early 30s. Soon, Hua realized, "What does Commander he want from you?" Xiao Zheng paused for a moment before saying, "He wants me to help him." It was clear that the struggle was about to reach a boiling point. And Hua asked Xiao Zheng, "What do you think?" Xiao Zheng slowly shook his head. "I don't want to go. First, I don't trust the side he's on, and second, I don't want to offend anyone." They had discussed this issue before, and Hua guessed that Xiao Zheng wouldn't be tempted by this opportunity. And Hua nodded in agreement. "I said before, in this chaotic situation, it's best to go with the flow and avoid offending anyone. That would be the ideal state. It's easy to say, but not so easy to do. Not to mention, Commander, he wants to transfer Xiao Zheng to the provincial military district to help him. If Xiao Zheng bluntly refuses, he would offend Commander he and earn a reputation for being ungrateful." And Hua asked him, "How do you plan to refuse?" Xiao Zheng paced back and forth with his hands behind his back, and after a while, he looked out at the darkening sky and said, "I won't refuse. I'll delay." As the weather gradually warmed up, a nationwide movement quietly approached. And Bohai came to find Hua, his face pale. "It's chaotic. Everything is chaotic. Luckily, I'm not in the provincial capital." The struggle for power initially unfolded in the academic and educational sectors, with schools being the first places to be impacted. The leaders, professors, and teachers at the school are being targeted, and the order has completely broken down. Besides the cafeteria, where we can still eat, all other departments are paralyzed. It's not just the universities in the provincial capital. Even the middle schools in Yun County are the same. The students have become warriors, fiercely opposing the authority that once oppressed them. And Bohai sighed, relieved to have escaped a crisis, and was thankful that Nze had gone to the third line. The third line construction is a national strategic task, and since the factories are located deep in the mountains, the impact of the political turmoil will likely be much smaller. However, Anhuan and Bohai were still worried and wrote to inquire about Nze's situation. Then, Anhuan looked at her belly and fell into deep thought. The food factory was still relatively calm, but she believed that chaos would soon spread there. Although she had military family status for protection, being heavily pregnant in such a chaotic situation could lead to trouble. After much consideration, Anhuan decided to get a medical leave note and request a long-term sick leave for herself. Xiaojing thought she was tired from her pregnancy and supported her decision, saying, "Even if you don't go back to work, it's fine. We don't need your salary at home." When Qiu Shushan found out, she sent Anhuan 200 yuan, saying, "Take this money and buy whatever you want." Anhuan smiled and replied, "Mom, I don't need extra money. Xiaojing's salary and allowances are with me, so you should save your money." Qiu Shushan shook her head. "Your father and I have money. Your husband's money is his, but since you're pregnant, I should help you out." Anhuan refused the 200 yuan, knowing that the next 10 years would be chaotic. It was uncertain if Bohai would face other unexpected events or if salaries and royalties would be paid as usual. Seeing this, Qiu Shushan stopped insisting and thought to pay more attention to her daughter's needs and buy things for her. At 7 months pregnant, Anhuan's belly was quite large, making it difficult to walk, but she still insisted on taking daily walks to stay active. Meanwhile, things at the food factory began to get chaotic as well. Yang Tianjiao complained to Anhuan, "Those people have organized and are criticizing us every day. Production has stopped, and all departments are not working. It's just endless ideological study." Anhuan quickly interrupted her, "It's fine to say this here, but outside, you must not show any sign of opposition."
Yang Tianjiao sigit, I understand.
Anhua asked again, "You weren't involved in this, were you?" Yang Tianjiao shook her head, "No, but Li Hansong and I were planning to hold a banquet, and now that seems difficult." Yang Tianjiao and Li Hansong's marriage application had already been approved, and they had received their marriage certificate. They were just waiting to celebrate with friends and family. And Hua said, "Don't rush to hold it. Given the current situation, it wouldn't be peaceful anyway. Let's wait and see." Yang Tianjiao blushed and replied, "I don't mind, but Li Hansong is anxious. He got approval for the house he applied for and wants me to move in quickly." In this era, even though their relationship was legal, not having a banquet felt like missing a step, making it hard to move forward. Others affected by the chaos included Geng Biao and Xiao Fangfang. Geng Biao was supposed to propose on July 1st, but with the factory in disarray, his workload as the security chief increased, and he practically lived at the factory. So, the proposal was put on hold for now. The turmoil in Yun County was escalating. Zhou Meihua looked worried. "Recently, Xiao Jiang has been causing trouble with those boys. His dad says he doesn't listen." And Hua was surprised. "Xiao Jiang is usually such a good kid." Zhou Meihua replied, "Yes, normally he listens to us and doesn't cause any trouble." And Hua thought for a moment and understood. Maybe he isn't doing it willingly. Think about it, his classmates are all involved. If he doesn't join in, how will others see him? They might even label him as having issues. Zhou Meihua considered this. "You have a point. But why doesn't he explain when his dad scolds him?" And Hua said, "Xiao Jiang has always been a bit reserved, so he probably doesn't defend himself." Zhou Meihua sighed. "There are also soldiers in the army. You know Xiao Li from logistics, right? He hummed a song while walking, one of those spy songs from the movies. The soldiers heard him and criticized him for it." "Criticized him for what?" And Hua asked, confused. "They said his song sounded like a cat meowing." "Is it a catchy tune?" "Yes, that's the term." Zhou Meihua nodded repeatedly. "TSK, Xiao Li is just a deputy director in logistics, and he gets criticized by a group of soldiers. What if it were my husband? Would he face the same?" And Hua reassured her, Your husband comes from a good background and doesn't have those pretentious hobbies, so he won't get criticized. As Anhwa said, Zhou Meihua felt confident about her own situation and was not afraid. She was just casually expressing her thoughts. She looked at Anhwa and said, "Please don't take my words the wrong way. Given the current situation, you need to be careful." Even though Anhwa tried her best to fit into the larger environment, her background could still be a point of vulnerability if someone wanted to create trouble. Anhwa paused for a moment and asked, "How is Xiaoli doing now?" Zhou Meihua sighed. "He's being watched all the time. If he makes even a small mistake, they take him out for criticism. He lives in constant fear." Although no violence had started yet, the way they criticized him was a huge to his dignity and character. Moreover, being under constant surveillance and not knowing what could lead to a mistake was a severe mental strain. "Hey, don't be scared, sister," Zhou Meihua said, holding Anhwa's hand. "I'm just reminding you to be cautious. I'm not saying anything will definitely happen to you. Besides, you have your family's Captain Xiao here. He is in charge, and those lower-ranked soldiers won't dare to act against him." Anhwa smiled. "I'm not afraid." She truly wasn't scared, just a bit worried. Soon, another person caught the attention of those soldiers. This person was none other than Li Hansong. Li Hansong came from an intellectual family, loved music, and enjoyed literature. He was targeted because someone reported him for reading Dream of the Red Chamber in his dorm. A group of people burst into his dorm and turned it upside down, finding Dream of the Red Chamber, Water Margin, and other so-called feudal poisonous books, along with Soviet love novels. Li Hansong was shocked that classic literature could be labeled as feudal poison. Facing the aggressive crowd ready to take him out for criticism, Li Hansong tried to stay calm and shouted, "Are you trying to rebel? Dream of the Red Chamber is a book that our leader encourages everyone to read. He said that without reading it, you won't understand feudal society. We not only need to read it, but we also need to read it dialectically and critically." The crowd was not interested in reasoning. They shouted, "That's right. We are rebelling against you and your feudal capitalist ideas. Down with Li Hansong." The shouting group suddenly quieted down, except for one person who continued to raise his arm and shout. Someone next to him pulled him and gave him a look, and only then did he notice the figure at the dorm entrance. Xiao Zheng stood there, hands behind his back, with a grim expression. What is going on? A group of young people immediately shrank back and fell silent. When Xiao Zheng was the deputy commander, he was quite intimidating, and now that he is the leader, he has gained even more authority. No one dared to confront him. Finally, someone mustered the courage to speak up. "Commander, Li Hansong has been secretly reading harmful books. His ideas are antisocial, and we're trying to correct him." As they spoke, someone presented the books to Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng glanced at them, took them, flipped through a couple of pages, and tossed them aside, saying, "I can't read, so I don't understand." The others exchanged glances, wondering how their commander could be so shameless. Not being able to read seemed oddly honorable to him. The leader among the young soldiers opened his mouth to say something, but closed it again when Xiao Zheng glared at him. Xiao Zheng snorted coldly, "I won't tolerate anyone in my team who doesn't follow orders or causes trouble." Everyone lowered their heads to listen. Xiao Zheng's expression grew more serious. "Do your jobs well. If I find anyone stirring up trouble or sabotaging their comrades, there will be consequences." After he spoke, the room fell silent. "Do you understand?" "Yes, we understand," came the scattered replies. "Did you not eat?" "Speak up." "We understand," the group replied with more energy. "I can't hear you." "We understand." Several young soldiers shouted loudly. With that, the small disturbance in the unit was quelled. Anhwa, hearing about the situation, looked at Xiao Zheng with admiration. "You handled the soldiers so easily?" It had been a long time since his wife looked at him like that. Xiao Zheng enjoyed it and pretended to be modest, nodding. "What's so impressive? Do they dare to rebel against me?" Anhwa gave him a thumbs up. "My husband is amazing." It seemed she had made the right choice in him. Feeling encouraged by his wife's praise, Xiao Zheng hugged her and gave her a big kiss. Anhwa felt it and quickly pushed him away. "It's broad daylight. Be a little reserved." Xiao Zheng indeed toned it down, rubbing her belly and sighing, I feel like a monk in a temple. And Hua rolled her eyes at him. Do you think I want to be a nun? Regarding physical needs, and Hua had also thought about it. They had been intimate a few times, but with her big belly, she was afraid, and each time they only went partway. Because they had only gone partway, it made her desire even stronger, but since it couldn't be fulfilled, Anhua decided to completely abstain. Xiao Zheng smiled at Anhua. Why was his wife so bold? She didn't seem to know how to be shy at all. However, he likes his wife like this. It's exciting. And Ji didn't have time to chat with the man. She needed to check if there were any dangerous books in the study. She also needed to visit Bo Huai personally. And Bo Huai was timid and had already cleaned the study himself, but Ji still wanted to check again to feel at ease. Xiao Zheng offered to accompany her, and Ji was naturally happy about that. The scene in the county was different from that in the army. In the army, there were only a few people, and Xiao Zheng easily kept them in check. But the streets were full of people, with many young faces passionately shouting slogans. Xiao Zheng protected Ji as they walked along the wall, managing to get through the crowd. And Bo Huai's place was better. It was a residential area, still bustling with life. He had taken good care of the rented courtyard, planting many flowers, and even bringing his beloved chrysanthemums over, tending to them daily for relaxation. What brings you here? Qiu Shushin was packing up, planning to stay with her daughter since it was said that twins might arrive early, and she needed to look after her. And Ji explained her purpose, and Bo Huai quickly invited her and Xiao Zheng into the study. You should help check too, and Ji said to Xiao Zheng. Sure, Xiao Zheng replied eagerly, feeling pleased that he could assist his wife with cultural matters. And Ji believed that everyone had different thoughts and perspectives. Xiao Zheng, being more experienced, could see things she might miss. And Bo Huai hadn't been there long, and there weren't many books, but after Ji and Xiao Zheng looked through them, most had issues. And Bo Huai sighed while stroking his beard. Can you help me deal with these books? And Ji advised him, Dad, it's chaotic outside. Stay indoors if you can, and make sure to secure the door. Don't speak carelessly in front of the neighbors. She then changed her tone, or you could move in with me for a while until things settle down. And Bo Huai immediately shook his head. No, I'm fine here. It's safe. There are too many people at your place. It's noisy. Despite her persuasion, and Bo Huai was unwilling to move. Qiu Shushin said, let him be. Staying here with the door closed, he won't be in any danger. On the way back, Qiu Shushin carried a large bag and left with them. Seeing this, Xiao Zheng quickly took the bag and carried it on his back. Anhua looked around and asked Qiu Shushin, Mom, what's all this? So much stuff. It's all things you'll need when you give birth, Qiu Shushin replied with a smile. Like diapers, swaddles, little clothes, and postpartum pads. I also had someone buy formula from the provincial city recently. Since you're having twins, I'm worried you might not have enough milk for both little ones. Xiao Zheng flattered. Mom really thinks of everything. Qiu Shushin chuckled. You need to prepare your things too, like extra clothes and toiletries. I've packed them separately to avoid any last-minute chaos. Anhua held her belly. I don't feel anything right now. I wonder when I'll go into labor. Qiu Shushin scolded her lightly. What do you mean go into labor? You're already over 7 months pregnant. It's possible to give birth any time now, so we need to be ready. Xiao Zheng nodded in agreement. You can't go into battle unprepared. Qiu Shushin said, exactly. Anhua smiled. I'm not saying anything. I'll listen to Mom. Who would have thought that Qiu Shushin's words would turn out to be true? That night, while soaking her feet, Anhua suddenly clutched her belly and cried out in pain, noticing some bleeding. Xiao Zheng, who was helping her wash her feet, momentarily froze at the sight. But he quickly snapped back to reality and shouted, Mom, come here quickly. What's wrong? Qiu Shushin rushed over and gasped. Oh, it looks like you're going into labor. It hurts so much. Anhua tried to grab Xiao Zheng's hair but found it too short, so she switched to tugging at his collar. Xiao Zheng let her pull him and quickly scooped her up, saying, Let's go to the hospital. Qiu Shushan calmly went to get the things she had prepared earlier. Xiao Zheng called Xiao Zhu to bring the car over. Zhou Meihua had already gone to bed, but hearing the commotion next door, she guessed Anhua was going into labor and got up. After confirming that Anhua was indeed in labor, she hurried to get dressed to go along. Shi Weiguang stopped her. Why are you going so late? They have enough people at home. Xiao Zheng and Anhua's mom are there, plus a sister-in-law.
Zhou Meihua insisted. I'm worried.
I need to go see. Shi Weiguang replied. Why are you worried about someone else's childbirth? Zhou Meihua impatiently shrugged off his hand. She's my little Anhua, not someone else. You, a big man, have no sense of compassion. All right, I won't say anything more. Shi Weiguang was too tired to deal with her and went back to bed to sleep. Xiao Fangfang stayed at home with the already asleep Dong Dong, while Qiu Shushan and Xiao Zheng accompanied Anhua to the hospital, and then they were joined by Zhou Meihua. The streets were much less crowded now, and the jeep moved smoothly. However, when they arrived at the hospital, things took a turn. Oh no, what's going on? Did they really damage the hospital? Zhou Meihua exclaimed. The hospital entrance was filled with banners, and the ground was covered with rotten vegetable leaves and smelly eggs, clearly showing signs of a recent commotion. Inside the hospital, it was chaotic, with many young soldiers coming and going. When someone saw them, they immediately approached and asked, "Are you here for a checkup?" Their attitude was friendly. Xiao Zheng replied, "My wife is about to give birth, and we need to find Dr. Song. We had an appointment." Dr. Song was a well-known obstetrician at the county hospital, and Xiao Zheng had made sure to seek her out for the delivery. To their surprise, the young soldier's expression changed as soon as he heard Dr. Song's name. Song Chuhong is a respected authority in the field, and we have already been informed of her absence. And Hua tugged at Xiao Zheng's sleeve. Let's go back and have the baby in the military clinic. Knowing the estimated due date, Anhua anticipated that the hospital would be chaotic and had already made plans to deliver at the clinic if necessary. Since the independent division's camp was small, the clinic was also limited in resources, so the county hospital would generally be better for childbirth. It's okay, Anhua said, feeling less pain now and speaking clearly. We can find an experienced midwife in the nearby villages. It should be fine. Can you stand for a moment? Xiao Zheng asked Anhua. Anhua nodded. Xiao Zheng helped her down, letting Zhou Meihua support her, then walked up to the young soldier. Who is your leader? Bring him here. The young soldier, seeing Xiao Zheng in military uniform and his imposing figure, hesitated but then gathered his courage to respond. Who are you to give orders here? You can't just call our commander.
Commander?
Xiao Zheng was both angry and amused. He grabbed the young soldier by the collar, his tone icy. Immediately, bring your commander here. The young soldier, frightened, broke free and ran while shouting, Commander. Someone is causing trouble. At the same time, Xiao Zheng whispered something to Xiao Zhu, who quickly left after hearing it. Before long, a group of young people in green military uniforms approached. The short, chubby leader shouted, Who's looking for trouble? Xiao Zheng stepped forward and said, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm here to take my wife to the hospital. She's about to give birth. The short man replied, So what if she's giving birth? Why are you making a fuss? He then told the others, Get a room ready for the mother and the delivery. Xiao Zheng insisted, I need to see Dr. Song Chuhong for the delivery. The short man frowned at him and said, You say you're not looking for trouble? We've taken down a group of authorities, including Song Chuhong. This hospital is under our control now. Xiao Zheng repeated, I need to see Dr. Song Chuhong. The short man got angry and waved his hand, saying, This person wants to bring Song Chuhong back. He's part of the troublemakers. Everyone grab him. The crowd surged forward, but then suddenly stopped. It turned out Xiao Zheng had pulled out a gun, without anyone noticing. He held the gun firmly in his right hand, his finger on the trigger, staring intently at the group in front of him. He's got a gun. Someone shouted in surprise. The short man was startled and froze in place. After all, they were military personnel. But without ranks, they could only tell from the 4 pockets on Xiao Zheng's uniform that he was an officer. How high his rank was, they couldn't say. The short man thought to himself that he looked young, probably just a company commander. But so what if he had a gun? He was just one person. Could he really take them all down? The short man stepped back and shouted, "Don't let the enemy scare you. Charge," and take his gun. The crowd hesitated, and no one moved forward. Xiaozheng stood there, gun raised, exuding a chilling presence. At that moment, another group entered, all dressed in military uniforms, armed and ready. In contrast, the short man's group was equipped with hammers, shovels, and bricks. Little Zhu ran over and saluted Xiaozheng, saying, "Sir, the guard squad has 9 soldiers present, ready for your orders." "Sir?" The short man and his group exchanged uncertain glances, realizing they were facing someone who could command the guards. "Stand by," Xiaozheng commanded, then turned to the short man and said, "Bring Dr. Song Chuhong out and prepare the delivery room." This time, Xiaozheng's tone was much calmer, and it seemed to work. The short man's eyes darted around before he silently complied. Song Chuhong is a woman in her 50s and a doctor. Her father was a well-known gynecologist in the old society. She learned traditional Chinese medicine from him as a child and later studied Western medicine in school, successfully combining both practices. After many years of practice, she has gained a lot of experience. When Song Chuhong arrived, she looked tired and disheveled. However, upon seeing the new mother, her attention immediately shifted, and she instinctively began asking various questions. Manhwa entered the hospital at 9 o'clock. At first, the pain was bearable for the first 2 hours, but then the frequency and intensity of the pain increased. Sweat poured down her forehead. "It's okay, dear. Just let it out, scream if you need to, or hit me if it helps," said Xiaozheng. When Dongdong was born, Xiaozheng had just returned to Yin County. By the time he got back, Dongdong had already been born. Xiaozheng had no idea how much pain childbirth could bring. Manhwa didn't hold back. She grabbed Xiaozheng's hand and squeezed it whenever she felt pain. Finally, in the late night, it was time to enter the delivery room. Others waited anxiously outside. Qiu Shushen and Zhou Meihua were somewhat calmer, knowing Manhwa was having her second child and generally in good health, so they hoped everything would be fine. However, Xiaozheng was pacing back and forth, making Zhou Meihua dizzy from watching him. Unable to hold back, she said, "Why don't you sit down for a bit? At this rate, you'll wear a path in the floor." Just then, a voice called out, "Xiao Taizhu," from the delivery room. It was Manhwa. Xiaozheng excitedly walked over, wanting to push the door open, but a nurse stopped him. "She has given birth. One is out, and there's another one coming." Qiu Shushen and Zhou Meihua were very happy and quickly got busy. Before long, the second baby was also born. Manhwa felt light, as if her body was floating in the air. Everything around her was shrouded in white mist. Where was she? Was this a dream? She looked around in confusion. Suddenly, the mist cleared, revealing a scene. In front of her was a woman wearing a pearl-pink silk shirt, with long hair and gold-rimmed glasses, wearing headphones and sitting in front of a computer. Was she live streaming? At first glance, the woman seemed unfamiliar, but upon closer inspection, Manhwa realized it was her. And the room she was in was the same one where she used to chat with fans during her live streams. Could it be that after her journey, someone else had entered her body? And Hua watched the woman on the screen closely, observing every move she made. The woman had a cold expression and seemed indifferent as she stared at the computer screen, not even opening her mouth, making it clear she wasn't really live streaming. When she finally spoke, it was to scold her fans. To the one with the username Pigsy, "Are you some new type of human? Can your brain and body just disconnect? If not, go home and put your brain back in before coming out." And to Chill Nose Hair, "Is that your real picture? It's so ugly it hurts my eyes. Just leave. This is how my live stream is. I won't talk. If you want to watch, great. If not, just leave. Leave, leave." After a while, the woman finally smiled at something a fan said, stood up, and picked up a violin to play. At this point, Anhua could mostly confirm that the person who had taken over her previous body was likely the original owner. She felt happy inside. Although it wasn't a choice she made, She had taken over the original owner's body and inherited their family ties, while the original owner was nowhere to be found, which had made her feel a bit guilty. Now, it was as if they had swapped bodies. The original owner had also gained everything she had, and was in a world where she could freely pursue her dreams without any burdens. The scene shifted to a grand hall where a symphony orchestra was performing, and the lead position was held by Manhwa, who looked lost in her music, her expression one of enjoyment and satisfaction. Then the scenes kept changing. One moment Manhwa was cooking at home, the next she was on a vacation on an island, occasionally accompanied by different men. Even her former parents came to find Manhwa, but were scolded away. Manhwa watched, like she was seeing a movie, observing how the other Manhwa lived. Eventually, she felt tired, and the images vanished, causing her mind to slip into sleep. She heard soft voices nearby and slowly opened her eyes. "Sweetheart, you're awake? How do you feel? Are you hungry?" A man's face hovered above her, and she looked at him in confusion. "Who are you?" Xiaozheng hesitated, then quickly replied, "Are you confused? I'm Xiaozheng, your husband." And Hua's mind, which had been stalled, began to function again. Oh, her husband. She had traveled through time. Another body's existence in a different world now belongs to someone else. She has completely transformed into Manhwa from the 1960s. Manhwa licked her dry lips and said, "I'm thirsty and hungry. There's some boiled water. Drink a little," Xiaozheng said as he scooped water with a spoon to feed Manhwa. She shook her head, signaling him to help her sit up, so she could drink herself. "When you were in pain, Mom prepared several dishes in the hospital kitchen, like steamed egg custard, Crucian carp and tofu soup, and millet porridge. What do you want to eat?" And Hua thought for a moment and replied, "Steamed egg custard. It's warming on the stove. I'll go get it," Xiaozheng said, glancing at his wife with concern. "Can you stay here by yourself?" And Hua nodded. "It's fine, you go." Just as Xiaozheng stepped out, Qiu Shushin and Zhou Meihua entered, each carrying a swaddled baby, followed by a woman in a white coat. "Sister, look. These are your twin daughters," Zhou Meihua said happily. And Hua instantly reached out her arms, wanting to hold the babies. "You're still recovering. Let's put them down for now. Just look at them," Qiu Shushin said as she placed the two infants on the bed. And Hua quickly turned her gaze. The two rosy babies were wrapped in swaddles, eyes closed, their tiny hands sticking out like little chicken feet, which looked amusing. Although they had just been born, it was clear they resembled each other, especially their mouths, which were diamond-shaped like their mother's. And Hua smiled softly, feeling warmth in her heart. "The babies look like you," Zhou Meihua said. "They will definitely be beautiful when they grow up." Qiu Shushin looked at Hua with concern and asked, "Do you feel unwell anywhere? Are you hungry?" And Hua shook her head. "I'm okay. Xiaozheng has already gone to get me something to eat." Zhou Meihua added, "You fell asleep right after giving birth," which scared Xiaozheng. "He stayed by your side without moving, even forgetting to check on the babies." And Hua asked, "How long did I sleep?" Qiu Shushin replied, "Not long, just over half an hour." "Was it only that short?" And Hua felt like she had slept for a long time. At that moment, the doctor approached and asked about her condition. The steamed egg custard arrived quickly, and Xiaozheng fed her spoon by spoon until it was finished. The doctor said, "Get ready to feed the babies. I'll give you a massage first." Song Chuhong, a well-known obstetrician, had her own unique method for helping with breastfeeding. After the massage, she used something to apply warmth to Manhwa before letting her feed the babies. The first time breastfeeding was quite painful, but thanks to Song Chuhong's massage and warmth, Manhwa only felt mild discomfort. Watching her baby suckle, Manhwa felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. Seeing Xiaozheng staring at her, Manhwa pointed to the baby in her arms and asked, "Weren't you always wanting a daughter? Now that you have two, why don't you seem to cherish them?" Xiaozheng replied, "Of course I cherish them, but right now you are more important. We need to take care of you first, they can wait. We still need to give them names." After thinking for a moment, Xiaozheng said half a month ago was the party founding day, and half a month later is the army day. How about we name one Xiao Jian party and the other Xiao Jian army? And Hua responded, why not name one Jiangua? Xiao Zheng replied, isn't Jian party and Jian army enough? If we had triplets, we could add Jiangua. Qiu Shushan shook her head disapprovingly. We can't give our little girls names like that. And Hua agreed. Those two names are ejected. Let's use their nicknames for now. The nicknames were something and Hua had thought of earlier, round and complete, suitable for either a boy or a girl. Xiao Zheng asked, so, who is Tuan Tuan and who is Yuan Yuan? And Hua looked at the two little ones, observing carefully. By the way, which one is the older sister, and which one is the younger sister? Is there a way to tell them apart? The one with a beauty mark on her forehead is the older sister, and the one without is the younger sister. Qiu Shushan pointed out the mark. And Hua said, the older sister is Tuan Tuan and the younger sister is Yuan Yuan. Qiu Shushan happily leaned in, calling out the nicknames of the two children. Soon and Hua would be able to go home. When leaving the hospital, Xiao Zheng wrapped her up tightly and even put a scarf on her head, making her look like a farmer at first glance. And Hua didn't mind the appearance but felt hot. It's the middle of summer. This isn't necessary. Xiao Zheng didn't respond, but Qiu Shushan spoke up. During the postpartum period, even in summer, you need to be careful. If you catch a cold, it could lead to lifelong issues. Zhou Meihua also advised her. Listen to Aunt Qiu. The elders have good advice. And Hua decided not to argue since she was just taking a car home. As soon as Hua entered the family compound, she attracted everyone's attention. You really had twins. Do you have a boy? Oh no, they're both girls. But you already have a son, so having two daughters is great. Daughters are so caring. And Hua smiled and said, whether it's a son or a daughter, they all came from my belly. Haha, of course. We are in a new society now where women can hold up half the sky. There is definitely equality between men and women. Xiao Zheng, feeling impatient and worried about tiring his wife, said in a deep voice, my wife just gave birth and is weak. We need to go home so she can rest. Everyone realized and quickly stepped aside. As they were walking home, they saw Dong Dong running over, followed by Tian Tian. He stopped in front of his mother, looking excited with his rosy cheeks, and asked, Mom, did you have a sister for me? Tian Tian spun around and clapped her hands, saying, I have a sister too. I want to dress her in a flower dress. Qiu Shushan smiled and said, not one sister, but two sisters. Dong Dong stretched out his arms to hold his sister and eagerly shouted, let me see, let me see. Are they really twin daughters? And Buhuai, who had received the news in the morning, hurried over to the house to wait. Wait until we go inside. Your mom can't be in the wind, Xiao Zheng said, picking up Hua and heading to the bedroom. The babies were held by Zhou Meihua and Qiu Shushan, while Buhuai and the two children followed closely, stretching their necks to see. After they were settled and finally saw the twins, the three of them exclaimed in unison, they are so cute. Qiu Shushan was not pleased, who said our twins are not cute. Look at their eyes, they're going to have big, bright eyes in the future, and their little noses and rosy lips look just like their mother. They are beautiful. And Buhuai smacked his lips and stroked his beard, saying, but they are so wrinkled and all red, so tiny, like just-born baby mice. Tian Tian looked a bit scared. I want a sister, not a baby mouse. Dong Dong was shocked for just a moment, but quickly accepted the reality, protecting his sister. This is my sister, not a baby mouse. Don't say that, Tian Tian. Qiu Shushan shot Buhuai a glance. You're already a grandfather, and you still don't know what newborns look like? And Zay and Hua Hua were wrinkled when they were born too, and Dong Dong was wrinkly as well. The redder their skin is now, the whiter it will be in the future. And Buhuai doubted, is that true? Qiu Shushan nodded. Just look at your daughter. Can her daughters be anything but cute? But there was still the son-in-law to consider. Amber Huai carefully observed Xiao Zheng. His eyes were neither too big nor too small, but they had a fierce look. His lips were a bit thick, which didn't make him seem honest. When he wasn't smiling, he had a somewhat domineering air. Also, his nose was quite prominent, his face was very strong, and his dark skin. Amber remembered that when he first met his son-in-law, he wasn't that dark. Why has he gotten darker over time? In short, Amber felt a bit worried. They say daughters resemble their fathers. For example, his daughter Hua inherited his fair skin and beautiful features. If the twins looked like Xiaozheng, wouldn't they resemble a fierce warrior? Xiaozheng noticed his father-in-law staring at him and touched his face. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Amber replied honestly, I was just praying that the twins don't look like you. Xiaozheng was unhappy. While he also hoped his daughter would be as beautiful as his wife, looking like him wasn't a bad thing. What's wrong with me? I look fine. In our hometown, the Xiao family is known for being good-looking. This was true. Xiao Monsong had escaped from hardship and managed to marry a wife with a dowry, which showed he wasn't bad-looking. Amber muttered, I didn't say you were ugly. I just hope the twins are even prettier. Why are you getting upset? Xiaozheng was taken aback. He wasn't upset at all. Why was his father-in-law so sensitive? And Hua, seeing this, laughed, you two stop arguing. The kids will look however they do. It doesn't matter, they are still our children. Xiaozheng nodded in agreement with his wife. Exactly. Dong Dong didn't care about the adults' conversation. He had already recovered from his shock about his sister's appearance and was leaning over the bed, staring at the two identical little ones. Very excited. Mom, look. The sister on the left yawned, and the sister on the right followed suit. The little sister, who looked like a small mouse, was quite cute, and Hua taught him to identify the twins and introduce their names. Dong Dong was fascinated and nodded repeatedly, I remember. The one with a mole is the big sister, little Tuanzi, and the one without a mole is the little sister, little Yuanzi. And Hua praised him. So smart. Dong Dong suddenly looked up and said seriously to Anhua, Mom, you've worked hard. And Hua was deeply moved. She glanced at Xiaozheng and said, At least my son is considerate. Your dad hasn't even said you've worked hard to me. Xiaozheng quickly said, Wife, I know you work hard. I remember everything in my heart. Just tell me what you want to eat or what you need me to do, and I will do it. And Hua knew he was someone who acted more than he spoke, and his words were just a bit of teasing. Qiu Shushan saw her daughter and son-in-law flirting and quickly took Bo Huai outside. At the door, they ran into Xiao Fongfong, who was bringing in chicken soup. Qiu Shushan took the soup and handed it to Xiaozheng, then pulled Xiao Fongfong and Dong Dong and Tian Tian out as well. Finally, it became quiet, and Anhuan let out a long sigh of relief. Xiaozheng scooped a spoonful of chicken soup, carefully blew on it to cool it down, and then fed it to her. Anhuan turned her head away. It's too greasy. I don't want to eat it. Xiaozheng replied, Isn't grease more nutritious? This is from an old hen that Fongfong specially got from a nearby village. It looks like it has been simmered for a long time. Anhuan pouted. If you skim off the grease, I'll drink a little. Xiaozheng thought, since Anhuan usually gets enough nutrition and doesn't need extra grease, if she doesn't want to eat it, then she doesn't have to. The chicken soup probably didn't have many seasonings, just a bit of salt, but it wasn't bad. It was quite flavorful. Anhuan finished a bowl of soup, but didn't want to eat the pieces of chicken, so she let Xiaozheng have them. Xiaozheng was a bit worried. You used a lot of energy giving birth and haven't eaten much. Can you hold up? Anhuan didn't know why, but she just didn't have an appetite. Xiaozheng thought for a moment and said, Didn't you love that stinky powder back when you were pregnant? But that taste is too strong. You probably can't eat it now. How about I cook you some noodles instead? They're similar, just long strips. Anhuan looked at him in shock. What stinky powder?
What are you talking about?
How did he know? Wasn't she sneaking out to eat in the middle of the night? Xiaozheng touched his nose, feeling guilty and looking down, not daring to say he had seen her. And Huan's heart raced. Had her secret been discovered? But seeing Xiaozheng's guilty expression, she quickly calmed down. Since he was already feeling guilty, she wouldn't hold back. Why were you sneaking around behind me at night? Xiaozheng was speechless. Do you think I'm a thief? Can I still stay in this house? Can I have some privacy? I didn't think you were a thief. Xiaozheng replied urgently. Wife, how could I think that? You are the mistress of this house. Then why were you spying on me? Is it wrong for me to eat something? Sure, of course. I just wanted to ask. And Hua interrupted him. If you trust me, then don't ask anything. Asking means you don't trust me. If you don't trust me, then I won't stay in this house. Tomorrow, I'll take the kids and move in with my parents, far away from you. This scared Xiaozheng quite a bit. He almost fell to his knees. Wife, I won't ask anything anymore. Please don't leave me. If you and the kids go, how can this house still feel like home? How will I live? And Hua's expression softened a bit. She huffed, and you can't spy on me. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable. That's not spying. I'm just concerned. Seeing in Hua's expression, Xiaozheng quickly stopped talking. Okay, I promise to listen to you. Whatever you say goes.
And Hua smiled then.
That's better. Xiaozheng sighed in relief. Well, if his wife had a little secret, so be it. As long as she didn't leave him, everything was fine. In the following days, more people came to visit Hua and the kids. They were mostly family members and colleagues from the factory. Yang Tianjiao brought some good news. Li Hansong and I are planning to have a small celebration. It won't be big, just a couple of tables in the cafeteria for close friends and family. And Hua congratulated her. That's great. When is it? I'll see if I can make it.
Yang Tianjiao smiled.
It will definitely be after your recovery. You're our matchmaker. We can't have the celebration without you. And Hua asked, will Li Hansong's parents be coming? Yang Tianjiao's mood suddenly dropped. His mom and dad have fallen ill. When did this happen? We just received the news a few days ago. We decided to have the wedding now because of his parents. They said they don't know what the future holds, and in case something happens, they want to see their daughter-in-law officially join the family. Times are filled with sorrow. And Hua didn't know how to comfort Yang Tianjiao, so she just held her hand and patted it. Yang Tianjiao forced a smile. It's okay. Things haven't reached the worst point yet. Who knows, maybe things will turn around soon. And Hua replied, it's great that you can think that way. In these times, the most important thing is to stay optimistic. No matter how difficult the path is, we must always believe that the future is bright. After Xiaozheng returned, and Hua asked him, do you know about Li Hansong's parents? Xiaozheng nodded. Of course I know. And Hua asked, will Li Hansong be affected? Xiaozheng shook his head, not much. The higher-ups have made it clear that the combat troops must remain stable. And Hua felt relieved. However, soon after, bad news came that Chen Gang had been removed from his position. Unlike his previous demotion, which was a significant, he still had control at the farm as the leader. Now, he had lost all his positions and had to live with his wife and children in a barn, doing hard labor every day. I want to see Qingyin. Let me go. Sure, Xiaojun didn't understand adult matters. He only knew that the swan had moved into the barn, was hungry, cold, and had to help the adults with chores. Just thinking about it made him feel upset.
So he wanted to go see her.
Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang were very protective of the child. Sure, Xiaojun couldn't sneak out, so he threw a tantrum, rolling on the ground, and even doing 2 bridges. You won't let me write to her or see her. What are you thinking? I want to go. Let me go. He repeated it like a mantra. Zhou Meihua couldn't take it anymore and looked at Shi Weiguang in despair. What should we do? I don't want to deal with this anymore. Shi Weiguang thought about using a belt, but Shi Xiaojun immediately said, go ahead. Beat me. Even if you do, I still want to go. If hitting worked, would Shi Xiaojun still be acting this way? Shi Weiguang felt a sense of defeat. Zhou Meihua decided to give in, go ahead, but if you do, don't come back. Stay with the Qin family as a son-in-law. Shi Xiaojun blinked. What's a son-in-law? Zhou Meihua replied impatiently. It means a husband who comes to live with the wife's family. Shi Xiaojun suddenly blushed. Mom, don't say such embarrassing things. I'm still so young. How can I talk about marriage? I'm being embarrassing? Zhou Meihua laughed in frustration. Look at yourself. Who's being shameless here? Shi Xiaojun was silent for a moment and then said, I just want to see Qingyin and bring her some food. We're good friends. He said this with unusual seriousness, sounding mature like an adult. Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang exchanged glances. suddenly wondering if they were being too focused on the negatives. They stopped Shi Xiaojun from seeing Qin Qingyin mainly because they were afraid of getting into trouble. Later, when Xu Mian's family background was revealed, and being involved with such people only brings disadvantages. They focused on the adults' interests and losses, but overlooked the pure feelings between children. Old Shi, isn't it okay to just take a quick look? Zhou Meihua hesitated. Shi Weiguang sighed helplessly. Let your second brother take you. After Anhua finished her confinement, Yang Tianjiao and Li Hansong held a banquet in the army's cafeteria. There were just 2 tables, with army personnel and Yang Tianjiao's family. The banquet was quite simple, with almost no decorations to avoid unnecessary trouble. It was just a simple meal for close friends and family. At the same time, the situation escalated to another level and fighting began. Homemade firecrackers and grenades were used, and different groups clashed fiercely, often resulting in injuries. This scared Anhuai, who hurriedly packed his bags and moved in with his daughter. After Anhua's maternity leave ended, she continued to take sick leave. It was chaotic, and no one cared whether her long sick leave was reasonable. Unfortunately, she had planned to send Dongdong to elementary school this year, but classes were suspended, so she would have to wait another year. Mommy, look at Xiao Yuanzi. She blew such a big bubble. Dongdong exclaimed, pulling Anhua to see. The twins had grown a bit, but their skin had turned from red to dark, not the white that Qiu Shushen had mentioned. This made Anhuai a bit critical of Xiaozheng, thinking his genes ruined his granddaughter. Mommy, you came too late. The bubble has already popped, Dongdong said regretfully. Anhua smiled and teased her daughter. Come on, another bubble for mommy to see. Dongdong eagerly looked at her sisters. Hurry and one. Uft, Xiao Yuanzi started to spray water. Uft, Xiao Chuanzi also began to spray. The 2 girls were like they were in a competition, splashing water all over themselves. Anhua used a cloth to wipe them, and suddenly smelled a familiar odor. Someone made a stinky. Let mommy see who it is, Anhua said as she went to check her daughter's diaper. But Dongdong said, it smells like cream. It's Xiao Chuanzi who made it. Anhua checked and, sure enough, it was the older sister. She turned to Dongdong in shock. You can even smell there? Dongdong replied proudly, Xiao Chuanzi smells like cream, and Xiao Yuanzi smells like grass. Anhua wrinkled her nose, only smelling a bad odor. She wondered where the cream and grass scents came from. Dongdong eagerly rushed to change his sister's diaper, clearly very skilled at it, having done it many times before. Anhua sighed. Since the twins were born, she hadn't had to worry much. With Qiu Shushen and Xiao Fongfong helping out, even her 6-year-old son could assist with diaper changes. Now that she wasn't working, Anhua felt a bit idle. She called Xiao Fongfong over and asked, Did Gung Biao say when you plan to have your wedding? Gung Biao and Xiao Fongfong had planned it long ago, but it was delayed due to the situation. Gung Biao wanted to have a grand celebration, so he decided to wait until things stabilized a bit. They tentatively planned to look at the end of the year. Xiao Fongfong shared Gung Biao's thoughts with Anhua. Anhua nodded. The end of the year.
Sounds about right.
I can start preparing your dowry now. Xiao Fongfong quickly gestured that it wasn't necessary. Anhua said, Don't be shy. When we left last time, my father gave me 100 yuan specifically for your dowry. Xiao Fongfong hesitated for a moment and wrote, Just a simple preparation. Anhua smiled and patted her shoulder. You don't need to worry. Leave it to me. With 100 from Xiaoman Song and another 100 she added, she planned to prepare 200 yuan worth of items. However, the value of what she could buy with that money was much greater than others because some items were taken from her space. For example, the cotton used for 4 quilts and 4 mattress pads and some cotton fabric were free. The things she bought with money included a metal water bottle, an enamel basin, towels, soap, and a sewing machine. She bought the sewing machine because she happened to have a ticket for it, and since Xiao Fongfong enjoyed sewing, she decided to get one for her. Additionally, Xiaozheng used leftover wood from making beds to personally build a cabinet for Xiao Fongfong. All these items combined made the dowry quite impressive in the county. Seeing all this, Xiao Fangfang was quite anxious and quickly expressed that it was too much. She understood the value of money and knew how much could be bought with 100 yuan. Her sister-in-law had definitely added a lot to her dowry. Especially the sewing machine, it was too expensive. And Hua took Xiao Fangfang's hand and said, "Since the items are already bought, it would just gather dust at home if you don't take them. Like the sewing machine, I wouldn't use it, but you can make the most of its value." Xiao Fangfang wanted to refuse, but Hua said, "I'm not giving you the sewing machine for free. In the future, when I need to make clothes, I'll ask for your help instead of bothering Sister Manhwa. What do you think?" Hearing this, Xiao Fangfang felt a bit more at ease and repeatedly reminded Hua to bring anything she wanted to make to her. Xiao Fangfang had received a lot of dowry, but didn't know how to repay her sister-in-law. After thinking it over, she realized that the best way was to help out more at home. So, even while working every day, she would return home to check if the baby needed feeding or a diaper change. Outside, there was a lot of noise, but the military family compound was relatively calm, and Hua's life was simple and happy. However, soon, a small disturbance broke this tranquility. One day, Xiaozheng finally got off work early and returned home. The family was happily making dumplings together when suddenly, a phone call came in. Xiaozheng answered, and after a moment, he said, "Let her in." After hanging up, Hua asked what happened. "Who's coming?" Xiaozheng clicked his tongue and replied, "The sentry said my niece is here." "Niece?" Hua immediately thought of Xiao Tinia's daughter. "It can't be Chuer, the one you brought to the city before, right?" Qiu Shushan asked, "Who is Chuer?" Hua answered, "She's the child of Xiaozheng's older brother." Qiu Shushan exclaimed, "Oh, a child is here. We should go greet her." Qiu Shushan didn't know about Xiaozheng's relationship with his brothers. She just thought of her as a close relative. Hua thought for a moment and pulled Qiu Shushan aside to share a little. In short, Xiaozheng has a normal relationship with his two brothers. Although the niece is from the next generation and isn't involved in their conflicts, if she behaves like her father, Xiaozheng won't have much patience with her. Qiu Shushan nodded in realization. No wonder my son-in-law didn't look too happy. I understand now. Hua was right. The visitor was indeed Xiao Tinia's daughter, Chuer. Chuer's full name was Xiao Xiaotsue, 4 years younger than Xiao Fangfang, and she was 18. She was quite pretty, with the tall and slender build typical of the Xiao family, and her face was well-shaped. Many suitors had come to propose to her. But the more choices she had, the more dissatisfied she felt. She heard that her mute aunt found a partner in the city, so why should she marry a farmer from the countryside? Xiao Xiaotsue was always determined. Her father was proud and wouldn't ask her third uncle for help, so she quietly came on her own. After sneaking a look at the address from her grandfather, she asked her way there. At the entrance of the family courtyard, seeing the soldier on duty, she felt both nervous and excited. How impressive! Does my uncle really live in a place like this? Can my mute aunt live here too? Then I can too. After all, I am my uncle's niece. When she arrived at her uncle's house, Xiao Xiaotsue was even more stunned. Why is this house so bright and big? What is the furniture made of? It looks so shiny. And the floor is so smooth and even that it reflects a person's shadow. Even the houses of landlords in the past weren't this grand. Everyone looked at Xiao Xiaotsue, who was standing in the middle of the room in a daze, exchanging glances. Uncle Xiao cleared his throat and asked, "Why did you come alone? Do your parents know?" Xiao Xiaotsue finally snapped back to reality and looked at her uncle eagerly. "Uncle, if my dad has offended you in any way, I apologize on his behalf. Please don't send me away, okay?" Xiao Xiaotsue was smart. She had picked up on the tension between her dad and her uncle when they spoke. At first, she didn't care much about how her uncle was doing in the city, as she didn't like asking for help. But when she heard that her mute aunt had married a city official, her heart raced, and seeing her uncle's big house made her even more determined to stay. Since she wanted to stay, she knew she had to please her uncle. Her sudden words surprised Uncle Xiao, but he quickly composed himself and said, "Stop talking nonsense. Since you're here, stay for a few days and have some fun. I'll buy you a ticket back in a few days." After all, she was his niece, and he couldn't just send her away. Xiao Xiaotsue thought for a moment and didn't rush to say she wouldn't go back. She happily agreed. And Zhuang smiled and said, "We don't have any empty rooms, so you can share a room with Fong Fong for now. I'll have your uncle set up a cot for you." Xiao Xiaotsue pouted, not wanting to share a room with her mute aunt, but she knew she didn't have the right to be picky. Seeing Qiu Shushin and Nbuhui, Xiao Xiaotsue asked, "Who are they?" Uncle Xiao introduced them and reminded her, "Be polite. They're my aunt's parents?" Xiao Xiaotsue was shocked. Why did her uncle bring her grandparents to live here together? How strange. What she thought inside was one thing, but being new to the place, she didn't say what was on her mind. She looked at the table and smiled. "Are you making dumplings?" "Perfect, I can make dumplings. Let's make them together." She acted very familiar, as if she were the owner of the house. And Hua glanced at Xiao Zheng, who quietly said to her, "Just bear with it. We'll send her away in a few days." Xiao Chui's arrival made the atmosphere a bit awkward. However, Xiao Chui didn't feel it at all. She was calm and tried to please Xiao Zheng, ignoring Hua and Qiu Shushin. Later that night, after entering the room and closing the door, her smile completely disappeared. She pointed at Xiao Fongfong and said, "You sleep on the army bed tonight, and I'll take the big bed." Xiao Fongfong looked at Xiao Chui. Xiao Chui raised an eyebrow. "Don't you understand?" Xiao Fongfong ignored her and went to bed. Xiao Chui, annoyed, pulled back Xiao Fongfong's blanket. "What are you being so proud about? Just because you found a city official as a partner? I'll tell you, I'm prettier than you and not disabled. My partner will definitely be better than yours." Xiao Fongfong gestured. "So what?" Xiao Chui paused, unable to think of a comeback, and then saw Xiao Fongfong turn her back, not even looking at her. Fuming, Xiao Chui sat on the army bed for a while before lying down. Just wait and see. She would also find a city official as a partner, and he would be even better than Xiao Fongfong's. The next day, Xiao Chui got up very early. To show off, she went straight to the kitchen to make breakfast. At home, Xiao Chui did all kinds of chores and was capable of handling everything, so her breakfast turned out quite well. When Anhua saw her, she politely said, "Chuier, we usually buy breakfast from the cafeteria. You don't need to make it." Xiao Chui was confused. "Buy from the cafeteria?" And Hua explained, "There are 3 cafeterias in the camp. We usually buy meals from the one near the family quarters. They serve 3 meals a day." Xiao Chui's eyes lit up. "Is it communal dining?" And Hua replied, "Not quite. You have to pay for it." Xiao Chui thought for a moment and asked, "Do the soldiers earn enough to buy 3 meals a day?" And Hua said, "Of course, that's definitely enough." Suddenly, Xiao Chui jumped in front of Anhua, excitedly asking, "Annie, do you think I can find a soldier as a partner?" And Hua was taken aback. Xiao Chui looked at Anhua with anticipation, and Anhua could only chuckle awkwardly. Finding a partner really depends on mutual feelings. Anhua thought of Go Hongxia. She was worried that Xiao Xiaotsue might cause trouble for Xiao Zheng, just like Go Hongxia did. Xiao Xiaotsue didn't care about Anhua's response. She felt she had found her goal for coming to the city, which was to find a soldier as a partner. Soldiers have salaries, and if she married one, she wouldn't have to cook and could eat in the cafeteria every day. During the day, everyone was busy with their own things, so Xiao Xiaotsue wandered around the family quarters by herself. When someone saw her and asked who she was, she answered honestly. To her surprise, when the person heard she was Xiao Zheng's niece, they became very friendly. "Oh, you're Xiao Shizhong's niece? Wow, I didn't know he had such a grown-up niece." Xiao Xiaotsue was not pleased. "Am I supposed to lie?" The person quickly replied, "That's not what I meant. I just found it surprising." Wow, Xiao Shizhong has such a lovely niece. Xiao Xiaotsue liked being complimented, and she smiled at the comment. The person took the opportunity to ask about Xiao Xiaotsue's situation and finally asked, "With such good conditions, you must already have a partner, right?" Xiao Xiaotsue shyly said, "Don't say that, I'm only 18 and still single." The person laughed, "That's not a big deal. With your qualities, The young men in the camp would be eager to choose you. Xiao Xiaotsue felt a stir in her heart. Am I really that good? The person slapped their thigh. Your uncle is the top leader in our camp. If your conditions aren't good, who would be? Xiao Xiaotsue was stunned. Is my uncle really that important? Soon, everyone in the family quarters knew that Xiao Shizhong had a niece visiting. Zhou Meihua came over to ask, Xiao Shizhong has such a grown-up niece? Is she already engaged? Anhua was worried that Zhou Meihua would want to introduce someone to her since she was single, so she quickly said, Xiaozhen can't make decisions about her life, and she's just here to visit for a few days before going back home. Zhou Meihua understood the hint that the niece and Xiaozhen were not very close. She had indeed wanted to introduce someone to her, but after hearing this, she dropped the idea. While chatting with others, she subtly spread the news to warn those who wanted to build connections. Xiao Xiaotsue was unaware of this and only thought about marrying a soldier to stay in the city. Anhua said to Xiaozheng, I feel like Xiaotsue won't easily go back. She seems to have come here to stay in the city. Xiaozheng could see that too. He replied, she has no choice. Anhua asked, what if she insists on staying? You're still her uncle. Can you really force her to leave? The key issue was that Xiao Xiaotsue hadn't done anything too outrageous. She was polite to others and often seemed quite diligent. Xiaozheng said, you don't need to worry about that. I have a plan. Since he said that, Anhua didn't ask any more questions. At that moment, a commotion was heard outside. Don't act superior in front of me. Even though you're my aunt, look at yourself, a mute, and you dare to boss me around. I know just as much as you do. Step aside. Anhua walked over and asked, what's going on? Xiao Fangfang, seeing Anhua, anxiously gestured, but gestures are slower than words. By the time she was still gesturing, Xiao Xiaotsue had already finished speaking quickly. Aunt San, I kindly fed the twins some milk, but the mute aunt is blocking me. She can't stand to see me working hard and is afraid that my effort will make her look lazy. Anhua replied calmly, that's not fair. We all see how hardworking Fangfang has been over the past year. She doesn't need anyone to highlight her efforts, and it's not easy to make her look lazy. Xiao Xiaotsue was taken aback and glared at Xiao Fangfang. A mute can really charm people. Even Aunt San is speaking up for her. Anhua turned to Xiao Fangfang and asked, what really happened? She decided to take a piece of paper and let Xiao Fangfang write down the details. It turned out that Xiao Xiaotsue did want to show her diligence by preparing milk for the children, but her habit was poor. She directly used her mouth to test the temperature of the. When Xiao Fangfang saw this, she wanted to correct her. It wasn't a big deal, just a matter of changing a habit. However, Xiao Xiaotsue refused to listen to Xiao Fangfang and argued back. Anhua learned the whole story and felt a headache. She said to Xiaotsue, Sue, since you live here, you must follow the house rules. First, don't shout or make a fuss when something happens. That won't solve any problems and will disturb the harmony of our home. Second, everything in the house is managed by Fangfang. She decides on daily matters. If she points out your bad habits, just listen to her and don't argue. Xiaotsue felt unhappy but knew that this was her aunt, who was different from her quiet aunt. So, she just mumbled, I didn't do anything wrong. I just used a pacifier. In our village, some even chew it up to feed their kids. Anhua's expression suddenly turned serious. Village life is different. In my house, you must follow my rules. You don't need to worry about the kids, just enjoy your time here. Xiaotsue didn't dare to argue with Anhua anymore and quietly went to complain to Xiaozheng. Uncle, your wife is really something. She must be used to being in charge, right? Xiaotsue said this to stir trouble between her uncle and aunt. She thought her aunt bringing her parents to live here must annoy her uncle. No man likes to support his wife's family for free, but he wouldn't say it out loud. To her surprise, Xiaozheng replied without hesitation, that's right. Your aunt is in charge, and what's wrong with that? What she does is great, and I'm happy to support her. Xiaotsue was speechless. Xiaozheng added, focus on the right things and stop talking bad about your aunt in front of me. I don't like it. Xiaotsue thought, what kind of husband is he? He acts like a village dog that has to please his wife. Her dad and second uncle are the ones who make the rules at home, and they expect their wives to take care of them. But now, she suddenly had a realization. It seemed that in this house, her aunt was in charge. Instead of trying to please her uncle, she should win over her aunt. Yes, it was time to change her strategy. Once the street violence stopped, Anhwa returned to work at the factory. After all, she was getting paid and couldn't take a long paid leave just to take advantage of the collective resources. Work is slow, and with production halted, everyone spends their days reading and studying. Each department holds a study session every morning where someone reads aloud from the materials and everyone discusses their thoughts openly. Director Kai thinks Anhwa speaks Mandarin well and wanted her to read every day, but Anhwa quickly found excuses to decline. During this special time, she preferred not to draw attention to herself. If she said something wrong, it could be used against her. After work, Gung Biao stopped Anhwa. He seemed less confident than usual and finally said, "Sister-in-law, when would be a good time? I want to discuss the wedding with you and your brother." Anhwa laughed. "Just say it directly. Why are you shy?" She then asked, "Have you talked to Fong Fong about it?" Gung Biao replied, "She said to listen to you and your brother regarding the dowry and the date, and to discuss it with you." Anhwa nodded. "I'll ask her brother and get back to you."
Great.
Gung Biao came to visit 2 days later. He often brought things for Xiao Fong Fong and was already familiar with the place. He wandered around the vegetable garden first, complimenting it before entering the house. Uncle Gung, Dong Dong, who liked Gung Biao, hurried to show off, "Come see my twin sisters. They've grown a bit." Gung Biao smiled and patted Dong Dong's head. Okay. The twins had become chubby and liked to chew on things. Anhua had asked Xiaozheng to make them wooden teething toys, which were smooth and tied with red string, hung where they could easily reach. When Dong Dong led Gung Biao inside, the two little ones were gnawing on the teething toys, looking fierce as they kicked their legs. When they hit the bed, it made a loud thud. Gung Biao exclaimed, "Those two little girls have a lot of energy. Their grip is strong too. It really hurts when they grab you," Dong Dong said proudly. Gung Biao leaned down to look at the twins in the crib. They were almost identical, chubby and adorable. He felt a deep envy. He didn't dare to wish for twins. He would be satisfied with just one child with Fong Fong, whether a boy or a girl, as long as they could form a family together. Thinking of this made Gung Biao feel excited, wishing he could take Xiao Fong Fong home right away. Xiao Zheng got off work just in time for dinner. Gung Biao opened his mouth to speak. "Brother." Xiao Zheng raised his hand. "Let's eat first, and we can talk after dinner." Gung Biao had to wait a little longer. At the dinner table, Xiao Xiaotsue kept looking at Gung Biao. He looked decent enough and seemed strong. She heard he was a worker at a state-owned factory and had a house in the city. Xiao Xiaotsue glanced at Xia Fong Fong with discontent, thinking, why does a mute get to have such a good partner? "Uncle Gung, what kind of worker are you? How do you compare to a soldier?" Xiao Xiaotsue suddenly asked. Gung Biao knew Xiao Xiaotsue was Xiao Fong Fong's niece. Though surprised, he answered, "I used to be a soldier. I joined the food factory after I was discharged, but I'm not a high-ranking worker, just the head of security." Xiao Xiaotsue asked again, "What does being discharged mean?" Gung Biao explained it to her. Xiao Xiaotsue said, "So, there are different ranks among soldiers, and only the officers can continue to be officers after being discharged?" And Huan cleared her throat to change the subject. "Director Gung, I heard you got injured on your hand during the recent troubles. Is it serious?" Xiao Fong Fong looked at Gung Biao anxiously. Why didn't he mention he got hurt? Gung Biao felt comforted by Xiao Fong Fong's concerned gaze. "It's nothing, just a scrape." "Don't worry." Saying it was just a scrape was definitely downplaying it, but it wasn't serious. Xiao Fong Fong knew him well and shot him a glare, deciding she would check on him later. Gung Biao smiled sheepishly. After dinner, Xiao Fong Fong was cleaning up in the kitchen while Huan and her husband sat down to discuss serious matters with Gung Biao. "Why don't you share your thoughts first?"
Xiao Zheng said.
Gung Biao had prepared what he wanted to say beforehand, so he began to speak confidently. "First, about housing. My family has 2 old houses passed down through generations. Although there aren't many rooms, the space is quite large. We could even split one room into two. It's a quiet place with a private yard, but the houses are a bit old, and one room has a slight leak. Don't worry, though, I've already found materials and people to start renovations soon. At this point, Geng Biao glanced at Xiao Zheng's expression and continued, actually, our factory has apartments. If Fong Fong wants to live in an apartment, I can ask around to see if we can make a trade. Apartments are nice, but I believe there are families with more people who might want to swap. And Hua quickly said, don't make decisions on your own. Ask Fong Fong for her opinion. Although everyone thinks that an apartment is better than a flat, I believe that a small courtyard house is much better than a narrow and cramped building. Geng Biao was initially worried that his brother and sister-in-law would not like his small flat, but hearing in Hua's words made him feel more at ease. He smiled and said, of course, I will listen to Fong Fong. Xiao Zheng asked, what about the things for the house? How much have you prepared? Getting married requires more than just a house. It needs furniture too, which should also be provided by the groom's side. Geng Biao replied, I already had some furniture at home, but I also arranged for a double bed, a big wardrobe, a dresser for chairs, and a vanity table, which adds up to 32 legs. When we get married, I also plan to buy Fong Fong a watch and make her 2 new outfits. And Hua asked, is the furniture ready? Geng Biao answered, to be honest, I started looking for furniture earlier this year, and it's already finished. The smell of paint is hardly noticeable now, so we can move in any time. By the way, Geng Biao remembered, besides what I mentioned, I also prepared 200 yuan as a betrothal gift. Xiao Zheng and Hua were a bit surprised. It was rare for Geng Biao to prepare so many items and still offer 200 yuan as a betrothal gift. What people commonly know as the 3 essentials and 1 sound and other similar customs actually became popular after the 1970s. The current social trend values frugality, and weddings generally consist of 4 essentials: a bed, a wash basin, a chamber pot, and a kettle. Even though Geng Biao's financial situation was decent, this set would still cost him at least 2 years' salary, which is not a small amount. Xiao Zheng was even more satisfied with Geng Biao. He smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad. You're not a stingy person. You have a bit of my style. And Hua looked at Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng asked, am I wrong? Do you think I'm stingy? And Hua playfully replied, no, you're very generous. Xiao Zheng was indeed generous with her and the child, never questioning her spending. Xiao Zheng then asked Geng Biao, have you set a date yet? Geng Biao said, Fong Fong and I discussed trying to get everything done before the new year. While they were talking, Xiao Cui, who was eavesdropping in the corner, was left speechless. What kind of amazing partner has this mute aunt found? So wealthy. So generous. In the countryside, men with good conditions marry women by giving a few dozen pounds of grain and a small amount of money as a bride price. More commonly, they only give a few dollars. Before she left home, she was satisfied with the man she met. He was good-looking and the only son in his family. They agreed that when they got married, each of his 5 sisters would contribute $10, adding up to 50, and her parents would add another 50, making a total of $100. $100 for a wedding was quite impressive in the entire commune. Xiaocui felt relieved as she patted her chest, thankful that she heard her mute aunt found a partner in the city. Feeling unsatisfied, she had a sudden idea to visit her 3rd uncle, which opened her eyes to the world. Looking back at her former self, she felt like a naive country girl who knew nothing. $100 had blinded her. As Xiaocui grew more determined not to return home, a letter from Xiao Zheng arrived in Xiao Tiniu's hands. Xiao Tiniu had attended a literacy class and could understand simple letters. After reading the letter, he slammed it on the table, his face turning pale with anger. Sister-in-law Xiao asked, whose letter is that? You look so upset. Xiao Tiniu replied, who else could make me angry but Xiao Taizhu? Sister-in-law Xiao exclaimed, why didn't he send the letter to Dad instead of you? Xiao Tiniu slammed the table again. He said I miscalculated. Even if I send Chui'er to him, he won't take care of her. He wants us to call Chui'er back quickly. Otherwise, she will just waste her youth. Sister-in-law Xiao felt relieved. Chuer really went to her third uncle. She sighed. This girl is quite determined. I can't control her anymore. Xiao Tiniu began to scold. It's all your fault for spoiling her. A young girl should know some shame, but she goes to someone else's house and clings to them, making me lose face. Sister-in-law Xiao had a different opinion. It's her own uncle. What's wrong with her visiting? Xiao Taiju wouldn't kick out his own niece. Would he? If he did, not only would he lose his reputation at home, but also among his neighbors in the city. Xiao Tiniu pointed at sister-in-law Xiao, frustrated. Don't you understand? If Chuer goes, Xiao Taiju will think I sent her there, that I'm forcing him to take care of her. Just look at what he wrote in the letter. He looks down on me. As he spoke, Xiao Tiniu even wiped away a tear, truly heartbroken. But his sorrow was only because he felt he had lost face. Xiao Deseo couldn't understand Xiao Tiniu's thoughts. What was there to be embarrassed about? In her view, if she wanted her third brother to help with the children at home, she needed to be persistent and humble. But Xiao Tiniu seemed to value his pride more than anything, acting all high and mighty while asking for help. Oh, wait, Xiao Tiniu never asked for help. He only hoped others would come to him for favors. Xiao Tiniu said, quickly think of a way to call Chuer back. Otherwise, her father will be too ashamed to live and might just jump into the small river in front of the farm. Xiao Deseo muttered, that little river can't drown anyone. What are you mumbling about? Nothing. Think of something quickly. Xiao Deseo didn't want to call her daughter back. She thought that even if her third brother said he wouldn't help with Chuer, as long as she was in the city, there might be opportunities, like being noticed by someone and being asked to marry. Xiao Deseo was confident in her daughter's looks. But she was used to letting men make decisions and couldn't argue with Xiao Tiniu. How about we tell her that the chief family is willing to offer $10 more as a bride price, so she can come back and continue discussing the marriage? Xiao Tiniu shook his head. No, if she ran away, it means she wasn't interested. Xiao Deseo replied irritably, then I can't think of anything. Xiao Tiniu thought for a moment and said, just say her grandmother is very ill and wants to see her one last time. Xiao Deseo suddenly exploded. You, Xiao Tiniu, my mother has treated you well over the years, and you dare to wish her dead. Xiao Tiniu replied confidently, I didn't wish her dead. I'm just trying to trick Chuer. Chuer has always been close to her grandmother, and since your mother has been sick a lot these past 2 years, Chuer always goes to see her. If we don't have this excuse, how else can we get Chuer back? That girl is clever like me. He thinks he's clever? He's the most foolish person in the world. Xiao Deseo cursed for a while. Do you really have to bring her back? As a father, why are you making things so difficult for your daughter? Am I making it difficult for her? Xiao Tiniu retorted, she's the one making it difficult for me. Disrespectful child. She took her father's face to the city and trampled it underfoot. Xiao Deseo suddenly felt exhausted and turned away, not wanting to say another word to Xiao Tiniu. Xiao Tiniu didn't mind and began to think about the recent farm work, calculating when he would have time to personally send a telegram to Xiao Xiaotsue in the county. Aunt Sand, you're back. Xiao Chui greeted enthusiastically as she stood by the door, seeing Anhua return. Anhua asked curiously, do you need something? Hee, nothing much, Aunt San. You must be tired from work. Anhua chose not to respond and continued inside. Upon entering the house, she noticed the yard was filled with drying bed sheets and covers. Before she could ask, Xiao Chui proudly announced, I saw the sun was nice today, so I took all the bed sheets and covers apart to wash them. Anhua looked at her. The sun was indeed bright today, but it was still quite cold. Xiao Chui managed to wash all those sheets in just one morning, showing she was quite efficient. You've worked hard. Seeing Aunt San's expression soften, Xiao Chui waved her hands, which were suffering from frostbite, and said, it's nothing, not hard at all. You're busy with work, and I'm just at home doing nothing. Doing some chores makes me feel useful. Xiao Chui was good at saying nice things, and since she had actually done the work, Anhua smiled and said, what do you want to eat? Let's treat you for lunch. Xiao Chui's eyes lit up. She wanted to say she craved meat, especially a big pork knuckle, but remembering her longer-term goal, she swallowed her words and shook her head, saying, "Why treat me for just a bit of work? I can eat whatever." And Hua didn't press her further and handed her some meat coupons and money to buy some pork from the service center. Xiao Chui took the money and coupons, hesitating as she left. Once she was far from the door, she jumped up in excitement, pumping her fist and shouting. However, in her joy, she didn't notice someone and bumped into them. Due to her smaller size, Xiao Chui fell down. Angry, she looked up, ready to scold, but froze when she saw the person. It was a man in military uniform, wearing glasses, looking refined and handsome. Having been there for some time, Xiao Chui knew there were distinctions between officers and soldiers and could tell this man was an officer from his 4 pockets.
I'm sorry, comrade.
Are you okay? The man in glasses asked, bending slightly with concern. Xiao Chui was still in shock and didn't respond. The man grew anxious. Did you hurt yourself? Should I take you to the infirmary? Comrade? Waving his hands in front of her, Xiao Chui finally snapped back to reality. She felt a slight pain in her tailbone but exaggeratedly grimaced, saying, "Ouch, it feels like my tailbone is broken." The man with glasses was very surprised. Could someone break a bone even while wearing such a thick coat? However, he helped Xiaocui up and said, "Why don't you wait here? I'll go find a cart to take you to the clinic." "Why do you need to find a cart? Just carry me," Xiaocui said, signaling for the man to bend down. The man hesitated. "Is that okay? It's not proper for men and women to." Before he could finish, Xiaocui interrupted, "Why are you so old-fashioned? Does it matter if we're a man and a woman? I'm the one who's hurt, and you're the one who bumped into me. You're helping me." The man had no choice. He was worried that if something happened to her, he would be held responsible. On the way to the clinic, Xiaocui began to ask about the man's basic information. However, he was tight-lipped and only shared his name, Gaozha.
Gaozha.
Xiaocui repeated the name a few times, thinking it sounded nice, even better than her previous blind date, Qiyaozu. Gaozha noticed that Xiaocui seemed fine and was not really hurt, which made him frown. When the doctor at the clinic confirmed she was okay and had no marks on her, Gaozha became even less pleased and said he was leaving. Gaozha knew he was decent-looking and attracted young women. Although the girl he bumped into was not bad-looking, she seemed a bit rustic, clearly someone from the countryside. After picking and choosing for so many years, he wasn't looking to marry a country girl. Ignoring Xiaocui calling after him, he hurried away. Xiaocui sighed in disappointment, went to the service center to buy some meat, and returned to her uncle's house. "Why did you take so long?" And Jiao asked her. Xiaocui paused for a moment before answering, "Nothing much, I just tripped on the way." And Jiao looked at her. Was it serious? Xiaocui shook her head and suddenly asked, "Aunt, do you know someone named Gaozha? He's an official." And Jiao's alarm bells went off. Could Xiaocui have a crush on someone? Gaozha? Wasn't there a decent advisor that Zhou Meihua mentioned with the surname Gao? And Jiao's expression turned serious, and she clearly explained to Xiaocui, regardless of gender, when it comes to feelings, it should be mutual. If you act inappropriately, you could get into trouble. Don't think that just because you're a girl, you can't be in the wrong. Writing love letters or similar things could also lead to trouble. Once you're convicted, your life is ruined. You're only 18, and you have a long future ahead. You need to understand what's important. Xiaocui blinked and blushed a little. "Aunt, what are you talking about? How could I write a love letter and get into trouble?" "That's funny." And Hua replied, "If you really can't, then that's for the best." Xiaocui surprised her again, "But I actually like that Gaozha. Aunt, can you find out if he has a girlfriend? If not, could you say something for me?" And Hua remembered that Xiaozheng had firmly said that Xiaocui would return to her hometown in a few days. So she said, "I'll ask around to see if he has a girlfriend." This way, once Xiaocui leaves, she wouldn't bother her anymore. Perhaps because of past grievances or Xiao Xiaozui's many thoughts, and Hua couldn't feel the same closeness to her as she did with Xiao Fongfong, and she had no interest in her personal matters. Xiao Xiaozui happily said, "Aunt, you're the best. I'll wait for your news." Xiao Zheng was indeed right. A telegram arrived from her hometown, saying that Xiao Xiaozui's grandmother was critically ill and urging her to return quickly to say goodbye. Xiao Xiaozui felt as if struck by lightning and immediately began to pack her things to go back. Every winter, her grandmother had fallen ill, and each time it was worrying, as if she could pass away at any moment. Xiao Xiaozui's grandmother loved her dearly, saving all the good food for her and secretly giving her pocket money. In this world, the person Xiao Xiaozui wanted to honor the most was her grandmother, followed by her mother. So even if Xiao Xiaozui subconsciously doubted whether the news was a trick from her family, she didn't dare to take the risk. If she didn't see her grandmother one last time, she would never find peace in her life. "Are you all going back to your hometown?" And Hua asked in surprise, looking at Xiao Fongfong. Xiao Fongfong nodded. She had discussed with Geng Biao to first return to her hometown to host a banquet and then have a smaller one in Yun County. This was suggested by Geng Biao, who said he had no parents and few relatives, so it would be better to have a grander celebration in her hometown and a low-key one in Yun County. After all, the atmosphere in the city was strict, and it wasn't suitable for a big event. Regardless, Xiao Fongfong was quite happy to take Geng Biao back, as Xiao Montesong couldn't come to the city due to his leg issues. Xiao Fongfong gestured and asked Anhua if she would go back with her. Anhua remembered the last time she went back home and felt sick. She shook her head and said, "I just took a long vacation, so I can't ask for more time off. Your third brother is busy too, so we won't go back. Please apologize to Dad for me." Xiao Fongfong squeezed her hand, meaning it was okay. Dad wouldn't blame them. Anhua went to the supply store and bought some snacks that were hard to find in the countryside, like white rabbit candy, calcium biscuits, and golden chicken biscuits. She also got some fabric to make new clothes for Xiao Monsong and asked Xiao Fongfong to take them back. Since she prepared a big bag for Xiao Fongfong, she felt she couldn't let Xiao Xiaozui go back empty-handed. So, Anhua packed a few old clothes for Xiao Xiaozui to take back for whoever needed them. Xiao Xiaozui felt a bit unfair at first, but then she remembered those things were for Grandpa Xiao Monsong, so she didn't feel jealous anymore. She also had a bag of old clothes for her mute aunt, and nothing for her, while her third aunt's old clothes looked brand new and stylish, just like city folks. Xiao Xiaozui decided to say when she got back that these clothes were specially made for her by her third aunt, and she was sure her cousins would be envious. What Xiao Xiaozui didn't expect was to see Gaozha before leaving. Gaozha was there to deliver documents to Shi Weiguang and happened to run into Xiao Xiaozui as she was coming out of the Xiao family home. He paused when he saw her, wondering if she was a relative of the Xiao family. Xiao Xiaozui was happy and greeted Gaozha. "What a coincidence. I didn't get to introduce myself last time. I'm Xiao Xiaozui." Gaozha was surprised and looked at her closely, asking, "Your last name is Xiao? So you are?" Xiao Xiaozui replied, "Xiao Shizhong? You mean my third uncle? I'm his niece." Gaozha swallowed hard. "You are Xiao Shizhong's real niece?" Xiao Xiaozui nodded. "Of course. My dad and my third uncle are brothers, born of the same parents." Gaozha's expression changed immediately. He had thought Xiao Xiaozui was just somewhat pretty, but compared to city girls, she seemed a bit rustic in her clothing and speech. But now, he realized she was just as genuine and pure as Xiao Shizhong. Gaozha adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Comrade Xiaozui, I'm really sorry about what happened last time. I think I should do something to apologize. How about I buy you some snacks? Just tell me what you want, and I'll bring them to your home." Gaozha's change in attitude was so obvious that even Xiao Xiaozui, who wasn't slow-witted, could see what he was thinking. In fact, she was quite happy about it, as it meant she had a chance with Gaozha. She didn't care why Gaozha liked her. After all, he was an officer in the army, and being with him could help her become a city person. Her purpose in coming to her uncle's place was to find a city official. Moreover, Xiao Xiaozui looked at Gaozha's handsome face and thought, With him looking like that, why should she ask for more? She knew exactly what she wanted. She made a regretful expression and said, "There's no need for an apology. I have to go back to my hometown tomorrow, and I'm not sure when I'll be back." Gao became anxious. That can't be. I would feel guilty. There were only a few senior officers in the camp, and it wasn't guaranteed that any of them had suitable relatives for him. First, the family connection had to be close. Otherwise, it wouldn't matter. Secondly, they couldn't be too unattractive, or it would be hard to approach them. He had previously thought about the younger sister of Comrade Yu, but after the scandal involving Go Hongxia, he quickly dismissed that idea. Now that he finally had a chance with Xiao Xiaotsue, he couldn't let it slip away. Otherwise, at his age, his mother would definitely push him to go back home for an arranged marriage. He also came from a rural background, and his family valued education, which helped him rise to a staff position in the army. However, without connections, his future potential was limited. Thinking of this, Gaozha quickly said, "Comrade Xiaotsue, I wonders if I had the honor to correspond with you." To return to Xiao Fengfeng's hometown, Geng Biao naturally prepared many things. He brought new clothes and shoes for Xiao Monsong, along with cigarettes, alcohol, candy, tea, and canned goods. Among these, cigarettes, alcohol, and candy were the most, filling a military backpack to the brim. When Xiao Fengfeng saw this, she opposed it, thinking it was unnecessary. Her father was very frugal. He only smoked dry tobacco, not because he preferred it, but because he thought filter cigarettes were too nice to waste. As for the alcohol and candy, her father was even less willing to share. Xiao Fengfeng remembered one time when her father finally splurged and bought half a pound of fruit candy, but it was locked in a cabinet. He only opened it once a month to give her a piece or two, and by the next summer, the leftover candy had all melted. Even if she took the food and drinks back, they would probably just end up locked in a cupboard and go bad. She didn't even want to take the things her sister-in-law asked her to bring, but her sister-in-law said it was a gesture of respect for her brother. If Xia Fengfeng didn't bring them back, her brother would feel guilty. So, Xia Fengfeng couldn't refuse. Geng Biao saw Xia Fengfeng's hesitation and smiled, explaining, "Once you return to your hometown, it will be hard to buy cigarettes and alcohol. What will we do for the banquet then? At least here in the city, I know a few people, so it's easier to get these things." Xia Fengfeng felt anxious and wanted to express her thoughts, but struggled to find the words. She grabbed some paper and wrote down what she wanted to say. Basically, she explained that banquets in the countryside are done differently. For rural weddings and funerals, just having a bowl of meat on the table is enough for the hosts to brag about for a long time. Who would waste good cigarettes and alcohol on guests? It would be a waste. Geng Biao scratched his head and laughed. "I just thought it would be nice to make it more impressive, to give you and your dad some face." Hearing him call her father dad made Xia Fengfeng feel both sweet and shy. However, when it came to the banquet, they should listen to her. Not only did she not want to waste good things from home, but her father wouldn't agree either. Besides her brother, Xiao Tainyo, their family didn't really care about appearances. Moreover, Geng Biao's money didn't come easily, so there was no need to show off. As long as they could live well in the future, that was what mattered most. Xia Fengfeng felt that Geng Biao was spending money too freely and advised him to be practical and save where necessary. When Geng Biao saw the paper filled with her thoughts on living wisely, he felt warm all over. She was thinking about their future. Geng Biao looked at Xia Fengfeng's face with emotion. She was his wife, the person he would spend his life with. "Come on, Fengfeng, let me show you something," Geng Biao said, taking her hand and leading her to his usual sleeping area. Xia Fengfeng didn't move and stared at Geng Biao. He chuckled, "I'm not going to bite you, so why are you worried?" Xia Fengfeng lowered her head, feeling embarrassed, as if he could see right through her thoughts. During their time together, they had only held hands a few times, and they hadn't done anything beyond that. Her sister-in-law had warned her long ago to protect herself, and Xia Fengfeng had always kept that in mind. Although they are about to get married soon, they are not officially married yet. Geng Biao thought for a moment and decided not to pull Xiao Fengfeng into the house. Instead, He went in by himself and came out shortly after with a small cloth bag in his hand. In front of Xiao Fangfang, Geng Biao slowly opened the bag to reveal a gold bracelet, a gold ring, and a savings book. The bracelet and ring had lost some shine from being stored for a long time, but the savings book looked new. This gold bracelet and ring were left by my mom. When I was young, I heard her say these were part of her dowry. And this savings book. Geng Biao opened it to the latest page and showed it to Xiao Fangfang. I took some money out recently for purchases, and there's still over 2,300 yuan left. You can keep this. He then wrapped the items back up in the cloth bag and handed it to Xiao Fangfang, reminding her, "You're right. We shouldn't spend too freely, but we also need to spend when necessary. Don't neglect yourself. Besides, my salary of over 70 yuan a month can support this family." Xiao Fangfang stared at Geng Biao in surprise. His gaze made her feel a little shy, and he quickly squeezed her small hand, saying, "Make sure to keep it safe." Xiao Fangfang tightened her grip on the cloth bag, nodded seriously, and made a silent promise to herself to take good care of their home and make their life prosperous. 2 days later, Xiao Fangfang led Geng Biao into Liwang village. It had been a long time since she returned, and everything felt familiar and warm. Her excitement made her walk faster toward home. "Is that Fangfang? Wow, she looks so radiant after living in the city. I hardly recognized her." Along the way, many people greeted Xiao Fangfang. Geng Biao, standing beside her, naturally caught their attention. It was clear to everyone that he was the city boyfriend she had found. People looked at Xiao Fangfang with envy. They thought that even though she was quiet, her luck was great. A trip to the city had really brought her a good match. Having someone in the family who held a high position was indeed beneficial. Even a shy person could find a good partner. Xiao Cui, who had come back with Xiao Fangfang, felt a bit sour seeing her sister surrounded by admirers. However, thinking about Gao Zhe made her feel better. Once she brought him home, wouldn't she be even more impressive than Xiao Fangfang? Not wanting to see her sister steal the spotlight, Xiao Cui took a different path home. Xiao Fangfang quickly escaped the crowd and eagerly headed home. Xiao Monsong had already heard the news that his daughter was bringing her husband home, and he stood at the door looking out. When Xiao Fangfang saw her father's figure from a distance, tears streamed down her face. She didn't care about Geng Biao and quickly ran to Xiao Monsong, throwing herself into his arms and crying silently. Xiao Monsong wiped his eyes. In terms of feelings for his children, Xiao Fangfang was definitely his favorite because she lost her mother when she was very young, and he had raised her all by himself. In over 20 years, this was the first time she had been away from him for so long. Thinking about how Xiao Fangfang would be living in the city from now on, he felt sad knowing that she would visit him less and less. The number of times they would see each other might be counted on one hand, which made him feel even more heartbroken. Once both father and daughter calmed down, Geng Biao stepped forward and called out, "Dad." His voice was strong, and seeing how sturdy Geng Biao looked, Xiao Monsong nodded in satisfaction. "Let's go inside and talk." After some small talk, Xiao Monsong asked about Geng Biao's family situation. He already knew most of it since Xiao Fangfang had mentioned it in her letters, but in front of Geng Biao, he asked for more details, like what their ancestors did, why his parents passed away, whether he had siblings, or if they had all moved away. "Actually, I have an older sister who is much older than me. She got married before the liberation and lost contact due to the war, so now I am pretty much alone." Xiao Monsong nodded and asked, "How long do you plan to stay this time? When will the banquet be held?" Geng Biao glanced at Xiao Fangfang and said, "We agreed that this time we would stay as long as possible to spend time with you, and we plan to return early in the 12th month. As for the banquet, we will follow your lead." Xiao Monsong smiled. "All right, I'll pick a good date for you." Geng Biao was surprised. "Dad, you can do that? Especially during these special times." Xiao Monsong said mysteriously, "I have an ancient calendar at home. I just need to look it over to find a good day. As for outsiders, I won't say anything. Who would know?" Geng Biao laughed. "Okay then." After about 10 minutes, Xiao Monsong came back inside and said, "The nearest good day is the day after tomorrow." "Is that too soon?" Gung Biao looked at Xiao Fongfong, and when she nodded at him, he said, "There's no rush. I'll take care of everything. However, I'm not very familiar with this place, so I need to find someone to help me." Xiao Montsong wanted to organize things himself, but since he had a limp, he said, "It's tough for you, son-in-law. If you need help, go find Captain Wang Jinshui. He used to play with our Taiju when they were kids. He's not a stranger." Gung Biao smiled in response. He remembered what Xiao Fongfong said and didn't bring back any fancy drinks, but he thought a wedding celebration should have some alcohol. After talking to Wang Jinshui, he suggested switching to sweet potato liquor. Sweet potato liquor is homemade by farmers, and sometimes they trade it for salt or matches. Gung Biao could buy it with money, and he believed the farmers would be happy to sell it. Although Xiao Fongfong mentioned that her family didn't care much about appearances, Gung Biao still wanted to make the celebration nice, so that both Xiao Fongfong and Xiao Montsong could receive envious looks from others. So, besides drinks, there needed to be meat. When Wang Jinshui heard he wanted pork, he hesitated. Gung Biao discreetly took out a pack of cigarettes and slipped it into Wang Jinshui's pocket. Wang Jinshui quickly said, "Gung, that's not what I meant. I've known Xiao for a long time. His family matters are my matters. You don't need to do this. I'll do my best to help." Gung Biao pressed Wang Jinshui's hand, saying, "This is just a small token of my appreciation. I feel bad bothering you otherwise." After a few refusals, Wang Jinshui reluctantly accepted it, but he had a good impression of Gung Biao and was more willing to help. Somehow, Wang Jinshui managed to get Gung Biao half a pig and a whole pig's head, which amounted to about 30 pounds of pork. While the celebration was lively back home, Xiao Zheng received some not-so-good news. Xiao Zheng was awakened in the middle of the night by Xiao Zhu. He quickly got up, dressed, and went outside.
"Sir,"
Xiao Zhu whispered in his ear, and Hua also got out of bed, worriedly looking over, but unexpectedly, the twins woke up from the noise and started crying. And Hua hurried to comfort them. "Wife, stay home and take care of things. I need to step out for a moment," Xiao Zheng said to Anhua, his expression serious. At this moment, Anhua couldn't ask him what had happened, so she quickly nodded and said, "Don't worry, you go ahead." Xiao Zheng turned around and took a few steps before Anhua called out to him again, "Be careful. Always think about yourself and our family." Xiao Zheng nodded seriously and then walked out quickly, saying to Xiao Zhu, "Let's go to the slaughterhouse." Xiao Zhu asked, "Should we drive?" Xiao Zheng paused and replied, "No, we'll walk." The slaughterhouse was only about 20 miles away, so it wouldn't take them too long to get there on foot. Although Xiao Zhu was in a hurry, he didn't make a big fuss or disturb anyone else. The family compound was quiet in the winter chill, like a frozen lake waiting for the morning light to arrive and melt the ice. The slaughterhouse belonged to the Guangming Food Factory in Yun County, where they processed both pigs and cattle for canned food. When Xiao Zheng and Xiao Zhu arrived, they didn't go straight in but first looked for the manager. The manager, Mr. Zhang, knew Xiao Zheng and greeted him warmly with a handshake. "Commander Xiao, what brings you here so late? Is there something urgent?" Xiao Zheng got straight to the point. "I heard someone was brought in from the provincial capital tonight." Mr. Zhang was taken aback for a moment, then smiled and said, "Your news travels fast." "Yes, a person named He Mingzhang was brought in from the army." Xiao Zheng replied, "I want to see him." Mr. Zhang had already guessed Xiao Zheng's purpose when he asked the previous question, so he didn't hesitate long and said, "Okay, I'll arrange it right away." A slight smile crossed Xiao Zheng's serious face. "Aren't you afraid of getting into trouble?" Mr. Zhang laughed lightly. "The worst that could happen is my political career is ruined. My life and future were saved by you. You can take my life if you want, let alone my future." Xiao Zheng patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you. Please bring him over." About half an hour later, Mr. Zhang returned with someone following him. The person behind looked a bit excited when he saw Xiao Zheng and walked forward. He appeared to be in his 50s, not tall or strong, very thin, with an unshaven face and bloodshot eyes, looking somewhat worn out. "Commander," Xiao Zheng stood up straight and saluted. He Mingjong raised his trembling hands slightly, swallowed hard a few times, and quietly said, "You shouldn't have come." Mr. Zhang and Xiao Zhu had already left without anyone noticing. Xiao Zheng replied, "I came on foot, no car or horse." Very low-key. He Mingjong forced a smile. "Countless eyes are watching me. It doesn't matter how low-key you try to be." Xiao Zheng replied, "But you are in trouble, and I can't just ignore it." He Mingjong looked at Xiao Zheng, as if trying to find any insincerity in his expression. He had always considered Xiao Zheng an ally, though not quite a trusted confidant. However, when he wanted to transfer Xiao Zheng to the provincial city to assist him, it was like promoting him to a trusted position, which Xiao Zheng had declined. At that time, He Mingjong suspected that Xiao Zheng might have aligned himself with someone else or was trying to protect himself. Regardless of the reason, it led He Mingjong to lose interest in Xiao Zheng, even though he could understand Xiao Zheng's desire for self-preservation. A soldier who doesn't follow orders is of no use. Now, in his time of trouble, when everyone was eager to distance themselves from him, Xiao Zheng came to see him. He Mingjong felt a mix of emotions. "Chief, I'm just a simple person with little education. I can't say nice things, but I know you are the one who promoted me and helped me. I can't forget your kindness. Since you have been sent to Yun County, I won't just stand by and do nothing about what happens next." Xiao Zheng spoke sincerely. While self-preservation in politics is crucial, one must not be completely heartless, or one will end up isolated. How can one fight alone? Moreover, Xiao Zheng only intended to take care of He Mingjong in practical matters, confident that it wouldn't affect him negatively. After a long pause, He Mingjong sighed, Loyalty won't fill your stomach. You need to think about your own future." "Don't worry, my future won't be affected," Xiao Zheng assured him. He Mingjong finally relaxed a bit and smiled. "Looking back, I'm glad you didn't listen to me and go to the provincial city. Otherwise, we might have both faced disaster today." Xiao Zheng noticed that He Mingjong was treating him differently now, with a hint of affection like that of a mentor to a younger person. He smiled back sheepishly. He Mingjong's mood sank again. "Now that I'm here, I don't know if I'll make it back alive. If I unfortunately die here one day, just cremate me and give my ashes to my eldest son, so he can scatter them on the land of my hometown in Yang." Xiao Zheng quickly replied, "Chief, don't be so pessimistic. In this situation, the most important thing is to have confidence. After the darkest times, good times will surely come, and one day, everything will be set right." He Mingjong looked at Xiao Zheng in surprise. "You did well, using two idioms in one breath." Xiao Zheng smiled shyly. "I learned this from my wife." "Marrying a cultured wife is indeed great," He Mingjong nodded. "You haven't introduced her to me yet, but given the current situation, I'll borrow your good words. I hope for a day when things turn around. When that happens, you must bring your wife and kids to see me." Xiao Zheng replied, "Of course, Chief. By the way, I just had another pair of twin daughters." Their conversation didn't last long, but after Xiao Zheng left, He Mingjong clearly felt much better. He looked at the dark sky, and his gaze gradually became firm. He would not be easily defeated. Xiao Zheng returned at 4 in the morning, and Zhuang woke up groggily and saw a shadow by the bed. "Did I wake you? Go back to sleep. It's still dark." And Zhuang propped herself up and asked, "What happened?" Xiao Zheng glanced at the twins sleeping in the crib and whispered, "Commander, he has been assigned to our area, right at the slaughterhouse below your unit." And Zhuang's sleepiness vanished. "Will this affect you?" Xiao Zheng gently touched her face. "Don't worry, it won't." In reality, it wasn't without impact. A few days later, someone in the independent division took the opportunity to challenge Xiao Zheng. This person was none other than Wang Heping. Wang Heping had always wanted to remove the deputy title, but with Shen Jun's arrival, it felt like a mountain pressing down on him, blocking his view of the future. With no hope for promotion and in a chaotic time, he couldn't help but entertain certain thoughts. Instead of waiting for an uncertain promotion, he decided to seize the moment and take the initiative amidst the chaos. He chose to target Xiao Zheng first, partly because Xiao Zheng had repeatedly rejected his advances, leaving him with some resentment, and partly because Commander he had fallen, yet Xiaozheng still maintained private contact with him, providing a ready-made excuse for attack. Moreover, if he could bring Xiaozheng down, his own prestige would surely rise, making it easier to deal with Xinjun later. As for Shi Weiguang, although he was close to Xiaozheng, once Xiaozheng fell, Wang Heping believed he wouldn't foolishly stick with him. Before anything had happened, Wang Heping began to envision a bright future. When leaving the house, Liao Sanmei said to him, "Come back early. Today is Chuanyan's 7th birthday." Wang Heping was in a good mood, pinched his little daughter's cheek, and laughed. "That Shenigua will definitely not bully you anymore." Chuanyan quickly shook her head. "I made up with Shenigua. We are good friends now." As she grew older, she felt she had less to talk about with Dong Dong and got along better with Shenigua. Wang Heping didn't think much of it, patted Chuanyan's head, and walked out, his face showing excitement and impatience. Liao Sanmei watched his back and muttered, "Why does my eyelid keep twitching?" Chuanyan asked, "Mom, is it your left eye or right eye twitching?" Liao Sanmei replied, "Right eye twitching, what about it?" Chuanyan said, "Left eye means good luck, right eye means bad luck. Something bad is going to happen to our family." Liao Sanmei scoffed, "You silly girl, stop talking nonsense. It's right eye for good luck and left eye for bad luck. Our family is going to have good fortune. It must be that your dad will find money on the way back." Chuanyan shook her head and corrected her mom, "If you find money, you should give it to the police." Liao Sanmei didn't want to discuss what to do with found money. She anxiously turned and went inside, bowing to the picture of the leader on the wall. After bowing, she intended to do some sewing, but after less than half an hour, she pricked her fingers 3 times and decided to go next door to talk to Zhou Meihua. However, Zhou Meihua was busy playing with the twins at Anhua's place. Liao Sanmei thought for a moment and went over. "I've been feeling uneasy all day, so I came to talk to you." Zhou Meihua asked, "Did you not sleep well last night?" "I've been having trouble sleeping lately. I think it's my stomach. I heard Dr. Fong say that if your stomach is not good, it causes dampness, which turns into phlegm heat, disturbing the mind and making it hard to sleep." Liao Sanmei shook her head and sighed. "I don't even know what my problem is." Anhua suggested, "Why not let Dr. Fong take a look at you?" "Oh, dear, you don't know? Dr. Fong has been sent to the cow shed," Zhou Meihua said with clear sadness. "I heard his house was smashed by a group of students, and he..."
Sigh.
"Dr. Fong really knows his stuff. Without him, I don't know who to see for my health anymore." "What a world." Anhua quickly interrupted her sister-in-law. Zhou Meihua realized she had misspoken, closed her mouth, and shifted the topic back to Liao Sanmei. "I see Deputy Commissioner Wang has been looking quite radiant these days, walking with a spring in his step. Has he encountered some good fortune?" Liao Sanmei smiled wryly. "He never shares his matters with me, and even if he did, I wouldn't understand." Zhou Meihua shook her head. "That's not right." "So, what if you don't understand?" "Not understanding doesn't stop you from listening. Couples shouldn't run out of things to talk about. Otherwise, it would just be about daily chores, which can get boring over time. It's better to find other topics to discuss." And Hua teased Zhou Meihua, "I've heard Chief Shi complain that you ignore him at home. He has to beg just to have a word with you." Zhou Meihua replied, "Don't listen to his nonsense. I only ignore him when I'm upset, usually just for a couple of minutes at night. At that time, I find him really annoying. How can he expect me to be nice to him?" And Hua stifled a laugh. Zhou Meihua sighed again. "If I had known earlier, I should have bought a prescription from Dr. Fong." Listening to Zhou Meihua's complaints, Liao Sanmei's mood gradually lightened. However, by noon, when Wang Heping had not returned for lunch, her uneasy feelings resurfaced. Xiaozheng also did not come home for lunch, but sent someone to inform them. This wasn't the first time Xiaozheng missed a meal, so Anhua didn't think much of it. It wasn't until evening that news came that Wang Heping would be sent to the farm. Xiaozheng returned only after dark, bringing a chill with him, and his face seemed to carry lingering anger. "What happened with Deputy Commissioner Wang?" And Hua quickly approached him. The warm, dim light in the house gradually softened Xiaozheng's cold demeanor, and his expression eased a bit. "It's nothing. He brought it upon himself. Xiao Zheng initially didn't want to say much, but seeing his wife's worried expression made him reconsider, and he explained the situation. I went to visit Commander He privately, and Wang Heping caught me. He wants to take me down. And Hua was shocked at first, but then realized that Xiao Zheng standing there meant Wang Heping's plan had failed, and she felt relieved. Wang Heping had started off with great momentum, having secretly gathered a few people to attack Xiao Zheng during today's meeting. He thought that by holding on to the fact that Xiao Zheng met with He Mingzhang, he could definitely take him down. But he failed to see the bigger picture. The independent division was different from local matters. Locally, grabbing someone by their weak point can lead to endless accusations, ultimately based on directives from above. However, it is clearly stated that the military must remain stable, especially frontline combat units like the independent division. How could they easily remove their leader? If other units see this and follow suit, it could lead to chaos, especially with enemies surrounding the nation, taking advantage of the situation. Most people are clear-headed. After witnessing Wang Heping and others' actions, they silently criticized them and naturally sided with Xiao Zheng to maintain peace in the military. Wang Heping's attack didn't hurt Xiao Zheng at all. It was insignificant. But Xiao Zheng had no intention of letting Wang Heping off the hook. Given Wang Heping's character, even if he were spared this time, he wouldn't be grateful and might hold a grudge, potentially attacking again later. To avoid future trouble, Xiao Zheng decided to deal with him. So when facing Wang Heping's attack, Xiao Zheng directly presented evidence of his extravagant spending with public funds from 1958 to 1959. Wang Heping was stunned. How did Xiao Zheng have such detailed evidence, especially since he hadn't even joined the independent division at that time? The records were clear about how many times he had indulged, what he ate, and where. Cracking down on corruption had always been a priority, and given the current situation, even minor offenses could lead to severe consequences. Wang Heping became a corrupt official and was sent to a farm to do hard labor. Although Xiao Zheng wasn't harmed by Wang Heping, he was very upset that someone in his unit attempted to undermine a comrade for personal political gain. His expression remained grim when he returned. After briefly explaining the situation, he felt a sense of relief. Xiao Zheng patted Hua's hand and comforted her, saying, "It's over now, don't worry." And Hua gently leaned on his shoulder and nodded. After a moment, Hua suddenly asked, "What about his family? What about Sister Liao and the kids?" Xiao Zheng replied, "Only Wang Heping is being sent away. His family is not affected. If his wife wants to, she can take the kids back to the countryside." Wang Heping had a good salary, so he likely saved some money. Even if Sister Liao returned to the countryside, life wouldn't be too hard for her. In situations like Wang Heping's, some might seize his property, but Xiao Zheng chose not to go that far, considering the innocent children involved. But no one expected that Liao Sanmei would go to the farm with Wang Heping. Zhou Meihua earnestly advised her, "Even if it's not for yourself, think of the children. Your eldest is getting older and will soon be talking about marriage. And Chunyan is still so young. You can't let such a little child suffer on the farm with you." Liao Sanmei, with tears in her eyes, remained firm in her decision. "The father of my child hasn't wronged me. Thanks to him, my children and I can live well. Now that he's in trouble, I can't just abandon him." Zhou Meihua grew anxious. "You silly woman. Do you really think Wang Heping cares about you? Have you forgotten how his mother bullied you here? Think carefully. If he really cared for you, he would have sent Wang Laodai back to the countryside long ago." Liao Sanmei disagreed. "He sent his mother back to the countryside for my sake. He would rather send his own mother away than divorce me. I can't say much about him, but he is a good father to our children." Zhou Meihua was speechless and vowed to make Liao Sanmei see the truth. Wang Heping sent Wang Laodai away not because he was afraid of divorce, but because he feared it would affect his career. Liao Sanmei listened, stunned for a moment, then shook her head. "That's not true. The father of my child isn't like that." Liao Sanmei kept repeating this, unsure if she truly believed it or was just trying to convince herself. After a long while, Zhou Meihua sighed and stopped trying to persuade her. Looking at it from another angle, Returning to the countryside might not guarantee a better life for Liao Sanmei. Although Wang Laotai was bedridden, Wang Heping still had a brother. Liao Sanmei and her two older daughters were not strong-willed, and with so much money, they could easily be taken advantage of by the Wang family. Thinking this way, it might be better to go with Wang Heping to the farm. Life would be tough, but at least the family would be together and could discuss things when problems arose. Wang Heping's situation stirred some gossip in the family compound, but due to the current turmoil, there were many more serious issues, and the gossip quickly faded away. Before long, Xiao Fangfang and Geng Biao returned, both looking very happy and more affectionate with each other. And Ju couldn't help but ask Xiao Fangfang, "Did you get married while you were arranging the banquet?" Xiao Fangfang blushed deeply, biting her lip and saying nothing, but her shy eyes revealed everything. And Ju quickly asked, "Did you two get your marriage certificate before you left?" Xiao Fangfang nodded repeatedly, and Ju sighed in relief. That was good. However, he felt a bit emotional as he looked at Xiao Fangfang, reminiscent of the feeling of seeing his daughter grow up. When Xiao Zheng learned that Xiao Fangfang was moving in with Geng Biao, his feelings were complicated. He had a blood connection with Xiao Fangfang, and after living together for so long, they had developed some feelings for each other. After watching Xiao Fangfang leave, looking back several times, he returned home to see the twins babbling in their crib, and his unease suddenly increased. He thought about his daughter in the future. No boy outside should think they can easily take her away. Before the Spring Festival, Xiao Fangfang and Geng Biao held a small gathering in Yun County, setting up 2 tables and inviting some close relatives and friends. This Spring Festival was destined to be less lively than in previous years. During the quiet first month of the lunar calendar, they received a letter from Ans. At the beginning of the movement, Manhwa had sent a letter to Ans to check on him, but he hadn't replied, causing them much worry. After 6 months, Ans finally wrote back, explaining that the chemical plant was a confidential unit and all letters had to go through inspection before reaching the recipients. During the initial construction phase, all correspondence was delayed in the review process. It seemed that Ans' location was quite isolated but safe. Supporting him to go to the 3rd tier was indeed the right decision. With Ans safe and in Bohuai and Qiushushan nearby, Xiao Zheng was strong and reliable, allowing Anhua to relax and focus on her own life. The twins were growing quickly. They were over 4 pounds at birth, and now at 6 months, they weighed 15 pounds. They looked like 2 round, with arms resembling lotus roots, still muddy from being freshly dug up. Since Xiao Fangfang got married, Anhua had to work and couldn't take care of the children alone, so Qiushushan moved in to help. The twins could crawl now, so Qiushushan covered the floor of their room with reed mats. Early spring was still a bit chilly, so she added a layer of bedding on top of the mats. The twins enjoyed crawling on the floor every day, using up a lot of energy, and they didn't fuss much at night. However, seeing that the twins' skin color hadn't changed, Qiushushan began to doubt if they would get lighter, saying, "These 2 kids, they won't really take after their father, will they?" Anhua laughed. "Even if they do, it's fine. Beauty comes in many forms. It's not just about being fair." Qiushushan disagreed, saying, "There's some truth to the saying, a fair complexion covers a multitude of flaws. Look at that crowd. The first thing that catches the eye is the fair-skinned people, right? Our twins have such beautiful features, big eyes and high noses, but with darker skin, they really don't look as good."
Yay.
The younger twin, Yuan, crawled over to her grandmother, showing her tiny teeth that had just come in, as if she understood her grandmother's words and was protesting that she wasn't ugly. Qiushushan laughed and immediately picked up her granddaughter, gently patting her little bottom, saying, No, Grandma didn't say little Yuan is ugly. Our little Yuan is the prettiest girl in the world." Seeing her sister being held by their grandmother, Tuanchuan was not happy and grabbed her grandmother's hand, wanting to be held too. Her chubby little hand was surprisingly strong, and her nails dug into the skin, making Qiushushan wince. Anhua quickly tapped her daughter's hand to make her let go. Qiushushan was heartbroken by Anhua's actions. "Why are you scolding her? She's just a child. She doesn't understand." Then she tried to comfort Tuanchuan. It doesn't hurt, Grandma will on it. Tuanchuan hadn't really been hurt, but once her grandmother comforted her, she started to cry. Anhua said, Mom, look, she was fine until you comforted her. Now she knows you're on her side, and is acting up. Xiao Shushan shot her daughter a look. You were even more spoiled as a child. When your brother didn't want you to braid his hair, you cried and ran to your dad, saying he hit you because you knew your dad favored you. Anhua replied, I don't remember that. It wasn't me. Kids being a little spoiled and acting up isn't a big deal. It doesn't affect anything. Anhua said, but if they're spoiled from a young age, what if they grow up wrong? Xiao Shushan glanced at her. We spoiled you too. Did you turn out wrong? She waved her hand impatiently, urging Anhua to leave. Don't worry about the kids. Go cook. Anhua had no choice but to leave. Now that the weather had warmed up, farmers were back at the entrance, selling vegetables. However, unlike before when they set up stalls openly, they now had to be more discreet. Farmers would wander with their baskets, and you had to approach them and chat a bit before they would show you what they had for sale. Seeing that there were no fresh vegetables at home and that they were tired of the chives grown in the yard, Anhua decided to check at the entrance to see if there was anything to buy. At the entrance of the courtyard, there were indeed two people wandering around, an elderly lady and a middle-aged woman. Anhua approached and smiled at the elderly lady. Are you here to visit relatives? The elderly lady looked Anhua over and nodded. Yes, I wanted to bring something for my relatives, but she hasn't come out yet. What are you bringing? The elderly lady lifted the cloth covering her basket to show Anhua. These are good things. My grandson dug these bamboo shoots early this morning. They are the first of the season and very tender. The bamboo shoots in the basket had their outer shells removed, revealing pale yellow shoot flesh that looked fresh and delicious. Anhua smiled and said, You must be anxious, right? How about I help you take this inside to your relatives?
She was interested in buying.
The elderly lady looked Anhua over again, pretending to hesitate. I am a bit anxious. I also want to buy half a pound of pork from the supply store. This meant she wanted to trade the basket of bamboo shoots for the price of half a pound of pork. Today, pork was 70 cents a pound, so half a pound would be 35 cents. Anhua weighed the basket, and the elderly lady immediately understood her meaning, saying, Without the basket, there are about 5 pounds. At just 7 cents a pound, that was a very cheap price. Bamboo shoots are rare, but they require oil, and in these times when oil is scarce, they are not very popular. Only someone like Anhua, who had plenty of meat and eggs, would want to try something new. The elderly lady had been standing there for half the morning, and finally meeting someone interested in buying, she didn't dare ask for too much, fearing it would scare the buyer away. Anhua nodded. All right, I'll help you take it inside. I'll bring the basket back to you along with whatever your relatives give you in return. This meant she would pay when she returned the basket. It was just not convenient to count money in front of everyone. If it were someone else, the elderly lady would definitely refuse, but this was a military family compound. If she couldn't trust others, she could trust the families of the soldiers. Besides, Anhua looked respectable, and her husband probably earned a good salary, so she wouldn't take advantage of the elderly lady. Seeing the elderly lady successfully sell her bamboo shoots, the middle-aged woman approached and said, Comrade, I also have a basket of eggs I want to bring to my relatives.
Can you help me?
Anhua had plenty of eggs at home, so she shook her head and turned to leave. The middle-aged woman looked disappointed. Back at home, Anhua cleared out the basket, counted out 35 cents, placed it in the basket, and covered it with cloth. Then she asked Dong Dong to take it to the elderly lady. Dong Dong obediently agreed. Anhua sighed, feeling like buying bamboo shoots was a complicated task. While cooking, Zhou Manhwa came over and asked Anhua, Are you going to join us for the blood-boosting session after dinner? Blood boosting? What does that mean? Anhua asked, confused. You don't know about blood boosting? Zhou Manhwa eagerly explained. It's when they take blood from a young rooster and inject it into your body. They say it's really good for you, and you look vibrant afterward. Anhua was stunned and asked, Injecting rooster blood into a person? Is it really from a rooster? The one that crows? Zhou Manhwa laughed heartily. You're educated. Yet you ask such questions. A rooster is a rooster. There can't be fake ones. The newspaper said that a young rooster, about a year old, is the best. I made plans with Shaoli's wife and others to go to the clinic soon. Is it our military clinic that's doing it? Of course. I wouldn't dare to inject myself.
Can this blood boosting
Cure illnesses? Yes. It can cure many ailments. Zhou Meihua began listing what she had heard, like strokes, hemorrhoids, women's issues, psoriasis, and athlete's foot.
Manhwa?
Zhou Meihua asked again, "Are you going or not?" Anhua was still shocked by the idea of blood boosting and shook her head. Zhou Meihua encouraged her. "Didn't you say you had a headache recently? Why not try it? It might help." This sounded unreliable to Anhua. She didn't want to risk her health. She told Zhou Meihua, sister-in-law, blood shouldn't be injected carelessly. Even if it's human blood, different blood types can cause reactions or other dangers. And animal blood?
Who knows how many bacteria it might have?
Zhou Meihua didn't understand blood types or reactions, but trusted Anhua's knowledge and reliability. "Oh, so you mean I shouldn't do it?" Zhou Meihua began to hesitate. "But the newspaper said many people are doing it." Anhua replied, "Think about it this way. Even if blood boosting is good for you, your health is already great. How much better can it get? It might not be worth it, and what if it harms you? Wouldn't that ruin your good health?" That made sense. Zhou Meihua decided against it. "You're right, I don't need to do it. I'll have my husband do it instead."
Manhwa?
Fortunately, Shi Weiguang didn't want to go. It wasn't because he thought the injections were harmful. He just didn't want to admit that he was not in good health. "I'm as strong as ever, just as good as a 20-year-old. The only thing strong about you is your mouth." Zhou Meihua mumbled. Shi Weiguang jumped up. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zhou Meihua rolled her eyes. "All right, I'm just speaking the truth. How can you argue with that? If you don't want to go, then don't. In a few years, you'll be a grandparent anyway, and I won't care about it." Shi Weiguang awkwardly tugged at the corner of his mouth. Shi Xiaojun, who had been eavesdropping outside, pushed the door open and asked, "Mom, can the injections help me grow taller?" Zhou Meihua was startled and scolded. "You scared me." My heart almost stopped. "Shi Xiaojun, I know, Mom. You're just using exaggeration to scare me." Zhou Meihua raised her hand to hit Shi Xiaojun on the back of the head, but he dodged. "Stop hitting my head, or I might get stupid." "Zhou Meihua, you think you're clever." Ignoring his mother, Shi Xiaojun turned to Shi Weiguang. "Dad, if I get the injections, can I become an adult right away?" Shi Weiguang, what would you do as an adult? "Being a kid is great." Shi Xiaojun shook his head. "Being a kid is not good. I can't do anything and have to be controlled by adults." Shi Weiguang didn't want to argue with his son and went into another room to listen to the radio. Zhou Meihua warned Shi Xiaojun, "You are not allowed to get the injections." Anhua had said that the injections might have downsides. Letting Shi Weiguang try it was fine since he was tough, but she couldn't use her son as a test subject. Zhou Meihua repeatedly reminded Shi Xiaojun not to go, and finally, worried, she scared him. "If you get the injections, you'll smell bad, and Shinin hates bad smells. If you smell bad, she'll dislike you.
Think about it."
Shi Xiaojun was indeed frightened and didn't go secretly. Zhou Meihua's family had given up on the idea of getting the injections, but many people in the neighborhood still went, and there were lines at the clinic. Anhua flipped through the newspaper and found several reports about the injections. It turned out that getting the injections was a trend across society. Both leaders and ordinary people believed it was good for health. Xiaozheng noticed her interest in the chicken blood ritual and thought she wanted to participate. He said, "Wife, don't go do that."
"Why not?"
And Hua was surprised. She didn't expect Xiaozheng's view to differ from the mainstream. Rooster blood is used for warding off evil and is very young, while women are yin, so they clash, Xiaozheng said seriously. "Men can do it, but it's not suitable for women." And Hua replied, "Aren't you a party member? How can you say something so superstitious?" Xiaozheng was taken aback and argued, "It's not exactly superstition. Yin and yang are philosophy, yes, philosophy." And Hua smiled and nodded. "That's right, you understand philosophy." Xiaozheng grinned and picked Hua up. I understand yin and yang better. I'm yang, you're yin. They need to be balanced for good health. Come on, wife, let's balance. After 2 hours of balancing, Anhua turned to the topic of the chicken blood ritual. She warned Xiaozheng, "You must not go do that, understand?" Xiaozheng lazily replied, "I'm healthy, I don't need it." Anhua insisted he promise. Xiaozheng gave her a quick kiss. Feeling energetic? Then let's keep balancing. In the end, Anhua managed to convince everyone around her, and no one went to do the chicken blood ritual. She even saw people who had participated. They indeed looked vibrant and energetic. The later generations might have started using doing chicken blood to describe someone being very excited because of this. During this year's Labor Day, a grand performance of modern Peking opera was held in the capital, featuring 8 plays, including Taking Tiger Mountain by Strategy and The Red Lantern, known as the 8 model operas. In the following years, all other artistic works disappeared from the lives of ordinary people, leaving only the model operas and a few military films as the sole entertainment. The entire society felt tense and serious, and Hua became more low-key at work, arriving and leaving on time, never staying a minute longer. One day, as she was about to sneak out after work, she was caught by Section Chief Kai. "Shaoan, what are you so busy with every day? I can't find you after work. I wanted to talk to you." With her connections to Xiao Fangfang and Geng Biao, Section Chief Kai was friendlier to Anhua. Anhua replied, "The twins at home are still young. I need to go back and take care of them." Chief Kai smiled and said, "All right. The factory wants us to organize a program promoting certain ideas, and I was thinking of giving this task to you." He then looked at Anhua, waiting for her response. Anhua expressed her regret. "Oh, the child is so young. I really can't spare the energy for this."
Chief.
Lu Meng, who had been eavesdropping nearby, raised his hand. "I'm full of energy. Why not give the task to me?" Chief Kai looked at Anhua and then at Lu Meng, unsure of what to decide. He personally wanted Anhua to take on the task, as it was a good opportunity to make a contribution during this special time. Anhua quickly said, "Since Comrade Lu Meng is so enthusiastic, Chief, you should give the task to him." Chief Kai clicked his tongue and sighed. "All right then." Chief Kai's unwillingness made Lu Meng unhappy. What was he lacking compared to Anhua? He didn't dare to express his frustration towards Chief Kai, so he thought of making a few sarcastic remarks to Anhua, but remembered how she had previously scolded him. This left him feeling frustrated, and he returned home with a long face. His wife, Niu Shuli, brought him water and asked, "What's wrong? Your face looks like a donkey's." Lu Meng suddenly slammed the table. "That Anhua is too much. What's so great about her? She just married an old man who is an officer in the army." Even though no one in the department was talking about Anhua's husband anymore, Lu Meng stubbornly believed that Anhua had married an old man. Niu Shuli had heard Anhua's name from Lu Meng more than once. She knew Anhua was well-connected and liked to show off. Ever since she joined the factory, she had been competing with her husband, and Niu Shuli found her very annoying. Niu Shuli was indignant. "If we don't teach her a lesson, she'll really think she can walk all over us." Lu Meng quickly asked, "What do you plan to do?" Niu Shuli's father was the deputy director of the food factory, and Lu Meng had gotten his job as a proper state official thanks to his father-in-law's connections. Niu Shuli had a strong personality and was not easy to deal with. After thinking for a moment, Niu Shuli said, "Tomorrow I'll go to your factory and have a talk with this Anhua." Lu Meng finally smiled. "Sounds good." Seeing her husband smile, Niu Shuli teased, "Look at you, a big man, and you're being troubled by a little woman." Lu Meng muttered, "I don't want to stoop to her level. Otherwise, I'd just be a petty person." Niu Shuli married Lu Meng, who wasn't particularly handsome, but she admired his talent and his proud demeanor. She smiled as she cooked for him, but inside, she was cursing Anhua for bullying her and her man, not even bothering to check who Niu Shuli was. Anhua was unaware that she had been wrongly accused of bullying. When she returned home, she found Xiao Xiaotsue sitting in the middle of the living room. Alongside her was a young man in military uniform wearing glasses. Anhua asked, "Why are you here again?" Xiao Xiaotsue stood up excitedly. Aunt, you're back. I've been waiting for you. The young man in uniform also stood up, looking nervous, and saluted in joie, saying, hello, sister-in-law. Xiao Xiaotsue introduced him. Aunt, this is Gaozha. She shyly glanced at Gaozha. He's here to propose. And Joie was confused. Wait, this comrade Gao is here to propose to me?
To you?
Xiao Xiaotsue nodded eagerly, yes. My parents are in the countryside, and my uncle is my only family here, so he came to propose. And Joie asked Gaozha, are you from the headquarters? Which department? What position? Gaozha replied, sister-in-law, I'm an advisor at the command. Xiao Xiaotsue nudged Gaozha's arm playfully, saying, you should call her aunt, not sister-in-law. Gaozha realized his mistake and scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. Sorry, I got confused. And Joie's expression was hard to read. If she wasn't mistaken, Gaozha was the advisor that Zhou Meihua had mentioned wanting to introduce to Xiao Xiaotsue. She was surprised they had gotten together. When did they start dating? When did you two start dating? And Joie couldn't help but ask. Xiao Xiaotsue shared the whole story, leaving out their little secrets, making it sound like a pure and beautiful love story sparked by an unexpected encounter. However, since it was a free relationship, they should handle their own matters without needing a formal proposal, especially not at her uncle's house. And Joie looked at Gaozha, who stood tall and confident, exuding the spirit of a new recruit in military stance. Third aunt, Xiao Xiaotsue said with a smile, my parents have agreed to my relationship with Gaozha. We will need to go back home to hold a banquet, but we also need to have one here at the army base. My parents can't come to the base, so we will need your help with the banquet, third uncle and third aunt. Gaozha quickly glanced at Xiao Xiaotsue and observed Hua's expression, waiting for her response. If he married Xiao Xiaotsue and the commander's wife personally helped with the arrangements, it would mean a lot. It showed that he had a close relationship with the commander's family. Who would dare to look down on him for coming from a rural background in the future? Gaozha's thoughts were clearly written on his face. And Hua paused and said to Xiao Xiaotsue, for such an important matter in your life, you should discuss it with your third uncle when he returns. I don't really understand the customs around banquets. Just then, as if on cue, Xiaozheng returned. Gaozha became noticeably more nervous, swallowing hard. Before Xiaozheng got close, he stepped forward, saluted, and said loudly, hello, Commander. Xiaozheng recognized him, but couldn't place the name. You are? Reporting to the commander, I am an officer from the headquarters, Gaozha. And also my boyfriend, Xiao Xiaotsue chimed in. Xiaozheng was surprised for a moment and looked at Hua. And Hua nodded slightly. Xiaozheng asked, Xiao Cui, when did you arrive? Xiao Xiaotsue eagerly poured water for her uncle, saying, I arrived around 4 in the afternoon. Xiaozheng sat down and asked, did your parents really let you come out here alone? Xiao Xiaotsue replied, why wouldn't they? They are happy that I found such a good partner in Gaozha. This was true. Xiao Xiaotsue had praised Gaozha in front of her parents, and now they were very pleased with their future son-in-law, bragging about him to everyone. Xiao Xiaotsue also complained to Xiaozheng, earlier, my maternal grandfather wasn't even sick. It was my parents who wanted to trick me into marrying that Qi Yaozu. Luckily, I met Gaozha before going back home. Otherwise, they would have forced me to marry Qi Yaozu. Xiaozheng coughed lightly, but didn't respond. Xiao Xiaotsue, unaware of Xiaozheng's involvement, quickly moved on to discuss the banquet plans. And Hua gave Xiaozheng a knowing look and then quietly left the scene. When his wife left, Xiaozheng understood her intention immediately. Once Xiao Xiaotsue finished speaking, Xiaozheng pretended to think for a moment and then said, I'm busy with work and can't deal with this. Your third aunt doesn't understand either, so you all can handle it yourselves. Gaozha felt disappointed and looked at Xiao Xiaotsue. Xiao Xiaotsue quickly nodded. All right, then we'll take care of it ourselves. Gaozha kept giving Xiao Xiaotsue signals. Even if their aunt wouldn't help, they still needed to have their uncle sit at the main table during the banquet. Xiao Xiaotsue said, Third uncle, you have to come over for a drink then. Xiaozheng readily agreed, as he usually attends weddings of the department staff to connect with the community. With a positive answer, Xiao Xiaotsue felt relieved and happily pulled Gaozhe away. Gaozhe was reluctant. He hadn't even had a chance to talk to the commander alone yet. Once they reached the entrance of the family compound, Gaozhe finally couldn't hold back and pulled his hand away from hers. He looked gloomy and said, "Xiao Cui, you didn't handle today's matter well enough. Your uncle needs to sit at the banquet from start to finish. What if he just shows up, has a drink, and leaves? What's the point?" Xiao Xiaotsue knew exactly what Gaozhe was thinking. She secretly rolled her eyes and smiled. Who said he would just show up? I'm his niece. He'll definitely stay the whole time. Gaozhe's eyes brightened. Really? Xiao Xiaotsue confidently nodded. Absolutely. Gaozhe then became happy. Xiao Cui, marrying you is truly my blessing. Xiao Xiaotsue secretly rolled her eyes again, thinking how his attitude changed, as if she wouldn't notice why he wanted to marry her. And he had just given her a cold shoulder? Xiao Xiaotsue suppressed her dissatisfaction and decided to be patient. After all, they hadn't registered their marriage yet, and Gaozhe could change his mind at any time. Once things were set in motion, she would see how he handled it. After Xiao Xiaotsue and Gaozhe left, Xiaozhen looked around but didn't see Anhua, so he shouted, "Wife." Qiu Shushan poked her head out from the kitchen and said, "Anhua should be in the twins' room." Xiaozhen immediately went to go see, but Qiu Shushan stopped him and asked, "Didn't your niece stay for a meal?" Xiaozhen waved his hand. "It's fine." Qiu Shushan understood. It seemed her daughter was right. Xiaozhen and his two brothers were not close to family. In the twins' room, Anhua and Dongdong were there, each playing with a small ball to entertain the twins. "Come to mommy, my little round ones. Come to your brother, little Tuanzi and little Yuanzai." The twins were first attracted to their mom, then to their brother. In the end, they looked around and crawled towards their mom, smiling and drooling as they went. The twins jumped into their mom's arms, and Anhua laughed as she held them, wiping their drool with a cloth. Dongdong felt very disappointed, saying, "They usually love to play with me. Why aren't they crawling to me?" Xiaozhen walked over and gently patted his son's head, saying, "They like you, but they were raised on mom's milk, so they naturally want her more. That's just how it is between mothers and daughters." Dongdong thought for a moment and replied, "I was raised on mom's milk too, and I want her. That's how it is between mothers and sons." Xiaozhen raised an eyebrow. "Good point. You can think of examples." Dongdong complimented his dad back. "Dad is great too. He knows the saying, to draw inferences about other cases from one instance." Xiao Zheng's mouth twitched. Anhua laughed and said, "All right, you two stop joking around." Then she instructed Xiao Zheng, "Come on, carry the twins outside for a walk." Qiu Shushan took the twins out in a stroller every day, but they usually didn't like sitting still and preferred to be held. With their current weight, only Xiao Zheng could easily carry one in each arm. Xiao Zheng came over, picked up the twins, and walked outside. As the twins left their mom, they pouted and started to cry. Anhua quickly followed to stop their cries. The garden was lush with vegetables, and the roses in the corner bloomed in vibrant colors, making the whole yard lively. Xiao Zheng held one daughter in each arm and strolled around the yard. The twins soon got distracted by the fresh scenery and stopped crying for their mom. Suddenly, Dongdong exclaimed as if he discovered something amazing, "Mom, come look. The grapevine has flowers." Anhua hurried over to see, and indeed, among the green leaves, she found a small yellow-white flower. She exclaimed, "Could we start getting grapes this year?" "That's so soon." Dongdong thought for a moment and shook his head. "There are only a few small flowers. Even if they turn into grapes, there won't be many. They might get eaten by birds before we can have any." Anhua smiled and said, "You even know that the number of flowers affects the amount of fruit? You're so smart." Dongdong smiled, his eyes squinting with enjoyment from his mom's praise. "My grandpa taught me that." "Look, dear," Xiaozhen said as he walked over. Pointing to the vegetable garden, "There's a sparrow pecking at the leaves. Why don't you take our daughter over there, and I'll take care of the sparrow?" He then told Dongdong, "Go inside and find the slingshot." Anhua picked up one of the girls, and Dongdong tiptoed into the house, trying not to scare the sparrow. Anhua asked. Can you handle a child while doing this? Should I hold her instead? No need. Xiaojing shook his head. Dong Dong came out with the slingshot and some stones for his dad. Xiaozheng held the slingshot in his left hand, cradled one daughter in his right, and pulled back the slingshot to aim. With a whoosh, by the time Anhua and Dong Dong looked for the sparrow, it was already on the ground. Dong Dong jumped up excitedly. Dad, you're amazing. Anhua was surprised. Aren't you usually not very good at this? How did you hit it so accurately? Xiaozheng glanced at Anhua and cheekily replied, Of course I'm accurate. Can you hit twins with one shot if you're not? Anhua playfully pinched his arm. You've become quite bold, making jokes like that in broad daylight. Xiaozheng chuckled. So, do you like it? Anhua replied honestly, it's a bit inappropriate. You should be a little more reserved. Xiaozheng asked, What does reserved mean? Fortunately, Dong Dong had already run over to check on the fallen sparrow, and since the twins were still young, they didn't understand their parents' playful banter. Anhua took the time to explain what reserved meant. Mom, Dad, the sparrow is still alive. Dong Dong shouted from the side. They walked over and saw the sparrow weakly moving on the ground. Even if it was alive, it wouldn't last long. But Dong Dong was touched by the struggle for life and said, Mom, let's save it. Xiaozheng disagreed. Sparrows are one of the 4 pests that destroy crops. If it dies, it dies. But it's so pitiful. It's so small and hasn't grown up yet. It probably hasn't damaged any crops yet. Dong Dong regretted helping his dad with the slingshot. He felt like an accomplice. Anhua patted her son's shoulder and smiled. Then you should try to save it. It's good for children to have compassion and empathy for the weak. It shouldn't be discouraged. However, the sparrow sadly didn't survive. It died within half an hour. Dong Dong dug a small hole to bury it, feeling very sad. It was only when Qiu Shushan suggested that his grandfather give him another set of math problems that his mood improved a little. After dinner, Xiao Xiaotsue returned home. Before marrying Gao Zhe, she would have lived here. However, Xiao Xiaotsue is quite a diligent person, and Anhua is not as annoyed with her as she was when she first arrived. Once everything was tidied up and Anhua lay down on the bed, she started discussing Xiao Xiaotsue and Gao Zhe with Xiaozheng. Don't you think Gao Zhe has ulterior motives? Xiaozheng shrugged. It doesn't concern us. They both want to play this game. That's not right, Anhua analyzed. If he really has a hidden agenda, it's definitely aimed at you. What if he uses your name to do something behind your back that could harm you? Xiaozheng laughed and hugged Anhua. You're usually quite smart, but why are you being silly now?
What is Gao Zhe to me?
He thinks he can use my name? Does he think everyone else is foolish? Besides, if leaders could easily be slandered, very few could keep their positions. As he spoke, Xiaozheng's hands began to wander. Anhua pushed him away. I'm trying to talk about something serious. Xiaozheng rolled over and pinned her down. At night, what I'm doing is the serious stuff. When Anhua got up, Xiaozheng had already gone to work, and the kids had finished breakfast. Qiu Shushan brought out the porridge, and buns left for her. It's still warm. Eat up. Anhua felt a bit embarrassed. Mom, why didn't you wake me? I'm going to be late for work. Qiu Shushan teased her with a glance. Your husband told me not to wake you, saying you should sleep a bit longer. If you're late, it's fine. Production has stopped, so there's not much to do at work anyway. Anhua stopped talking and hurried her meal. As she was about to leave, she ran into Xiao Xiaotsue pushing the twins inside. Anhua raised an eyebrow. You took the kids out? Xiao Xiaotsue smiled sweetly. Yes, I took them for a little walk to enjoy the fresh morning air. The kids were so happy. Anhua remained calm but noted in her mind that she needed to tell Qiu Shushan not to let Xiao Xiaotsue be around the children. Although Xiao Xiaotsue only had some minor issues and hadn't done anything harmful yet, the kids were Anhua's most precious treasures in this world, and she could only trust them with people she completely believed in. Xiao Xiaotsue was not one of those people. Riding her bike to the factory, as soon as Anhua stepped into the office, she felt a gaze on her. It was Lu Meng. When he noticed Anhua looking at him, he quickly lowered his head, looking guilty. Anhua thought, "Did I hope he hasn't really done anything to harm her?" As the saying goes, It's not the thief you fear, but the one who keeps an eye on you. Lu Meng has always looked at her with suspicion. Could he really take advantage of this sensitive time to harm her? And Hua reviewed all her actions since joining the factory and found nothing unusual, which eased her mind a bit. At 10 o'clock in the morning, someone suddenly entered the publicity department's office. Is Comrade Hua here? I'm from the union, here to ask her about something. The visitor was a woman in her 30s with short hair and a square face, sporting a noticeable patch of freckles on her cheeks. She wore a uniform and seemed energetic. And Hua stood up. I am Hua. The woman's eyes scanned Hua like radar. And Hua felt uncomfortable and frowned. May I ask who you are and what you want to discuss? My name is Niu Shuli, and I am a union officer. Niu Shuli raised her chin. Is it convenient to talk outside? The name Niu Shuli sounded familiar to Hua. She glanced at Sister Ma, who pointed at Lu Meng and mouthed, his wife, then pointed upwards, indicating from the deputy factory director's family. And Hua understood immediately and felt reassured as she followed Niu Shuli outside. They stood by the corridor. Niu Shuli smiled, but her eyes revealed unmistakable disdain. When she first saw Hua, there was a mix of surprise and jealousy, as she hadn't expected someone so attractive would be associated with a man she found so disagreeable. But then, she looked down on Hua for marrying an older man who could be her father. This older man was something she had heard from Lu Meng. Miss Niu, can we discuss the matter at hand now? Niu Shuli snapped back to seriousness, her expression turning grave. Someone reported that you are misusing public property.
What do you have to say about that?
And Hua was taken aback. What are you talking about? When did I misuse public property? Niu Shuli scoffed. The piano in the storage room behind the auditorium. You've been using it privately, right? That belongs to the factory, and you're using it without permission. Isn't that misusing public property? And Hua smiled casually. What piano? I don't understand what you're saying. I remember only using the piano when the factory director asked me to rehearse for the choir. I haven't used it privately at any other time. Although Hua had used the piano privately, the factory director had given her the keys to the storage, which indicated he had approved of her using it. However, when Niu Shuli made an issue out of this, Hua couldn't admit it, because strictly speaking, even if the factory director allowed it, it would still be taking advantage of public resources. No matter how small the matter, if it is escalated, it could become a big deal. Fortunately, since the movement began, Hua had returned the keys and hadn't used the piano again. As for before, who could provide evidence? Is there any surveillance? Anyway, it was best not to admit anything. Seeing Hua deny it so quickly, Niu Shuli took a deep breath in frustration. She originally wanted to find a mistake in Hua's work, but unfortunately, she couldn't find anything, so she had to pick on this trivial matter. Her goal wasn't to harm Hua, just to remind her not to be so arrogant because of her connections. But she didn't achieve her goal and ended up feeling upset.
You.
Niu Shuli stammered, unable to find the words. Do you have anything else? And Hua glanced at Niu Shuli and started to walk away. If there's nothing, I'm going in. It's work time, and I don't have as much free time as you. Niu Shuli watched Hua's back and stomped her foot in frustration. Lu Meng came out and saw this, frowning as he asked, Did she put you in your place? Niu Shuli replied angrily, It's just because she married an old official that she thinks she's so special. Lu Meng comforted her, calm down. It's not worth getting upset over someone with such poor character and twisted values. Think about it. She may look good on the outside, but who knows how she serves that old official at home. Hearing this, Niu Shuli felt a bit better. After all, no matter how beautiful and youthful Hua was, she still had to sleep with an old man at night. Unlike her, Niu Shuli might not be the most beautiful, but she was upright and married a talented young man, so anyone who saw her would be envious. Sister Ma approached Hua and asked, What did Niu Shuli want from you? And Hua replied, She said a lot of baseless things, acting like she was looking for trouble. Sister Ma pulled up a chair and sat down in front of Hua, speaking quietly, It can't be because of Lu Meng, right? There was a girl in our department, Xiao Yan, who lost her job just for getting too close to Lu Meng. But that shouldn't be the case with you since you've hardly spoken to him. And Hua asked Sister, what happened with that Xiao Yan? Sister Ma excitedly shared some old gossip with Hua. About half a year before you arrived, Xiao Yan was a new vocational student at our factory. Lu Meng worked closely with her, and they became quite friendly. Who knew that Niu Shuli misunderstood and came to our department, slapping Xiao Yan twice and accusing her of trying to Lu Meng. And Hua recalled Lu Meng's appearance. He was small and had a big head, looking like he had some developmental issues. Who would want to flirt with him? Sister Ma saw Hua's expression and laughed. You think that's ridiculous?
We all thought the same.
Xiao Yan is a vocational student, young and pretty. Why would she need to flirt with Lu Meng? Besides, she hardly paid attention to him. It was Lu Meng who kept trying to talk to her. Everyone in our department saw it. Feeling thirsty, Sister Ma returned to her spot to grab her enamel cup and continued, but there's nothing we can do. Rumors can ruin lives. After Niu Shuli caused a scene, it was like Xiao Yan jumped into the Yellow River, no way to clear her name. And Hua asked, what about Lu Meng? Didn't he come forward to explain? Sister Ma scoffed. Explain? Not a chance. He acted like a turtle hiding in its shell. When he stayed silent, people thought he was agreeing with the rumors. Even without evidence, Xiao Yan couldn't handle the gossip and eventually left the food factory. But I heard she married a good man and is doing well now. And Hua shivered at the thought. Thankfully, Lu Meng didn't like her. Otherwise, if Niu Shuli had misunderstood her relationship with him, that would have been awful. Sister Ma reassured Hua, no matter why Niu Shuli is bothering you, don't be afraid of her. She's just relying on her father's position as deputy factory director. She's not that impressive. You have stronger support. Others didn't know exactly what position Hua's husband held, just that he was a senior official. Sister Ma was one of the few in the factory who understood Xiao Zheng's background and knew he wasn't as old as the rumors suggested. Niu Shuli was just a minor annoyance and didn't affect Hua's mood. At the end of the day, Lu Meng was sneaking glances at her. And Hua met his gaze and asked, does Comrade Lu Meng have a problem with me? Why do you keep staring? Everyone looked at Lu Meng with curiosity. In this sensitive time, anyone who focused too much on others might raise suspicions about their intentions. If Lu Meng really wanted to cause trouble, everyone should keep their distance. Lu Meng didn't want to be isolated, so he quickly started explaining to everyone. And Hua scoffed and turned to leave. At the factory entrance, Geng Biao and Xiao Fangfang were waiting for Hua. And Hua happily grabbed Xiao Fangfang's hand. I haven't seen you in days. Why are you here at the factory today? Aren't you working? Geng Biao answered for her. She has the day off and isn't working at the service center. And Hua said, so, are you both here just to wait for me? Sister-in-law, we came specifically to wait for you. Fang Fang and I want to visit you and your brother because we have good news to share, Geng Biao said, glancing at Xiao Fangfang, who shyly looked down. And Hua blurted out, could it be that Fangfang is pregnant? Geng Biao scratched his head, smiling at Xiao Fangfang, showing his bright teeth. Xiao Fangfang looked back at him with affectionate eyes. And Hua teased, looks like I guessed right. You two are flirting in broad daylight. Be mindful of your surroundings. Geng Biao snapped back to reality and chuckled. Sorry, sister-in-law, we're just really happy. Geng Biao, in his 30s, was finally going to be a father. Xiao Fangfang gave Geng Biao a playful glare and gestured to Hua. And Hua laughed. All right, let's go home and tell your brother this good news. Xiao Zheng was naturally very happy to hear it, repeatedly saying that's great, and mentioned he would write to Xiao Monsong tonight. Qiu Shushan gently asked for details. How many months along are you? Geng Biao replied, 3 months. Oh, you just found out after 3 months? Qiu Shushan was surprised. Xiao Fangfang blushed and nodded. She hadn't realized she was pregnant and was worried about being unwell, so she told Geng Biao, who didn't understand either, and took her to the hospital for a checkup, where they found out she was expecting. Qiu Shushan held Xiao Fangfang's hand. Good girl, just tell me what you want to eat, and I'll make it for you. Xiao Fangfang shook her head, indicating she could eat anything. Geng Biao laughed. She really can eat anything. Nothing bothers her. Qiu Shushan said, that's great. When Hua Hua was pregnant with twins, she was so picky and couldn't eat much. Xiaozhen corrected her, not really. She later craved some strange things. Qiu Shushan remembered and laughed. Yes, we were wondering what kind of unusual child she would have with such unique tastes, and then she gave birth to 2 adorable twin daughters. The twins were sitting on Xiao Zheng's lap, each in his arms. They seemed to understand they were being talked about, making cute sounds. One was tugging at his military uniform buttons, while the other lifted her bottom and reached out her little hand, not sure what she wanted to do. Dong Dong quickly said, Daddy, lower your head. Little Yuanzi wants to kiss you. Oh, really? Xiao Zheng immediately smiled and happily lowered his head, bringing his face close to his daughter. Unexpectedly, Yuan grabbed her father's chin with her chubby little hand, squeezing it tightly, her tiny fingers digging into his skin. Xiao Zheng winced in pain, saying, this girl is trying to harm her father. However, he didn't push her away and let her hold on. But then Yuan pouted and started to cry. Everyone became anxious. What was wrong? Wasn't she just happily squeezing her dad? Why did she suddenly start crying? The key was that when the little sister cried, the older sister followed suit, and their cries almost shook the roof. And Hua and Qiu Shushan quickly each picked up one of the girls and tried to comfort them. Dong Dong was also worried, saying, let me see my sister, let me see my sister. And Hua bent down to let him look. After checking, Dong Dong suddenly looked at Xiao Zheng with a disapproving gaze. Daddy, it's all your fault. You made my sister cry. Xiao Zheng felt innocent. What does this have to do with me? I didn't do anything. Dong Dong raised Yuan's hand. Look, her hand is red. It's because of your stubble that hurt her, and that's why she cried. Xiao Zheng replied. With such dark little hands, how can you even tell it's red? And Hua shot him a glare.
Whose fault is that?
It's still your fault. She didn't mind her daughter's skin color, but a father shouldn't say such things. Xiao Zheng awkwardly touched his nose. The twins were still crying, and they didn't have time to bicker. And Hua continued to soothe the children. Geng Biao and Xiao Fangfang watched the scene, exchanging glances and smiling. It was so lively. When their child was born, their home would surely be just as lively. Xiao Fangfang didn't speak much, and with only Geng Biao talking, it felt like something was missing. But once they had a child, it would be different. Xiao Fangfang still wanted to go to the kitchen as usual, but Qiu Shushan and Hua both held her back. And Hua smiled and said, you are precious now. You can't overwork yourself. Qiu Shushan added, just take a good rest. Xiao Fangfang wasn't used to sitting idle, so she eventually went to the stove to start a fire. At that moment, Xiao Xiaotsue returned from outside, looking very happy, probably after a date with Gaozha. When she saw Xiao Fangfang, her expression suddenly became a bit strange. After a while, Xiao Xiaotsue heard that Xiao Fangfang had married a deaf man. She thought, of course, how could a mute like Xiao Fangfang find someone so well off from the city? It made sense that Geng Biao had some flaws. Aunt, I'll cut the vegetables, Xiao Xiaotsue said, taking the knife from Hua's hands and skillfully starting to chop. And Hua let her be and casually asked what she had been up to that day. I want to take pictures with Gaozha, Xiao Xiaotsue said with a happy face. He said he wants to keep my photo in his pocket close to his heart. And Hua replied, that's nice. He seems very affectionate toward you. Xiao Xiaotsue proudly said, of course. She glanced back at Xiao Fangfang and eagerly began to share details about Gaozha, clearly showing off. Xiao Fangfang just listened, her expression unchanged. Xiao Xiaotsue felt a bit defeated. Why wasn't her mute and even a little envious? Her partner was so much better than Geng Biao. After feeling frustrated for a moment, Xiao Xiaotsue suddenly remembered something and looked at Hua. Aunt, Gaozha said his parents are coming over, and our family should meet. Her own parents wouldn't come because they had too much farm work to do, so they would have to ask her third uncle and aunt for help. And Hua smiled and said, you should talk to your third uncle about that. and Hua pushed all of Xiao Xiaocui's matters onto Xiao Zheng to handle. After dinner, Xiao Xiaocui indeed went to find Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng replied directly, I have to go to the field in a few days. I won't have time. When they come, just find a state-run restaurant and have your uncle accompany you for a meal. Uncle? Xiao Xiaocui was a bit stunned, referring to Geng Biao. Xiao Zheng glared at her. What's wrong? An uncle is a proper elder. They can't complain. If you don't want that, just call your parents. Xiao Xiaocui was speechless. When Gao Zhe found out, he was even more upset. What was going on? His parents were coming, and the girl's family wouldn't even meet them? Gao Zhe frowned, and Xiao Xiaocui was also angry. Had he really started to act like he was in charge after just a few days? What's wrong? Not happy? How can I be happy? Your uncle doesn't take you seriously at all. He doesn't care about your wedding. Xiao Xiaocui knew her third uncle didn't think much of her, but she couldn't afford to disregard him either. She clearly understands how her current marriage came to be, and whether her future marriage will be happy depends on her uncle. Even if her uncle gives her nothing, she can still use his name to her advantage. Therefore, Xiao Xiaocui will not admit in front of Gao Zhe that her uncle does not care for her. Xiao Xiaocui said, Gao Zhe, why don't you think about why my uncle ignores us? I'm his niece. How could he have a problem with me? Gao Zhe was confused for a moment. Are you saying my uncle has a problem with me? Isn't that the case? Gao Zhe blinked in surprise, unable to understand why her uncle did not like him since they had only met once. Xiao Xiaocui scoffed, you should reflect on yourself. After saying that, she turned and left, leaving Gao Zhe standing there, deep in thought and sweating. When Gao's parents arrived, Geng Biao did not go because the factory was forming a revolutionary committee and wanted to elect him as the deputy director. He was stressed, trying to find a way to avoid it. The committee wanted Geng Biao because of the strength of the security department. The security department in state-owned factories is not the same as what people think of as security. They are armed and considered a part of the factory's defense force. The food factory's revolutionary committee only set up 2 deputy director positions, and one of them was given to Geng Biao. He did not want to get involved in all that chaos, so he was reluctant to take the position. However, he didn't want to offend the committee either, which left him worried about how to handle it. Seeing Geng Biao looking troubled and unable to enjoy his meal, Xiao Fangfang asked him what was wrong. Geng Biao thought for a moment and shared the troubles he was facing at work. Xiao Fangfang listened attentively, nodding from time to time. She was a great person to talk to, and Geng Biao felt relieved to express his worries, though he did not expect her to provide any solutions. To his surprise, after listening, Xiao Fangfang picked up a pen and paper to write. Usually, she only used paper for very complex matters. They usually communicated with gestures, and over time, they could understand each other with just a glance. Curious about what she was writing, Geng Biao was astonished after a while and said, Are you suggesting I accept this deputy director position? Xiao Fangfang nodded, worried that if he refused, it might cause resentment and lead to trouble. Geng Biao was touched that Xiao Fangfang was thinking of him. But, Fangfang, you don't know those people. They don't care about right or wrong. They only care about their own interests. How can I get involved with them? Xiao Fangfang wrote back, joining them doesn't mean you have to be like them. You can just hold this position without doing anything bad. When necessary, you can even use the power they give you to do good. Geng Biao fell into deep thought. Xiao Fangfang didn't rush him and quietly started to clean up the dishes. After a while, Geng Biao slapped the table. All right, let's do it. Xiao Fangfang looked at him. Geng Biao understood her meaning. Don't worry, I will stay true to myself. They exchanged smiles. When Manhwa learned that Geng Biao had become the deputy director of the factory committee, she wasn't too surprised. People are often swept along by the times, and going with the flow is a way to survive. The committee. Xiao Zheng laughed. The county committee even nominated me as the director, and I agreed. And Hua only reminded him, be careful with those people and always stay alert. Xiao Zheng nodded, I know. The main thing is he see. With this position, I can learn about any developments from above more quickly. And Hua wanted to say more, but there was a knock at the door. Chiu Shushin stood by the door. Hua Hua, I asked someone to send some nutritional products from the provincial city. Tomorrow when you go to work, take some to Xiaogung so he can bring them home for Fong Fong. Xiaozheng looked at the sky outside and suddenly said, why don't we just take them over now? Chiu Shushin nodded. Sure, it's still early. And Hua was too lazy to move. You go deliver them. I'll stay home and rest. Xiaozheng, having finally returned home early for a day, wanted to create an opportunity to spend time alone with Hua, so he wasn't going to let her stay home. He pleaded, good wife, let's go out for a walk together, just the two of us, please. Chiu Shushin hadn't left yet and was shocked to see her tall son-in-law acting like a little wife, wide-eyed in surprise. And Hua couldn't stand it either and rubbed her arms, turned back into a real man. Xiaozheng replied, then you have to agree to go out with me. And Hua said, okay, let's go. Xiaozheng grinned. The sunset was beautiful, with large clouds hanging in the sky, almost within reach. And Hua and Xiaozheng strolled slowly into the city. It's so beautiful. And Hua looked up and sighed. What's beautiful? Xiaozheng asked. The sky is beautiful. In the cities of the future, it's hard to find such clear and clean skies anymore. It's like this every day. What's so beautiful about it? Xiaozheng couldn't feel any connection. And Hua didn't mind and decided to tease him. I see you every day, and I still think you're handsome. Me? Handsome? Xiaozheng wanted to stay calm, but his lips couldn't help but curl up. Really? And Hua smiled. Of course it's true. To me, you're handsome. Maybe that's what they mean by love, makes one see beauty. Xiaozheng's smile grew wider as he glanced around to make sure no one was watching, then quickly squeezed his wife's hand. But Hua held onto his hand tightly. If we're going to hold hands, let's hold on longer. But we can't. This is a busy street. Xiaozheng struggled, but he didn't really try to pull away. And Hua played along, sometimes intertwining their fingers and sometimes just holding hands. Xiaozheng said nothing, just enjoying the moment. They only let go when they crossed the bridge and saw other people nearby. Xiaozheng clicked his tongue in regret and leaned a bit closer to Hua. Although they weren't being overly affectionate, anyone could tell they were a couple. Not far away, Lu Meng was shocked by the scene.
And Hua.
How could she dare to be so bold in broad daylight? Lu Meng saw Hua walking with a man and didn't even think of him as her husband because he had assumed Hua married an older man, while this man looked to be in his 30s. He was both surprised and excited as he ran home to tell Niu Shuli what he had seen. Niu Shuli reacted similarly to Lu Meng. She has such guts. Isn't she afraid of being caught? Plus, her man is a soldier. That makes it worse. Then Niu Shuli speculated, maybe her husband can't satisfy her, and that's why she's taking risks. Some people will do anything to fulfill their desires. Lu Meng nodded in agreement. You're right. I saw them walking on a secluded path, looking sneaky. Niu Shuli exclaimed, she's unlucky to have us discover the secret. Then she asked Lu Meng, did you see what that man looked like? Lu Meng replied, I saw him clearly. He was tall and strong, like a big bear, wearing a white shirt with the sleeves rolled up. His arms were so thick, they were almost as big as my thigh. Niu Shuli clicked her tongue and said, it seems that the old man can't satisfy her, so she found someone so strong. When you see that man again, will you recognize him? Lu Meng replied confidently, of course I will. Niu Shuli clapped her hands and laughed, great, let's expose her scandal. When her man finds out, he will definitely leave her. Let's see if she can still act tough without support. We'll be doing her man a favor. Lu Meng asked, but how do we expose her? As the saying goes, you need two to catch a cheating partner. Niu Shuli thought for a moment and said, here's the plan. You keep a close watch on Hua every day. She will definitely meet with her lover. As soon as we notice anything suspicious, I'll have my dad bring security to catch them in the act. Deputy Factory Director Niu is now the head of the factory committee, gaining a lot of influence, and with his involvement, nothing is impossible. Geng Biao was stunned after hearing Deputy Director Niu's words. What? He wants him to send someone to watch his sister-in-law, Fong Fong? Geng Biao asked, why? It's not without reason. To be honest, someone reported that Anhua has questionable behavior. I heard her husband is a soldier, and we can't let our soldier suffer. Deputy Director Nyo patted Gung Biao's shoulder and said seriously, Xiao Gung, I trust you because I helped you rise. I believe you won't let me down. By assigning this task to Gung Biao, Deputy Director Nyo was also testing his abilities. If Gung Biao handles this well, he might consider training him as a trusted aide. Gung Biao's expression was hard to describe. It seemed that Deputy Director Nyo didn't know about his relationship with Anhua. That made sense. He only invited a few people from the factory to his wedding, so many didn't know about their connection. Besides, Deputy Director Nyo is quite high up, so it's normal for him not to know. Gung Biao thought for a moment and decided to go along with it for now. Then he went back and told Anhua. Anhua was drinking water and nearly choked. Xiao Zheng quickly patted her back. Take it easy. After she finished coughing, Anhua looked at Gung Biao. Me? I have questionable behavior? Gung Biao replied, that's what Deputy Director Nyo said. Anhua, who had never interacted with Deputy Director Nyo, could guess that Nyo Shuli and Lu Meng were behind this. They want to set her up and label her as having bad behavior, which is normal, but why do they need to seriously follow her to find evidence? Do they really think she is being unfaithful? Anhua glanced at Xiao Zheng. If Nyo Shuli and Lu Meng truly believe she is being unfaithful, it must be based on some misunderstanding. She hasn't been close to any other men. Only that day, when she walked around the county town with Xiao Zheng. Anhua shared her thoughts. Xiao Zheng was very confused and angry. Do they misunderstand that we are being unfaithful? Nonsense. We look like a couple. Gung Biao glanced at Xiao Zheng. Xiao Zheng huffed. What's wrong? It's true. Don't we look like a couple?
Gung Biao replied,
I didn't say you don't look like a couple. Just that you don't have the couple vibe. Xiao Zheng snorted and gritted his teeth. How could they think I'm cheating with my own wife? They will pay for their foolishness. Xiao Zheng looked at Anhua with determination. Wife, let's put on a show together. Lu Meng's eyes lit up as he stared at Gung Biao, excitedly asking, is the information reliable? Are they really meeting by the river? Gung Biao nodded. The day after tomorrow at 8 o'clock. Lu Meng clapped his hands. Great. Let them meet, and we'll catch them in the act. I'm going to discuss this with Shuli right now. With that, Lu Meng hurried off. Gung Biao watched him leave and spat on the ground. Deputy Factory Director Nyo wasn't very concerned about Anhua. She was just a small staff member in the publicity department, and he had no issues with her. If it weren't for his daughter, he wouldn't bother with this matter at all. His focus was mainly on how to take power from the factory director. Deputy Factory Director Nyo was quietly speaking with his secretary in the office when Nyo Shuli pushed the door open and entered. He frowned and said, How many times have I told you to knock? Why can't you remember? Nyo Shuli ignored him, waved the secretary out, and sat down at her father's desk. She shared the news Lu Meng had told her, finishing with, Dad, please send more people to help me. Once we catch them, we can take them out for everyone to see. Deputy Factory Director Nyo replied, Then I'll send Gung Biao to help you organize it. Nyo Shuli felt uneasy about Gung Biao and instinctively refused. Can we choose someone else? Deputy Factory Director Nyo raised an eyebrow. Is Gung Biao not capable? Nyo Shuli shook her head. You handle things efficiently. But I need someone tougher this time. I want to make sure that it gets a big setback. Otherwise, she won't understand why flowers bloom so beautifully. Deputy Factory Director Nyo didn't quite understand. What grudge do you have against Anhua? Nyo Shuli couldn't explain it clearly and huffed. She bullies Lu Meng. Deputy Director Nyo was speechless for a moment, thinking his daughter was being unreasonable. How could a delicate girl like Anhua bully Lu Meng? It seemed more like Lu Meng wanted to bully someone. However, Nyo Shuli was the only daughter of Deputy Director Nyo, raised with much pampering, and he never argued with her about what she wanted. When she insisted on marrying Lu Meng, he initially disagreed, but after her tears and tantrums, he quickly gave in. As for Anhua, Deputy Director Nyo knew her husband was a high-ranking officer in the military, but he hadn't seen her specific file and wasn't familiar with the military side. Since Anhua was being unfaithful, Regardless of her husband's status, he believed he couldn't support her once he found out. So, Deputy Director Neo confidently supported his daughter's actions. He even suggested, "You should bring a few searchlights to expose their shameful behavior in the light for everyone to see." Neo Shuli nodded as she listened. Her dad was clever. He had many tricks up his sleeve. After leaving Deputy Director Neo's office, Lu Meng approached her. "So, what did Dad say?" Neo Shuli smiled proudly. "Dad wants Li Guochao from the political department to join us in catching them in the act." Li Guochao was a capable assistant to her dad, and since the movement began, he had been by her dad's side, taking action against many people. Lu Meng was thrilled and punched his fist. "And Hua, just wait until you're in trouble. Let's see how confident you are then." He looked affectionately at Neo Shuli. "Shuli, thank you for helping me with this." Neo Shuli raised her chin proudly. "My husband shouldn't be bullied by someone like her." "Don't worry, she will definitely be disgraced. Her family will fall apart, and she won't be able to keep her position. She'll be sent to clean the toilets." Lu Meng imagined that scene and almost burst out laughing. As night fell, the moon hid behind the clouds. A group of people in work uniforms, wearing armbands, marched fiercely toward the riverbank. Although they made a lot of noise, they moved quietly, as if they were experienced. When they got close to the riverbank, it was hard to notice them in the darkness. Li Jichao suddenly stopped, and Neo Shuli, confused, whispered, "Why aren't we moving?" Li Jichao signaled her to be quiet and listened carefully. Once he confirmed that there was rustling in the bushes ahead, he gestured for the others to move. The people behind him rushed forward like locusts, turning on their flashlights. "Don't move. Raise your hands. Wow, what are you doing out here at night? Everyone, arrest them." The bright light from the flashlight illuminated the area like daytime, and Neo Shuli scanned around. In the light, she saw two figures, one tall and one small, and the small one was actually Anhua. Neo Shuli got excited. "Anhua, we've finally caught you. Haha, so you really are up to no good with a man." Li Guochao, put the prepared sign around her neck and take her to the street. Let everyone see this modern-day Pan Jinlian. However, Li Guochao hesitated. He looked at Anhua and her companion. They were well-dressed and calm, showing no signs of wrongdoing. He leaned in to whisper to Neo Shuli. After hearing him, Neo Shuli wasn't surprised at all, saying, "A man and a woman in this dark place, what else could they be doing? Just because they're dressed well doesn't mean they weren't planning something. Why not just them down and take them to the streets?" Li Guochao glanced at the tall figure who had been facing away from them, feeling something was off, but since Neo Shuli kept urging him to act, he had to give orders to his subordinates. At that moment, Anhua spoke up. "May I ask, Comrade Neo Shuli, what is going on here?" Neo Shuli scoffed. "Do you think you can argue your way out of this? I ask you, what are you doing with this man in the dark? As a military spouse, how dare you be unfaithful? I'm here to expose you." Anhua remained calm, showing no signs of panic at being caught, and even smiled. "So, Comrade Neo Shuli, you must have worked hard. The military should thank you, right?" Neo Shuli replied, "Whether the military thanks me or not is none of your concern. You should worry about whether your husband, the veteran, will still want you after finding out about this." "The veteran?" The one who spoke was the man, and Neo Shuli looked at him with even more disdain. "You don't know she married a veteran? He's old enough to be her father. Otherwise, why would she be sneaking around with you?" The so-called man slowly turned around, the spotlight clearly illuminating his serious and imposing face. "I didn't realize that at over 30, I've become an old official." Neo Shuli was confused. Li Guochao quickly reacted and frowned, asking, "What is your relationship?" Xiaozheng stood with his hands behind his back and coldly replied, "Can't you tell? Obviously, we are a married couple, legally recognized by the organization." Li Guochao was puzzled and looked at Neo Shuli. Neo Shuli was even more confused. Didn't they say Anhua's husband was an old official? This man in front of her looked nothing like an old person.
You
are lying." Neo Shuli suddenly realized. "Yes, you are lying to escape responsibility. Quickly, arrest them." Li Guochao hesitated. Xiao Zheng seemed prepared and took out their marriage certificate and his work ID. Li Guoqiao shone the light on them and, upon closer inspection, broke into a cold sweat. Comrade. Niu Shuli anxiously stamped her foot. Li Guoqiao, don't be swayed by their words. My dad said you should listen to me. Comrade Niu Shuli, please stop, Li Guoqiao said helplessly, gritting his teeth. They are a legal couple. Niu Shuli was stunned for a moment before saying, so, what if they are a couple? Meeting by the river is still inappropriate. And Hua replied, who said we were meeting secretly. Niu Shuli shot back, at this hour, if it's not a secret meeting, are you fishing? And Hua laughed, you're right, we were fishing. She then lifted her fishing rod for everyone to see. Everyone. Niu Shuli's eyes widened in disbelief. Fishing in the dark? Who would believe that? But she couldn't find any evidence that Anho was lying.
You.
The fish in the river belong to the public. Who allowed you to fish without permission? This is considered occupying collective property. We put the fish back. We didn't take any home. How is that occupying collective property? And was said with a laugh. We just enjoy fishing. What's it to you? Are you crazy? Niu Shuli finally lost her composure. What kind of people are they? Enjoying fishing in the dark? Li Guoqiao couldn't let things go on like this. He pulled Niu Shuli aside and whispered to her. Niu Shuli was a bit dazed. Are you saying that man is the commander of the independent division, or is he Anhua's husband? Li Guoqiao nodded. In the past, the military didn't interfere with local matters, but now it's different. There are already examples of military propaganda teams stationed at factories in Haishur. Besides, Commander Xiao is also the head of our county's revolutionary committee. From Li Guoqiao's analysis, it seemed that tonight's incident was likely due to an intelligence error. As for where the mistake was, they would need to investigate further after returning. However, before that, they couldn't afford to offend Commander Xiao any longer. Thinking this, Li Guoqiao quickly put on a smile and approached Commander Xiao, bowing slightly as he said, Commander Xiao, it's all a misunderstanding. We received incorrect reports and mistakenly thought you and your spouse were involved. I hope you can forgive us. Commander Xiao replied, I cannot forgive. Li Guoqiao was taken aback. Commander Xiao said coldly, you came out of nowhere to insult my spouse, and even wanted to publicly shame us. You think a simple misunderstanding can brush this aside? Look at me, do I seem like a forgiving person? Li Guoqiao was stunned. Commander Xiao continued, you abused your power to harm innocent people and slander military personnel and their families. I will hold you accountable. Deputy Factory Director Niu sat down heavily in his chair after hearing Li Guoqiao's report, looking dazed. What is going on? Get me and Hua's file to review. Li Guoqiao replied, Leader, the personnel department is controlled by Director Zhao. Given your current situation with him, it might be difficult to obtain. Deputy Director Niu gritted his teeth. It seemed he needed to completely eliminate Zhao to gain full control. Li Guoqiao glanced at his leader's expression and said, I saw his work ID and marriage certificate, and Hua's husband is indeed Commander Xiao, so it should be correct. Deputy Director Niu slammed the table and questioned his daughter. What is going on? Niu Shuli was startled and mumbled, Why are you yelling? How would I know what happened? Deputy Director Niu, frustrated with his daughter, gave up on expecting anything from her and turned directly to Li Guoqiao, saying, Get to the bottom of this and give Commander Xiao an explanation. How to investigate? The root cause was Niu Shuli, wasn't it? She was the one who accused others of infidelity and insisted on catching them in the act. Li Guoqiao racked his brain for a long time and finally said, Leader, I think the problem lies with Geng Biao. Before he could finish, Niu Shuli interrupted, Yes, it's that Geng Biao from the security department who said Anhua was meeting her lover by the river. The deputy factory director, Niu, thought for a moment and said, I must admit, this person is quite suspicious. Go and bring him here. Geng Biao came over. Niu stared at him seriously and said, You provided the information about Comrade Anhua meeting with her partner by the river, didn't you? Geng Biao remained calm. I never said anything about a partner. That was all Lu Meng. Li Guochao frowned. So you know that Manhwa and Commander Xiao from the Independent Division are a legitimate couple? Geng Biao nodded. Niu Shuli was angry. Then why didn't you say anything?
Geng Biao replied. You didn't ask.
Niu Shuli was speechless. Niu's expression darkened. Geng Biao, you are someone I have helped, so don't forget your place. Geng Biao smiled. I haven't forgotten. In fact, to repay your kindness, I specifically asked Comrade Manhwa when she and Commander Xiao planned to meet, which is how I got the information. Niu said, what did you just say? Geng Biao explained everything in detail. Sangha said that it was meant to let Niu know that this trap was set for him. Indeed, after hearing this, Niu broke out in a cold sweat. Niu Shuli understood, and Hua did it on purpose. Niu shouted, be quiet. After a moment, Niu looked at Geng Biao and asked, what is your relationship with Commander Xiao? Geng Biao replied, oh, I'm his brother-in-law. Niu Shuli exclaimed, why didn't you say that earlier?
Geng Biao said, you didn't ask.
The other three present were speechless. Why hadn't they noticed before that Geng Biao was so troublesome? Niu forced himself to calm down. Although he wasn't very familiar with Xiaozheng, he knew a bit about his achievements. He was young but had risen to the top position in the Independent Division and was elected as the director of the County Revolutionary Committee. He must be quite capable. Xiaozheng clearly used Geng Biao to inform him that the other party already held a grudge against him. Niu glared at his daughter. This is all your fault. Niu Shuli, fearless, advised her father. What are you afraid of? Our food factory is a key state-owned enterprise, and the factory director and the county head are of equal rank. Why should the military interfere with us? Niu, frustrated, said, you foolish child. What time do you think it is? Can we still look at things with common sense? Besides, even if the military doesn't directly manage us, is offending Xiaozheng a good idea? Niu Shuli was not convinced. That Manhwa really had good luck, finding a man who is not only not an old bureaucrat, but also quite capable. Deputy Factory Director Niu was worried, thinking that since Xiaozheng said he would hold someone accountable, he needed to provide an explanation. He glanced at Geng Biao. Since Geng Biao was related to Xiaozheng, he couldn't let Geng take the blame. Niu Shuli was his precious daughter, and no matter how big the mistake, he would protect her.
So,
that left only Li Guochao. Li Guochao often pondered Deputy Factory Director Niu's thoughts. He could guess what Niu was thinking from his every move and expression. Now Li Guochao's heart gradually sank. It seemed that the Niu family intended to shift the blame onto him. Leader. Deputy Factory Director Niu raised his hand, interrupting Li Guochao. I know what you want to say, Guochao. I have no choice. Just bear with it for now. I will remember your contributions and make it up to you in the future.
Make it up?
Li Guochao gritted his teeth. The Niu family didn't even try to fight back and easily pushed him out to take the blame. He couldn't rely on them now, and how could he expect them to treat him well in the future? Heartless. However, Li Guochao didn't have a good way to clear himself, especially since he led the team that caught them. Leader. Li Guochao forced out a few tears. It's okay. I should have been more careful in verifying the information from Comrade Niu Shuli and Comrade Lu Meng. I take responsibility. Seeing Li Guochao being so understanding, Deputy Factory Director Niu was somewhat moved, repeatedly saying good, and finally gave Li Guochao a heavy pat on the shoulder, conveying everything without words. Li Guochao appeared loyal, but in his heart, he was cursing Deputy Factory Director Niu. This old man better not catch a break. Li Guochao used his position to frame military personnel and their families, and fortunately, it didn't cause irreparable damage, so he was only given a demotion and a reprimand. Niu Shuli didn't completely escape either. She had to write a self-reflection. Are you satisfied now? Manhwa smiled at Xiaozheng. Xiaozheng snorted. Behind my back, they say I'm old, and that we look like we're sneaking around. A little revenge from me isn't too much. Petty-minded. Manhwa laughed after saying this, but I'm not very big-minded either. Xiaozheng's revenge was bold, while her methods were more subtle. Being watched all day was uncomfortable, so they needed to give that couple something to do. Unable to get to Manhwa, Niu Shuli ended up writing a self-reflection. She also had some complaints about Lu Meng, saying, "You talk without knowing the facts, and now I've made a mistake." Lu Meng coaxed her. "I was misled too.
I'm sorry, dear.
Please forgive me." He even bowed to her. Niu Shuli had never had children and felt a bit lacking. Usually, Lu Meng was quite proud in front of her, but now that he was being humble, it made her happy and she quickly forgot about Manhwa. After all, the one taking the blame was Li Guoqiao, so she didn't suffer too much. Lu Meng, on the other hand, grew even more resentful towards Manhwa. He felt that Manhwa was like his nemesis. Ever since she came to the factory, she had taken away his spotlight, the leader's favor, and the recognition that was supposed to be his. Now, she was even trying to set him up. As Lu Meng walked into the office, he couldn't help but glance at Manhwa's seat, a dark look flashing in his eyes. Manhwa pretended not to notice and calmly continued her work. While at work, Lu Meng kept thinking of ways to bring Manhwa down until he overheard someone mention a name. "Do you remember Xiao Yan? I saw her yesterday, and we chatted a bit. Turns out she's married now, and to a government official's son." Lu Meng had a sudden idea. Xiao Yan. If he hinted at her in front of Niu Shuli, with her impulsive nature, she would surely treat Manhwa the same way she treated Xiao Yan. If things escalated, it wouldn't matter if there was evidence or not. Manhwa would end up in trouble. Even if he couldn't take her down, he could at least annoy her. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became, and he rushed home before work was even over. He was anxiously waiting when Niu Shuli finally returned from work. "Shuli." Lu Meng greeted her, but was met with her gloomy gaze. He held back what he wanted to say and asked, "What's wrong? Did someone upset you?" Niu Shuli remained silent, making Lu Meng feel uneasy. He thought he hadn't upset her, right? Although Lu Meng usually handled Niu Shuli well, she wasn't someone with a good temper and her father was supportive of her, so he still felt a bit intimidated. Lu Meng swallowed hard. "Shuli, if you faced any unfairness at work, just tell me, and I'll help you get justice." Niu Shuli snorted coldly. "Who could make me feel unfair at work? From what I understand, it's not the people at work who have wronged her, but he is the one who has wronged her." Lu Meng thought for a moment and couldn't remember how he had offended Niu Shuli. "So what's wrong with you? My mom has said that you should control your temper. Maybe the child was scared away by your bad temper." Lu Meng meant to use the fact that Niu Shuli hadn't had a child to put pressure on her. He often used this tactic when she got angry, and it usually worked. But today, Niu Shuli reacted like someone had stepped on her tail. She jumped up, widened her eyes, and shouted, "Lu Meng, you must be fooling around because I haven't had a child, right?" Lu Meng was shocked. Where did that come from? He intended to hint that Manhwa was trying to him, but he never meant to get himself involved. He was the one being seduced, after all. He was innocent. And besides, he hadn't even had the chance to say anything. "Why are you acting crazy?" Lu Meng was also getting angry. "Crazy? Humph." Niu Shuli pulled out a piece of paper from her pocket and read the words on it through gritted teeth. "Your hair is as black as clouds, and its fragrance has captivated my heart. Your lips are as pink as flowers. May I have a taste of their sweet aroma?" Niu Shuli's hand holding the paper was trembling with anger as she stared at Lu Meng, wishing she could swallow him whole. "The handwriting on this is clearly yours. Do you still want to argue?" Lu Meng's face turned pale. Without needing to see the handwriting, he knew it was his. He had written it for Xiao Yan. At the time, Xiao Yan hadn't taken the note out, and he thought it had been destroyed. "Where did it come from?" "Shuli, you have to let me explain." Niu Shuli pushed Lu Meng, and he fell back into a chair. "Do you dare to say this note wasn't written by you?" "I wrote it, but..." Before he could finish, Niu Shuli slapped him across the face. Lu Meng's face immediately showed the imprint of her hand, and he was left stunned. "Who was it written for? Tell me." Lu Meng took a while to regain his senses and looked at Niu Shuli in fear. It was tempted. It was that girl, Xiao Yan, you know her. She seduced me, and I couldn't resist the temptation. It was a moment of impulse." Niu Shuli remembered Xiao Yan, but she had already confronted her, and Xiao Yan was no longer at the factory, so Niu Shuli's anger towards her had faded a lot. However, her feelings towards Lu Meng were different. Initially, she thought it was just Xiao Yan's one-sided seduction, but she didn't expect Lu Meng to actually fall for it. What a disappointing man. Niu Shuli genuinely liked Lu Meng and was possessive, but the more she liked him before, the more she hated him now. I've spoiled you too much. Niu Shuli rolled up her sleeves and slapped Lu Meng on the remaining side of his face. I've made you forget your place. Lu Meng wasn't the type to not fight back, and since Niu Shuli had always pampered him, he immediately got angry and hit back. Niu Shuli was caught off guard when he slapped her back. She paused for a moment, then charged at him like a whirlwind. How dare you hit me? If I don't teach you a lesson today, you'll never know why flowers are so red. The two of them got into a scuffle. Niu Shuli was physically bigger than Lu Meng and seemed to have the upper hand, but Lu Meng, being a man, had a bit more strength, so Niu Shuli didn't gain too much advantage. Before long, both of them had swollen faces. Niu Shuli stared blankly for a moment and then started crying. You Lu Meng, I'm going to tell my dad. From then on, Lu Meng frequently showed up at the office with bruises. Niu Shuli liked Lu Meng and didn't want a divorce, but she had lost trust in him. The slightest hint of trouble made her suspect he was seeing someone else, leading to fights, and their chaotic life became well known in the factory. Lu Meng was worn out by Niu Shuli's torment, making frequent mistakes at work, leaving him with no energy to think about anything else. They seem to have a good relationship, so why are they suddenly fighting? Sister Ma asked Anjoie. Anjoie smiled and shook her head. I don't know either. She had only approached Xiao Yan, received a note from her, and anonymously handed it to Niu Shuli. That was all. Xiao Xiaocui and Gao Zhe got married in a banquet held at the camp cafeteria. Gao's parents came to the event. They heard that their son married the niece of a commander and thought that Gao Zhe's future would be bright, believing their family would finally have someone important. With the commander's niece as a daughter-in-law, surely he could become a regiment leader, right? So, when Gao's father saw his son after getting off the train, his first question was, Son, when will you become a regiment leader? Gao Zhe dreamed of getting promoted, but reality was not that simple. His father's words felt like a jab to his heart, and he immediately frowned. Gao's parents thought it was their daughter-in-law's family not helping out. When they met Xiao Xiaocui, they took her hand and asked her to speak to her uncle about promoting Gao Zhe to regiment leader. Xiao Xiaocui thought she was already bold enough, but she realized there were always people more experienced than her. However, she didn't refuse and smiled at whatever Gao's parents said. She managed to make Gao's parents very happy and satisfied with their daughter-in-law. Even when the two families met, no one from Zhao's side attended, and Gao's parents, under Xiao Xiaocui's gentle persuasion, didn't say anything negative about her. On the day of the banquet, Xiao Zheng naturally attended and even drank a few cups to show respect. Although he left early, Xiao Xiaocui knew how to handle the situation. She said, My uncle left early for your sake. Look, everyone at the banquet is of a similar rank to Gao Zhe. With such a high-ranking leader present, others would feel uncomfortable, so he left to let everyone enjoy themselves. Gao's parents listened and found her reasoning convincing, looking at Xiao Xiaocui with admiration. Their daughter-in-law's uncle cared for her, and they believed he would help Gao Zhe in the future. They felt they had married a good daughter-in-law. Gao Zhe was a bit confused, but seeing his parents agree with Xiao Xiaocui, he dismissed his doubts. Xiao Xiaocui glanced at Gao Zhe and felt a bit reflective. Over time, she realized that Gao Zhe wasn't very sharp. This had its pros and cons. The advantage was that he was easy to persuade. He believed whatever she said. The downside was, how did someone so simple become a staff officer? Would he be able to advance? However, Xiao Xiaocui had made her plans. Even if Gao Zhe's military career was limited, he could transition to a civilian job and still hold a decent position, better than anyone she had previously dated. So in a way, it was better that Gao Zhe was a bit slow. Noticing Xiao Xiaocui looking at him, Gao Zhe smiled, showing his white teeth, and his cute face lit up. Xiao Xiaocui felt delighted. In short, She felt she had not lost anything in this marriage. After the banquet, Mr. and Mrs. Gao went home, and Xiao Xiaotsue brought Gao Zhe to visit their third uncle. They couldn't just talk. They needed to give Gao Zhe a little treat. Since Xiao Xiaotsue was at home, and Hua couldn't send them away and had to show basic hospitality. This surprised Gao Zhe and made him feel that the teacher actually cared for his niece but had some issues with him, which is why he had been cold before. After leaving the teacher's house, Gao Zhe anxiously asked Xiao Xiaotsue, "Chuer, when did I offend my third uncle? What does he really think of me?" Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "I'll help you find out later. For now, just focus on what you need to do." Gao Zhe nodded seriously. "I guess that's all I can do. What should I do now?" Xiao Xiaotsue took the opportunity to suggest her next plan. "You need to come back to my hometown with me to meet my parents." Gao Zhe obediently nodded. "Okay, I'll go back with you and meet our parents." Xiao Xiaotsue laughed. Off to show off back home. Unlike in Hua's big belly when she was pregnant with twins, Xiao Fangfang was 5 months along and her belly only slightly protruded. Wearing a loose shirt, it was hard to tell she was pregnant. Geng Biao was worried and brought Xiao Fangfang over to ask Qiu Shushen and Hua, "Is she not getting enough nutrition? Should I go to the slaughterhouse and get some beef for Fangfang?" Qiu Shushen touched Xiao Fangfang's belly and smiled. "It's probably normal. Every pregnant woman is different, and the way they show varies." When her sister-in-law was pregnant with Dong Dong, her belly was also small. And Hua observed Xiao Fangfang and saw that she looked healthy, plump, and rosy, showing no signs of malnutrition. She reassured, "Maybe Fangfang has just gained weight, and the extra fat makes her belly less noticeable." Geng Biao finally relaxed. Xiao Fangfang expressed her frustration, saying she had already reassured everyone at home that she was fine, but Geng Biao still worried and had to ask. Qiu Shushen laughed. "Little Geng is just concerned about the baby." Geng Biao replied, "Not just the baby. I care about Fang too." That nickname was a bit cheesy. And Hua stifled a laugh and rubbed her arms, feeling goosebumps. Xiao Fangfang shot Geng Biao an annoyed glance. It was one thing to call her that in private, but to do it in front of her sister-in-law was embarrassing. Geng Biao laughed heartily, unbothered. That evening, when they entered the bedroom, and Hua brought up the topic and glanced at Xiao Zheng. "Look at Geng Biao. He calls Fangfang so affectionately. Unlike someone who only knows how to call me wife all day, it's so stiff and lacks any romance." Xiao Zheng, who was leaning against the bed trying to read, immediately tossed the book aside and leaned closer. "Then how about I call you Hua?" And Hua replied, "That sounds strange." Xiao Zheng laughed, "Exactly. Wife sounds much better." And Hua said, "You need to think of a more affectionate nickname." Xiao Zheng seriously pondered for a moment and then suggested, "Sweetheart? Darling?" And Hua replied, "That's too cheesy." Xiao Zheng playfully picked her up and tossed her onto the bed. "Affection isn't just about words. Let's practice, and you'll see how much I care for you." And Hua laughed and playfully hit him. "All you think about is that. Can't you be a bit more romantic?" Xiao Zheng frowned. "Weren't you eager for me when you first joined the army? Have you grown tired of me?" And Hua remained silent. Xiao Zheng continued, "And what is romance anyway? I can be romantic enough." And Hua didn't respond. After that, Hua experienced more than just romance. It was truly an unforgettable experience. Afterward, she lay there feeling a bit lost, thinking that at least he might not say much, but he certainly knew how to show it. Suddenly, Xiao Zheng exclaimed, pointing at the twins' food storage, "What's this bite mark? Did I do that?" The bite mark was bright red and clearly had bled. Xiao Zheng was stunned. He knew he sometimes got a bit rough when excited, but he never expected to hurt her. "Wife," Xiao Zheng said, feeling very guilty. And Hua waved her hand. "It's not you, it was the girls." And Hua had almost stopped breastfeeding, as the twins had long switched to formula and other solid foods. However, sometimes when the twins fussed, she would still nurse them for comfort. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zheng immediately said, "Don't feed them anymore. It's time to wean them. You can't do this forever, and there's no need to go through this." And Hua nodded, knowing he was right, but every time the kids snuggled up to her, she couldn't help but feel soft-hearted and would instinctively lift her shirt. Xiaozheng hugged her and kissed her.
They can start eating solid food now.
My dad said I could hold a bun and chew on it when I was only 6 months old. That's you, and Hua replied, looking at Xiaozheng with disbelief. The steamed buns are made from coarse grains and are very hard, so children with incomplete teeth can't chew them well. However, while the twins may not eat the buns, their diet can definitely be more varied, like adding some meat. Anhua bought fresh fish and made it into fish paste, which she then steamed. The twins started waving their arms excitedly when they saw their mom coming with a small bowl. Dong Dong eagerly wanted to feed his sister, so Anhua gave him a small bowl and spoon, and they each fed one twin. Dong Dong scooped a spoonful for Tuanchuan, who was about to open her mouth but turned her face away when she realized the food was different today. Dong Dong said, "Mom, my sister won't eat." Anhua explained, "She hasn't tried meat before, so it seems strange to her. Just feed it to her mouth and see if she spits it out. If she does, then don't feed her anymore." As she spoke, Anhua started feeding Yuan Yuan. Yuan Yuan, without hesitation, opened her mouth wide when she saw her mom's spoon and quickly swallowed the fish after a few chews. She then opened her mouth again, waiting for more. Anhua smiled and praised her. "Look at our little Yuan Yuan, eating so well." Seeing her sister eat the unfamiliar food without any problem, Tuanchuan also accepted the food when it was offered by her brother. The fish only had a little salt added, and Anhua had soaked the fish in water to remove the blood and marinated it with, so it didn't have a fishy taste. Tuanchuan savored the taste, her eyes brightening, and she looked eagerly at the bowl in her brother's hands. Dong Dong laughed. "Mom, little Tuanchuan loves to eat too." Anhua replied, "Today we have fish, and tomorrow I'll make some other meat for them. What delicious food should we have?" Just then, Zhou Meihua walked in from the yard. Anhua got up to greet her. "Not much, just made some meat paste to feed the girls." Zhou Meihua went over to tease the twins. "Both of you are eating meat now." The twins responded with excited sounds, their eyes fixed on the paper bag in Zhou Meihua's hands, reaching out with their little hands to grab it. Zhou Meihua laughed. "What's this? Do you know I have roast chicken? Do you want some?" Anhua casually asked, "Did you go to the city to buy roast chicken?" Zhou Meihua replied, "I didn't buy it. The kids brought it back from Guxian." Anhua said, "Oh, understanding now. The farm where Chen Gang's family lives is in Gu County. Shi Xiaojun now goes there almost every month." Zhou Meihua and Shi Weiguang no longer stop him, but for safety, they always have Shi Xiaojun take Shi Xiaojun and Shi Xiaoshan with him. Gu County is famous for its roasted chicken. Shi Weiguang was craving the roasted chicken, so this time he gave the kids some extra money to bring back 3 chickens. The adults were chatting happily, but the twins were so tempted by the roasted chicken in the paper bag that they couldn't help drooling. A chicken neck peeked out of the bag, right in front of the round-eyed little one. The little guy quickly propped himself up and took a big bite of the chicken neck, looking fierce, like a little wolf that caught its prey. Zhou Meihua looked down and burst out laughing. "Oh my, our little girl is craving it. But you don't have all your teeth yet, and you've just made the chicken a bit bruised."
Ha ha ha.
And Hua saw this and quickly went over to stop it. Zhou Meihua waved her hand, saying it was fine. "This was meant for your family to eat." And Hua gently patted her daughter's mouth. "Little greedy cat, you can't just bite things that belong to others." Yuan Yuan looked at her mom and made a couple of protest sounds. And Hua pinched her daughter's chubby cheek. "You're getting fierce now. Tui tui." Yuan Yuan spat at her mom, and Hua couldn't help but laugh.
"Mama."
Yuan Yuan suddenly called out clearly, and Hua immediately forgot everything else and looked at her daughter with shining eyes. "What did you say? Say it again."
"Mama."
Zhou Meihua excitedly said, "Oh, our little Yuanzi can call Mama now." Dong Dong jumped up and down, saying, "Call brother, call brother."
"Mama, mama, mama, gama."
Perhaps sensing the adult's joy, Yuan Yuan happily gave a long string of calls. And Hua was so happy that she kissed her daughter on the cheek and then looked at her sister. "Little Tuanzi, say mama." Tuan Tuan was on her fingers, wiggling her little feet, glancing at her mom, then turning her head away. And Hua coaxed her, Be good, say mama. Suddenly, Tuan Tuan stopped moving, staring intently at a point, as if focused on something. After a while, a foul smell filled the air, and Tuan Tuan's expression changed from serious to relaxed. Dong Dong announced little Tuanzi pooped. And Hua, that I can smell it. Zhou Meihua placed the roast chicken in Huan's kitchen. And Huan went to change Tuan Tuan's diaper, while Dong Dong prepared some sausages made by Qiu Shushan during winter as a thank-you gift for Zhou Meihua. Zhou Meihua hesitated to accept, but Dong Dong encouraged her. Auntie, please take it. Try my grandma's cooking. If you like it, you can praise her later, and she will be so happy. Zhou Meihua sighed. This child really knows how to talk, like a little adult. She then asked Huan, I remember you said you would send Dong Dong to school. Why haven't you done that yet? And Huan carefully placed the tidy Tuan Tuan back in the stroller and replied, I planned to enroll him last year, but things were chaotic. Elementary schools were closed, so it was better for him to stay home. He goes to his grandpa's house every few days, and his grandpa teaches him to read and write. Zhou Meihua said, having educated people at home makes a difference. My kids were thrilled when school was closed. They just ran wild every day. Sigh, I can't teach them myself. And Huan thought for a moment and said, schools won't stay closed forever. Our factory is gradually resuming production. And Huan was right. After the summer break, when the new semester began, schools started announcing their reopening. However, there was still some disagreement. Some supported reopening, while others wanted to keep schools closed. This led to the formation of two groups, the reopen group and the stay closed group, which began to clash. In elementary schools, since the students were young, the situation wasn't too intense, and they quickly resumed classes. So, Huan sent Dong Dong to first grade. On the day of his school registration, the twins suddenly had stomachaches. And Huan needed to take the kids to the clinic, so she asked Xiaozheng to take their son to school. Although Xiaozheng was busy, he could spare an hour or two. Dressed in his green military uniform, he rode Huan's bike, lifting their son and placing him on the crossbar. Dong Dong winced a bit from his father's rough handling and struggled, saying, Dad, be gentle. Xiaozheng softened his grip, but still scolded, speak properly. A big man shouldn't sound so whiny. Dong Dong pouted and fell silent. He didn't want his dad to take him. He could go to school by himself. Xiaozheng was completely unaware of his son's feelings. With a push, the bike rolled forward. Since Xiaozheng rarely had time alone with Dong Dong, he wanted to take this chance to bond. So he asked, Son, do you want to experience the feeling of flying? Dad, can you ride faster? Dong Dong shook his head repeatedly. No, it's scary. Xiaozheng said, You're so timid. Are you even a man? Dong Dong replied, Dad, your logic is wrong. Being brave or not is not related to being a man. Not all men are brave, and not all brave people are men. Women can be brave too, and some men can be timid. Xiaozheng was confused and said, You just talk a lot. I don't know who you take after. Your mom and I are both honest people. Dong Dong said, Dad, you're not honest. You just can't express yourself well. Who told you I can't express myself? Xiaozheng got angry. I read books every day. My eyes are almost going blind. I might need glasses soon. At this, Xiaozheng imagined himself wearing glasses. He thought he would look quite scholarly. Xiaozheng was still annoyed that his son called him illiterate, so he decided to tease him by speeding up. The scenery flew by, and Dong Dong screamed in fright. Xiaozheng laughed heartily. You little rascal, do you respect your dad now? Dong Dong rolled his eyes, thinking his dad was childish. After getting off the bike, Dong Dong glared at his dad, puffing his cheeks in anger, looking a bit like Anhua when she's upset. Xiaozheng's heart softened, and he said gently, All right, I won't tease you anymore. But he still thought to himself that his son could ride a horse at 3, yet now he was scared of a bicycle. How things have changed. Today was registration day, and there were many people at the school. While Xiaozheng was looking around for where to register, Dong Dong had already started walking ahead, reminding his dad to keep up. After some twists and turns, Dong Dong led his dad to the registration desk. Xiaozheng rubbed his nose. Although his son was timid, he was still clever just like him. Or his wife. This is the registration form. Please fill in your basic information. The teacher handed Xiaozheng a paper and a pen. Xiaozheng took it, glanced at it, and was about to start writing. But then he hesitated. After a few seconds, he handed the form to his son. You know a lot of words now, so you can fill it out yourself. Consider it a test for you. Dongdong didn't think it was strange and began to fill it out himself. The little one carefully wrote each word. Xiaozheng sneakily glanced over and saw the names section filled out, gritting his teeth in surprise. So, this is how it is written. Yes, Xiaozheng got stuck on the first item of the registration form, which is the name section. Dongdong's full name was chosen by An Bohai. As a cultured person, choosing a name should be pleasant and meaningful. Dongdong's full name is Xiao Nai. Xiaozheng practiced writing the rare character Nai, but after not using it for a long time, he forgot it. It's embarrassing that I can't even write my son's name. Xiaozheng looked serious and made a decision. No, the twins' names must be Jiandang and Jianjun, easy to remember and write. After returning home, Xiaozheng told Anhua about naming the twins. Anhua glanced at Xiaozheng. You can't name them Jiandang and Jianjun. Before Xiaozheng could speak, his wife saw through him, and he said gloomily, How did you know I was going to say that? Anhua rolled her eyes. I can tell what you're thinking just by your expression. Xiaozheng laughed. You can be so blunt. Anhua replied, I call it being down to earth. All right, down to earth. Xiaozheng shifted the topic back to names. What should we call them then? If my father-in-law gives them names like Xiaonai, how long will it take me to memorize the strokes? Anhua smiled and asked, What happened during registration today? It wasn't a story, it was an incident. Xiaozheng had nothing to hide from his wife and recounted how he almost embarrassed himself by not being able to write his son's name. Luckily, I was quick-witted and had Dongdong write it himself. Otherwise, it would have been a big embarrassment. Anhua said, It's not a big deal. Our country's literacy rate is still quite high, and even those who have been educated can usually only read newspapers. You're better than many. Hearing his wife praise him, Xiaozheng couldn't help but smile. Well, never mind, let my father-in-law choose the twins' names, but you need to remind him not to pick such rare characters again. Anhua replied, No need for my dad to choose. I already thought of 2 names, Si Xian and Si Qi. What do you think? As she spoke, Anhua found paper and a pen to write the names for Xiaozheng to see. Xiaozheng looked closely and nodded, They are good. He didn't have many requirements as long as the names were easy to remember and write. However, Xiao Si Xian, Xiao Si Qi. Anhua pondered for a moment. Xiao Si Qi sounds fine, but Xiao Si Xian doesn't seem as pleasant to the ear, right? Xiaozheng read it a few times and finally said, It does sound a bit better. And Xixian sounds nicer. How about we let Xixian take your last name? Anhua was surprised. Xiaozheng wasn't a perfect person. Even though he had received education in the army and experienced a revolution, he was born and raised in an old society, and some of those old ideas still lingered in him. For example, his straightforward behavior, occasional male chauvinism, and traditional views that sometimes popped up. Anhua looked at Xiaozheng and teased, I didn't expect our Commander Xiao to be so progressive in his thinking, not minding if the child takes the mother's surname. Xiaozheng scoffed, You underestimate your man. I joined the army when I was just a teenager. How could I be so old-fashioned? What's wrong with a child taking the mother's surname? The mother goes through 10 months of pregnancy and works hard to give birth. Doesn't she put in just as much effort as the father? Let me put it this way. Even if all 3 of our children take your surname, I wouldn't mind. Anhua stood on her tiptoes and patted the man's head, smiling as she praised him. Very good, very good. Comrade Xiaozheng has a high level of awareness. Xiaozheng puffed out his chest, looking proud. The next day, Anhua announced the names of the twins.
Si Xian, Si Qi.
Qiu Shushan quietly repeated the names and then smiled as she gently rubbed Tuan's little nose, saying, From now on, you will be called Xixian. She then turned to Yuan and said, Your name will be Xiao Siki. Remember that? Yuan responded with a couple of ah sounds. Tuan Tuan blew a bubble. And Bo Huai also came over today, stroking his beard as he looked at Xiaozheng, his eyes showing some affection. Son-in-law, we are very happy that one of the twins will carry the Yin family name. Having a child with the Yin surname was like adding to the family, so Bo Huai immediately wanted to toast with Xiaozheng to celebrate. Dad, Xiaozheng can't drink alcohol at noon. You can drink in the evening, and Hua said. In the evening? That won't work. I bought a ticket to return to the provincial city this afternoon. And Hua was surprised. Why are you going back to the provincial city? Is there something going on? And Bo Huai replied, It's nothing much. I just want to go back and take a look. He pulled in Hua's side and whispered, Tell me, where are those treasures kept? I'm worried and want to see them. The last time Bo Huai went back, he saw an empty house. The once full rooms were suddenly empty, and it made his heart ache. Although he trusts his daughter and son-in-law, he still feels uneasy not seeing things for himself. Recently, he has been having dreams where the treasure he bought with all his savings is swallowed by a monster. Anhua had anticipated that Bo Huai would bring up the antiques. It would be strange if he didn't. She feigned hesitation, saying, Dad, it's not that I don't want you to see them, but it's too risky. Think about it. If the items are left alone, no one will notice them. But if you insist on taking a look, someone might see you. And Bo Huai hesitated. You have a point. Anhua continued, What if someone discovers them and destroys them as old items? Who would we turn to for help then? Having witnessed the destruction of antiques before, just imagining his treasures being treated that way made Bo Huai feel heartbroken. He quickly waved his hand. Forget it, I won't look anymore. I won't go back to the city either. I've heard that several people at the academy have had their homes searched. Anhua nodded, satisfied. This tactic of scaring Bo Huai always worked. When lunch was served, the family was happily eating together when suddenly someone came with news. Xiao Fongfong had gone into premature labor and was in critical condition, currently being treated at the hospital. Anhua and Xiaozheng rushed to the hospital. The hospital was no longer as chaotic as it had been a year ago. Many doctors had returned. Geng Biao stood outside the delivery room, looking dazed. The silence from inside was even more unsettling. Anhua approached him anxiously, asking what happened. Isn't it too early for her to give birth? Geng Biao turned to look at Anhua and Xiaozheng, then seemed to come back to reality, mumbling, When I got home, I found her lying on the floor. There was blood. Anhua and Xiaozheng exchanged glances. Did Xiao Fongfong fall at home? I think. Geng Biao struggled to remember. I saw Fongfong's niece at the alley entrance when I got off work. I only saw her back, so I'm not sure. Xiao Xiaotsue? Xiaozheng frowned. I'll go find Xiao Xiaotsue and ask her. Anhua stopped him. Right now, the most important thing is Fongfong. We can deal with everything else after she's safe. Otherwise, it will just create chaos and won't help her recovery. Xiaozheng reluctantly held back. After an unknown amount of time, a nurse came out. The baby has been born. It's a girl and very healthy. However, the mother is experiencing severe bleeding, and it hasn't stopped yet. You family members should prepare yourselves. Geng Biao stood there like a statue, his mind blank, until he heard the baby's cry, which snapped him back to reality. He rushed forward. What do you mean, prepare ourselves? Xiaozheng held him back. Calm down. What does prepare mean? Explain it clearly. Geng Biao's eyes were bloodshot, and his veins were tense, as if he were about to explode. Let me in. Let me in. The nurse stepped back in fear, and Hua quickly went over and left with the nurse to wash and wrap the baby. Because the situation was sudden, they hadn't prepared everything. They only had time to bring a blanket used for twins. Did you not prepare any clothes for the baby? The nurse asked.
We did.
Xiao Fongfong had already been making clothes for the baby, probably up to a year old, but they were left at her home. And Hua instructed Xiaozheng to go to Xiao Fongfong's house to get the clothes. She also bought a bottle and some formula from the hospital, as it seemed Xiao Fongfong wouldn't be able to nurse the baby for a while. Even though Hua was busy with the baby, her heart was heavy. Severe bleeding was serious. In this era, there was no blood transfusion technology, and survival really depended on luck. Thinking of this, Anhua began to feel anxious and couldn't calm down. Please let Xiao Fangfang be okay. Don't take her away from this poor baby who just lost her mother. Gung Biao had lost all his strength, sitting there with his hands on his head, burying his face. Anhua approached with the baby, wanting him to see, but she didn't say anything. Forget it. Gung Biao's mind was probably entirely on Xiao Fangfang. The baby seemed to sense the different atmosphere, not crying or fussing, just yawning a little before falling asleep. Finally, Xiao Fangfang was wheeled out. The doctor who had helped Xiao Fangfang was the same one who had assisted Anhua during her delivery, Dr. Song. Dr. Song said, "The bleeding has stopped, but the mother is still unconscious. We'll have to see when she wakes up." Gung Biao rushed to Xiao Fangfang's side. Dr. Song stopped him. "Family members need to stay calm. The mother needs to rest." Seeing Xiao Fangfang lying there weakly, her face pale without any color, Gung Biao forced himself not to rush over and hold her. "Family of Xiao Fangfang, you can speak softly to her. It may help wake her up." Anhua placed the sleeping child next to Xia Fangfang, saying, "The child is connected to the mother. Let the child stay with her." Gung Biao then looked at the baby in the swaddling cloth, realizing this was the child that Fangfang had fought to bring into the world. Anhua glanced at the family of 3 and decided to leave. She needed to prepare some food so that when Xia Fangfang woke up, she could quickly provide her with nourishment. In the hallway outside, Xiao Cui had arrived without anyone noticing, and Gao Zhao was with her. Xiao Cui had come to check on her mute aunt, but upon seeing her third uncle with a serious expression, she felt a shiver run down her spine. Third uncle. Xiao Zheng stared at her, his face dark with anger. Xiao Cui swallowed hard and asked his aunt, "Okay? Feeling guilty for something you did?" Xiao Cui quickly shook her head. No. It wasn't me." Gao Zhao stepped forward. "Third uncle, Xiao Cui." Before he could finish, Xiao Zheng coldly interrupted, "Let Xiao Cui speak for herself." Gao Zhao shrank back, obediently stepping aside. Xiao Cui shot him an annoyed look, feeling let down by him in this moment. Noticing her uncle's icy gaze, Xiao Cui hurriedly said, "Third uncle, it really wasn't my fault. I went to visit aunt and just wanted to talk, but I left right after, and she was fine when I left." As she spoke, her confidence began to wane. Suddenly, the hospital room door opened, and Gung Biao stepped out. He quickly walked up to Xiao Cui, grabbing her collar tightly and speaking through clenched teeth, "I never hit women, but if anything happens to Fang, I swear I'll make you pay." Xiao Cui had never experienced anything like this before. Gung Biao was strong, nearly lifting her off the ground, and the pressure made it hard for her to breathe. "Ji Gaozha." Xiao Cui cried out for her man. Gaozha mustered the courage to pull Gung Biao away, but a single look from him made him back off. "You." Xiao Cui felt frustrated with her man, but also scared, her whole body trembling. "It really wasn't my fault. Aunt fell by herself. If you don't believe me, just ask her. You might not trust me, but you trust her, right?" Although Xiao Cui didn't particularly like her mute aunt, she knew that her aunt wouldn't lie, so despite her fear, she felt a bit of reassurance. Gaozha agreed with Xiao Cui, saying, "What Xiao Cui said is true. Her aunt fell while hanging chili peppers on the beam, and it's not Xiao Cui's fault." Gung Biao shoved Xiao Cui, and she almost fell to the ground if Gao Zhao hadn't caught her. "You know your aunt hasn't woken up yet, right?" Gung Biao pointed at Xiao Cui. "If she doesn't wake up, you'll have to go with her." Xiao Cui was stunned. What did that mean? Her aunt might not wake up? And she would have to join her? Why was she so unlucky? Xiao Cui started to feel dazed. Gung Biao looked so reckless, like someone who would actually follow through on his words. She regretted going to see her mute aunt. If she had known, she wouldn't have done it. It was also her fault for being so bored. She hardly knew anyone in Yun County and had only decided to visit her aunt after many days of feeling restless. Of course, her mute aunt couldn't talk, so it was mostly Xiao Cui doing the talking, and what she said wasn't very pleasant. But that didn't matter. What mattered was that her aunt really did fall, and she had been at least 2 yards away at the time. When she saw her aunt on the ground, bleeding, Xiao Xiaotsue was terrified and ran away, worried that others might think she caused it. But halfway through, she realized she had run off without thinking. What if something happened to her aunt and no one was there to help? After considering it, Xiao Xiaotsue turned back. However, when she got home, no one was there. She guessed her uncle must have returned. Feeling anxious, she went back to her own house and told Gaozhe about it. He suggested they go to the hospital to check on the situation, and that's how they ended up there. But when she shared her story, no one believed her. For the first time in her life, Xiao Xiaotsue felt what it meant to be more wronged than Doi. While waiting for Xiao Fangfang to wake up, she looked more anxious than Geng Biao, constantly praying. And Zhuang pulled her outside. "Stop bothering your uncle. Can't you see the way he looks at you like he wants to stab you?" Xiao Xiaotsue asked fearfully, "Aunt, what if my aunt? What if she doesn't wake up? Will my uncle really hurt me?" And Zhuang replied, "I can't say." Xiao Xiaotsue pleaded with Anhua, "Aunt, I really didn't push my aunt when she fell. You and Uncle San need to hold back Uncle a bit. Just let him slap me once. That's enough. I'm scared of pain." Anhua snorted. "Did you learn your lesson this time?" Xiao Xiaotsue mumbled. "What lesson?" "I didn't push her." Anhua asked, "Did you say something hurtful to your aunt?" Xiao Xiaotsue replied, "How did you know, aunt?" Anhua rolled her eyes. "You felt guilty right after saying something hurtful. That's why you ran away and got misunderstood. Shouldn't that teach you something? You could have lived peacefully, but you always have to compete with your aunt. Can you really win?" Xiao Xiaotsue said, "I can't win." Anhua continued, "Did your aunt fall because of your words?" Xiao Xiaotsue quickly shook her head, "No. My aunt slipped and fell. I saw it clearly. Besides, she usually thinks my words are nonsense, so how could she be affected?" Anhua believed Xiao Xiaotsue. The girl was a bit selfish, but she wasn't mean enough to harm Xiao Fangfang on purpose. "The biggest mistake you made was running away. Your aunt is pregnant and fell. Every second counts in an emergency. You should have called for help immediately and taken her to the hospital." Xiao Xiaotsue looked down. "I know I was wrong. That's why I went back to check." Anhua sighed. "At least you have some conscience left. Just stay outside for now. Your uncle is still upset with you." After saying that, Anhua walked toward the hospital kitchen. Xiao Xiaotsue followed. "Aunt, where are you going?" "I want to be with you." It seemed like the third aunt believed her, which made Xiao Xiaotsue feel very touched and closer to her. Anhua said, "I'm going to check on the porridge. It's cooking on the stove." To help Xiao Fangfang wake up and eat something, Anhua had been simmering red date and millet porridge on the stove. "I'll go with you. I can help watch the fire." Xiao Xiaotsue eagerly followed Anhua. Anhua allowed her to come along. However, the porridge had thickened to the point of sticking to the pot, and Xiao Fangfang still hadn't woken up, so Anhua had to turn off the heat. Her heart felt increasingly anxious. Dr. Song approached Xiao Zheng and said, "Comrade, Xiao Fangfang's condition is very critical. If you can, prepare some old ginseng to see if it can help save her life." Xiao Zheng hesitated. "It's too sudden. Where can I find old ginseng now?" Dr. Song seemed to hesitate as well. Xiao Zheng said, "Dr. Song, at this point, just say what you need to say." Dr. Song finally replied, "I do have a century-old ginseng passed down in my family, but it was taken during last year's raid. However, this shouldn't be too difficult for you." Without any hesitation, Xiao Zheng said, "I'll go find it right now." The items that were taken are currently stored in the warehouse of the Revolutionary Committee. Xiao Zheng made 2 phone calls, then told Nhua, "You should go home. The hospital will be fine with just me and Geng Biao here." And Hua shook her head. "I want to stay. I won't feel at ease otherwise." Xiao Zheng replied, "Staying here won't help. Go home and check on the kids. If they get restless at night, they will need you." After a moment of silence, Anhua nodded. Xiao Xiaotsue refused to go home, so Anhua gave her some instructions. When Anhua returned home, the lights were all on. Qiu Shushin sat there with a serious expression, and Zhou Meihua had also come over. "You're back. How is Fangfang?" Zhou Meihua quickly asked as she approached Anhua. Chiu Shushin looked at his daughter with anticipation. And Hua shook her head. She is still in a coma. Oh my. Zhou Meihua sighed and then asked Hua, how did it get so serious? Even if she was premature, she was 8 months along. She paused, then added, they say that if a baby makes it to 7 months, it will survive. No, that's just superstition. Fong Fong will be fine. And Hua said, Sister Meihua, you should go home and get some sleep. If there's any good news about Fong Fong, I will let you know. Zhou Meihua sighed as she left, hoping to wake up to good news about Xiao Fong Fong. Chiu Shushin quietly wiped away a tear and said, the kids are all asleep and not causing any trouble. You've had a long day, so you should get some rest. And Hua checked on the twins and Dong Dong, quickly washed up and lay down in bed. But she was too tense to fall asleep no matter how hard she tried. After some time, she dozed off and thought she saw Xiao Fong Fong standing by her bed, calling out, sister-in-law. And Hua was startled and asked, Fong Fong, can you talk? Xiao Fong Fong smiled at her, sister-in-law, thank you and Brother San for bringing me to the city. Otherwise, I might never have met Biaogo in my life. And Ju replied, what are you thanking me for? Why are you suddenly bringing this up? Is your health okay? You look so pale, you need to eat more to regain your strength. Xiao Fong Fong shook her head. I don't have time to eat. I have to go. And Ju asked, where are you going? Just as Xiao Fong Fong was about to answer, she suddenly listened closely, her face showing signs of worry. I hear a child crying and Biaogo is calling me. I need to check. Sister-in-law, I'll talk to you later. At that moment, and Ju jolted awake. It turned out to be a dream. And Ju lay there feeling uneasy for a while, then decisively got up, dressed, and headed to the hospital. As she arrived at the hospital entrance, she saw Xiao Zheng coming out. I was just about to tell you, Fong Fong has woken up. And Ju was overjoyed, really? Xiao Zheng looked worried. Yes, but it was very dangerous. There was a moment when she had no breath. Geng Biao had been by Xiao Fong Fong's side, talking to her and closely monitoring her condition. At 3 a.m, Geng Biao felt a strange intuition that something was different with Xiao Fong Fong. He nervously reached out to touch her nose, and his heart stopped. There was no breath. Xiao Fong Fong's face was pale, her closed eyelids were dark, and she had something in her mouth, looking eerie and frightening. But Geng Biao felt blank, his whole body numb and unresponsive. Xiao Xiaotsue was the first to cry out, startling the child, which finally snapped Geng Biao back to reality. He held Xiao Fong Fong's hand tightly, rubbing it and murmuring, wake up, please wake up. When Xiao Zheng entered and saw this scene, his legs felt weak. Ant's eyelids moved. Xiao Xiaotsue suddenly shouted. Geng Biao instantly froze, staring intently at Xiao Fong Fong on the hospital bed. Finally, Xiao Fong Fong showed signs of life again. She really woke up. Xiao Xiaotsue collapsed to the ground. Thank goodness, she was okay. At that moment, Xiao Xiaotsue was no longer thinking about the life debt. After witnessing a life almost slip away, she felt only relief, grateful that life had triumphed over death. Geng Biao had not cried until now, but now that she was awake, tears streamed down his face. At least you didn't leave me behind, she said, sounding as innocent as a child. Xiao Fong Fong smiled slightly, wanting to see the baby. Geng Biao quickly picked up the baby. Xiao Xiaotsue remembered Anhua's advice and went to the kitchen to heat some porridge. Xiao Zheng went to call Dr. Song and thought about going home to share the good news. He happened to run into Anhua. When Anhua entered the hospital room, Xiao Fong Fong looked up at her and smiled. She looked similar to the image from the dream. Anhua didn't dare to think about whether that dream was Xiao Fong Fong saying goodbye to her. But the outcome was good. Xiao Fong Fong had enough ties to the world and didn't leave. Have some more. You need to regain your strength. Chiu Shushin made black-bone chicken soup, which Anhua brought to the hospital. Xiao Fong Fong only drank a small bowl and refused more, worrying Geng Biao. Xiao Fong Fong smiled and shook her head, indicating she would drink more later. Her complexion had improved a bit, no longer as frightening as before, which eased Geng Biao's worries. I want to try breastfeeding the baby, Xiao Fangfang gestured. Geng Biao disagreed. Perhaps due to the significant blood loss, Xiao Fangfang's body was too weak to produce milk, but she was determined to try. We can talk about breastfeeding later. Your main task now is to recover. Xiao Fangfang nodded helplessly and expressed her desire to go home. After consulting the doctor, Geng Biao said, "You need to stay in the hospital for 2 more days, and then we can go home." A sweet smile appeared on Xiao Fangfang's face. She propped herself up and looked at the sleeping baby beside her, her gaze soft and tender. She asked Geng Biao if they had chosen a name for the baby. Geng Biao thought for a moment and said, "My biggest wish right now is for you and our daughter to be safe and healthy, so let's name her Ping'an, Geng Ping'an." Xiao Fangfang had originally thought of names like Mei or Lan, and Geng Ping'an sounded a bit like a boy's name. But seeing Geng Biao's weary face, she smiled and nodded. Geng Ping'an was a good name with a nice meaning. She hoped her daughter would always be safe and sound. When Xiao Fangfang was discharged, Manhwa also arrived. She asked Geng Biao, "What are your plans for Fangfang's confinement? Who will take care of her? Her situation is different from that of a typical new mother and requires special attention." Geng Biao said, "I had already agreed with my aunt that she would help take care of things, and I would do my best to shorten my work hours to focus on Fangfang." And Hua handed Geng Biao a list. "This is the nutrition plan I got from Dr. Song. Some ingredients might be hard for you to find, so I will send someone to bring them to you tomorrow." Geng Biao was touched. "Sister-in-law, you really think of everything. Thank you. We're not outsiders, so saying thank you is unnecessary." And Hua went to check on the baby. "Have you named her yet?" Geng Biao replied, "Yes, her name is Geng Ping'an." Little Ping'an was quietly sleeping, her tiny fists resting by her ears, looking very adorable. She seemed fine, though a bit small, like a fragile little kitten. She was only a little over 3 pounds when she was born, and Hua sighed. Geng Biao looked at his daughter with great affection. "Anyway, I only plan to have this one daughter in my life. I will put all my energy into raising her well." And Hua looked at Geng Biao. Geng Biao gave a bitter smile. "Fangfang almost lost her life this time, and that really scared me. I wouldn't dare to have a second child." And Hua nodded in understanding and asked, "Do you know what happened with Fangfang? Did she fall by herself? Or was it because of Xiao Tsue? Geng Biao replied, "Xiao Tsue didn't lie. Fangfang's fall had nothing to do with her. But I still don't have a good impression of her. I will warn her to stay away from Fangfang in the future." Just then, they heard Xiao Tsue's voice from outside. "Is Uncle home?" Xiao Tsue brought a jar of red sugar and dates, along with a piece of fresh pig liver that was still dripping blood. Seeing Geng Biao's cold gaze, Xiao Tsue shrank back a little but mustered the courage to say, I came to see my aunt and the baby." Geng Biao replied, "No need. Take your things and leave." Xiao Tsue knew Geng Biao didn't like her and didn't try to enter. She dropped her things and said, "These are good for blood replenishment. Remember to give them to my aunt." After finishing her sentence, she quickly ran away. Once she was far enough away and saw Geng Biao didn't chase after her, Xiao Tsue slowed down and sighed deeply. She couldn't believe she was actually trying to give someone a gift, worried that they wouldn't want it. Xiao Tsue didn't suddenly feel a deep affection for Xiao Fangfang. Rather, she felt guilty. She had heard what Aunt San said and kept thinking about it after returning home. She wondered if her running away and not taking Xiao Fangfang to the hospital in time had affected her rescue. Xiao Tsue thought too much about the situation and felt that she might have delayed Xiao Fangfang's rescue. She almost caused a life to be lost. Feeling down, Xiao Tsue returned home. Gao's position allowed family members to stay with the military, but they lived in a shared courtyard, not in a big house like her uncle and aunts. "How is it? Did your uncle receive the gift?" Gao asked. Xiao Tsue replied, "Yes." Gao felt relieved and comforted Xiao Tsue, saying, "Your aunt will explain everything when she wakes up. It's not your fault, so don't blame yourself. They won't hold it against you." He then changed the subject. "My parents wrote to ask if you have any news about the baby." Xiao Tsue initially felt comforted. Although Gaozha seemed a bit timid and unable to protect her in front of others, he was still considerate. But then he brought up the baby topic, which made her angry. Tell your parents that there's no news about the baby, but it's not my fault. It's because of you. After shouting, she went inside and ignored Gaozha. He stood there, surprised, thinking, is it really his fault? Meanwhile, Anhua left Geng Biao's house and went to the factory. Section Chief Kai asked her how Xiao Fangfang was doing, and Hua replied, she's fine now. She has been discharged and is back home. Section Chief Kai sighed. My mom visited the hospital and said that Biaozi's wife was in serious condition. She's been so worried that she hasn't slept well these past few days. And Hua expressed her gratitude. I heard from Geng Biao that we might need your mother to help take care of Fangfang. Section Chief Kai smiled and waved his hand. It's no trouble. My mom is healthy and has nothing to do at home. As they were chatting, suddenly the crowd became restless. Someone shouted, hurry to the auditorium. There's going to be a fight. And Hua and Section Chief Kai exchanged surprised looks. It had been calm for a while. Why was it starting again? Who were they fighting? Sister Kai approached, looking distraught. Xiao and Director Zhao has fallen. Director Zhao was the head of the food factory, known for his integrity and good reputation at the grassroots level. And Hua had interacted with him a few times and had a good impression of him. After Deputy Director Niu led the formation of the Revolutionary Committee, there were hints of conflict with Director Zhao, but no one expected that Deputy Director Niu would actually bring down the respected Director Zhao. A good person with integrity cannot compete with a cunning bad person. Sister Ma sighed. After Director Zhao fell, the food factory became the domain of Deputy Director Niu. And Hua felt uneasy. She had a past with Deputy Director Niu. Would he seek revenge? Although he wouldn't dare offend the military, someone like him might set traps, so she needed to be cautious. Xiao Zheng did not tell his family back home about Xiao Fangfang's near-fatal delivery. He only mentioned that she had given birth to a daughter. Xiao Mansong sent 200 duck eggs, saying 100 were for Xiao Fangfang and 100 for Anhua. The person delivering the eggs was a truck driver from their hometown. And Hua packed some snacks for him as a thank you. The young driver hesitated before shyly accepting, looking at Anhua as if he wanted to say something. Finally, he seemed to gather his courage and said, Aunt. Anhua was startled. The young man looked at least 26 or 27. Why was he calling her aunt? My name is Chi Yaozu.
I don't know if you've heard of me.
And Hua guessed, did you have a match with Xiao Xiaotsue? Chi Yaozu nodded eagerly. So, she mentioned me.
And Hua asked, what do you want to say?
Chi Yaozu looked disappointed. I just wanted to ask how Xiaotsue is doing. And Hua took a good look at Chi Yaozu. He had a broad forehead and thick lips, with an average build. There were some spots on his nose, but his skin was dark enough that they weren't very noticeable. Overall, he was not as handsome as Gaozha. However, it seemed Chi Yaozu still had feelings for Xiao Xiaotsue. She is doing quite well, Anhua replied, not wanting to say much more. She reminded him to be careful on the road, and then found someone to help carry the duck eggs home. Duck eggs are larger than chicken eggs and are said to be more nutritious. Qiu Shushan looked at them and said, this is too much. We won't be able to eat them all before they spoil. When you had the twins, your father-in-law sent a huge sack of peanuts and dates, and it took a long time to finish them. And Hua suggested, how about we make salted duck eggs? Qiu Shushan nodded. I think that's a good idea. And Hua set aside half of the eggs and asked Xiao Zhu to help deliver them to Xiao Fangfang. Xiao Fangfang had already completed her confinement and was recovering well. She could get out of bed now. Her health was originally good, and she no longer looked like someone who had just gone through a life-and-death experience. Geng Biao sent Xiao Zhu away, tidied up the duck eggs, and turned to see Xiao Fangfang in the kitchen, preparing to start cooking. He quickly ran over and said unhappily, we agreed that you wouldn't have to do any chores at home. Just leave it to me. Xiao Fangfang pressed her lips together and gestured that she was fine and could help. Geng Biao picked her up and placed her in the rocking chair outside. You just relax here while I cook. Since his aunt left, Geng Biao took on all the household chores, cooking, laundry, and cleaning. Even when Xiao Fongfong wanted a drink of water, he would bring it to her. Xiao Fongfong lay back in the chair, soaking up the autumn sun and listening to the sound of chopping from the kitchen, feeling that everything was so wonderful. Just then, someone knocked on the front door. Xiao Fongfong got up to open it, but there was no one outside. However, there was a net bag at the door containing a can of malted milk. Confused, Xiao Fongfong took the malted milk back to show Gung Biao. After thinking for a moment, Gung Biao understood what was happening. This wasn't the first time. Recently, every few days, someone would drop off items, either eggs, brown sugar, or a piece of pork, always knocking and then running away. Once, the person didn't run away quickly enough, and Gung Biao saw that it was Xiao Xiaotsue. This malted milk was probably sent by her as well. Gung Biao thought for a moment and told Xiao Fongfong about it, saying, "No matter what her intentions are, you don't need to worry. I will pay her back for whatever she brings." Xiao Fongfong nodded. She didn't want anything from Xiao Xiaotsue. She and Xiao Xiaotsue had never had much of a relationship since childhood, and she didn't know why Xiao Xiaotsue was sending things. In any case, she had no intention of getting involved with her. Xiao Xiaotsue, who had run far away, slowed down, feeling a bit of guilt ease in her heart. Suddenly, she caught a whiff of delicious food and followed the scent to see the sign of a state-run restaurant. Her stomach growled loudly, and in the past, she would have rushed in to eat. But now, she touched her empty wallet, and her heart began to ache. Gaozha gave her 30 yuan a month for living expenses, and since they didn't spend much on food, she had saved quite a bit of pocket money. However, all of that pocket money had already been spent on her mute aunt. Xiao Xiaotsue forced herself to look away from the restaurant and headed home. She needed to find a way to make money. Of course, she didn't plan to find a job herself. Not to mention whether she could find one. She hadn't even thought about it. Her goal in marrying into the city was to enjoy life. Waking up every day to eat, and after eating, just wandering around was her ideal life. To make money, she could only manage Gaozha's salary. She knew he earned over 60 yuan a month, sent 10 back home, leaving her with more than 50, not to mention the savings he had before they got married. Xiao Xiaotsue adjusted her expression at the door, entered the yard with a big smile, and saw Gaozha was already cooking. She hurried over and sweetly said, "Let me do it. You just relax and wait for the food." Gaozha looked at Xiao Xiaotsue, his eyes a bit startled. When had she ever been so gentle with him after they got married? Had she taken something strange? "Yuan, Yuan, come to mommy." In the yard, and Jiao held a big red apple, guiding Yuan Yuan toward her. The little one could walk on her own now, though not for long, but she was very energetic and walked steadily. Yuan Yuan's eyes were fixed on the apple in her mother's hand, drooling, her little legs moving quickly. As she got closer to her mom, she suddenly lunged forward, grabbing the apple and refusing to let go. And Jiao said, "You little greedy cat." Yuan Yuan pointed at the apple and said, "Mommy, peel." This meant she wanted her mother to peel it for her. And Jiao stood up, carried her daughter up the steps, then set her down to find a knife to peel the apple. After peeling and cutting the apple into small pieces, she placed them in 2 small dishes, one for Yuan Yuan to eat with her hands, and the other for Bo Huai and Tuan Tuan in the study. And Bo Huai had been coming over often lately because he discovered that the 15-month-old Tuan Tuan actually liked listening to him read those difficult articles. And Jiao entered the room and placed the apple on the desk. And Bo Huai excitedly said to her, "I found that Si Xian has a talent for reading. Could it be because she has the surname in?" And Jiao couldn't help but laugh. "She's so young. How can you tell she has a talent for reading? She can't even talk yet." Yuan Yuan could say some simple words and sentences, but Tuan Tuan wouldn't say a word. And Bo Huai shook his head. Not being able to speak doesn't mean anything. In the Ming Dynasty, when Zhengming couldn't speak at 8 years old, but that didn't stop him from becoming a famous calligrapher later. I want to tell you that Sixian is very calm and can focus on one thing. I read ancient texts to her for over an hour. She didn't understand, but she listened attentively. Most ordinary kids wouldn't sit still for that long. They would have started making noise. Manhwa fed her older daughter a piece of apple and asked, Do you like listening to Grandpa read? Tu Anchuan bit the apple and nodded gently. Her face looked just like her sister's, but she showed a completely different calmness. One is active and the other is calm. It's quite nice. By the way, daughter, I want to tell you something. Anbo Huai suddenly remembered. I met a friend who lives in the alley next to mine. His last name is Fan. He has a niece who came to stay with him. The girl is only 14 and has lost both her parents, so she is an orphan. However, the Fan family is not well off and can't afford to support another mouth, so they want to find a temporary place for her. Anbo Huai sighed. It's not easy for your mom to manage the whole family. I thought, why not let that girl come over to help your mom? Old Fan said that as long as she gets something to eat and a place to stay, it would be fine. You can tell others that she is a relative from the Xiao family coming to stay. Anhua immediately felt guilty. It was true that since Xiao Fangfang got married, Qiu Shushin had taken on most of the household chores and had to take care of the kids, which was very tiring. Anhua had mentioned more than once that her mother could just help with the kids, and they would handle the other things when she and Xiaozheng returned. But the elderly often worry about their children and want to help as much as they can. A few days ago, Qiu Shushin had back pain and bought some patches for it. Anbo Huai probably felt sorry for his wife, which is why he brought this up with his daughter.
Dad, I'm sorry.
I've made things too hard for Mom. I will find a way to solve this problem quickly. However, I have some concerns about old Fan's niece. Given the current situation, it's best not to let someone we don't know come into our home. Anbo Huai pondered for a moment and nodded. You make a good point. Although I get along well with old Fan, we haven't known each other for long. Let's forget about it. Anhua thought for a while and asked, Dad, was the idea of having old Fan's niece come to help at home your suggestion, or did old Fan bring it up? Anbo Huai replied, Your mom hurt her back, and while chatting with old Fan, I mentioned it. He suggested I find a helper and said that many people in the military family area are looking for help. Just say she is a relative coming to stay. Old Fan knows so much about the military family area. Anhua asked for more information about old Fan's background. Amber Huai said, He is much older than me. He passed the scholar exam when he was in his teens, but then the imperial examination was cancelled. When the Republic was established, he became a private school teacher. However, his health declined later, and he retired early to rest at home, relying on his son and daughter-in-law for support, so life has been relatively stable. And Hua nodded, indicating her understanding. Amber Huai, feeling uneasy, asked, What's wrong? Old Fan, is there an issue? And Hua couldn't pinpoint the exact problem, but she felt something was off. Old Fan first suggested that Amber Huai find a nanny, and then he mentioned a niece coming to stay. It seemed too coincidental. Regardless of whether it was a coincidence or not, Anhua wouldn't invite strangers into their home casually. She said, There's no real problem, but I have a small suggestion for Dad. When you interact with others, try to keep some things private. Don't share too much about our family and avoid expressing your opinions too freely, okay? Amber Huai felt a bit uncomfortable being lectured by his daughter, but her lighthearted and playful tone, along with a hint of affection, made his discomfort fade away. He laughed and said, All right, I'll listen to my precious daughter. And Hua continued, You don't need to worry about Mom. I will find someone to help with the household chores soon. Simply telling Qiu Shushin not to do so much work wouldn't help. She would likely ignore it. Finding someone to assist was the only way to truly solve the problem. And Hua turned to discuss this with Xiaozheng. How about asking someone from your hometown for help? Xiaozheng replied, Our family is from outside and we have few relatives. My second brother has a daughter, but I don't want her to come. We can only find someone from the production team who is not related. And Hua said, That's fine as long as the person is honest, hardworking, and clean. Xiaozheng nodded, thinking that this letter shouldn't be sent to Xiaomansong, as he had difficulty moving and handling things. Instead, he decided to write to the team leader, Wang Jinxue, asking for help in finding someone. After Xiao Fangfang gave birth, Geng Biao didn't let her return to work, saying he was worried she would be too tired and her health wouldn't handle it. Even though Xiao Fangfang had fully recovered and was lively again, Geng Biao still saw her as a fragile porcelain doll. The job at the service center was arranged by Xiao Zheng. Worried that her brother would be unhappy, Xiao Fangfang spoke to her sister-in-law about it. And Hua asked, "So, what are your true feelings about this?" Her true feelings? To be honest, Xiao Fangfang felt very conflicted. On one hand, she enjoys her job because it makes her feel valuable. As a mute, she can earn her own living, and just thinking about it makes her feel lucky. On the other hand, Xiao Fangfang has worries at work. Everyone knows she is the sister of a supervisor, and while they don't confront her directly, her way of getting in through connections makes her some enemies. Therefore, there are many who secretly try to undermine her. Now that she is Xiao Ping'an, her longing for home has deepened, and she can't bear to be apart from her child for even a moment. And Zhuang understood Xiao Fangfang's feelings and thought for a while without pushing her too much. Having a job and income is certainly a layer of security for a woman, but considering that Xiao Fangfang has no one to help with the child, balancing work and family might indeed be very tough. Many workplaces allow mothers to bring their children, but Xiao Ping'an is weak and may not handle it well. Then you should quit your job. It's okay. I will explain it to your brother, and Zhuang said. Xiao Fangfang felt relieved. And Zhuang added, without a job, you lose your income, so you need to take control of the family's finances. Xiao Fangfang pressed her lips together. Geng Biao had given her the bank book before they married, and she also collects his monthly salary. After learning this, and Zhuang smiled, Geng Biao is devoted to you. I was worried for nothing. After leaving Xiao Fangfang, and Zhuang went to work at the factory. At the entrance of the factory office building, someone suddenly called out to her from behind. Comrade and Zhuang. Turning around, she was surprised to see Deputy Factory Director Niu. No, the title deputy was no longer there. He should be Factory Director Niu now. Hello, Director Niu, and Zhuang greeted with a smile. Director Niu also smiled warmly and kindly asked her a few questions before heading to his office. This was Zhuang's first time interacting with Director Niu alone, and she hadn't expected to run into him on the way. Although the previous incident didn't cause too much loss for Niu Shuli, it did result in a demotion for one of Director Niu's key staff members. It was surprising that Director Niu was still so friendly. Was he genuinely cautious not to offend Xiao Zheng, or was it just a show? While Zhuang was deep in thought, someone tapped her shoulder. It was Yang Tianjiao, who smiled and said, "What are you thinking about? I called you several times." And Zhuang snapped back to reality. "Oh, nothing. Have you started working? Are you feeling better?" Yang Tianjiao sighed. "What can I do if I don't feel good? Instead, I can't get pregnant. How come I didn't notice when I was pregnant back then?" Now that Xiao Fangfang has given birth, Yang Tianjiao and Li Hansong, who married before her, still have no news. Yang Tianjiao secretly went to an old Chinese doctor for a checkup. To her surprise, the doctor said she had been pregnant before but had unknowingly lost the baby. Yang Tianjiao was devastated and felt so down that she couldn't attend class and took a few days off. "You are still young, and you haven't been married to Li Hansong for long. Take your time, don't rush. The most important thing is to relax," someone advised her. That's easy to say, but seeing Fangfang with her daughter makes me envious. Plus, I'm not getting any younger. I'm almost 30, Yang Tianjiao sighed. My sister-in-law is pregnant again and keeps making snide comments, saying that if I can't have one, I can just take care of hers. Ignore her nonsense, was the reply. Yang Tianjiao chuckled. Talking to you makes me feel much better. And Zhua said, come over to my house after work today, and we can chat some more. Yang Tianjiao had also moved to the staff quarters, but her place was several rows away from Zhua's. After work, they went back together, and Yang Tianjiao went straight to Zhua's house. Once inside, she played with the twins for a while before saying to Zhua, "You must have something you want to ask me?" And Zhua smiled. "You're so clever. Now that you're working under Director Niu, what do you think of him?" Yang Tianjiao's job was to write reports for her boss. She used to write for Director Zhao, but now worked for Director Niu. She was one of the few in the office who hadn't been reassigned. He seems fine on the surface, but who doesn't know how he got there?
Yang Tianjiao scoffed.
People like him, who play tricks, won't win people's hearts. Even Li Guichao, who follows his orders, I bet doesn't fully respect him. And Zhuo became interested. What do you mean? Yang Tianjiao explained, I saw it by chance. Once, Li Guichao came out of Director Niu's office, smiling like a flower. But as soon as the door closed, his face turned dark, and he spat inside. Li Guichao was the one Director Niu had put forward to report to Xiaozheng. It was unclear if this incident affected their relationship, but as Yang Tianjia said, Li Guichao was definitely not completely loyal to Director Niu. And Zhuo asked more about Director Niu. She wasn't sure if it was necessary, but gathering more information couldn't hurt. That evening, and Zhuo discussed this with Xiaozheng. He listened and said, we should keep an eye on him, but you don't need to invest too much energy into it. I'll have someone watch him. And Hua was curious, sending someone?
Who would that be?
You can't send a little soldier from the army to do this, right? Xiaozheng replied, of course not. Don't worry, I can find someone locally. And Hua became more interested. Finding someone locally? You're quite impressive. Could it be that we have your informant in our factory? What informant? That's such an ugly term. Xiaozheng laughed and then proudly said, but you're right, if I want to know what you do at the factory every day, I can find out.
And Hua?
Xiaozheng laughed heartily. Look how scared you are. You're not doing anything behind my back, so why worry? And Hua, it's not worry. I just think you're a bit strange.
Xiaozheng, what do you mean by strange?
And Hua, it means inappropriate. Xiaozheng playfully smiled and pulled his wife onto the bed, saying, I'll show you what inappropriate looks like. And that went on for another 2 hours. Wang Jinshui from home replied, and Xiaozheng became furious after reading it. And Hua was surprised and asked, what happened? Is finding someone not going well? Xiaozheng took a few big sips from his teacup to calm his anger and said, Yang Dayong's wife wants their daughter to come work for us. And Hua was momentarily confused about who Yang Dayong was. Xiaozheng explained, you met him when you came back to my hometown with me. Yang Dayong has passed away, and now only his wife Lu Yue and their 3 children are left. They send money every month. Oh, the comrade he supported. And Hua frowned and recalled, aren't their children quite young? How old is the eldest daughter? 13. Still a child. Exactly. Xiaozheng pointed to the letter and showed it to Hua. Look at what it says. It claims that to repay my kindness, Yingzi will come to work for me and take care of the children, asking for nothing but food. What is this? I specifically told Lu Yue to ensure the children study well, and she agreed, but now she has forgotten everything. How could she send a 13-year-old to be a nanny for someone else? Xiaozheng was angry. Do I need her to repay me? I supported the children to honor Yang Dayong. All she needs to do is raise the children well and honor Yang Dayong's memory. That would be enough for me. Anhua had never seen Xiaozheng so angry. She patted his chest and softly said, it's okay, let's not worry about the child. Just write a letter telling her that she must not drop out of school. She will definitely listen. Now that the college entrance exam has been cancelled and schools are not teaching well, many people feel that going to school doesn't matter anymore. Xiaozheng calmed down quickly with his wife's gentle words and began to write the letter. Wang Jinshui had already found a candidate. Lu Yue, hearing that Xiaozheng was looking for someone to work, brought her daughter to Wang Jinshui and expressed her desire to repay Xiaozheng. Wang Jinshui thought Lu Yue's daughter was too young, but he didn't want to refuse directly because of his relationship with Xiaozheng and Yang Dayong. So, he wrote a letter to ask Xiaozheng first. Now that he had a clear response from Xiaozheng, he felt relieved to send the originally chosen person. He had a personal interest. The person he chose was his niece, Wang Kaiyan, who was 17 years old. However, he knew that the selection wasn't random. He understood that Xiaozheng's wife was educated, so the person couldn't be illiterate. Since she would be working in the city, she also couldn't be someone delicate and pretty. Wang Kaiyan was just right. She had attended a year of elementary school and could recognize a few words. Although she was thin, she was strong and could handle household chores as well as work in the fields. Most importantly, Wang Kaiyan had a serious personality. She focused on her work and never caused trouble. Wang Jinshui helped buy the train ticket and then went to Wang Xian's house. Wang Kaiyan was chopping chicken feed when she saw Wang Jinshui arrive. She quickly stopped, stood up, and looked very nervous. She was waiting for Wang Jinshui to announce whether she could go to the city. Wang Jinshui handed her the train ticket and address, smiling. Here's your ticket for tomorrow. Get to the team early, and the cart will take you to the station. Once you reach the neighboring city, buy your ticket to Yun County at the train station. Wang Kaiyan tightly held the ticket and address, sincerely saying, Uncle, I will repay your kindness. Wang Jinshui chuckled. What kindness? It's not that serious. But remember, as a girl traveling far, you must pay attention to safety. Don't talk to strangers, don't eat anything from them, and bring enough food. Wang Kaiyan nodded seriously. I understand, uncle. Wang Jinshui added, when you get to Captain Zhao's house, do more work and speak less. Always remember your responsibilities. Of course, don't be afraid. Both Captain Xiao and his wife are good people. As long as you work hard, they won't treat you poorly. Wang Kaiyan replied, I understand. Wang Jinshui asked, your parents and siblings are not home, right? Wang Kaiyan replied, I'm the only one at home. Wang Jinshui then felt relieved and said, Colonel Xiao sends you 12 yuan as pocket money each month, but I told your dad it's only 8. When you send money home, don't be too honest about it. Wang Kaiyan was surprised. 12 yuan? Wang Jinshui explained, 12 yuan is a good amount. Workers in the city, just starting out, only earn 18 yuan a month. Wang Kaiyan quickly shook her head. I'm not complaining about the amount. I just didn't expect to get any money. Wang Jinshui continued, speaking of that, I need to tell you a few things. When you go to Colonel Zhao's house, you're there to work, but you can't say that to outsiders. If someone asks who you are, just say you're a distant relative of Colonel Xiao. Don't mention that they give you money, understand? I understand. Wang Kaiyan usually didn't talk much, but that didn't mean she didn't understand. I'll just call Colonel Xiao, uncle, and his wife, aunt. Wang Jinshui nodded in satisfaction and felt reassured as he left. As Wang Jinshui's figure gradually disappeared, a girl similar to Wang Kaiyan emerged from behind the wall. The girl spat in the direction Wang Jinshui had gone, annoyed that he chose Wang Kaiyan over her. This girl was Wang Xian's sister, but not by blood. She was brought in by their stepmother and renamed Wang Kaifeng. Since their stepmother had a son with Wang Xian's father, along with Wang Kaifeng, they formed a close-knit family of 4, while Wang Kaiyan felt like an outsider. So, Wang Kaiyan wanted to go to the city, not because she longed for its excitement, but to escape a home that didn't feel like one. Her biological father preferred to be kind to Wang Kaifeng, who wasn't even his real daughter, rather than to her. So you're going to the city, big deal, Wang Kaifeng said, crossing her arms sarcastically. Wang Kaiyan continued to chop chicken feed in silence. Wang Kaifeng kicked a nearby stool and gritted her teeth. Don't think you're something special. Uncle Jinshui didn't choose me because I'm too good-looking. You got this chance because you're plain. Wang Kaifeng was indeed beautiful, with fair skin and a slender face, making her quite attractive. Because of her looks, Wang Kaifeng often held herself in high regard and aspired to marry someone from the city. When Wang Jinshui mentioned sending someone to work at Colonel Zhao's house, she immediately became interested. Everyone knew Colonel Zhao's name. It was an important official in the city. After going to Colonel Zhao's house, it felt like stepping into a bright future. Just like that mute person from the Xiao family and that girl Xiaocui, they both got married to officials after visiting Colonel Zhao's home. Wang Kaifeng asked her father to speak to Wang Jinshui, but it seemed to have no effect. In the end, Wang Jinshui chose Wang Kaiyan. Thinking about this made Wang Kaifeng very unhappy. She fixed her gaze on the train ticket in Wang Xian's hand. Earlier, she had heard everything Wang Jinshui said to Wang Kaiyan outside. Going to the city meant getting $12 a month. That should have been hers. After a while, she seemed to think of something, and the dissatisfaction on her face slowly faded, replaced by a knowing smile. The next morning, just as Wang Kaiyan was about to go out, she felt a sudden pain in her stomach and rushed to the bathroom without thinking much. Excuse me, Is this the family compound of the Independent Division? A young soldier on guard saw a girl in patched clothes approaching. She carried only a small bundle, but her eyes were clear, and her steps were steady, looking quite respectable. "Hello, is there something I can help you with?" the soldier asked. The girl explained her purpose, and the soldier replied, "Please wait a moment. I'll make a call to check." After a moment, the soldier returned. "Colonel Zhao's house is in the first row. Just go straight in. Someone will be waiting for you at the door." The girl nodded in thanks, took a deep breath, and walked into the family compound. Although the houses in the compound were single-story, they were very neatly arranged, all with uniform gray tiles and red bricks, and bright glass windows that looked impressive. From a distance, Dong Dong saw a strange older sister coming over and guessed she was the person his mother asked him to wait for. He politely asked, "Are you from Liwangzhuang?" The girl softly replied, "Yes." Dong Dong waved to the older sister, "Come in with me." He stepped through the gate and called out, "Mom, someone is here." And Jaya came out of the kitchen and saw Dong Dong leading in a thin girl. "You must be the person Captain Wang Jinshui found for us, right?" And Jaya confirmed with the girl. The girl was momentarily taken aback by how beautiful and young Jaya was. She swallowed nervously and recited the lines she had prepared for the journey. "Auntie, my name is Wang Kaiyan. I'm 17 years old, and I can do everything: cooking, laundry, feeding pigs and chickens." She noticed the vegetable beds in the yard and quickly added, "I can also plant vegetables." And Jaya smiled, "Come inside." After entering the house, Manhwa poured a glass of water for Wang Kaiyan. "Has Captain Wang Jinshui talked to you about what you need to pay attention to?" Wang Kaiyan quickly nodded. "I will work hard and speak less, avoiding trouble. If outsiders ask me, I'll say I'm a distant relative of Colonel Xiao, here to seek refuge." And Hua was observing Wang Kaiyan. Although her clothes were a bit worn and she looked tired, her face and hands were clean, and there was no dirt under her nails. Hearing Wang Kaiyan's words, she nodded in satisfaction. "Very good. You must be hungry. Dinner will be ready soon. Let Dong Dong take you to wash your face, and then we can eat." Wasn't she here to work? Why was it time to eat right away? Wang Kaiyan stood up awkwardly. "Aunt, let me work first." Qiu Shushan walked over and chuckled, "This child. It's mealtime now, of course we eat first. After dinner, we can show you around the house, and then you can start working." And Hua introduced the family members and then let Dong Dong take Wang Kaiyan to wash her face. They used warm water and fragrant soap for washing. The warm, scented steam on her face helped Wang Kaiyan relax a bit, and she sighed comfortably. She almost didn't make it here. Just before leaving, she suddenly had an upset stomach and could barely get out of the restroom. Wang Xifeng's smug voice came from outside. "Take your time. The ticket and address are mine. I'll go first." Wang Kaiyan then realized that her stomach issues were caused by Wang Kaifeng, who wanted to delay her, so she could take the ticket to the city herself. Wang Kaiyan regretted trusting Wang Kaifeng too much and not being cautious of her tricks. Wang Kaifeng went to the station, while her father and stepmother insisted on bothering Wang Jinshui, refusing to let him stop them. It seemed that the choice of who would go to the city had shifted from Wang Kaiyan to Wang Kaifeng. Seeing her father so focused on helping Wang Kaifeng, Wang Kaiyan felt completely disheartened. She picked up her prepared bundle and left without looking back. Without a ticket, she would buy one herself. She had already memorized Colonel Zhao's address. No one knew that Wang Kaiyan had some savings. Every year during the new year, her uncle would give her a small amount of money. Though her uncle's family was not well off, over the years, it had added up enough for her travel expenses. On the way, Wang Kaiyan thought about how both she and Wang Kaifeng had come, but only one could stay. Would Colonel Xiao choose her? Nervously arriving at Colonel Zhao's home, she found that Wang Kaifeng was not there. Perhaps she just hadn't arrived yet? But Wang Kaifeng had clearly left before her. Wang Kaiyan finished washing her hands and face, and Dong Dong pulled her to sit down. Wang Kaiyan was startled, saying, "I can just hold a bowl and eat while sitting down. It's not right for a helper to eat at the same table as the host." And Hua immediately became serious. "Kaiyan, have you forgotten what you just said? You are our relative, not a helper." Words like helper or nanny should never come out of your mouth again, not even at home. Do you understand? Wang Kaiyan was surprised by how serious it was and quickly nodded in agreement. And Hua then softened her tone. Sit down and eat. Wang Kaiyan cautiously sat down, only daring to take a corner of the chair. Her hands were nervous as she held the small, delicate bowl, feeling like it might break with too much pressure. Qiu Shushan noticed that Wang Kaiyan was hesitant to take food, so she used the serving chopsticks to help her. Wang Kaiyan actually felt that even if she didn't eat any dishes, she could easily finish 3 big bowls of plain rice. After finishing the meal awkwardly, Anhua showed Wang Kaiyan around the house and explained what chores she would need to do. Wang Kaiyan nodded as she listened. Finally, Anhua invited her into the room and counted out some money for her. I'm giving you a month's allowance in advance, 12 yuan. You can use it to buy some personal items and clothes. It's quite cold now, and your cotton coat must not be warm enough, right? I have some cotton left, and I can make you a new coat. Don't refuse. This isn't a free gift. The cost will be deducted from next month's allowance. Wang Xian's situation was completely different from Xiao Fangfang's. When Xiao Fangfang first came, she was only given 5 yuan a month, but Anhua took care of everything else for her. Moreover, Xiao Fangfang's purpose in coming to the city was not to be a nanny, but because Xiao Monsong hoped she would marry into a suitable family. Wang Kaiyan was purely a nanny. It was fine to offer her a better salary, but it was not appropriate to treat her too well at the beginning, to avoid raising her expectations. However, Wang Kaiyan also couldn't dress too poorly, as she was supposed to be a relative of Xiaozheng. Otherwise, people might say Xiaozheng was unkind to his relatives. During the Spring Festival, Anze wrote saying he would spend the new year in Yun County, but he couldn't come back due to work issues. Although An's workplace is confidential, it is not at a level that prevents family visits. Anbo Huai planned to take in Tian to see An's. As Anbo Huai said, the child cannot go a whole year without seeing his father, especially since the child doesn't have a mother. And Hua agreed and suggested that Qiu Shushan should go too. Qiu Shushan wanted to see her son but was worried about the twins, so she hesitated. After Anhua's strong encouragement, she decided to go with Anbo Huai. The 3 of them set off on the 27th day of the 12th lunar month. During the New Year's Eve, Anhua invited Xiao Fangfang and Geng Biao over, making the gathering livelier. When they arrived, Xiao Fangfang was holding a tightly wrapped baby and Geng Biao carried many New Year goods. Wang Kaiyan recognized Xiao Fangfang, but at first, she hardly recognized her due to the drastic change. In the past, in the countryside, Xiao Fangfang, like most girls in the team, had long braids and wore patched clothes. She wasn't ugly, but compared to city girls, she looked quite rustic. Now, Xiao Fangfang wore a brand new military coat, her hair neatly styled, revealing a fair and smooth face, looking even more like a city person than the city folks. Xiao Fangfang greeted Wang Kaiyan first. Wang Kaiyan responded in a daze, hiding her surprise. On the other side, Gaozha saw Xiao Fangfang and Geng Biao visiting Captain Zhao's house and felt a bit upset when he returned. He said to Xiao Xiaocui, "Your aunt is spending New Year with our 3rd uncle. Why aren't we going?" Xiao Xiaocui thought she would like to go, but her uncle and aunt hadn't invited her. If she went over uninvited, it would be awkward. However, she didn't say this out loud and replied, "My uncle invited me to his place for the reunion dinner, but I declined." Gaozha immediately became unhappy and confused. Why? This is a great opportunity for us to get close to our 3rd uncle. You always say he doesn't like me. I need to be closer to him to change that. Gaozha felt frustrated, thinking that marrying the captain's niece would boost his career, but nothing had changed at work, and even his request to go to the grassroots level was rejected. Gaozha wanted to make progress, but felt stuck in getting closer to his uncle. Xiao Xiaocui knew what he was thinking, rolled her eyes, and said, "This is our first New Year after getting married. Of course, I want to spend it alone with you. Don't you understand my feelings?" Gaozha saw Xiao Xiaocui's shy appearance, and he felt a swell of pride inside. It's all because his chuier likes him too much. Gaozha wanted to laugh, but pretended to hold back. He lifted his chin and said, I really can't do anything about you. All right, let's just enjoy ourselves. Xiao Xiaotsue chuckled to herself. She liked Gao's silly, clueless nature. So, the two happily started preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner. Qiu Shushan and Bohai returned on the 6th day of the new year. And Hua said, it's hard to go there once. Why didn't you stay a few more days? And Bohai waved his hand. Their factory is busy with production during the new year. He goes to the workshop every day to guide, and we would just be in the way, so it's better to come back. And Tian pouted, unhappy. And Hua squatted down and touched her face. Are you missing Daddy? It's okay. When he has time, Grandpa can take you to see him. You don't have to wait until the new year. Tian's tears started to fall, and she hugged her aunt's neck tightly. Annie, Daddy doesn't love me anymore. When I went, he didn't even hug me. Her tone was full of sadness and grievance. And Hua quickly hugged the little girl, patting her back to comfort her. It's not that Daddy doesn't love Tian. It's just that you've grown up, becoming a big girl. Daddy can't hug you like he did when you were little. Tian choked up. But I'm still a child. Qiu Shushan laughed and agreed. All right. Tian is still a child. Daddy shouldn't stop hugging you. Next time we see him, Grandma will make sure Daddy gives you a good hug. Only then did Tian lift her tearful eyes and ask her grandma, really? Qiu Shushan replied, of course it's true. Tian sniffled and extended her pinky. Let's make a pinky promise. No changing for 100 years. Qiu Shushan, both amused and exasperated, linked pinkies with her granddaughter. And Bohai had already run off to see the twins, and Qiu Shushan pulled Hua into the house, closing the door. Mom, what's wrong? And Hua sensed that Qiu Shushan had something to say. I noticed something unusual with your brother. Qiu Shushan's tone was uncertain. I know your brother well. Although he likes cleanliness, he's like most men who are careless about housework. But this time I found his room very tidy, with no dust on the windowsill, and his shirt collars looked freshly ironed. Most importantly, he had a coal stove and pots, which looked like he had cooked something. But he doesn't cook. And Hua asked, are you suggesting that someone of the opposite gender is helping him? Qiu Shushan sighed. This is my guess, but I'm not sure if it's right, so I haven't told your dad. I just want you to help me analyze it. And Hua felt that Qiu Shushan's guess made some sense, but she didn't understand why she looked so worried. And Zay was still young and couldn't stay single for too long. Remarriage was bound to happen eventually. Mom, you don't need to worry about this. Even if it happens, it's normal. We should just let things happen naturally. Qiu Shushan held in Hua's hand, frowning. How can we not worry? When he married the first time, we didn't intervene, and you saw what happened. If he makes the same mistake again, will he get divorced a second time? In short, after experiencing Wu Xiaolin, Qiu Shushan no longer trusted in Zay's choice of partner. And Hua replied, that's true. But even if you want to intervene, it might not be easy. He's over 30 and has his own opinions. Qiu Shushan sighed. And Hua quickly reassured her, if someone like that does exist, he will eventually bring her to meet you. Then you can look out for him. Qiu Shushan nodded helplessly. She hoped Zay would remarry and bring Tian to live with them, but she was also afraid he would be deceived by another woman. It really worried her. This year for the new year, Zhou Meihua's family returned to their hometown, leaving a few days before the Lunar New Year and returning after the Lantern Festival. Zhou Meihua also brought in Hua some local specialties, a big bag of dried mushrooms, including various kinds like hazel mushrooms, lion's mane mushrooms, white mushrooms, and more, all mixed together. Besides the mushrooms, there was also a plastic wine flask. Zhou Meihua leaned in close to Hua and said mysteriously, this is our famous specialty, Sanbao wine, made with ginseng, deer antler, and martintail. It's great for men. And Hua blinked. Is it what I think it is? Zhou Meihua chuckled and playfully glared at Hua. Yes, it is. I specially traded with an old hunter from our village for it. It's made with real ingredients and has been brewed for many years. I brought back about 10 pounds for you. Hearing this, Hua felt a bit shy about accepting it. You worked so hard to bring back 10 pounds. I don't think I should take it. Hey, don't say such polite things. Zhou Meihua waved her hand generously. Sisters should share their blessings. But she could enjoy blessings without the sanbao wine. Anhua hesitated to speak but ultimately decided not to say anything, as it might seem like bragging. Here comes our little June. Sure, Xiaojun exclaimed, spreading his arms and jumping in. He was followed by his sister Sir Xiaoshan, as well as Shun Aigua and Shun Aijia from next door. A group of children chattered excitedly, wanting to play with the twins. In the entire neighborhood, Anhua was the only one with twins, so Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan were quite special, making them a rare sight that everyone cherished. Zhou Meihua shouted, "Settle down. No making noise at your Aunt Anhua's house." Anhua smiled and said, "It's fine. We're not at someone else's home. We shouldn't suppress the children's nature. A little noise makes it lively. My house is usually too quiet." She then told Sir Xiaojun, Cayenne and Dong Dong are playing with Tuan Tuan and Yuan Yuan in the backyard. You all can join them. The group of children rushed to the backyard, and instantly, the house returned to silence. Zhou Meihua sighed and shook her head. I wonder when these kids will grow up. They make my head hurt with all their noise. Anhua replied, when they do grow up, you'll miss their childhood. Zhou Meihua chuckled. That's true. By the way, what is Cayenne to your family? Why is her last name Wang and not Xiao? Anhua shook her head. She's not a close relative, just a distant cousin. I don't know how many connections there are. We invited her to help because there's a lot to do at home. My mom is too tired alone, and with Xiao Zheng and me working, we can't help much. Though not explicitly stated, Zhou Meihua understood the implication. Having a relative come to help was common in their neighborhood. Zhou Meihua changed the subject, eager to chat since no one had talked much since returning home. Meanwhile, in the backyard, a disagreement had started. Sure Xiaojun said, this one is Tuan Tuan, and this one is Yuan Yuan. Shun Aigua replied, you're wrong. This one is Tuan Tuan, and this one is Yuan Yuan. Sure Xiaoshan chimed in. I think my brother is right. Shun Aijiao insisted. My sister is right. Dong Dong smiled at everyone guessing. Are you done guessing? I'm about to reveal the answer. This was a game Dong Dong loved recently. Since Yuan Yuan had developed a small mole on her forehead, the two girls looked almost identical, making it hard for others to tell them apart. Dong Dong always enjoyed making others guess who was Tuan Tuan and who was Yuan Yuan. The kids argued passionately, each convinced they were correct. Xiao Jun confidently said to Dong Dong, I come to hug them every few days.
How can I not tell them apart?
Hurry up and reveal the answer. Am I right? Shun Aigua replied, Are you really sure, Xiao Jun? We agreed that if you lose, you have to help me with my winter break homework. Xiao Jun glanced at Shun Aigua. Fine, I'll help. Your first grade homework is easy for me as a fifth grader. But I'm definitely not going to lose. Dong Dong looked at Xiao Jun. Xiao Jun urged, Dong Dong, quickly tell me, am I right? Dong Dong replied, you're right. Just kidding. Xiao Jun's smile faded, and he felt defeated. How could I be wrong? Tuan Tuan doesn't like to laugh or move, while Yuan Yuan loves to laugh and play. Isn't that right? Dong Dong smiled and said, Yes, but when you were guessing, I gave a cookie to Xiao Yuan. She was very quiet while eating, and then I pinched Tuan Tuan's neck, and she always laughs when I do that. Xiao Jun stepped back, holding his chest. Dong Dong, you've become mischievous. Dong Dong blinked. It's more fun this way. Shun Aigua laughed. Xiao Jun, I'm leaving my winter homework to you. Xiao Jun looked at Xiao Shan. Sister, we're a team. You have to help me out. Xiao Shan quickly stepped aside. I'm not on your team.
Dong Dong comforted. It's okay. See you, Yunya.
Our first grade winter homework is just writing characters and simple addition and subtraction. It's very easy. Xiao Jun chuckled. Even if my grades are bad, I can still do first grade work. I'll do it.
Shen Aigua cheered.
Yuan Yuan didn't understand what the older kids were talking about, but seeing Shun Aigua cheer, she jumped up too, making monkey sounds, looking quite silly. Everyone laughed at her. Seeing others laugh, Yuan Yuan got even more excited, shouting dance, dance, and wiggling her little body, her short legs bouncing. She was full of energy. Sister Tuan Tuan quietly moved to the side, stretched out her arms for Kai Yan to hold, and buried her face in Kai Yan's arms, feeling embarrassed for her sister. Xiao Jun squatted there, grinning as he watched Yuan Yuan dance, liking it more and more. He stroked his chin and shook his head, saying, I feel like Yuan Yuan has a bit of my charm. Anhua sliced some apples and brought them to the children. As soon as she stepped into the backyard, she heard Shi Xiaojun's voice, which startled her. The children turned to look at her. Shi Xiaojun sniffed and asked, What's wrong, Auntie? He added with concern, Be careful when you walk. Anhua smiled slightly as she looked at her little daughter, who was acting like a wild child in the center of the group, and then glanced at Shi Xiaojun, whose eyes were bright and clear. Remembering his impressive moments growing up made her heart flutter. It can't be. Her sweet little girl can't turn out to be silly, can she? After the other children reluctantly left Anhua's house, she eagerly called the twins over to examine them closely. Tuan Tuan was fine. Although she still couldn't speak, her eyes were clear, and she understood everything the adults said. At such a young age, she was very patient, so her mind seemed to be just fine. On the other hand, Yuan Yuan looked clever but often acted a bit silly. Mom, what's up? Little Yuan Yuan asked, looking up at her mother with clear speech. From Anhua's viewpoint, her small body was hidden beneath her round head, making her look like a pair of sweet, round candies strung together. Seeing her daughter in such an adorable way made Anhua smile. Nothing, I just wanted to ask what you want for dinner. No matter how silly she might be or what she would grow up to be, she was still her precious little one, and no matter what, they were her treasures. I want meat. Yuan Yuan clapped her hands. I want to eat lots of meat. Anhua responded with a smile. Okay, we'll make lots of meat. Then she turned to Tuan Tuan. What do you want, sister? Tuan Tuan yawned, shook her head, and then plopped down on a nearby small bench, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed outside. Whatever, she was tired and wanted to rest for a bit. Anhua said, All right, I won't disturb you. Wang Kaiyan came over and said, Annie, we have a piece of pork belly left at home. How about we make braised pork for dinner? Yuan Yuan exclaimed, Yes, yes, braised pork. Anhua playfully glared at the little foodie and replied to Wang Kaiyan, There's not enough meat, but it's too late to buy more now, so let's add some tiger skin eggs to cook together. Wang Kaiyan asked, What are tiger skin eggs? Anhua headed to the kitchen. I'll teach you how to make them. Wang Kaiyan felt a bit anxious, and Anhua waved her hand to interrupt. It's normal not to know how to do it. I'll teach you once, and next time you'll be able to do it yourself. Wang Kaiyan was good at many things, but her cooking skills were limited. It wasn't that her food tasted bad. She cooked well and could make simple dishes deliciously. However, she didn't know how to prepare many recipes because resources in the countryside were limited. There were many ingredients she had never seen, tasted, or even heard of. Making tiger skin eggs is simple. Just boil the eggs, score them on both sides, and then fry them in oil. Since they would be added to braised pork, there was no need to season them separately. Wang Kaiyan watched in amazement. After arriving at Colonel Zhao's home, she was truly open to new experiences. How could someone cook as if oil were free? Not only was there plenty of oil, but they also ate meat frequently, almost every other day. Even on days without meat, there were eggs or pork/beef offal, along with plenty of grains at every meal. What does it mean to have good conditions? This is what it means. From what Wang Kaiyan knew, Uncle Wang Jinshui's family in her hometown was considered well off, but they could only afford to eat meat once a month at most. In contrast, the food, meat, and eggs at Colonel Zhao's house seemed abundant, as if they didn't have to spend money on them. If Anhua knew what Wang Kaiyan was thinking, she would probably agree, saying it was as if they didn't have to spend money at all. Anhua often visited the supply and marketing cooperative, where it seemed she frequently bought things, but in reality, she didn't spend that much. At least half of the daily necessities at home came from her space. Now that more people were living in the house, it felt like someone could pop out from every corner. It was harder to take things from the space, so she would use the cellar as a cover, occasionally stocking up on supplies there and mixing them with items from her space. Chiu Shushin and Wang Kaiyan thought the things in the cellar were endless, but they didn't think much of it, assuming Anhua was just buying more when they weren't looking. With Xiao Zheng's high salary and Anhua's decent income, no one found their living standards unreasonable. While teaching Wang Kaiyan how to cook, Anhua reminded her, "Don't be stingy with the ingredients, whether it's oil or meat. Once we finish, I can always find a way to get more. We have many children and they need proper nutrition." Wang Kaiyan nodded obediently, "Aunt, I understand." Anhua was quite satisfied with Wang Kaiyan. She was hardworking and listened well. At first, Wang Kaiyan had some bad hygiene habits, but Anhua easily corrected them, which was much easier than correcting Xiao Zheng. With Wang Kaiyan around, Chiu Shushin could focus on taking care of the child, and Anhua didn't have to worry much about household chores. If possible, Anhua hoped Wang Kaiyan could stay and work at home for a long time. "Kaiyan, how many siblings do you have?" Anhua started chatting with Wang Kaiyan. Wang Kaiyan honestly shared her family situation, from when her mother passed away when she was young to when her stepmother had children. She shared everything in detail but didn't mention how her stepmother and father treated her poorly. Anhua was surprised and guessed from Wang Kaiyan's tone that she might not be close to her stepmother and stepsister. "Have you written to your family since you've been here?" Anhua asked. Wang Kaiyan's expression changed. "Not yet, but my father wrote to me." Seeing her uneasy expression, Anhua asked with concern, "What's wrong? Did something happen at home?" Wang Kaiyan hesitated for a moment and recounted what happened before she came to Yun County, finally saying, "My father's letter said that Kai Feng is missing. He insists it's my fault, but I really don't know what happened." As she spoke, Wang Kaiyan's voice trembled with fear and injustice. Anhua was shocked. "So, your sister went missing on her way to Yun County? She might have been taken by human traffickers." Wang Kaiyan shook her head. "I don't know. It's been months, and my father just wrote to me. A girl going out alone and then disappearing likely meant she had been taken." Wang Kaiyan had heard about women being trafficked, often to be wives for older men. Although she didn't like Wang Kaifeng, she didn't want her to be taken either. Anhua asked, "Did your father report it to the police?" Wang Kaiyan shook her head. "The letter didn't say, so I don't know." Her father's letter was full of anger towards Wang Kaiyan and urged her to come back to help find her sister. However, Wang Kaiyan didn't plan to return. She felt she wouldn't be able to find Wang Kaifeng, and she had a strong feeling that if she went back, she might not be able to leave again. So, she planned to pray silently for blessings, hoping that Wang Kaifeng would be found soon. Not long after Wang Kaiyan replied to the letter, Wang Jinshui wrote to tell her that Wang Kaifeng had been found and advised her not to go back. Wang Kaifeng was kidnapped at a bus station in a neighboring county. She was hungry, and a woman nearby invited her to eat at a state-run restaurant, so she went with her. It turned out that the woman was a trafficker. It sounds absurd, but Wang Kaifeng's kidnapping happened just that easily. Fortunately, the gang that trafficked Wang Kaifeng was caught by the police, and the women who had not yet been sold were rescued. After reading the letter, Wang Kaiyan felt relieved. Wang Kaiyan set aside her family matters and focused on working for Major Zhao's family. She was becoming more enthusiastic about her work. She never knew that just doing housework every day could earn her money. Although she had to send 6 yuan to her father each month, she hardly spent the remaining 6 yuan and could save it all. Besides the joy of saving money, what mattered more was that Wang Kaiyan felt excited and curious about being able to earn money. Her stepmother always scolded her for being a burden, only knowing how to eat and not how to earn. If her stepmother scolded her again in the future, she could confidently respond that she was not a burden. She could earn money, even more than the strong laborers in the production team. Anhua learned that Wang Kaiyan's kidnapped sister had been found and expressed her relief, but she did not pay much attention to the affairs of strangers. Xiao Zheng told her, "Niu Degue has connections with someone named Fan. I didn't think much of this Fan at first, but later I found out that he lives very close to Dad." Anhua recalled and frowned, saying, "I heard Dad mention someone with the surname Fan. He wanted to introduce someone to work for us. Dad said that old Fan lived in the alley next to his, so I think it's the same person you're talking about." "That's right. It's the same person." Xiao Zheng's suspicion grew stronger. Is Nyodague's connection with old Fan a coincidence, or is there more to it? Anhua was frustrated. Is he trying to get close to my dad? The ultimate goal is probably still aimed at us. He really hasn't let go of his grudges. And to be so indirect, this person's intentions are too sinister. Xiao Zheng smiled and pinched his wife's puffed-up cheeks. This is just speculation. I'll keep an eye on him and won't miss any signs. You should also pay more attention to Dad. Anhua nodded in agreement. I will. How about I just find an excuse to have Dad and Tian move here for a while? Xiao Zheng thought for a moment and shook his head.
Let's hold off for now.
I want to see what Nyodague is up to. Don't worry, everything is under control and nothing will go wrong. Since Xiao Zheng was so sure, Anhua felt much more at ease. The next day at the factory, Yang Tianjiao came over to talk to her. Li Guoqiao was hit by Director Niu. Yang Tianjiao had noticed that Anhua was quite interested in the situation between Director Niu and Li Guoqiao, so she excitedly shared this new gossip. Anhua's eyes widened in surprise. Why did he hit him? He did it in broad daylight without any concern for others? Leaders have authority over their subordinates, but they don't just hit people randomly. Hitting someone in the face is an insult to their dignity and self-respect. Yang Tianjia replied, he did it in front of others, but it was still obvious because we all saw the slap mark on Li Guoqiao's face when he came out of Director Niu's office. As for why he hit him, I don't know. I only heard Director Niu shout angrily, so it seems Li Guoqiao must have messed something up. Just then, Sister Ma suddenly popped up beside them, curious about what they were discussing. What are you talking about? I want to hear too. Since many people saw Li Guoqiao being hit, it was bound to spread, so Yang Tianjiao told Sister Ma the story again. After hearing it, Sister Ma thought for a moment and said, is it because Director Niu moved Fan Ling to the archives? Li Guoqiao has some connections with Fan Ling. Upon hearing the name Fan, Anhua's alarm bells went off. She asked who is Fan Ling. Sister Ma replied, Fan Ling used to work in the labor department. He was honest and didn't socialize much, but recently Director Niu moved him to the archives because of his wife's background. He couldn't work in the labor department because his wife comes from a landlord family and has been working as a vegetable washer in our factory's cafeteria for many years. However, before Fan Ling was moved, he lost his job due to his background. And Hua asked again, if Fan Ling is so honest and doesn't socialize, how does he have a good relationship with Li Guoqiao? Everyone in the factory knew that Li Guoqiao was one of Nyodague's right-hand men, and his reputation was well known. Most people would avoid him. Sister Ma said, honestly, I'm not entirely sure. I just know that their families seem to have some kind of connection. I've heard for a long time that they have a relationship. It seems that Li Guoqiao went to Nyodague to plead for Fan Ling, but Nyodague refused. They ended up arguing, and that's how Li Guoqiao got slapped. Sister Ma felt more and more convinced of her theory, her expression proud as she admired her own analytical skills. And Hua, however, was lost in thought. She heard from Nbohuai that old Fan had a son. If this Fan Ling was indeed old Fan's son, could Nyodague have ulterior motives for targeting him? Perhaps he wanted to force old Fan to do something for him? Eager to uncover the truth, Anhua greeted her supervisor and left work early. First, she went to Nbohuai to confirm that Fan Ling was indeed old Fan's son. It was too coincidental, and Hua was certain that Nyodague was setting a trap for her and Xiao Zheng, but not directly. Instead, he was targeting them through Nbohuai. Soon, Nbohuai's words confirmed Anhua's suspicions. Old Fan came to see me again, saying his son was affected by his daughter-in-law's background and was transferred from the labor department to the archives. He is very scared, worried that one day those people might suddenly raid his home. He has some. And Nbohuai lowered his voice, knowing there was no one else around. He said his daughter-in-law's family used to be a scholarly family, and their ancestors held high positions in the late Qing dynasty. They still have some valuable items, though not much is left. However, there are still some rare books and paintings. What he said isn't a lie. When I first arrived, he even invited me to appreciate them together. They are all works of famous artists. And Hua asked calmly, Why is old Fan telling you this? Even if someone were to raid his home, you wouldn't be able to help. And Buhwai said mysteriously, Old Fan wants to give me those items, but not for free. He said his daughter-in-law lost her job, and their family is in a tough spot. Those items aren't for eating or drinking, and he wants to trade them for some food stamps and supplies.